in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups fake and the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Gotta buy home, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I
We've seen the matches yesterday. They've set the stage for the rest of the playoffs, but right now, it's a slobber knocker. It's a gauntlet for the teams in the lower bracket, such as Zeals and Team Secret. For the teams in the upper bracket, it's their last chance to stay above the competition, and we'll witness that later on as we enter the playoffs, day 2 of Challengers Philippines.
Pay me in respect, cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
It's the second day of playoff. It's going to be a long day, but we're going to be here delivering the entire action. I'm Nomad, your host for today. Alongside with me, once again, is the Black and Blue and Dax. How are you fine gentlemen doing?
Doing really good, my man, and it's an early morning here for a long day to come. I just hope we're going to get every single game as jam-packed as how we ended yesterday.
Can't wait to be with you here all day, Nomad, especially. But I gotta say, today, day 2 again, it's the history of 2s. We'll be getting our first 2 representatives to APAC today and our first 2 eliminations. So, guys, sit back, relax. We know we're in here for a long haul.
Yeah, grab your popcorn, grab something to drink, because the teams are going to be pulling off one hell of a show. But before we would begin everything, first off, we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, Together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant champion story in the Philippines. And we would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, ASUS Republic of Gamers. This event is officially sanctioned too by the Games and Amusement Board. And with that being said, let's hop on over to the updraft presented by the Republic of Gamers so that we can finally discuss about the things that we have to discuss about. But one of them is for you guys to stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertaining experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. You can also, guys, the guys that are watching it right now, you guys can win awesome ASUS ROG swag from our sponsor, ASUS ROG. All you have to do is follow the mechanics on screen, in which you just have to like and follow the ASUS ROG FB and Twitter pages, like and follow the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages, share the live stream on your timeline set in public so that we can see it with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and hashtag Unleash the Legend Inside. And also share your prediction in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. Winners will be announced on the 28th of February 2022, and we'll get 3 winners each of that ROG shirt and that ROG cap that you are seeing right now on your screen. And of course, you are watching the English broadcast. The panel is live as well on the Tagalog stream. You can find the full Tagalog broadcast on twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, on facebook.com/PPGLGG, and we're simulcasting everything, the English and the Filipino broadcast, on youtube.com/C/PPGLGG. We're also live on VeraEsports.com. All the house things are out of the way. Let's start talking about the thing at hand here. Yesterday was a gauntlet. All best of threes. The last game was such a treat, and Black and Blue and Dax, you guys were the ones that casted the last series. It was down to the wire.
Definitely so. And I mean, everybody on the panel right beforehand kind of predicted that we're not going to go anything less than 3 maps, and that's certainly what delivered. Hell, me and Dax were even like, we're probably going to go into overtime for map 3, right? And that's exactly what we got. We wanted more. Even with a long day, we wanted even more, and now we're going to see more of those teams.
Everyone on the panel, but wait, we were the panel and we knew it was coming. It was a series that was promised for pretty much half a year already, and in the end, you know, that was just the overtime there to end the ball. And I really would love to see that series again down the line, but that Southfield, they moved on, and we also saw, I believe, APAC PH move on. But I really feel like day number 1 is just a sign of what's more to come coming into day number 2.
Yeah, and for the viewers that are just tuning in right now that missed the entire action yesterday, we can have the highlights right in front of you guys so that we can freshen up. First in the series was Zeal Esports versus APAC PH. It was a best of 3 match. Fracture was the first map here, and it was so solid for Zeal Esports, Black and Blue.
It totally was. And you know, coming onto it for that opening map was picked by them, and then APAC PH just storming back on once we moved on forward to the other maps. You know, map number 1, okay, we can say it's a bit more competitive, but when we come into map number 2, that's when really things, you know, got that intense and really got close, and everybody was able to tie things up 1-1. When you move on over to map 3, though, that's when things went a bit wayward for Zeal.
Yeah, you know, there's the thing. There's a 13-0 epidemic happening right now all across VCT, and seems like Zeal got basically afflicted by that faction. It really goes to show, though, that the first series we had there, Zeal vs APAC PH, it really proved how willing we are to go for the firefights as much as possible. Here for the Philippine scene, just try to outdo the competition, make the executes happen along the way, and proactivity can go a long way there to give you those victories. But on the other side, that second series, the series that was promised, it did not disappoint. Team Secret versus Southfield Esports, built to really duel against each other, having those matchups. Jeremy proving to be quite the extra step really to be the addition there for Team Secret. And then you also have what the likes of Southfield just to really set up the likes of Ja and Assist. This really was the series that exemplified the talents of both sides, what they did best, and really how they wanted to counter out against each other. But just goes to show here that for Southfield, they got pretty gritty at the end. And Team Secret got close so many times, went for those comebacks, but in the end, it was SP who got that OT victory.
Yeah, just to paint the picture for the viewers here that just tuned in. 13-7 was the score on Bind. 10-13 for Southfield Esports on Haven, and on Split it was 14-12 out of regulation, and we went down to the wire indeed. And it really just Southfield Esports finally making their name that they can finally get that victory against Team Secret on the official VCT circuit as well. And I'm pretty sure that the boys that have been purposely built in the South for esports is looking pretty fine and dandy. But for us, just as a refresher, we'll let you guys have a look at the remaining teams that we have here in the tournament from the group stages. There you go. Those are the 6 teams that we have remaining from the 8 teams that qualified from the group stages and the 30+ teams that played during the qualifiers. And unfortunately, today, we're going to be seeing 2 teams say bye-bye, Black and Blue.
It's going to be, as you know, Dax talked about it a while ago, the first kind of elimination that we're going to have here in the playoffs. We did have, 2 teams go home from the group stages, but now with 2 teams down the lower bracket, unfortunately, one of them in those matchups are going to be going down. And for especially a team like Team Secret, the team that represented C and the Philippines as a whole during Champions, nobody could have expected this coming into stage 1 before the stage even started, that they'd be down here this early.
Yeah, though the latter half of the day's schedule, it's pretty interesting because it's the two teams that were invited into this ecosystem that kind of are on the ropes in this instance. But I have to also say, in the first half of our schedule, we'll be getting our first 2 PH runs to APAC. And I really feel like that's going to be a big deal for one of the 4 teams right now clashing in this upper brackets day. It's just, that's what the first seed is all about from the group stage, right? Oasis Gaming, NAOS, they've been waiting for their opposition. Action PH South Build were able to get through the gauntlet yesterday. Can they get through it today?
Well, we'll figure out the process here for the teams. But speaking of the processes, let's go ahead and have a look at what they went through in the past, in the present, and what we can expect in the future here in the playoffs. And that was their journey. And now we're on the present here as we have a look at the brackets that we have. Zeal, Esports, and Team Secret dropped down the lower bracket after their performance yesterday. But right now we're seeing Oasis and Action PH, NAOS Esports, and South Build Esports in the upper bracket. The losers of this series will go down to the lower bracket to face off against Zeal, Esports, and Team Secret to keep their tournament life on the line. And Dax, you were hyping up the Oasis Action PH matchup today, and what else can we expect here before we dive into the further details?
No, the thing is, these are rematches from the group stage, and we have Oasis APH, one of those most competitive matches that we saw over the past 2 weeks, actually, and I'd love to see it again and again. Don't forget, this is going to be for the representation of the PH scene.
Well,
and not only that, it feels like it's going to be quite tiring, guys. If you actually lose on outs, when I have to say, when you lose on out in terms of the matchups here in the upper bracket, you still have to play today. So it's going to be quite enduring, really, just to keep your tournament lives on the line.
For sure. And, you know, I think Dax was also talking about, you know, how these two teams have kind of gone back and forth on that opening, you know, matchup that we did see. You know, Oasis, the last time they did meet, they won that matchup, and the first time they did meet in the group stage as well, Action. So they're 1-1 right now. They're going to look to sell the score today. But the score that has already seemed to be settled is that second matchup that we are going to see on that upper bracket between Southwood and NAOS, because that's a series that has gone 2-0, heavily in the favor of NAOS, where they swept both series 2-0 once again. So basically right now, in terms of the maps, they're 4-0 versus Southbuild. So they're the ones looking for redemption, as opposed to the other match of the upper bracket where they're kind of neck and neck, and they're looking to, as I said, settle that score here right now, right today.
Well, scores will be settled. A lot of unpaid dues will be paid. I don't know if that makes sense. But what is going to happen here is that we're going to be hopping on a break, because Oasis and Action PH, the first series here in the upper bracket, will commence. The top dogs of their group will finally face off and get the score settled. With that being said, don't run away, because when we come back, it's time for the first series.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something.
Well, it's the first series of the day. It's Action PH going up against Oasis Gaming in a best-of-3 format. We're back here in the panel. We're going to finally talk about the teams here. I'm Nomad, together still with Black and Blue and Dax. It's a fight that has been going on since the start of the Challengers 1. They've been trading blows left and right ever since the start of the qualifiers. And Dax, it's nothing close, but it's nothing else but just scores being settled here for the most part.
No, that's the thing. Last 2 times these guys fought off against each other, 2-1s across the board. 1 for Oasis, 1 for Action PH. And many saw it to be the matchup that really was just so hyped up. Because for Action PH, they bring that domination. They bring their runs. Oasis Gaming, they would find the strategies. They would find also the force behind them. And overall, it was just absolute slobber knockers between the first 2 series. And here in the third, it's a best of 3. But it feels like they had their own best of 3 in terms of series all throughout this VCT.
Oh, well, apologies. As I was saying, yes, when you look at the map scores of those series as well that Dax was talking about, there weren't really that big of a disparity between, the final scorelines of every single map that was played. And for those 2 teams, at least when it came into Group A, if they did come from Group A during the group stages, they were the 2 teams that looked the most in form from day 1, from week 1 that we did see them. Oasis a bit faltering on their opening matchup, but then again, they come back, they answer back against Action PH next weekend. They defeat Team Secret, they defeat Bren, and they're just pretty much on the roll. Honestly, the most consistent team we probably have in this playoffs, or at least during the group stages, moving into this playoffs. And can they continue that? And can they actually reign their dominance over Action PH? I mean, Oasis, they have that international experience to represent the Philippines last year. They're looking to replicate that once again and do that once more here, especially now that we got 3 slots. But they're going to have to go through Action PH first.
Yeah, but it's Oasis since day 1 here, and hopefully they last longer than day 2. Here's Oasis Gaming for you guys. And we kind of want to talk about Oasis Gaming here because they kind of stole the show away from Action PH. The top spot was stolen away from them, and here are the players that are going to be joining in on the fray. It's Coco, Envy, Courtesy, Marquis, and Rip Peru. Dax, you have a lot to say here about this Oasis Gaming roster, don't you?
Just okay, Oasis Gaming, this is an okay team. But no, in reality, this is a team that got really hot in the group stage, that were able to basically break the deadlock that was Group A in week number 2. And it really feels like people say, high highs, low lows, and maybe this is just them still on the highest of highs. But at the same time, it just feels different right now. This year for Oasis Gaming, coming into the playoffs, it might be them even improving more on the landmarks that they built already. Can they even push past their own limitations and past many of these expectations? I really feel like the momentum here is saying yes so far.
Definitely, and you look at the Oasis squad that went pretty much unbeaten throughout that open qualifier. They beat so many teams coming up to them, and they faced their first loss against Action PH in the group stage. They come back against it, but they're looking to, as I said, really settle things here today.
Yeah, and speaking of which, they're gonna have to settle their score against Action PH. And speaking of which, here is their roster. The team that could have been at the top of the group, but then they got the spot stolen away from them by Oasis Gaming. It's Action PH, and the players playing here is RUM and Georgie Modsky and Zero Death Yo Nico. What do you have to say about Action PH?
You got bars up till Mars there, Nomad, but these guys, they're the ones who elevated the bar coming out of the qualifiers. We all were put on notice once they beat Nigma Galaxy in the open qualifiers to eliminate them, but then they won every single series for week 1. But then we come into week 2 and they kind of get flipped around, as we were talking about. They were at the top of the leaderboard at the end of week 1 of the scoreboard, but then week 2, Oasis takes their spot, and now they're looking for revenge in more ways than one.
What is it time to rhyme this morning? But it really feels like for Action PH, they did kind of slip on up. When they start losing, it kind of gets bad for them, and momentum really is such a big game changer for Action PH. We saw it also in the series yesterday versus Zeal Esports. Lost out in the first one, but the bounce back was real, and now coming into the upper bracket around number 2 with that victory, especially that commanding 13-0, they should be back on track.
And we'll have to have a look to see what the maps are going to be playing on, to see how the scores are going to be settled here as we have a look at the map vetoes. Because I feel like we may just have a repeat of what happened last time. We might have Haven, Fracture, and Ascent. But no, we're seeing Icebox as the first map, Haven as the decider. What's the second map? We're going to Ascent. At least we got Ascent and Haven. Icebox going first, picked by Action PH. Black and Blue, what's your take?
Looking at this veto, I mean, if we ever get to that Haven map, it was one that, Action were able to win 13-5 up against Oasis, but Oasis, they kind of returned the favor. Actually, no, never mind, scratch that. Action have so far been successful on this map specifically, but when we go over to Ascent, that's when Oasis can really make their mark, because they have won that map versus Action in the past, and they actually done it twice as well. So Haven pretty much 2-0 in favor of Action, and Ascent pretty much 2-0 in favor of Oasis. And as we've talked about, they've tied in the series, they tied in maps against each other, and which maps that's going to be on, well, the only time they've ever played Icebox against each other, Action PH took that quite decisively, and that's, I guess, one of the biggest reasons why they picked Icebox to start things off. But I'm also sure that Oasis, that's one of the biggest reasons why they're happy to leave this here, because they have that to reference back to.
Just to tackle quickly, you can see that first ban. Fracture banned out by Action PH. Absolute respect after what Oasis Gaming showed them on that map last time they faced off. But we get Ascent, we get Haven yet again. These guys already know the strengths and weaknesses of each other. And in all honesty, this is a map pool that can go either way. History aside, Action PH, they can still keep on their tank basically with that Haven map. Oasis Gaming is the one who might have to rebuild themselves on Icebox, but historically they have had confidence on Icebox as well. So overall, this series can bring out the best of these two teams. And instead, I kind of want to talk about how the momentum is going to be very important here for Action PH and Oasis Gaming. For APH, they got that victory, but if they stumble to lower bracket, it might fall on apart, because that's a team that wins hard but also loses hard on the flip side. But in the meantime, we haven't seen Oasis Gaming as of yet this week, and sometimes it's that first match that tells everything, the tale that is Oasis.
Man, and this first match, I feel like it's going to be a 3-game series, but only one can come out. And I'm have to ask your predictions here on the panel, Black and Blue. I have to ask you to go first.
Well, we're looking at a 3-game series here nonetheless, and I do think we're going to go on over to Icebox, but the maps and who's going to win them, I don't think you're going to expect it to be who you think. Action, they were able to take Haven the last 2 times around, but I think it's Oasis to take Haven this time. And flipping things around on Ascent, it was Oasis who won that 2-0. I think Action is going to take Ascent this time. And we're going to go to that map number 3. In the end, I think Oasis, they're going to seal the deal here and continue in the upper bracket as they should.
Isn't that the story of VCTPH, just stealing map picks away? And I completely agree, this has to be these guys saying, you know, we're going to show you how it's done on this map instead. But I'm still going to go for the Oasis Gaming squad here. They made it to the first seed for good reason, and they keep on it to become that first representative.
Well, I'm speechless because these teams, Action PH is a momentum-based team, but I have to say that Oasis has been watching since day 1 of the playoffs, so I'm pretty sure that they know what Action PH has to offer here, and I'm gonna have to go with Oasis Gaming, and it's Oasis Gaming across the board here for the panel, and it's down to the teams to decide. And I know all 3 of us agreeing to this. It may just be the curse, but we don't know. We don't know about the teams just yet because they're getting ready. They're getting ready to hop on to Icebox as well as we hop in to Game 1 in this best of 3 series between Oasis Gaming and Action PH.
Welcome, guys, to, again, the match between Oasis Gaming and Action PH. My name is Asarai, and with me now is Illustrado. We'll be your casters for the first series update in the playoffs. And, oh my, dude, it's a great way to start the day.
Oh, definitely, dude. This game is probably going to be one of the closer ones we're going to see all tournament long. I mean, we just talk about, well, the panel rather talked about it, how people have such propensity for stealing each other's maps. I have absolute certainty that there's a very high likelihood of that today. But let's take a look at the agent as we go into Agent Select right now, see what these 2 teams are going to go ahead and pick. We're going to go into Icebox itself. And if you all are just joining us on the stream, if you are just tuning in, you are watching the upper brackets here in Valorant Challengers Tour Philippines. And this is Action PH versus Oasis, 2 of the upcoming teams now. After a lot of reforming, they are finally here. They've made the crawl through the gauntlet, and now they're here in the upper brackets of the playoffs itself. Asarai, man, this is going to be one hell of a fight.
It definitely is, man. Remember that 13-2 that Action PH served out in Icebox? Well, I feel like Oasis will remember that one. That was the first time that they faced against each other and the strong week of Action PH. Now, I like how, again, the panel brushed up on the fact that this is the first match that we're going to be seeing Oasis in the playoffs, so early jitters could be a possibility there. That was, I felt, the case that happened during week 1. So
I mean, they've always been kind of a team that, I mean, historically, this is including the old roster, by the way, but Oasis has never really fared well in the playoffs. They would always crush and eventually get up to the semifinals, and then sort of it would fall apart there. I hope that this is not going to be the same thing, that Oasis don't start to choke in the... I'm just gonna say it. I just hope they don't start to choke at the playoffs.
It's a big deal, right? But at least if they do, and I feel like the Oasis supporters are like already foaming at the mouth with that. But there is that point that there will be the lower bracket to fall back on if they lose. Action PH, also the same thing. But again, this is another proving ground for Action PH. Yesterday, they faced up against a team that is very much them in a way. But coming into this match, they are going to face another team that emphasizes on a very methodical approach, and that could be the downfall here of Action PH, because again, they're organized, but I feel like Oasis Gaming just has the better executes moving forward in this series.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing two very different play styles here for these two teams. And again, that's one of the things that makes the Philippine region so diverse, rife with all these different play styles. You know, as famously quoted by Dax and, you know, whatever the hell works. and so, you know, I think about that and I just see both of these two teams, and what better way to epitomize the two different play styles than, you know, the slow, steady approach here that Oasis can bring to the table, and the explosive kind of style that Action PH does bring out here in Icebox. And so it's going to be a matter of who's able to play their game a little bit more, who's able to control one another, who has a better grip on certain situations and is able to come out on top.
And I like how he pointed that out, right? Because looking back into the performance of Oasis throughout this entire tournament, I think their strongest point isn't even how they execute, isn't even their methodical approach to matches. It's their consistency at living up to what playstyle they want to go for, right? Maybe week one, again, we mentioned how shaky they were, but after that, we just saw an incredibly stable and upward rising Oasis here. And I think that's why, as of now, I feel like they're the best team in the entire tournament period. Even though I am a NAOS fan, I still think there's a somehow slightly bigger margin in favor of Oasis just because of how consistent this team has been performing.
I'm actually gonna disagree with you there. I do, because when I'm looking over the tapes, I do some VOD reviews and whatever, and I'm looking at NAOS, and I just don't think I've seen anyone play as clean in this entire run. I do agree that there's more explosiveness that does come from Oasis, but I feel like that tapers off after a little while. But on the other hand, when you have a team like NAOS, it just feels like they're, you know, they have that one thing that we have struggled to see in any other Filipino team except for Team Secret, and that's consistency.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's definitely a toss-up. Well, obviously, I just have to wait until the playoffs, until the grand finals to find out. But that's my bet. But anyway, let's go again. Straight into the game here. Game number 1 on the playoffs. And this is going to be Oasis versus Action PH. And you all know how this one goes. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, a slugfest, a slobber knocker. Because it is the playoffs, of course. The question is, will Oasis be able to shake off those playoff jitters? Will Action PH go ahead and start to take it away? But Action PH, I'm going to be going straight onto the A side if we could just get into the action. Already, walls are coming up. It's going to be the spike being planted there. We finally have it. Thank you. As we now have Marky getting that entry onto George. Marky finding a double right now. Modeski drop here. A couple players drop from heaven. Nice clean execute by Action PH, but Ripper has something to say about it. He's found 2, bringing us now to a 1v1 situation. It's Zero Deathio has to go up and crawl his way onto the side. Marky has already found 2, looking for a third here. Drops down, actually makes a little bit of noise, and he falls for a hook, light, and sinker, but he dashes out. Zero Deathio gets the final tap on him, and just a little bit of patience fading away from Marky there, and Zero Deathio gets the better of him.
It's not how you miss. It's how you keep your composure and wait till you get that perfect time to hit the perfect strike. And Zero Deathio got it. Loved the rotation around Maze there, going on to the corner near Generator. That just allows him for, I think, a bit more space. He knew already where Marky was. He's holding the cross and everything. If Marky tries to drop down, even if he masks his drop with a pop shot, Zero Deathio has the experience to know, okay, he's already there. And even if he stays like on pipes, he'll still be able to equalize the distance. Anyways, Marky might be in a little cheeky spot here. Gets a bit too greedy as he gets the re-peek onto Georgie, and that's going to be a drop down on him. But there's still a plenty chunk of members of Oasis holding the fort here at B-Long.
Wow, gets swatted away. Georgie Ripper is looking for another. He's found 2. Does he hear the footsteps? But he gets a tag anyway. What the hell is happening? Wild Oreo was able to take Eman out, and this eco round is looking very, very much possible for the side of Oasis as they now double up here towards below.
One enemy remaining.
Spectre here, but that's all he's going to be able to get as Moski cleans up the rest of the round with 15 HP remaining. Oasis, they almost stole that away. A great setup, making it an expensive round here. And the bonus round for Action PH basically becomes null and void. But let's take a look at those shots by Ripper.
Ooh. Yeah, lovely from Ripper. Ripper. Excuse me. No, it's not an F, it's a P. But I mean,
if you're Filipino, you can say Ripper.
I'm a rip your piece of paper. Yeah.
I love the Filipino accent, man. I'm Filipino, so I love it.
Sikan floor. I love that.
Sikan floor. Yeah. Did I see those Dexter memes and they're all like, what, say that again, Dexter?
Colgate. Yo, legit, if I don't try to like normalize my English accent, even though it's my own accent, right? I do sound like that, so.
Pinoy? That's fine.
Because I am Pinoy. What do you mean?
Yeah, because we are Pinoy.
Yeah.
Let's say vegetables.
Oh my goodness.
Well, all right, back into the action now. It's going to be a 5v5.
Oh, that's
up until Mark is able to get that pick up on the most good swing out right here, denying presence towards 410. And going to try to go a little bit further, pushing out here. Emma getting a kill. Oh, that ghost. Cloud burst, just to try to get it to half. Just waiting it here. Awkward timing. Ripper gets two, but Coco drops in it. Ripper's found the third, and he's just being an absolute phenom right now. He's getting it to half right now, and if he can get it to half, it's going to be a big deal. The wall. The wall is enough.
It's a Spectre, dude. How are you supposed to break a wall at that distance with a Spectre? You just can't. I honestly thought there was like some sort of magic lineup that
I guess
the Viper had, but not this time.
I guess you could call it the Spectre Deflector.
Wait, where have I heard that? Oh, wait, I've heard that somewhere. Like a cartoon.
You know what? I don't actually know.
Spectre Deflector. I've heard that before, dude. Oh, man.
Man, chat will tell us, 100%.
Yeah. Maybe they'll remove emote modes up until that point, so chat can tell us. In the Valorant Esports.
I think it is not. Oh, no, it.
Yeah. Someone who gets the reference, please just message us on like Twitch or something. But
Twitter.
Or Twitter, exactly. Anyways, really good holds from Ripper. He's starting this off incredibly well here as like the Viper who's supposed to be using utility. He's been playing close quarter combat with the rest of Oasis here, and again, I do like to point out that Oasis are starting to play very contact heavy here. They don't want to give APH too much breathing space to be comfortable in that post plant, and they're stopping them in between that transitional phase. And I really like the play style right now of Oasis, and it just goes to show that they're not just a team that likes to go for executions. They also know how to fight teams that are very much into that brawl style of play.
It's okay, Georgie, you can get it. Yeah, there you go. Second time's the charm. But towards this A side right now. Ooh, Marky identified and shut down without even having seen anyone. And that's the A side completely sequestered into the hands of Action PH. They keep everybody alive here. At this point, Asura, I'd consider a save for Oasis.
They do have only Spectres, so they might just try to deflect extra opponents. Now remember, it's from SpongeBob, Mr. Krabs and the ghost thing. Anyways, Coco now has been spotted, getting hounded down. He's got to eat. Try to get them closer on the distance, but not going to happen. Georgie finds the mark. Sean PH here still claims the round regardless. Oasis back into the weaker buys, but they do have some ultimates to maybe work with coming into this round.
Well, it is another. Let's take a look at this replay first. Okay, Georgie just got that final kill. I thought it would be a little bit flashier than that, but it's an eco for Oasis. And like I said, I might have considered a save if Spectres or not. I just feel like that A hold from the Oasis side was just completely lacking. I don't know what Marky was doing, just out in the open in that position right there. And the rest of the team fell apart. Coco as well was just left dazed after just that execute by Action PH. One of the things that I love seeing about Action PH is how clean their executes are. They're so methodical. They're so thorough, and they really just don't miss any corners whenever they go for those full executes. And so, Asarai, what I'd like to see from Oasis is to force Action PH to make a mistake or to give up a player earlier on to make it so that the executes are a little bit difficult for Action PH. But Action PH, they're not giving them an inch.
Not giving them an inch at all. Ripper playing the yellow corner here. It's only a matter of time before he does get flogged off, if ever. But Marky, as well as Ripper, trying to just hold the fort here aggressively. It seems to work for a moment, but just the bit. And as you see, Envy caught out in the open, did not even escape, as there was already one pinching through an orange there. And APH, again, just round after round, they're beating the bejesus out of Oasis here. Maybe we'll see Oasis pick up an operator, but at least this time it's going to be a
enemy remaining.
Still waiting for Action PH to give Oasis an inch, but hasn't happened. Sometimes an inch is all you need. And
hey man, if you know how to use that inch, you know,
sometimes it's all you have.
I mean, if this is speaking for experience, I feel for you.
All right, well, speaking of inches, Oasis now, they're going to be crawling their way. They're inching their way here towards mid. Trying to get a little bit more control. And I like this. This is what I wanted to see from Oasis. Force Action PH to have a harder time on these executes. But it's going to be a 5v5 retake instead here towards that A side.
No.
Nice kill from George. He actually gets one, gets away up on top of that lockdown as well. I don't know what that cloud burst is about, actually. I don't know if you saw anything. Maybe it was for the turret. But Marky is able to get one. That's up on the flank here. Bring it down to a 4v4. Yeah. Georgie stopping while Oreo dead in his tracks. Now Sparta 3v4 time taken away.
Now, they're going to have to force themselves through the Viper's pit here. And again, it's a weird game of Jack in the Box. They're going to have to open so many corners just so and that's not going to happen again. In the last bastion of hope, but immediately brought down by the remaining members of APH there. And I got to say here, Georgie, he's doing whatever he can and whatever he wants, and it is working. He's not overly aggressive, but the corners that he chooses, look at how effective it is at just getting like these singular picks.
Individual picks right now from Action PH have really been the story on how they're able to maintain such an advantage over Oasis. See, the thing is, the problem that I'm seeing right now from Oasis is they're just giving up too much too early, whether it's a pick, whether it's map control. They made an aggressive push towards mid, great. But stuff like that happens where they lose the rest of A. I'd like to see a little bit more of a, a separated, concerted approach towards the site, because right now, it's just the same thing. They get a pick, they take a site, and Oasis have no way to respond.
I feel like Georgie should have like a title other than the Baraka. I feel like he's the one or from the Philippines. Damn, he's just opening stuff up. Like he just peeks, sees a pixel, and then he shoots, and it just magically gets him a kill.
He's, surprisingly, we talk about Georgie a lot, but one player that I do want to, mention that has really grown in the past few months as well is Modsky. Right now, he's sitting at the top of the scoreboard. Honestly, from last year, if I'm being completely honest, Asarai, I thought was a little bit of an underwhelming performance, especially when he did switch to Enigma Galaxy. Just didn't think he was hitting the shots, wasn't giving out the performances. This time, it's like he's like a whole different player. Modsky's absolutely been the crux of the defense of Action PH time and time again.
And what's good about this is, again, typically Sentinels have the higher cooldown or higher cost for their ultimates, but because Modsky is getting all these nifty little frags,
he is it all the time.
Yeah, he has lockdown all the time. Exactly, right? I was building to that point, and it's like, Modsky, how do you have it like 7 rounds in a row? He's done what, 2, 3 lockdowns now, and it really gives them so much map control, especially for that A site where, again, because it's supplemented by how quickly Georgia can take aggressive site control on A. It just is a power play for Oasis here, for APH, excuse me. Oasis now still on the rifles. I wonder when Marky is actually going to cop himself an operator, because I feel like that could be a risk they should be willing to take now, since they've dropped already a couple of rounds, a bit of a mix-up here and there. could maybe also disrupt the flow that APH is going, because as you mentioned, APH just super clean on the executes.
I agree 100%. I wish that the operator would come sooner, Aserai. It would help them take more map control with less players committed to it. If they sent an operator down B long or down towards mid a little bit aggressively, they wouldn't have to commit so many bodies. And that might help them maintain control of A site, which they've been losing consistently. Now, however, it's going to be a different story as they just deploy the Viper Spit and hope to get a little bit lucky here. It's a decent strategy, sure, but I feel like Oasis, they need to be doing a little bit more.
Well, they have committed this ultimate from Ripper, but the problem now lies that Zero Deathio still has his own drone just to clear it out, and this ultimate does absolutely nothing on the zip line. Still, Oasis are pushing it into a really good angle to actually get some picks. Invi is starting to fire off as he finds the 3K. Emon does get the res, so it is still going to be APH having a bit of a firing squad here, but they might not be able to commit on the A side. Though Marky, already at the lurk, finds immediately 2 frags, and Aryu is trapped, wrapped in a cage
30 seconds
as he is being flanked from above or in front and behind.
Easiest 2 kills of his life, but he's got to deal with the rest now. 1v3 for Aryu. It's finally a decent half for Oasis. Viper's Pit to get him here as the double swing out comes in, and Coco closes out the round for his team. I really think Aserai that was a decent approach to the round. I would really like to see them do a little bit more interesting things on the defensive side. You know, flash, and that's the problem with this team. I don't see a flash. Do you see a flash? I don't see a flash. I don't see a single flash for Oasis, and you can't, because it's like, okay, let's take B main. With what? How are you gonna flash me into B main? How are you gonna flash into? You're just not. But then
I guess they're just relying on the utilities that they have. That's not flashes. So yeah, intel and smokes for the most part, but oh man, Georgie. Yeah, last round they had the Viper Spit. That's why Action PH were very, very cautious of going into the A side. But now that they don't have that, look how just aggressive they are. But Ripper, he's a snake.
Spike down
in cover, and he finds these kills. Oh my goodness, that's a huge one. As Georgie could have actually popped him from 410. He actually backs up to his initial position and should be able to catch Zero Deathio. But I think he heard the footstep. In any case, this is still Zero and Aryu caught again. Can't really push forward. It's a bit of a risk. They could try to wrap around, but again, they're going to have to cover a lot of ground, and Aryu's already committed his important Viper wall onto the A side. So a double dip back into A could be the proper move here for APH.
Oh, dip potato chip as they try to get into A. It's 3v2. Ripper has bought a life. The timing so unfortunate for Envy. He's gonna hate that for sure.
Planted. One enemy remaining.
Work their way onto site. Coco's ready for one. Not ready for the second. Zero Deathio has to come up huge. Has to get a 4K.
No!
Ooh, the timing again for these Sovas. Just missing completely. Marky will steal the round away. Oasis get another one. But it was a hard-fought one, even though Ripper gets a triple on the defense.
Man, Ripper is getting those triple kills round after round, and he has been giving Oasis the fighting chance, right? You talk about how Oasis should have an operator because it does allow them for solo map control, lesser people just to hold a certain angle. Ripper is doing the same thing in a sense with his utility, and it is again giving Oasis that bit of fighting strat here. Now that Action PH know that it is going to be Ripper always at the A site, it seems like they want to try their metal towards B main, where Coco and Marky are waiting for the contact.
Yeah, this is an interesting development because they haven't had much luck on that B site entirely. The times that they did go B, they were a little bit shut down. And Action PH, they're a very execute-heavy team where they can get onto a site. But the thing is, B site, not that easy to execute onto unless you have a very good game plan. We'll see how it works out as the Hunter's Fury does come out. He's being dished out here, not going to be doing too much damage at all. Nothing that they can't come back from as Georgie and Aryu. Individual picks across the map towards B, towards mid. 3v5, all they got to do now is group up and take a site.
That was greedy from Envy. He was the only one holding mid, and because he was using that Hunter's Fury, and and he was behind cover, right? He could just not get any information if he was getting pushed. Like, he could have a chance to get a kill. Yes, that would have been brilliant, but that might have been the risky biscuit. Again, Ripper, he's doing all of the work right now for Oasis. Picks up the nice little 4-piece, and it's all Jordy against the world. Ripper is the absolute magician right now, pulling something out of nothing, Elu, just to keep Oasis at the forefront, at the advantage in each and every single one of these rounds.
Yeah, he is the bastion of hope right now for Oasis. As long as he's alive, there is a possibility. Luke, we need your help, Luke.
I gave you a
You're my only hope. You're my only hope. With an ace like that, that's a lot of hope.
Wow. He's already 16 kills in. Georgie's like 11. We've been like praising Georgie's name at the start for how APAC are taking the sites.
My God.
Ripper on the other spectrum, we gotta give him praise for just defending these sites. Look at that. The timing and the reads, my guy.
Yes, honestly, when Ripper's feeling this hot, it's just go B. Just go B. They have this is like I said. This is like what I said earlier before the game started. Oasis is such a team that has such high peaks. They are very much momentum based. When the individual players pop off, this is what you get. Now on the other side, when they're cold, it's kind of like it's not very good. But Ripper is popping off for everybody.
Yeah, I think this is a whole different dynamic that we see from Oasis. Granted, of course, as we mentioned, Oasis individually can go for pop-offs, but I think at a more standard style from them, or a standard outcome from them, it should be people like Marky and even Wild Oreo that should be popping off. And haven't really seen Wild Oreo find much success on his Raze for the moment. Granted, it could be just because it's on defense. Really can't optimize his utility other than just throwing it out. And because he's playing these lesser aggressive angles, you know, just trying to get information and whatnot, I think he's being overwhelmed by the Action PH members. But that being said, he needs to step up somehow. But we'll probably see that on the second half.
It's very rare that we see a quiet game from the likes of Envy and Wild Oreo, but fortunately they have Ripper to step up this time. Hallmark of a great team is when everybody can pop off, but it's going to be the Pain Shield to actually stop the plant. I'm not sure how Coco got that actually, but the Hunter Fury is good enough to get the trade.
Spike planted.
Good enough to get another. That's a double kill from Zero Deathio with a Hunter's Fury, but Marky's looking to hang on. He finds Aryu as well. Viper's Pit deployed because certainly he's been holding on to that. Now Ripper is in the mix. What can you do? Because this guy is absolutely on fire. But so is Zero Deathio. 4 kills for him right now. Give him the ace. Will we be seeing back-to-back aces to the right? It's been denied.
The kill secure
Last
for
round
Action
before the
PH.
switch.
And I honestly thought that Oasis would have gotten that round. They were building up to a climactic finish there, I feel, with Wild Oreo popping his showstopper. There it is. And then somehow, some way, he actually gets spotted by Zero. And this was one of the points that I wanted to talk about for Action PH here, Elu, is that I did mention, you know, during the group stage that it was Eman and Georgie that, you know, the Splash Brothers for Action PH. But the deeper we go into this tournament, I felt like Action PH strongest players now hover over or revolve around Georgie as well as Zero Deathio, because he can just do so much with the Sova while also finding these really amazing frags that give so much space again for Georgie to do Georgie things.
And this is what I like about Action PH. Georgie is on the operator on the attacking side. That's how confident they are. Their ability to execute without Georgie up on the entry. Now, he's on the other side. You see Marky, he still hasn't picked up an operator at all, which could have definitely helped their case. But still, 7-4 could be a 7-5 as they now barrel their way into the A site. Already secured it. Viper's Pit forced it. That's going to be a jump up here. The updraft leading to nothing, but Eman getting a double. Now Eman with a third here. It's every single member popping off as Envy drops a couple. But now it's all up to Eman. He's looking for the ace. Denied again. How many aces will we be seeing denied this tournament as Action PH find the 8-4?
Switching sides.
Oof, Oasis are taking a bit of a beat down here, but Flip the switch. See how it goes. Second pistol will go underway.
Placing sentry.
I still think this isn't the worst
Placing swamp
outcome
grenade.
for Oasis. 4 to 8 is still pretty respectable, I'd say. We do see, again, a Ripper just being able to be that vanguard, that bastion of hope, as you were describing. Take that nice little quick replay there.
Last player
That was
standing.
almost a great comeback, I would say, but Valorio just not in a position where he could
He could've
refrag
got
quickly
ace.
for Envy.
They could have given to him, but they
Yeah.
chose not to. He had the angle as well. What would you do? Asteroid, would you get mad? Would you be upset?
Yeah, because I don't get aces too often. I'm shallow. Okay, that's a tag on Emon.
Starting with
though?
straight up B rush here this time for Oasis. They're probably gonna... They can fall back if they want to. I don't imagine that they will because it is the pistol round. They don't have a lot of utility to rotate. But look at this, Action PH. They're sending 3 players to fight for yellow. Uncharacteristic, uncommon, but they get away with murder as they find Envy waiting in the back lines. Now it's a 4v5 here, and they've crept up so close. Look at how close Action PH is. Not even on sight here. They have a crossfire set up towards yellow, but it falls apart right now as the 2 kills do come in for Oasis.
Still, that
Plant the
gives
spike.
all the information right now for APH as to where Oasis are. If they try to plant the spike now, this would be detrimental. Marky does get boosted. That could be actually his death sentence, which it is, because he got tagged by the recon. Ripper actually gets through the back line. Still, we got that 2 versus 1.
Enemy remaining.
They're trying to isolate the angles here. A nice little firefight, but Zero re-peaks the angle and claims victory to this round. Just wanted to add to that one, Ilu. I think that nade from Valorio a bit too early, because he was blotted out by the smoke of the Viper, and his teammates could not capitalize. And APH knew about this. They just re-peeked out with like 3 people, and it worked to delay the Oasis push.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Like that nade, if it were just a tad bit later on, they might have been able to do a little bit more of a push here. But it comes to the very small things that are very important, Astra, as you would know. And
what?
That's just...
I just heard that. My mind just processed it.
It's like the
My boy missing though. That's
for
not
some reason the
busting.
Marshall is a little bit harder to hit.
Ground. No charges left.
For Georgie.
Okay, Marshall War. For Georgie as he finds another. Zero Deathio. Man, Zero Deathio is really just on a tear today. We talk about the players that are absolutely popping off here. It's actually Zero Deathio right now. Moski slowed down a little bit. But on the other side, and you got Ripper who's just absolutely tearing it up as well. Not the duelists that are this time, you know, stepping up, but it's actually the support players who are showing everybody.
Keep up the great work. That's good. That's actually really good. Did you know that that sticker right there, the one with the 4 legs, is a lobster? Is it a lobster? Yeah, it's a lobster. Is it a lobster? Yeah. Shoutouts to Saikuno. If I remember the meme correctly. But yeah, going back to your point, you know, serious matters here, Yulu. Zero Deathio, just banger of a job. And he's 2 away from his ultimate. And with this being the bonus, he can just play it slow. And yeah, just
hang out. Just wait.
Exactly.
And you know, it's like this. You know, there's some strats on Icebox that I'm totally fine with. But this is. I'm not gonna say who, but we were playing with a certain coach from a certain team, and he was like, "All right, this is the strat, guys. Stay in spawn, wait 40 seconds, and then we go A."
40 seconds.
40 seconds, and then we go. And guess what? We won every single round. Okay, this is not obviously ranked. But if they waited 40 seconds, they might have caught off this push coming in here from Action PH, is all I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm saying.
A fine day.
Oh. Well, he waited a good chunk of time, too.
30 seconds left.
He just walked up to them. And now they're pinched, front and back. That's not what you want, right? You don't want to get pinched from front and back. That's no bueno. That's the sandwich that does not taste good for Oasis here.
Last player standing.
And yeah, they have to plant the spike, so that was one person hands occupied, as the other one just tries to get the maybe a kill or two as a defensive Brody, but not gonna happen this time either.
It's just looking like a non-starter here for Oasis, and I think they should have just waited 40 seconds. They would have got off the flank. They could have got off the multiple push here in mid. And this is what I'm at. Seriously though, Action PH, I'm not 100% happy. Excuse me. Not 100% happy with what he's doing. It's kind of a little bit. Sorry, not Action PH. Oasis kind of looking like it's a little bit in between. They're not committing to any sort of thing. They're just sort of staying in spawn for a minute, figuring out what to do. And they're like, I guess we go A now.
Yeah.
So it's not the most convincing of approaches on the attacking side. Finally, we get a timeout at 11. This is coming way too late, if you ask me.
Yeah, refresh my memory. There's 2 timeouts, right, per team?
Yeah, per half. No,
half?
it's 2 timeouts per game, no matter
game.
what half.
Yeah. Okay. Well, timeout not well spent? ...
Timeout spent a little too late. It's like...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About 4 rounds too late, if you ask me. But still, Oasis now have to figure out a game plan as we get into danger territory. Pretty much only 2 rounds for Action PH. This is what happens, man, when you have the panel of, say, Oasis across the board.
Yeah. I'm glad I wasn't part of the panel there, because
I would have said Action PH.
I have no idea who would have actually said here, because again, I had my predictions about this, but it's as simple as it could go either way. But I did have in my notes that I felt like Akshan, with the Georgie that we saw yesterday, could be a really big detriment to the Oasis style, because Oasis always play with like trying to read their opponents, and Georgie plays in a way that you can't really read him, but he still gets value off of his shenanigans.
Hunter's Fury is deployed here so early on because Zero Death, though, he can afford it, sure. While Oreo deals with the flank for now as Modsky works his way onto the site and gets Marky. Still has to find 3 more. They're only on Sheriff, but they've recovered a Vandal onto Wild Oreo. They will be spraying here. They identified one. Here comes the shock dart. It's gonna land. Not too much damage. Actually walks into it. Modsky finds one. Backup is here. Envy. He gets the defuse. Emma does get the defuse right before he actually gets taken out. That is for certain a Republic of Gamers clutch for you guys. Wow.
That is a thick wall with like 6 Cs.
Especially against Sheriffs, man.
Yeah. Hand cannons, they got nothing on Sage's wall. Look at that. It probably was super healthy still. That valiant hold from Modsky gave just enough time for Emon to squeeze in the defuse. Now Oasis trying to hold their best here as they try to push forward and keep themselves alive. But realistically, we're probably looking at a game 2 already with APH. 1 on the board. Emon, that's a good wall to start off the round.
That's a headshot pixel, not pixel, but a headshot angle. Nice kill right there. Get us into a 5v5 scenario. Shot goes wide, but not from RU as he drops now in response. Res comes through. Zero Death with a double, Emon with a third. And that's going to be Ripper all alone. He's been fantastic, but he can't pull off a miracle. Action PH takes the game 13-4. Defiantly so. They will get the victory, the big V. Now, I'm asking, here's a couple of questions that I do want to pose to you, Asarai. Again, we're seeing the Rays on Icebox. And I feel like if they had a flash, it would have helped them so much more. Maybe a Sky instead, because we know that Wild Oreo, he can play Sky, he can play anything. But I think the race was so underwhelming.
Yeah, I think he needed to find them earlier on so that he could have maybe capitalized on the utility of that race. True, because I think Sky does give a bit more flexibility for that Icebox map because you can just save your utility and it makes sense, right? For a raise, I think you have to use it in certain intervals to get that maximum value. But with all that being said, APH, this is somehow similar to what we saw in week 1. I believe that was a 13-1 in favor of APH, if I'm not mistaken. But to add another point to that, you know, going away from the agents, the maps themselves, I honestly felt like Oasis were looking at 3 specific maps going up against APH, and that was Fracture, Ascent, and Split. And a lot of those maps actually banned out by APH. So they really know right now what they want to bring to the table going against Oasis, and this Icebox definitely was their baby to start it all.
Well, we're all about having babies here in VCT, and so we're
nice
going
one, baby.
to take a look at that. Thanks, baby. Now we're going to the highlights. Taking a closer look at what just happened here. It was pretty much a stomp, man. There were a couple of good rounds and a lot of great individual performance. But even if there were a lot of great moments for each individual players, I do want to point out Action PH, their teamwork is shining. One, I think key to victory here for anybody playing up against Action PH is one thing. You cannot let them execute onto a site. You just can't. Because they have the cleanest executes I've ever seen here in the Philippines. I don't think I've ever seen cleaner executes from anybody. Not a single person, because they're clean every single time, no matter who they play against. And so in order to win against that, you have to do better early round. Get a pick off, work together, send a few players in. And it's not that simple, because they'll just 4-man push into a site, or 5-man push into a site while you secure map control elsewhere. But, you know, like I said, had that, like you said, Asura, earlier, had that op come in earlier, just take solo map control, just to help them reinforce the site. That would have been, I think, a better strategy to maybe stop Action PH from getting such successful executes every single time.
Yeah, I get it that Oasis want to play for contact, you know, and rifles are always the best for contact play. But the problem therein lies that they just cannot win the contact against APH. So the adjustment needed to be way faster for Oasis to get something different into the mix, because I felt like throughout the duration of this whole game number 1, Oasis were just trying to do one thing, and they were trying to do that good, but APH just kept slapping it away. That being said, though, we are going to go for a break, guys. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2. We'll see how the next map fares for Oasis here, because Icebox just definitely wasn't theirs for APH. So again, we'll be back after the break.
I ain't trying to be all the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah.
You know, we Filipinos, we love our action scenes, and Action PH has turned this into an action film as Georgie is feeling like the what is it, like the FPJ of Icebox. Shoot, bang, bang.
So if he is the FPJ, then obviously we have to have a Robin Padilla, and that's gonna, I'd say it's gonna be Ripper, because Ripper was insane in that game, so he can be Robin Padilla.
True. I think that would have been a bigger stomp for Action PH without Ripper. And again, this isn't pointing towards any form of bias or something for APH. It's more of really just what we saw as to how cleanly they really executed the Icebox map. And refresh my memory, I believe Icebox was picked up by Oasis. If I'm
I
mistaken.
actually missed it. I was getting ready for the match. And,
yeah, I'll actually double check that in our in-house stats, but I'm pretty sure they picked it. And the reason why I felt like they picked it was because it's the map that they would just want to get out of the way already as a game one. You know, when you're a best of 3 series, you know that your opponent has this really good map. If you have the chance to put that in the front rather than in the back or later on, I think you just put it there and see how it goes. And if it doesn't go well, at least you have the capabilities to do better on the second and third.
Well, second time's a charm could be for Oasis, but they definitely still have a chance in this one. A very underwhelming performance considering the expectations that had been set forth for them. Now we go into the next map here. Let's go into Agent Select and actually see where we end up. And let's go. It is now towards Ascent, where we're going to be finding ourselves. I actually think Oasis have a very good shot here in this map, like this one. It is a map that lends itself more to, I'd say, defender-sided aggression. You can do so much. You can play for B main aggression. You can play for like control towards Y on A, maybe even play towards mid. There's a lot you can do. Rotations are shorter than on Icebox for the defensive side. So if it comes to it, and Oasis start on the defensive side, I do feel like they can be more aggressive than their passive holds that we saw in Icebox.
And now we're seeing Wild Oreo on his signature Sky. And going deeper into what I said, you know, before we went into the break, I felt like Oasis were looking for specific maps to actually pick up against Action here, and that was 3 maps that I said in particular, Fracture, Ascent, and Split, because I think I feel that Action PH really wants for maps that maximize contact, and Icebox, Haven are maps that they would really love to play on. Ascent, I'm not really certain about this, but we did see how well Georgie played this yesterday against Zeal, and oh boy, this could be a rough start for Oasis. But with this composition they've had, now with the Flasher, I think they have the necessary tools and utilities to at least battle the APH oppression or aggression.
Well, let's go into Ascend. We're about to find out how this one goes. As Action PH, they look to take this cleanly in a 2-0. We start with a pistol round. Action PH will be starting on the D fence, and Oasis will be starting on the fence.
What?
Look, man.
You got to emphasize the D and the O sometimes, you know?
Yeah, it just...
Yeah, just...
All right.
Okay, that's very risque for Georgie, but maybe he can convert. He does have the dash, though. He already expends it. They're already trying to run away, and they're actually bumping heads onto the wall, but nobody from Oasis actually capitalizing, unfortunately. And on the other side of the world, Zero Deathyo spots out Coco and teammate trying to sneak one in through the B site, but APH not having it. At least for now, they do slow down the pace, and Wild Oreo does not have a flash. They could wait for it as they try to hit for the B site. But yeah, with that orb take, they should know that somehow Oasis are still here.
Big rotation coming in. Oasis is trying B this time. Marky playing with fire. That turret taking him down at 28. A little bit longer, he would have actually gone down. Marky pushing through spawn here as they look to control it. What a shot right there, long range. And they're gonna bamboozle their way towards spawn instead. They're gonna try to isolate through market, but RG gets one. Now they know the jig is up. Coco still fighting in B. I'm not sure what the strat is right here from Oasis. It's a little bit wonky. Georgie looking to capitalize. He misses the first shot, eventually gets the kill, but still it's brought down to a 2v2.
Oh, no. Missed opportunity there from Marky. Already had it, but he's so low that Motsky wouldn't even bat him a second eyelash, and Zero actually sneaks one through. But look at this. He's abandoning the site. He's actually going to double down. And this puts Zero into a 1 versus 2. The Recon Dart will spot him. He'll have to use one in turn as he needs to spot the 2 remaining members. This is still a double swing, and he barely gets away. Does get tagged, though. How well can he actually retaliate and even react? Zero Deathyo gets the clutch 3-piece and the defuse. He's having a celebratory jump, just, you know, show his dominance.
What a play right there. You know what I love about that play from Zero Deathyo? He gets into the perfect position for that Republic of Gamers clutch. It's just fantastic. He gets into that spot to isolate. He picks a headshot angle to make himself more difficult to hit. And sure, he gets tagged down on the head. Still, he can't get the body shot through the wall. It'll have to be a double headshot. He knows this. And in a 2v1 situation, he lands the headshots first. Zero Deathyo was on an absolute tear here today, stealing away the round from Oasis once more.
Yeah, that was a thick shot. You know, with 3 Cs. Cool, calm, and collected.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Very thick.
With the shots.
With the shots.
Exactly. Man, you were mentioning how Oasis felt like, what was that play? I gotta say, I think I like it, but the problem therein lies that they have to check each and every quarter in transition, right? It was so risky, but yeah. I like the risk. And speaking of risk, this is the Oasis style before when the Spectre still had that ADS spam feature. They're now force buying on Spectres themselves.
Honestly, I'm also not sure about that strat when I saw Coco fighting in B. There were still 2 players in B and he took a solo fight. So I would have rather seen Coco hold spawn instead so that they don't get flanked from the 2 players, cut off their rotation instead. But he goes into B and he dies alone. So there are, you know, they can run that strat, sure, but I feel like there's a lot of things that they can adjust and fine-tune to make it a little bit.
They're gonna force into this with only the smoke to deter them, but to the cross, it's actually still somehow working for Oasis here. Now Rico is making them a bit more honest, but the value is actually spotted. Motsky peeks right through. There's one already looking at him. Coco and Marky slowly creeping up, and there it is. And the force buy for Oasis, the risk actually pays off, and now they got themselves a nifty little amount of money and APH back to the drawing board in terms of creds.
Well, now I'll take a little bit of a look at that replay. Back to that position where Marky gets another one. It's going now as, you know, Marky has been underwhelming on Icebox. I'm hoping this is a little bit of a resurgence for him. And definitely a round stolen away from Action PH on an eco round like that. That's going to boost their confidence a lot. Just the swing that they might need to get back into the series.
Nailed them.
Oh, flash, an even better shot from Georgie. Now, okay, the smoke, fade away here. Ripper, ready for it, but not ready for RG this time. Suddenly, the eco rounds are still looking so deadly, and an ascent with pistols can be much more effective. Very much a possibility here as they try to barrel their way onto that B side. Coco finding Zero Deathyo. They still have to find more. Motsky with a right-click kill coming up close. And he's going to try to get on site right now. Picks up a Spectre. Alarm bot gives information. Oh, that's a really good Nano Swarm. That's a brilliant Nano Swarm to slow them down. Georgie gets into the picture here. 4 players up against 1. Envy can't get a single. And that's going to be another eco steal for one of these teams, and it's Action PH who does it this time around, trading them right back.
I don't know if these guys have watched Captain Planet, but there's a lot of eco warriors
Nailed them.
Playing in this game right now.
There They're gonna bring pollution down to 0.
But jokes aside, huge upset there for Akshan. Man, APH are they gonna go the same route and force buy again? Because now Akshan have themselves the Vandal in hand. So we'll see how this goes. But oh man, they're fighting this. And Georgie, he's heating up. Okay, Marky shuts him down, thankfully, because that would have given so much mid control. But actually, Modesky double peeks the angle right now and keeps the pressure up and running on mid. But for the moment, Oasis seemed locked and loaded to push that A main. But again, this is where Astra and Killjoy Util reign supreme. And while that is happening, APH get that aggressive mid control to kind of add to the pressure.
Oh, mid is the name of the game right now as Marky, who tries to get a little bit of a pick off. Eman is trapped in this corner. He's going to call for backup here from Marky. They're actually going to smoke it off just to help Evan escape a little bit. So good coordinated escape right there as Oasis failed to punish that misposition. They will recover a Spectre though, and it's going to be going into the hands of Wild Oreo. Flash comes through, blinds up Marky. Nano Swarm as well. They're going to be taking so much damage as they approach onto the site. And they're taking a lot of damage here. Aryu cleans up one. Envy trades it out, but it's going to be Envy with a double kill on the Sheriff. Looking for more as he recovers a Vandal. No, sorry, not a Vandal, a Spectre. 2v2 right now. Spike goes planted.
Envy has ultimate, but he has no time to go to A main to, well, utilize that. Maybe he can use it from Hell as they kind of try to fight for this one. Oh, he actually whips out the weapon. 0 cycles through, and that could actually cost him the round, which it does. Oh no! You press that 3-2-1, 3-2-1, and all you see is your teammate dropping down. Oh, unfortunate. And Oasis squeeze another thrifty. These Eco Warriors, man. Captain Planet's gonna be happy.
I am in.
Last player standing.
Oh,
One
no.
enemy remaining.
Not like
this. That's gotta suck, dude. And it's like you look at the replays, like, why the hell were you pressing 1, 2? If I was his teammate, I'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you pressing 1, 2, 3? Why are you cycling weapons? You gotta be watching my back. That's it. That 1, 2, 3 cost them the round, dude. It literally did, I think, because they would have had 2 players alive, and Marky was on 4 HP.
I can imagine already how. What are these casters talking about? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's this weapon swapping.
Well, if you don't know, then you don't know.
Yeah. For those who know, you know. It happens. You like to weapon swap a bit because it gives you a bit of movement speed boost because again you're faster when you have the melee out, and it just I don't know. It maybe makes you mentally prepared when you cycle through weapons, but there are times where it just messes you up, and that was one of those. It's a really grave mistake.
Oh, that was one of the rare instances of Action PH being a little bit out of sorts here, but now in this 2v2 they approach B side. Yeah. Or will be recovered. That's lockdown available. They will be choosing to hold on for now. They will be deploying it. Spot hoping to avoid the shock darts. Hunter's Fury to deploy it. Forced out. Georgie finds Wild Oreo here.
Oh!
Hunter's Fury actually finds one. Gravity, well, a little bit too late. But Marky kills his... Marky dies in his own teammate Nano Swarm? Okay. Round is a little bit topsy-turvy right now as everyone from Action PH going down. What just happened?
10 seconds
Bit
left.
rough around the edges, but could get rougher as Modesky and Oreo are here to just challenge Modesky. Gung-ho just charging into the side. Spike has been planted. I don't know if he knows that he's actually in the corner here. Sweep there from Aryu. Tries to go again for the peek, and now he knows. Spots it out.
No!
But, oh, he committed with the spray, but Envy still gets it in the end. And the hero of the round, Invicious, gets it.
Just committing, like you said, man, committing to that spray just
One enemy remaining.
didn't really have the control that he needed.
One enemy
A
remaining.
little bit unfortunate there for him.
Yeah, you even see the bullets just on top of his head because there's the walls behind him.
Racing around.
Yeah, just feels like those 90s cartoons where like Tom gets shot and there's just an outline of bullets around his body. I don't know if that's ever a scene, but it feels like it is.
Maybe it's one of those Mandela effects.
True.
You ever heard of a Mandela effect?
Yeah. I forgot. I remember the. I can't remember the exact definition, but I know what you're talking about.
It's like when everybody thinks something is true, but it's not. Like apparently the Wendy's girl doesn't have braids, but just pigtails. You know.
Or like Darth Vader saying, "Luke, I am your father." It's.
But he never really said it exactly.
Yeah.
That's the Mandela effect. Well, they're trying to work their way towards mid here. Okay. It'll be a nice pick off here. Can't recover the weapon just yet, in fear that there might be someone watching over it. That's gonna be a 3v3. These pistols have just been so lethal. Could get another one. Ripper falling away. Try to get himself onto site. Zerodethio, he gets one. Almost gets a second one. Can't do it. 2v2 still. Now rifles collected. Very good chance for Action PH to get back on this as Aryu and Mochi will be working hand in hand. Spike gets planted.
One enemy remaining.
Mochi buying enough time for his team. Coco finds out the double. It's gonna be 2 kills for him, and Oasis finally stable. Finally, nobody loses on a Thrifty.
APH kind of overthinking things. They're overheating at some intervals here. That Mochi didn't have to like jump up there to maybe close the door or something. I don't know what is happening there. Look at that. He just jumped out. Aryu was nowhere near him for the take. They already know that one was on the side, the planter, right? So all they have to really do was just slow peek it. They had 40 seconds to make that all work, but APH trying to fight battles where they might not need to kind of rush things.
Sometimes rushing things is just not the way. Ooh, he gets dinked through the wall from that. That's gotta suck, but that's the heal already used up here, for now at least. Will be a little bit more slow, steady approach coming from Oasis as they try to begin their way, their crawl towards that A site.
Okay, now that Wild Oreo is set up for A, it's going to be a pinch on both sides, but the spike is actually nowhere near the push for A here. Invi is using his drone, but you can see Oasis hasn't really fully committed to the idea of the take. And Georgie, he's going to re-peek this, but Marky is well and prepared. If he gets over excited, he could give up a very crucial part of this short defense. 40 seconds on the clock. And it's the calm before the deep plunge, as it were.
I've got your trail.
How well can you execute? Georgie? Oh, he gets it. He spots one more. Invi is going to go down even through. The Seeker's blinding Georgie here, and he's holding a short like a total hero. Finally, Coco shuts him down, but maybe this is the time.
3?
No. We should still get it.
They still get... Wait, why did Ripper... I'm hoping he was reloading.
Wait,
what?
what?
That was another 1, 2, 3. I would have been so upset, but 2v2 suddenly possible? Lockdown now, no way to break it. Forces him out. Mochi for the shot. Wild Oreo yet again. 1v2. 1v1 now. Zerodethio finds him. And he lines up the shot. Zerodethio with a triple. Yet again, it is Zerodethio, aka Tesseract, who has, for a time and time again, been the hero for Action PH today.
Out of charges.
Can we get that replay of why Orococo just opened the door? Was he expecting...
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about that.
Yeah, was...
30 seconds left.
Legit, was he expecting that he needs to open the door so that he can maybe counter the...
Lockdown, maybe.
The lockdown? Yeah, but... Even so, they had like 3 people, so they could have handled a plant and spotting out Heaven while transitioning to A main. I don't know. Because he didn't have anybody to like mark his location, and he was already looking at door as he was opening up, and his legs were like exposed to the opponent looking at him, so... That was just weird.
Strange times indeed here as another scrappy round comes into play. Eman doesn't really have anything but a sheriff, and so it's going to be another lesser buy for Action PH. Marky on the Blade Storm. Still have yet to see an operator be picked up 8 rounds into the game. Hoping we'll see one soon. Definitely would, I think, boost Action PH's chances on the defense, especially with Georgie on it. Double swing out now coming through, but the backup is ready for it. Ripper coming in, can't get out. Zero Deathio gets punished. 2v1 exchange, and that works out really well for them. But Georgie is ready to push, he's ready to capitalize. He finds Marky, shock darts coming in. And they're actually going to be able to get on site for Oasis. They find the positioning that they need. Do they have the bodies? Yes, they do. It's a 3v3. Spike gets planted, and they're going to be trying to work their way, all of them, from B main together.
They're gonna do this because they have res on Emon, so they're gonna be looking to make something like this work. There's no space for this to not be punished at all, though. This log position for Wild Oreo is gonna be crucial. Let's see how he works. Oh, he got spotted, and Georgie actually gets back. This flash is going to be huge. It actually gets 3. Oh, Warrior can't capitalize, though. Oh, in the kill. Joy gets nothing on the detain. Coco on an island. He's on the back of the side. Does he? Okay, 1, but down to 3 HP. He's breathing, but he can't stop the defuse, can he? Ryu just has the angle. Oh, APH, how do they get through these, Elu?
I gotta bring it to individual misplays, man. Wild Oreo, he gets the perfect flash onto 3, but he flashes himself as well, and he could have punished 1, maybe 2, given his team a fighting chance. But instead, he flashes himself. He's fully blind, and it is all for nothing. There were 3 players in that corner. Oh, heartbreak moment for Oasis right there, as they could have taken it, but Action PH, they level the game. We're tied up.
That was so risky from Akshan too. But somehow, some way, they did not get detained. Georgie, even though he updrafted, still doesn't get swatted by Wild Oreo, and he even manages to get through on Market, which is actually good because if his teammates get detained, he still has an angle to fight the pusher outside of B site stairs, right? Which is actually a good angle for Georgie because I believe he wasn't smoked off or anything. Akshan PH, that was, I don't know if that was intentional, but it worked out so well from them.
I like how there were just 3 players in the corners. It's like, what's up? What's up, bro? We're just hanging out here in this corner.
It's like, and at this moment, he knew he was messed up, but
yeah,
it went the other way because again, you mentioned it. Wild Oreo just, you know, he friendly fired himself.
Oh, great shot from Ripper. Zero Deathio gets damaged, but they get the kills right now. Moski looking to come alive, but can't. There's Indy and Wild Oreo. It's the Sheriffs again.
Spike planted.
Okay, they play the full contact and it works. RU does have a wall. Maybe he can isolate a couple of fights here, but yeah, drone, turret, it's the age of the machines, you know? Yeah, I'm here for John Connor. Get to the chopper.
It's the industrialization, no, the modernization age now, and bots will be enough.
It's the E-age.
The E-age, as we will be replaced by AI at some point. Turret making a very good argument for that. Yeah. Dude, these sheriffs have just been, like, insane on it. This is one thing that makes Ascent so great to watch. Because it's not like Icebox where the sheriffs and marshals are less effective. But because of the fact that you can get those one-hit kills on the head on the sheriff from closer range,
yeah,
you can find so much more.
And again, I'm just gonna point it out there, you know, not as smart stats, but Sheriff does what, 55 damage to body shots? So if you have like 3 people looking at in one direction, you hit like 3 body shots simultaneously. That's a full bar HP person down. Obviously, that's not gonna happen every single time or even at all, but just pointing it out there.
4 to 5 is the score line right now. It is just pistols. Getting, well, I say just pistols, like they haven't won most of the rounds. Most of the rounds in this game have been on thrifties, I'd say.
I've got your
let that sink in. Let that sink in for you guys right now. The Seekers come in, process that information. As they barrel their way onto that A side. Updraft comes in. It's enough for Marky to find the kill. Gets tagged up by the recon. Marky finding a second. Gonna be cleaned up right now. Marky, triple kill. Okay, we're... Zero Deathio making a good argument as to why they can hold on. We'll recover a rifle rotation coming towards B.
Moski does have a rifle. Oh, they just actually looked at each other. Wait, Motski put back all of his utility. So he's hiding at the back of the site right now. I don't think they know he's there, so he may be able to pop out like a Viper and Sting. But Envy capitalizes. How good is this lineup to stop the plant? Not enough. 2v1.
Close. Nano Swarm. That was so anticlimactic. That is just BS, man. That is just so no way. He just gets killed through the wall right
You were building up to it too. I felt it.
Yeah, it was like 1v2. He can do this. He gets the time, no time. So blah 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 blah. Oh well.
Yeah, great casting right there.
Yeah, that's done.
Oh,
finally an up though.
It's on Georgie though, so not
That's
Oasis.
a good thing.
Yeah, true.
I mean, I'm happy to finally see an off.
Oh, 4-man peek on mid. You. It's a 4-man peek on mid.
This is brave. This is quite the ballsy play here.
The drone is dodging.
What are we watching?
Oh my goodness. I love it. Oh, it's not any shenanigans from APH. It's a good strat, but it just looks funny at the base level.
This is I wouldn't say Kenkoi, you know what I mean? But it's like
Hey man, rule 17, you gotta enjoy the little things. Is it the 17?
Of course we gotta enjoy the little things, Asura. How else would you get any pleasure out of life?
True.
You are divided.
You have to make the small things count. But like us, we're the short kings.
Yeah, King.
I'm being oppressed! I am being oppressed!
Hey, for those who don't know, Ilu's been quoting Monty Python since yesterday.
You
Well,
should
we go
run.
back to B side right now.
30
But
seconds
on
left.
A, Marky's enough to get one, holds the rotation. Now that's information given. Lockdown comes in right through. The Hunter's Fury does clear out the back of sight.
Oh, Georgie.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. He's whipped out the blades and it's enough. Killjoy Ultimate does absolutely nothing to stifle the defense from
Last
stopping them
round
to
in the
moving
half.
in. Invading on the B site. And APH, they have a case to make this into a 6-6. Oh, that's how he got it. I thought he just like peeked out through the smoke, but he was actually boosted on top. He even had the blades out just for security. And Georgie doesn't seem to play the operator too much unless he has the blades when he buys it, just so that he has something to fight the people coming in. I don't think I've ever seen Georgie like do a soul dom where he plays with like a shorty. I could be mistaken though, but at least from what I've seen, it's not the case. So I like the safety.
I think that's a fair assessment. I don't think I've seen it either here. And Georgie, though, playing close with the operator, will be faced off quite closely. The rest of the members here now working their way towards short. There is a lot of presence here towards mid. That 4-man mid earlier might have worked this round, but instead they're pushing towards A. Look how far they're getting, all the way to A main. They have full control of it. How far will they push is the question.
Indy's pushed really deep into this. Modski, the sub, tries to isolate the fight, but he gets isolated himself. That's unfortunate for him, but this gives Oasis some breathing space on mid though. Now as they try to smoke right in, no one is on the side itself. Zero death. Yo, what a shot! Even to the blind, he actually gets back with the straight. What a shot from Zero! He's already gotten the 4. Has to reload though, but the impact is already done. Georgie misses the beat, and Marky gives an opportunity here.
left.
Does he have the spike? No, he's got to pick it up on B main. He does have the dash. He has to use it, but he has spotted at least one. Trying to repeat the angle, maybe to get a free kill to isolate the fight. And now he will try to do so. They hear him. They line up for him. Making some impact, making some plays. Pistol, the pistol, the pistol. Emma knows he's getting chased down, and Marky still clutches the round after the valiant effort from Zero Death. Yo, that is a Republic
Switching
of
sides.
Gamers clutch for you, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Back-to-back 4K heroics from both Zero Deathyo and Marky. I am in awe. Look at this. Beautiful fadeaway tap. So sexy to watch. Gets another one. 4Ks it off, but Marky does just as good in a clutch situation as well. Keeps his cool, whips it out, the pistol, and stylish jumping right click to seal the deal. Amazing play from both of these players. It is a treat to watch this. This is the map that we've been looking forward to. None of that icebox that we saw last game. This is the one.
Yeah, who wants to go to like a super cold place, right? That has ice in the name.
I do. It's pretty hot. It's getting pretty hot here, man, if I'm being honest. Tropical countries.
Oh. Okay. Shot for shot. Tit for tat. Marky tries to just dash right through, but good spot is Emon. That does give the call for the rest of APH to start moving past. This wall actually does nothing.
Wow.
And Envy even has a lineup just to stop the plant, but it finds Emon, who was already pretty severely low. And this is going to be a 3 versus 3 with the with the delayed lurk coming in from Modeski. I don't think Coco will assume this, but he is a bit cautious of it.
Yeah, aware of the potential flank. Guiding light coming through.
Enemy remaining.
Not looking the right way as they both get executed by RU playing close in the smoke. Great round here from Oasis. From Action PH to close that gap as we get into the second half of it. Look at that. Very nicely done. Very nicely timed by RU. Cute doggy. My dog, Scooter.
I mean, it is a drawing, so...
It is a drawing.
Yeah.
It is also a Dutch Hound, a hot dog dog.
Oh, okay. I literally just called it it's called a hot dog. Didn't know it was the Shand. Sounds like a name, you know, Deshaun. Okay. Anyways, Jordy's already knocking at Heaven's door here as he breaks down the switch. You know that he bought up a very aggressive weapon. Modeski readjusts, finds the pick. That's the pinch already. Spike still outside of B main, but overtaking the fight. They're just trying to maybe maneuver things through. Envy does get the pinch, but the refrag to come in swift. Taylor, as it were. 2 in the back of the site, still holding. I like this. Oasis final bastions. Now gonna just try to crisscross if they can. It's not gonna work out, and that spike is already gone from B. Envy, though, slowly creeping up. I don't think Modeski knows about this, but doesn't know about Georgie lurking just to get that refrag, and I'd say a pretty clean round for APH.
I'd say so. It's one of the, you know what, man? Any anti-eco round that you win, that's already a pretty clean round by these standards. Because each and every eco round is, I'd say, completely topsy-turvy. And as we get into the second half right now, it's all up to the members here of Action PH to see if they can start to build that stability here that we haven't really seen for the rest of the game. It's really been up and down. Right now we're at round 15 and it's still dead tied. It's 7-7.
Ooh, Envy, you naughty boy. He's bought a Odin.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Naughty boy. Yeah. There's like a 3-stack on A main,
have to be
by
a
the
European
way.
accent every time we do that. But Georgie right now coming in from the flank, it works out. And they still have to deal with the Ripper, though. He's in the corner. Ripper's fighting, too. Ripper's not giving up. Ripper is finally ripped apart. And that's going to be a 2v3 here as they work their way onto that A-side spike. Now planted down. We're going to be finding out where RU's location is revealed. And Envy with the Odin. He gets a dink, just not the kill. A little bit unfortunate from that range here as Coco is the only one. 7 bullets in the chamber. Finally will be going for the reload. I think he does have the turret to keep him safe, but not that safe as Modeski executes him, getting that advantage. Action PH now take the lead.
They do with a swift retaliation. Odin does better on B than it does A, and that's the reason why. You don't have anything to fall back on, just a straight shooting gallery from Heaven fighting against A main. And again, if your opponent hits that headshot, it's as simple as that. You just drop down, right? Even though Valorant mechanics, if you hit a headshot with anything, you do an aim punch, which is you wiggle your opponent's screen because of damage. I still think that doesn't really work in that scenario. Anyways, Oasis now on weaker buy.
Taking that back.
Weaker buy has never really been a deterrent too much. Well, not at least in this round. Ripper able to land 2 with a Guardian, 3 with a ridiculous plays coming in from these players right now. It's suddenly brought to a 2v2. Doesn't matter what you have in your hands. They're going to make it work. As now a site is going to be the site of choosing. The side of Action PH. Ripper once more has been the linchpin for his team. The X factor. But will it be enough? Will he have enough chemical X to make something special?
Well, let's see if they can dun their way to
that was
victory
not the right
here.
melody.
It is.
That was a melody.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Killjoy ultimate just to delay, but there is still some time to fight for this one, but that Nano Swarm makes a compelling case to delay the fight. There is that corner right now where the fuse is pushing through. But look at this, they haven't committed to the peak just yet, and now they spotted out Wild Oreo. Maybe it's not going to work out. Modeski actually swings out in the nick of time, and that is going to be another Action PH round claimed. Bit expensive as Ripper, as you mentioned, was wilding. He was bussing with what weapon was that again? The Guardian, but it was not enough.
The Guardian was just almost... I actually think he died. Hear me out. I actually genuinely think Ripper died because his teammates were there. Because he got body blocked trying to jiggle peek, you know?
Yeah, I saw Marchi like bump into him too.
Yeah. I think he could have actually gotten away if he wasn't bumped. He might have even gotten a 4th kill. So, a little bit unfortunate there.
You know what they say? 2's a couple, 3's a crowd, 4's a party?
4, yeah, sure. Let's party, bro.
Oh, does Marky have blades? Oh, that would have been nice if he had blades. That would have been, I feel like, a kill on Georgie.
Might have been a speculative shot right there just to get some information towards mid, but they've given mid up completely on the Oasis side. As right now, it is the B site that they are looking to gear towards. Or will they go full throttle on it? Seems like the execute is inevitable. The stars come out. Ripper getting the timing yet again. Only able to find one, this time on the hold. They still have to deal with one more. Georgie taking a lot of damage. Just 44 HP left on him. As he tries to make his approach to the site. Envy flushed out of the corner. Envy taken down. Ryu's right there. Gonna be able to get that kill. Now a 3v4 as Action PH looking for double digits here. Shock dart coming through, can't land. Very nicely here. Cosmic Divide as well will be lined up. They should be going alongside a flash, trying to enter into this for this retake, but right around this corner, Georgie. Oh, he just got knifed. He got knifed. He got knifed through the wall, but still, will it be enough? They're taking too long. They need to decide now. Otherwise, they'll need to save. And they're stalled out in the middle of lane here. Marky finally swinging in, but Zero is ready. Coco gets one, but I think it's too little too late. They bowled off the other side here. Might just look to keep them inside and get these exit frags at this point. And I think that's exactly what Wild Oreo is going to do. He's just going for exits, trying to make it expensive. Zero Detio gets his 3rd kill, but it will not matter. Action PH find double digits.
At this point, it doesn't matter if they like die to the spike, because APH, yeah, they're completely stacked. They're juiced in terms of their credits department, so not really the worst case for them now. It seems like we are going to be calling that timeout already for Oasis here. Not too late. They were doing well up until a certain point, but now that Chun PH is back on the offensive, we're seeing the same thing happen on Icebox, and the same thing that has happened yesterday when APH went up against Zeal, and that is just full-blown aggression towards certain angles that Georgie opens up, and the rest of the squad follow through, and it works so well for APH here.
Oh, Action PH. They very well could take us into a 2-0 scoreline. Just goes to show what the panel knows. Panel. Plebs. Shout out to the boys on the panel watching this.
Raph wasn't even there either, but the
he's
curse
also...
of the... Yeah. Was he predicting Oasis?
I actually don't know. I didn't get a chance to speak with him before this started. But... yeah. Ripper again with the Guardian. Definitely something to watch out for. We're not seeing Oasis firing on all cylinders today. This is I'd say, one of the worst performances that we've seen from Wild Oreo yet. And obviously, I don't want to be too critical, but you know, he's not like hard carrying like he normally does alongside Envy. It's all about Ripper right now, who is coming into play here. Marky contributing as well. Definitely would like to see Wild Oreo feel a little bit more comfortable. Maybe it's the nerves, maybe it's the sports time here, but Marky definitely keeping things cool with that Spectre as he finds another pick off.
If Oasis do lose this, they're gonna be facing Zeal, I believe, for the lower bracket in their final life. Eat your words, Elu. Eat your words.
Yeah, thank you. I was so hoping that would happen. No, really, honestly, I have been waiting for these guys to pop off. And finally, what a way to get into this with a beautiful double kill. And the Sheriff here for Wild Oreo. And then Envy getting that double kill with the Hunter's Fury. Exactly what we needed from the 2-star players of Oasis.
That is such a big boost for them. There will possibly still be about maybe 1-2 rounds where APAC can still buy. And this is where Oasis needs to hold on. If they can they can push APAC back to the weaker purchases. This is going to be a huge undertaking for them. Anyways, Motsuki, I believe, got tagged a little bit, so he calls immediately for the heal. And this is where Georgie loves to always go for the push. That mid-side push, he just favors this. As you mentioned it a while ago, Oasis just gives up the control here. If they try to go for a short, there's going to be a lot of eyes towards that specific location. And I was wondering maybe a flank could happen on top mid, but RU's got that locked and loaded. And I'm really loving the mid-map control here for APAC as spreads the members of Oasis quite thin. And because they don't have that information, look at how afraid they are, and they have to guess. And they're guessing wrong. They 3-stack on A, but APAC is already looking for B.
I like the idea to wall off CT, especially because they are going all through B main. It's interesting. They take some time, they wall off mid, and now they go all B main. It's a very interesting strat. Let's see if it pays off for them. Now they dash in. Here comes the Hunter's Fury as well to help them clear the site. Good information. Envy with the perfect recon. Enough to find Motsuki through it. Tries to spray it through as well, but Coco got from the stairs. Rez comes in, but can they keep him alive? Absolutely not. Denying. Shut down, shut out. As it's going to be another 4K for Envy. Just when you need him to step up the most, he does.
Woo. Oasis. That was so risk, but Envy, yeah, best flex player in the Philippines. Right there. That's the reason why. Look at it. And even for these amazing, set of frags, he got the nice little 4K. The timing on his utility as well. Just Action not even batting an eyelash to the recon dart. He got what, 2-3 pulses in, and it really messed them up as they were trying to take the site. So that allowed Coco to survive much longer and even catch Georgie as he was trying to reload and maybe even just hold the push from market door. So now APAC, they know that they're in a bad spot here. I mentioned excuse me, that they are gonna have that weaker purchase coming into this round, so they're just looking to time out and figure things out.
Well, Action PH, they have called a timeout, I think, exactly when they needed to. It is, I'd say, just the right timing, because they have lost a couple of rounds in a row that I feel like they had a fairly decent chance at winning. Now, however, they're in danger of losing the lead. We have been brought down to a 1-round disparity between the both of these teams. The operator finally coming out for Marky. This is what we've been waiting to see. He has been shying away from using this operator, and now I'm hoping he can do something along with it. It seems like it's going to be an aggressive AP here, or rather just a passive one for now. Blade Storm available for Georgie, and they're going to be trying to go here towards short.
That was fast too. They only got like the flash first, so they're expecting maybe more in A main. But look at how many people there are already waiting for this one. Ripper! Timing to peek! Oh, that's so unfortunate. He was trying to maybe break the recon. And now, oh no! Adorio tries to just maybe back on through, but this is just an awkward team phase for Oasis. That's literally it.
You know all about that.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
We all would. Let's be honest. But I love what Action PH have done here. when you think that they're starting to slow down, because they have been playing each round slowly, what do? Change up the pace. They start to play aggressive. They hit the A sites quick and fast. They go towards short with a 3-man push, 4-man push. It actually really works out for them, because for previous rounds, they've just been playing slow. They brought out the slow play strats, walled off mid, and made a slow rotation B, but this time they're like, you know what? Let's pick a fight, see if we win it. And they do, and that should be a very big momentum morale boost for the side of Action PH.
Might I just add as well, Zero Deathio was on A main, and for those Sova players out there, you know that there's a dart that you can use from A main that actually hits the tree on short, and what that does is it spots out the tree person. And I just, for sure, Ripper just did not know where to shoot that dart. It's actually very difficult to spot it, and that just messed him up. I'm pretty like, and again, because of how the Wild Oreo Flash got blinded on A main, they expected more players from APH to actually be there. With that being said, though, Oasis did have 2 flankers, but Zero Deathio, he just deals with them unfazed. Now, if there was a Nanoswarm lineup, this could be a good setup, but it's not going to work. Marcus got to back away.
Save.
Yeah, have to.
I mean, it's a 2v4. They've already got someone flanking you. You have an AWP on the retake, and you don't really have much rounds to play with or give away here. Good shot from Marky. What? Hold on. Wait a minute. He's going to try to go for it. He's getting to half. It's all up to Mark. He's on site. They've got to get him. Could he do it? No, Georgie. He identifies the last player. Marky in the smoke. Very close to getting it to half. And for a moment, you thought it was possible. But Action PH have taken match point.
He had to commit. Zero Deathio was still alive. So
time as well.
Yeah, even if he beat Georgie, Zero was there to refrag, so there was absolutely no chance. Look at that. Zero's already closing in as well, so he had to just risk it all. And you can have it underneath the cloud burst, but again, Georgie is so experienced in that position that he just knows where you are specifically.
Well, Georgie with a great play identifying that last player. Now we go to match point here. Has to be absolute perfection from Oasis. They pulled out the operator. It did do work to some effect, but not enough to win them the double digits. Instead, we will be seeing Action PH potentially getting at 13-9 here, especially after that week bye right now. Oasis they don't really have much.
Counting the smoke timer here, and Georgie trying to pinch again. Oasis not knowing where the brunt of the squad actually lies, but APH, they like to default for these mid plays. With that being said, it is going to be down to Wild Ori. He only has a Spectre. Does he have Flash? Not even so. In the full contact, he actually wiggles.
Good trade.
But yeah, he stops dead in the tracks.
30 seconds left.
Just enough. And I think this is pretty much game, set, and match right here. It's a 2v4 with Spectres. I just don't think there's any way that they can get into this. They do have a player working their way to short, so it's possible, that's right. I just don't think it's very likely.
They close the door, so if they break it, they know it's going to be there. Coco does pick up the Vandal. Marky dashes right in, but he's blind. He actually has no information about this. Even if he tries to wiggle one through, he's not going to be able to do that because there's just so many eyes set as the Cloudburst dissipates. That is going to be a series taken in APH. Wow. And there it is again, Spooderman.
Spooderman.
Flip.
I just watched No Way Home, by the way. I'm not going to talk about it.
Good for you. Good for you.
Anyway, honestly, great stuff from Action PH. Thoroughly enjoyed how they played this. Absolutely amazing. And it seems that yet again, Oasis have been stricken with this playoff sickness that they simply cannot shed. They simply cannot cure. I don't know if it's the nerves, but we saw a lot of misplays, individual misplays from the side of Action PH. Whether it, sorry, not from Action PH, from Oasis. Whether it was failing to deal with the push, whether it was choosing the wrong site, whether it was flashing themselves or his teammates. There was just a lot of nerves coming into the picture, and this was not the Oasis that we expected coming into this one.
Yeah, they were disturbed, plagued by that down with the sickness.
I'm surprised you even know what that is, man. Like, our age is starting to show.
But yeah, I know, right? And again,
You know when that was
think
released?
Oasis when 1994.
I mean, well, I wouldn't go that far. It was actually 2000.
Dude, I know 80s songs, so you know.
Yeah, fair enough. But I'm
I
just
wasn't
saying
even
that
born in
was,
the
that
80s.
song, Down With The Sickness, was literally released 2022, 23 years ago.
Yeah, and yesterday was the 17th birthday of Avatar: The Last Airbender, so there you go. But all right, extra information aside, I think Oasis still did a good job at this. We saw like this one from Marky. There were some really amazing plays that came out from Oasis. The problem now in lies that again, Action just has that catch-off that I think Oasis are seemingly not really prepared on. It's this on-the-fly style that APH likes to enforce that I think really messes up Oasis, because Oasis, again, are a team that does their homework. But when your opponent plays such a style that, again, I think I mentioned yesterday is very much speed-like, you really just have to play very reactionary to it or very aggressive. And they don't really thrive in that.
I agree. I think you hit the nail right on the head. There is just no in-between. When an opponent is going pedal to the metal, you have to react to it, or you have to dictate the pace of the match yourself. And what Oasis was doing was kind of this little, half-step dance in between, trying to set the pace but failing to do so. And then eventually they tried playing reactive, and then they failed to do so as well. So I think you hit that nail right on the head. Spot on with the analysis there, Asura. I don't think there's any better way to say it. Oasis Gaming, it seems like it was just a half-hearted approach to this game that I wanted to see them go full throttle, play the way that they wanted to play. But instead, it was really all about Action PH dominating this match. But we're going to take a little bit of a break right now. Enough of the analysis, because we do have to go into a short one. We'll be back with the panel and start breaking down game number 2 after this.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, the verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna
Well, I think we don't go for all the same teams here in the prediction now, because the score is finally settled. Action PH has decided that they're going to be the better team against Oasis in a 2-0 fashion, a very dominant one to say the least. We're back here on the post-game analysis. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Dax, and that was as one-sided almost as ever, especially on Icebox. Black and Blue.
Totally, and this is the thing about Action PH, right? They're like a boulder coming down a steep hill, and when they get going, it's nigh impossible to stop them, as we see here. When you do stop them, though, that's kind of when they struggle, but if you don't even get that first mark, if you don't even get to that checkpoint, then you're going to be really hard-pressed to come back against them, and that's a problem that Oasis, well, found out firsthand.
Look, the thing is, the biggest problem dealing with Action PH is if you see a big lead already in the first half, you know you're absolutely in trouble. And for Oasis, they also needed to get revved up for the playoffs, couldn't make it in time. And APH, when they win even harder. They keep on winning, and they're pretty much the first PH rep now to APAC.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And really, I just want to get back to the games here, because the last time we've seen Oasis and Action PH go up against each other, it was on Icebox. It was still relatively the same story. Action PH, they have better strats on the attacking side. They solidify their lead on the first half and then just drive a little bit closer to home when they go on the defensive side. And I don't think Oasis is really comfortable on Icebox here, Dax.
Well, the thing is, they used to be so comfortable on as Icebox, but against a team like Action PH, it just gets so high octane so fast, and I really feel like it's more on Action PH and their strength and their pedigree, basically. You look at Georgie, you look like Emma, and you already know that the synergy is there. But really, Serodetio having such a monster of series, Tesseract has really changed his name and changed his aim lately here into the playoffs in this VCT stage. And Action PH, they just were able to run away with from that point on. You could really see the Soa popping off, Hunter's Fury on point. 1v2 situations, very simple for him. And it really goes for APH. If you have one guy shining, the rest shine even brighter alongside him. And it just went on to Ascent. It was better than for Oasis. They put up a fight. And at the very least, it was more contentious because they did prevent APH from getting that early lead in the first half.
I'm not too sure if, leaving that Icebox map open was the right idea or the right option for Oasis Gaming to go with, considering when they met each other in the group stages of Group A, they got 13-2'd on it, and that's almost pretty much what we got here once more, heavily in Action side. But we go on over to Ascent. And this is a map that I was kind of thinking, it could go either way. The last times we saw this, Oasis were able to take it by a very small margin on Ascent here versus Action PH, but still, they come back out of the gates swinging, pretty much land every single punch.
Yeah, and really, the first half on Ascent, that was as close as can get. It was a 7-5 half for themselves, but when we moved on over to the second half, Action PH just put out all the stop, just went on with the attacking on an attacking spree to secure the 13-9 scoreline. And with that, we're going to have our Republic of Gamers MVP. And it's going to be none other than Serodetio. Popped off definitely on Ascent, but even more so on Icebox. 242.5 ACS, a 1.9 KDA, and 16 average kills per game. And he's had like multiple multi-kills throughout the entirety of the series too, Black and Blue.
He totally does, and you see just how much he has improved throughout the year. Some people might think he's the new guy. No, obviously Tesseract renaming himself to Serodetio, but he does have that experience for multiple other teams, and he brings that experience here to Action PH, and that's really what this whole roster is about. Kind of this whole mix and mash, this, I guess, kind of smorgasbord of a bunch of different play styles and a bunch of different experiences mashed together in that one bootcamp, in that one house, and they all just perfectly fit. For some reason, you can even see that those play styles, for some reason, kind of create attacker side team, and if anything, and you saw the full effect of that when we went over to the second half of Ascent.
That's the right word there, Black and Blue. But the thing is, Serodetio, not only with the frags, not the Suri, very consistent, 1v2, 1v3, he can do it, but also he was such a big part of the intel there, especially on that second map. Remember that round where the timing was perfect? It started with the Serodetio dart over to the tree, suddenly surprising Ripper, they went on in, and the rest was history for Action PH. And rarely do you see a player who frags out and makes sure that he's still playing for the team at the same time. Serodetio looking to be the complete package here for APH.
And he deserves the MVP as well, as we have a look at how they're gonna go on in the upper bracket finals. But before we officially end the series, we're gonna have a word with one of the members here from Action PH. It's none other than RU, and Donut is on the line to have a word with him.
After the interview yesterday with the Emma, we are joined yet again here by RU here, the spokesperson of APH. How are you today?
We're feeling good again, I guess, since we've managed to win against Oasis.
So, did you expect this? I mean, it was a good turnout for you guys. Another 2-0 coming from the group stages. You already had the scoreline. Was this something that, coming to the playoffs, you expected?
It was all about the map veto, since the group stages was 2 bans, but now it was 1 ban and 1 pick. So we had the chance to choose our maps where we feel comfortable, and that's how all it went through there.
The group stages you mentioned, that it was all about the bans, and it's the first time you guys are playing Icebox. Do you feel that this is your powerhouse basically for APH?
I think we're just pretty confident when it comes to our Icebox, since the issue is, the flanks and everything, since it's a big map. And with the help of Icebox, I guess we had our confidence go building up until to the second map.
I definitely agree. Your confidence was shining all throughout the whole of the series. But I would have to say that there is one person that had his confidence, brutally showing throughout the map. It was Zero Deathyo. Can you tell us more about the behind the scenes? You were saying something offline earlier on. Can you tell us more about that story during your warm-ups?
When he was warming up, he said that uh he's gonna be powering up, like he's gonna be the same performance that he had against Secret in the week 2 of the group stage. And I guess he proved that it's true, that he really would pop off, as you can see in his stats right here.
Yeah, even in the comment section, when I was viewing, a commenter said that his performance was the most consistent out of all of you in the series. Would you have to agree? And can you tell us more about his performance in Icebox and also on Ascent?
His trading ability is really nice, as you can see that he trades most of his teammates right here. And I'm also allowing him to frag, as other Sovas tend to be on the back onto the support role. But with me on the back instead of the Sova, he gets the tendency to get more frags, and he fired up until the end of the second map.
That was the case. I mean, now though that you've already beaten 2 teams as early as the playoff stage, are there any teams that you're looking out for that you would like to maybe have a chance to get against during the grand finals?
I think the team that we want to face with is NAOS Esports, because the last time we fought them, we were both new teams, and now coming into VCT, I hope that we can fight them, as they showed that they're the top dogs of the Group B. And I hope that we can show that we have what it takes to beat them.
Well, you guys have what it takes. A 2-0 and Zero Deathyo on fire, and the rest of the teammates as well. So thank you so much, Aru, yet again, for joining the interview. But before anything else, of course, we would go back to the panel. It is Nomad, Black and Blue, and Dax to the panel.
He kind of did the cheeky pose. But with all that being said, we are going to be seeing Oasis Gaming in the upper bracket finals. They're going to be waiting on over for their opponent on the next series that's coming up soon. It's NAOS Esports and South Built Esports. And with Oasis not Oasis, but with Action PH securing that 2-0 victory, I'm pretty sure that their momentum is still going to be ongoing. Now, the question remains, though, is who will be NAOS Esports? Who will be Action PH's opponent here? Is it going to be NAOS Esports, or will it be South Built Esports? He just came through a gauntlet of a match yesterday against Team Secret. We'll find out after the break, because when we come back, it's the second series in the upper brackets. Don't go away, Challenger Philippines. We'll be right back.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Listen up, yeah. Listen up, yeah. Listen up, yeah. Listen up, yeah. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long for I.
If the series earlier was a score to be settled between Oasis and Action PH, this is redemption for South Built Esports versus NAOS Esports. This is the second best of 3 series that we have in the upper bracket, and we're going to be delivering the analysis here. I'm Nomad. Also having me a new face here, but relatively old. It's Raph and Dax. And after that first series, after South Built Esports' team secret fight, do you think we might see the same performance here from both of these teams, Raph?
I'm younger than all of you. I'm just saying.
He called you old, man. He called you old.
Yeah, I've gone. Yeah.
I dictate the tempo, guys. Come on.
Anyway, again, talking about this is it's always been interesting, but looking at NAOS trying to regain all of that momentum that they gathered for themselves, moving in from the group stage into our playoffs versus a reinvigorated South Built, who's been, well, South Built again. Honestly, when I was watching the series yesterday, I thought that Secret might have been the one that had the advantage because this is a new flavor for them. They have Jeremy, and sometimes the slightest thing can lead to a great butterfly effect, but it did look like South Built. You know, despite all of that, despite all of the adjustments, they've made adjustments themselves. They've been studying, they've been hitting the lab, and they've been doing so well at it. So moving forward with today, I don't know is the real answer.
Look. South Built, they got back to their form, and they got the win that they've been looking for. So they have been able to settle some history that has needed to be made in the PH scene. But now they're facing off really one of the hottest contenders this side of the year. NAOS Esports, they topped the bracket, they had the best standing, and really the NAOS way is the best way for we've seen so far in VCTPH.
But we'll get into the teams a little bit deeper later on. But we have to thank our sponsors here real quick. VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And just as a reminder for you guys that are watching right now, it's not just the teams that are going to be winning something. It's also you guys, because you guys can win exclusive ASUS ROG swag. All you have to do is follow the mechanics that we have on screen right now. All you have to do is like and follow the ASUS Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages. Like and follow the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline. It must be set to public so that we can see it ourselves with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and Unleash the Legend Inside. Lastly, you have to share your predictions in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. And after all of this, on the 28th of February 2022, we'll be drawing 3 winners each for the ROG shirt and the ROG cap. And I want that cap because currently I am no cap.
Did you have to?
I was stunned. I'm sorry, guys. I was like, no way. He's grabbing such a low-hanging fruit. It's really, you know what? Good job, Nomad. Good job. I hope you're happy.
Thank you. Yeah, but what is a good job is the run of the first team that we're going to be introducing throughout the entirety of the Challengers. It's NAOS Esports. Yes, NAOS Esports, here are the members that are going to be playing on their behalf that's going to be joining the field, and this team has been really dominant. I've been converted as the NAOS believer now. I believe that now's the time. But these guys are really, like, on paper, the team that you really have to beat here currently on Challenger 1, Raph.
Oops, I was muted, folks. Sorry. As I've said, NAOS have garnered an insurmountable amount of momentum, but we are in the playoffs. It is a clean slate. This is where they truly prove their worth because they are honestly facing a set of the veterans of the veterans. But I am honestly, I have a lot of faith in their fragging power and their ability to adjust. I have touted them to be the team that has the most impressive mid-round adjustments. Whoever's making their calls, it's been absolutely on point, and you can tell they've really done their lab work. They've really done their drilling because they're just so refined at how they approach the game.
Look. NAOS came here to play, and now they're here to stay. It really has been an impressive run from them. The only loss they suffered against LFO, who's not even here in the playoffs. So NAOS has to be looking very comfortable right now in their spot. One player to watch out for, Kakarot. He can pretty much play anything. The KO, the Chamber, even Neon has been brought out by that character. And he has a lot of fun. And that's what you feel from NAOS Esports. These guys work together really, really well. They have a great understanding of the capabilities of each of these players, and it really looks like the way they play is something that they enjoy along the way.
And they definitely enjoyed their entire run here in the group stages, but now in the playoffs, they're going to be facing off against their opponent that they have a little bit of history on during the group stages. It's South Built Esports. South Built Esports, fresh from the brawl they've had with Team Secret yesterday, well, I'd say last night, and they're looking to keep that going. It's Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Micro, and Pro that's going to be on the stage right now. And Raf, just like what I mentioned earlier on, the history between NAOS Esports and South Built Esports, it wasn't really going really well for South Built Esports, and they're out for redemption here.
Indeed, it hasn't been kind at all. Both group stage matches, I believe, NAOS took cleanly away from South Built, but on the flip side, at least South Built has that data to build on. We know they're a team that's very diligent with that. We know how disciplined they are and the speed and pace they approach the game. Honestly, the biggest question is it's really the compatibility. I know this is version 2 of South Built. I know this is playoff South Built. We have a lot of faith in them, but we also have a lot of faith in NAOS to adjust.
Look, the thing is, I feel like for South Built, it's a big question mark now on how their momentum's gonna go. They beat Deep Secret, they got the accomplishment they've been looking for, but it really feels like sometimes South Built is that team that's built to beat Team Secret, but how about the rest of the PH scene? They do it consistently on the community basis for what we saw from the group stage, especially against NAOS Esports. In 4 different unique maps, they still lost out against them, so they really have to continue on that road to redemption. And if they can beat NAOS Esports here, then they truly are prepared for what else may come in VCT.
Yeah, Black and Blue mentioned it yesterday, where if it's playoffs mode South Built Esports, we have to see in this series against NAOS if it really is playoffs mode South Built Esports. But speaking of which, we'll have to have a look at the maps that they're going to be playing on, see if we're going to have a repeat of what happened in the past, or will South Built Esports just change the future altogether. Icebox is going to be the first map, followed by Haven, and then lastly, it's Bind.
I'm honestly curious why they didn't get that Breeze. I mean, Breeze has been really, really good on the side of South Built, but this time around, it's actually them taking it away from the map pool. Icebox, South Built has been, I'd say, pretty strong on this, but so has been NAOS. Honestly, all these maps, NAOS have been very, very good. NAOS, in one of the interviews with Kakarot, has also stated that Icebox is one of their pocket picks. So really, even at the start, it's already a toss-up.
And that's the thing, historically, from what we've seen the past 2 series, NAOS have beaten them, South Built, on both Icebox and Haven. We haven't seen them on Bind yet. The last time also, though, South Built played on Bind, lost out to Team Secret. And NAOS, they just have such a semblance, really, on maps like Icebox, on maps like Haven. Their core composition usually just works out for them in dividends. And it's comfort abound here for NAOS Esports, really for SBE. I'm looking forward to how they're going to be reintegrating their rotations and understanding that it's a different philosophy now versus NAOS Esports. They've gotten the experience from the group stage. They got closer in the second series, especially later on in those 2 weeks. But for the side of NAOS, if they can continue on what they've really accomplished so far, it could be them taking the series again.
Another problem with this is, like we mentioned, compatibility of playstyles, right? South Built historically is a very very slow-based, my god, the word escapes me, but they're very slow. They have this calculated, the measurements are there, but the way that they have to approach NAOS is they have to set that speed. They have to take as much aggressive map control, because NAOS, again, their strength is in the mid-round. If you let them get those positions where they want to be, the flexibility and the sheer amount of versatility they have when approaching situations is just, it's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're gonna be looking at the maps that we have, it is still a close map for NAOS Esports and South Built Esports, except for Bind. And with that, we have to go through the predictions here. I'm a believer that it's now's the time still for NAOS Esports. Despite how close the previous outing was for South Built and NAOS, it's still NAOS Esports capable of coming out on top here. What about you, Raf?
This is so difficult. Honestly, in my head, it's an even tug because, again, playoff South Built versus the momentum of NAOS, but I have to go with Tenure here. The playoff mentality is just completely different. I'll have to go with South Built.
Well, on the other side, I have to shift on over to the NAOS side. This is a squad that has made sure that the proof is in the pudding within that group stage. And truly, the mid-round rotations can actually psych out perhaps the methodological play of SEBE. So I'm going for NAOS Esports 2-1.
Well, there you have it. It's me and Dax against Raf, 2-1 for South Built East for NAOS and South Built Esports for Raf. And it's now just down to South Built Esports to prove us wrong and see if redemption is on the line here and if they can go into the upper bracket finals. Without any further ado, it's game one between South Built Esports and NAOS Esports.
Two of the top teams here in the Philippines now battling their way in the playoffs. We got NAOS heading off and fighting up against South Built Esports right here. It's been an absolute fantastic time for the both of these teams here, but can they keep that ball rolling? It's NAOS who's hot off their victories leading to the playoff. And yesterday, of course, you all saw Team Secret take a loss against South Built yesterday. But which of these teams will come to fruition? Which of these teams will be the winners and go further here in the upper bracket? My name is Ilustrado, your caster here alongside me. Asarai, how are you feeling about this matchup, man?
Ooh, excited. I think we got the best two series of the day. So I'm having so much fun casting these matches. We saw a while ago the exorbitant amount of influence or I guess like performance from APAC and Oasis Gaming. And now we could be seeing the same thing here as SBE is proving again why they are the SBE roster, the team that South built different, right? With that being said, here we are looking at the pickups already. Again, Icebox seems to be the flavor of like first maps, and I have no idea why, but I'm okay with it. I like Icebox. It's good. It's fine.
Yeah, although to the dismay of some, you know, Icebox is a great map for some teams, not so much for teams like Oasis a little bit earlier on. I do agree with the panel. I do not think that they should have let that actually slip through. So a little bit interesting to me here, but we're going to go ahead and go into the game itself. We took a look at the agent. We'll do a little bit more as we get into it. The only single initiator right now. We're finally seeing Arena. It feels like it's been a minute here on Icebox. So this is pretty much last year's meta. Very popular to have this Reina up here alongside the Sova. That's what we're going to be seeing at the very least for one team. Nothing too crazy. And what's interesting, Asura, is that certain agents seem to, like the newer agents, they're popular on the newer maps. Fracture, we've seen the Neon, we've already seen the Chamber quite a lot, but not so much on the older maps.
Yeah, I guess it's because of the fact that the newer agents take specific map control where they really shine. As you mentioned, like with Chamber, he has a very certain position or radius that he can be really effective, and that just goes well with the nature of the newer maps such as Fracture and Breeze, and the same could be said with Neon as well. You can't really enjoy Neon too much if you're just running in straight to like a corridor with somebody can just shoot you as you're running through, right? So I think it makes a good chunk of sense. I think the maps that we do have here, I think really favor NAOS, and it could be just because of the fact that we did mix up the map veto order, where before it was, I think, like ban everything and then pick at the very end, but now it's like a the standard map vetoing. So that's why we see Icebox squeeze through here. But yeah, these maps will definitely be a deterrent to South Build. How well they can perform here is if South Build puts back the certain players in certain agents. And the one that I really wanted to emphasize on is Ja on a duelist, because he was just popping yesterday when they gave him either the Reyna when they went up against Team Secret. So this was a really good metric for SBE to start this game against NAOS.
Also, a little bit of backstory about Ja is he used to be one of the best operators in Asia in CS, actually. So now that he's going to be on the Jet, maybe we get to see some of that classic operator Ja.
The Joperator? I mean, I started early, last series, so I got to continue the streak, man.
I can't use that.
Oh, that's a challenge. And
Toxin screen down.
I think Elu just left me. I'm so sorry, Elu. Come back. Yeah, you're back. Okay, I thought you got angry with me and just left me to like solo cast this game because I did like a super bad joke, but yeah.
Your joke was so bad it broke my internet. I didn't even hear it. That's how bad it was. But yeah, going into the game. I'm sorry, that's alright. It is what it is. But yeah, a 4v5 right here towards that B side. They will go, leaving one on the rotate, leaving one on the lurk. And it's going to be a battle of the duelists towards A, but everybody else here gathering towards B now. A spike has been planted, so they will have to be decisive with how to approach this one. Yet again, towards mid, the two duelists will be running into each other. It's ASUS and Blurred. They have come across each other. Cloud burst in. Will he reposition? Looking like it's going to be a yes as he gets further back onto site. Rejoining the rest of his team will leave that lurk to see what it does now. And finally, on this duel, ASUS actually does pick it up. He does win. He does heal up. And actually gets a third kill. ASUS from the block is doing everything for his team. Flippy picks up the rest of it, and SBE win pistol.
I mean, it was already a 4v5 once the fuse fight started. So even if ASUS didn't pop off that fight against Blurred, his presence outside of Orange still how to say this, gravitated the attention of a few of the NAOS members, so they had to get the fight against them and made it easier time for the rest of SBE just to kind of fight. So, if you can do something like that, why not take the opportunity? And ASUS played that pinch or that pull perfectly.
Yeah, he did. He waited for the right time, just chose the right timing, went to swing out, even got the Devour in. Was able to hit. That's the beauty about the Reyna, is able to pick up a couple, and he's not stopping, man. ASUS with the pistol is able to get another pick off, and that was towards mid here. So now South Build, they're looking fairly comfortable, I'd say, as they approach that B site now. So they're up to the rest of NAOS, and it's maps like this, like Icebox, where Asarai, a lot of the guns, a lot of the pistols just aren't as effective like we saw in Ascent because of the long range. So should be a fairly clean round here for South Build.
Yeah, and NAOS haven't got any form of cheeky map control, flanks, or anything that's gonna deter South Build. You do see at least South Build being cautious though, with Micro just holding the lurk, but it's all about that contact now. They do still have the flash from the Z, so this is gonna be so easy for them, but wait, what? Okay, never mind. There was a flash drive from Kakarot. Does give an opening though, but that's not gonna be enough. So with that being said, all they can really hope for is economic damage. Kakarot is making some waves. Again, it's not going to matter too much as SBE cleanly end out that round. Pro, I think he'll survive. Yeah, there it is. He's fine.
We'll be all right there as we finally go to the gun round. Bonus round does come in. We take a little bit of a look on this replay right here. Nice shot from Blast in the end, but ultimately fairly unimportant. Icebox is, one of those maps that I think really reward veteran teams, just because of how they can avoid the Pugstar kind of play style and, avoid those really high aim heavy teams, like in Ascent.
I'm not sure what to think about that, because I just saw what happened with Action PH, and I'd argue they're not the super veteran team, but they just have really good fighting prowess. But I could be wrong either way, right? Oh, that is unfortunate. Blurred he went out to push by himself, not even any forward push by Blast. And if SBE can pick up that weapon, they're just going to give somebody another rifle to start pushing in onto this one. Blast is alone. He's gravitating Kevs to rotate for him, but for the most part, he is going to fight with this one just stuck on the top side and able to even find a single frag. This is unfortunate as this round progresses. 3 versus 5 will be the name of the game.
Onto that A side we go.
Spike planted.
It's going to be the spike that's being planted. The spike. Grenades now coming in here. Kakarot unable to stop them. Nice blade though. Text and silence for the meantime. Through the wall, Kakarot will actually find Flippy as he peeks right through. Still a 3v4, though Spike is planted. Okay, blind spray from Kevs. Gets a good read onto one. We'll look for more here as Ja is looking to hold the corner. Instead, will be rudely awakened by Kevs swinging at him. Now it's a 1v2 here. Micro left here. He's going for the flank. They think he's going for the lineup, but he said he's on site. They get it to half. Sure.
One enemy remaining.
They're running out of time. They need to get on site, and I think Micro's done it with that last snake bite.
Oh, yeah, he has actually done that. Kev's over pushing means that he cannot respond in the nick of time to get that frag or that refrag. And SBE claimed the round. They were probably afraid that Micro had a post plant or something.
Yeah, they were looking
with
for
his snake bite.
they were looking for the lineup.
Yeah, exactly. Misread on NAOS's part. You can't blame them for actually thinking that because it was a Viper that they were going up against.
Was really well played by Micro, doing what the least expected thing there. Does net them another round and they win their bonus. South built, they're looking very strong here as they get another opening pick onto G. Or Jet, shall I say.
That lowers the hold now of NAOS. Smokes are not going to be a plenty for them. Blurred, you never really see Blurred this afraid to get that mid control. He usually likes to over push this part, but even without, proper weapon, but because of how SBE have this stifling offense that even you as a defender, you should have better map control. It just seemingly isn't possible with how SBE are playing. This is, I think Black and Blue perfectly mentions it, and for people would know why, that there's an SBE that plays the group stage, and that's like their, let's say, weaker version, and then there's an SBE that plays their playoff stage, which is their strongest version. It's crazy.
It's really something that happens across all sports in general. There is that one team that does that, and here SBE is looking to make that statement, proving,
30 seconds
hoping
left.
to prove rather, they are deserving of the spot and that they are one of the best in the country.
Spike
We have
planted.
been questioning how they've been playing previously, but it's looking like this time they've got a little bit better handle on it, especially now that they're keeping their egos fairly clean right there with us just getting another triple. Hasn't even had to use the Empress right there. Might use it in the next round on attack. But yeah, you mentioned it perfectly, Asarai. I do think that SBE is on playoff mode. Now, though, it's starting to get a little bit worrisome. If they lose another round here, if they lose this one, it would be high. I think it would be time for that timeout.
Might have to. And again, we go back to the question, do we have an operator buy? Yes, there it is. Not hoping to just go for playing for contact. They need to stop them before anything cheeky happens. And this is the risky endeavor for NAOS because Flippy now has his Resurrect. And if Blur makes a fatal mistake, he gets the trade, but he gets traded himself. Blast does not have the Resurrect on their side, and that would just mean that, again, they lose some crucial map control and even just pinch. And also, super expensive buy, I would say, commitment from NAOS because of this operator buy.
See what the operator can do as it is going to be posted up here towards A, looking for an aggressive peek up on pipes. Nobody waiting to receive. Meanwhile, on the other side, they will be gathering towards B here, looking for an offensive. It's a good tag right there, just peeking over that crate is enough to force back G, forcing him back to give up control.
They're rallying back to A, though. Aziz, the lone wolf. I liked how they actually put the Reyna as the anti-alert, because it makes a lot of sense. If he takes damage, if he wins the fight, he can always heal. If there's too many, but he still gets a kill, he can always dismiss. At least he still is alive to delay the rest of NAOS from lurking back.
And as this is
that
cracked,
being
he's going to
said-
hit the shot anyway, so...
True.
There's a lot behind it to have one of your best aimers who will normally win the lurking duels anyway, instead of getting caught out and picked off. But here, it's going to be Kakarot rudely greeted here in Kitchen. Jay is good for the punish, already snuck up.
30 seconds left.
The rest of the team be gathering. They still have to deal with G if they want to handle this. Oh, it's going to be finally Micro to be shut down. That's the Viper removed from the picture. That's the lurk gone. Now it's going to be a 3v4 here. Just sees one, tries to spray through, but blurred with the operator does punish. And this is where it really starts to shine in this long-range angle, where Blurred can just pick them off and covers teams back. But Flippy's getting one. Kev's got the rest, though, as Kev's yet again another shining star in the Valorant PH scene will emerge once more and get the final 2 kills in the round.
That was a really crucial round for them. Again, expensive investment for NAOS here, and they just don't want SPE to just go out of control, right? That was, I guess, a good retaliation as well from NAOS. It got a little bit too worrisome for the kitchen push, but they did manage somehow to break through that. Also, would like to mention that I believe the last time that they did play this, Kakarot wasn't playing on what is it, the KO. He was playing, I believe, as the Chamber. So there's a lot more holding of angles here. But now, I think they decided to go for a bit more of a fluid agent selection so that they can fight for certain areas without needing to, you know, just have those trips and stuff thing. But the problem now lies that they don't have any sentinels, so lurks are very much prevalent on the SBE side. That being said, though, SBE do decide to 5-man push on B main.
They have 5 ultimates available for SBE. Like, literally all of them have it. So as soon as they get this plant, you're going to see that Viper's Pit come up. They're going to deploy it right onto that side as well. And if push comes to shove, they've got that Hunter's Fury as well. And if need be, the res right now. So they're going to try to go for that plant if they get it. And I'm fairly certain that they will, because right now NAOS is looking to just give it to them. I do think this is a mistake. I don't think NAOS should let SBE plant. I think they should fight for it, gathering that there is a lot of ultimates available for South build. That Viper's Pit is going to make that operator null and void. But Ja, I think, overextends a little bit. Hunter's Fury does come in to help him get a little bit more control, but G working on the side, he gets one before being turned up by Flippy, and that's the race that we've been waiting for.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god, yeah, you're absolutely right. Flippy getting that kill on the Kakarot. Nice nade, 22 seconds. They have to decide, they have to go, but can they do it? There's no more controller, no more way to get onto the side. Desperate play here, so they're gonna have to go and use that Viper Big Micro desperation play. Pulls out the pistols, all he has. It is just not enough because Blast takes it, and that was honestly a very sloppy round from Southfield, questioning themselves a little bit too much, running out of utility, waiting for a fight, but it's never came to be.
Kakarot's blade was the crucial factor there. They had to push without basically any setups whatsoever. No dashes, no smokes. So it really was just a slow creep up onto the site. And that's probably the reason why we saw such a rough transition to just get that spike planted down. That being said, though,
Get out of my way.
that point where the Viper's wall just went down just gave me a mini heart attack here, Elu. Blur trying to run away, unfortunately gets captured. Oh no, he wasn't. It was Kevs who was at mid. Thankfully enough, Blast does have the Resurrect, and Jai, I believe, has used the double updraft. Yep, there it is. You can see it on the abilities counter as to how he actually get that pick off, but this does bring us back into that 5 versus 5.
3 big ultimates were used last round, so they won't have them in the upcoming gun round after this one. They would like to steal away this pistol, but they might not expect that there is still a sneaky Viper hanging out right in the smoke. Ja gets the timing onto another one. That's his second kill, has a rifle in tow. Kevs is going to be able to get a trade-off right here. Now it's the 4v4, boosting up onto the wall just to see what he can find. But Jai's on a tear, man. He's found 3 kills right here. Micro's found his another one, and it's basically going to be another kill here for Blast. I thought he would have lined that up, just unfortunately he didn't. 2v2.
Last player
ASUS has
standing.
to work with that Sheriff, and he lands a banger of a shot. 1v2. This time is Blurred left standing all alone.
Spike planted.
Timing's going to be crucial. They think that Blurred is still somewhere on Snowman. They now look towards Yellow. But Blurred, of course, having that operator will have to creep up slowly but surely. Both of the SBE guys don't have the weapons, but I think, yeah, all right, he got spotted. Wait. Oh, now they spot him. He has to try to go through this. Does have the dash, though, so he can
One
at least
enemy remaining.
fight against a mistake. That opponent was very low. The question now lies, does he peek the proper corner where ASUS is hiding? Right behind you, brother!
Oh!
This hurts.
He dashes into the crosshair of ASUS, and the team probably
Tactical bags. At a certain point, you'd probably think that that might be the apt reaction to that, because I don't know. He knew that his opponent was going to be hella low, so a double up was a certain possibility there. Just look at that. You didn't even bat an eyelash right behind him. Usually you dash and just look at a certain direction where you're dashing or where you're not dashing, so you just get that free peek.
Oof. Honestly, this is really South Build
Poison orb emitting.
in playoff mode. I didn't believe it. I honestly would have predicted NAOS. But just the way that South Build is playing right now, I just keep thinking, why can't you play like this during regular group stages? They were almost eliminated. They were almost eliminated, and now they're actually crushing it here against NAOS. If you ask me, a coach has got to shake some sense into these guys and get them into playoff more often. But Blurred holding a close angle. They might not expect him. Let's play the off angle. Nice lineup. Dash out. Well played to get pro.
Even takes a different angle. Still the same position. Kev's, ooh, that's a very, very risky endeavor. But his teammate actually gets enough attention of the SBE pushers on mid that it does result in a 2K. And look at how Blurred just finds another lurk coming through. This is the NAOS that likes to fight and gets it's pretty successful in that endeavor. 3-5, and still not certain who gets the upper hand here. Just a slight bit of advantage right now for SBE, but other than that, NAOS still has a workable economy to fight against.
Blast actually tried to pass off his rifle to a teammate, just didn't make it in time, I think. I think it was Blast. No, sorry, it was Kakaro who tried to pass the gun off to Blast at the last second. Just didn't make it, but again, NAOS showing that they have that fighting spirit. They are brought to a 3-5 defense. You have a little bit of an advantage, but here we go. Classic PRS. Blurred's ready for it. They're denying the spike. That's a spike down out in the open. To run this play at this point is honestly Inhale. How is he alive? He swings out so wide. Misses that second shot here. Falls back to Blast. And now they group up here towards B main. Hill comes out for him as well. And they're going to fight from Yellow.
They're trapped. Rats in a cage. Can they wiggle out? Ja still finds amazing picks, but he's tagged severely low.
One enemy remaining.
They do know where the rest of them are. Now it's all up to Ja. He's created some waves, ripples in the water here, Elu, but again, no spike in hand. 5 HP. Sheriff. Not really a lot to work with at this point. Only the element of surprise, and maybe he can open up a beatdown, but there is a good set of crossfires. Wait, delicious? Oh, he whips! Oh, that is unfortunate. Maybe could have picked up the Bulldog, but other than that, I'd say it's a nice try from SBE.
Able to pick up that Vandal that was dropped. So we'll have to sit on a Bulldog for a little while longer. Does have money though, in case things need to be dropped. So 5-4 is SBE. Starting to get a little bit worried here now. Starting to feel a little bit more comfortable in these playoff rounds.
I wonder if SBE is going to buy an op themselves on attack. I don't think that's their style, but
no.
Yeah, definitely not. Right?
I don't think so. Well, there's always a chance here, but I do think it's unlikely. Considering, okay, before I get to that, real quick push here. Good recon. Hunter's Fury slowing them down, but Pro will be actually taken out here by Kevs, but before he gets one, then that's brilliant. Kevs is really just showing everybody what he's made of. Whenever his team is at a disadvantage, he manages to pull something out of the hat yet again.
Aziz, though, again, just plays away from the squad. The solo lurker. But now, because they've lost Jalicious, they need to utilize these two duelists just to pierce through the A. Which I'm pretty think they can now. The question now lies, can Blur actually find a pick before they get the spike planted down? Very aggressive from Ja there, still not able to convert, unfortunately.
Spike planted.
But now, NAOS knows. NAOS does not have their smoker, by the way, so they're going to have to go about this. Pure aggression. Oh, Aziz, smooth criminal, able to dismiss away.
Great dismiss to get out of that here. It's going to be Blast, unprepared for Flippy. Drops down, unfortunate timing for NAOS across the board, leaving Kakarot here to retake on his own spots. Shoulder of one, 5 bullets in the chamber. Has to check behind him, and he is pinched in. There's nothing he can do. We'll try to go slowly on these ropes here, but pulls out the knife. Sees one, but Flippy's too quick on it. 1v2, not possible for Kakarot this time. South Built will secure themselves their 6th round.
I got flipped up a bit there. Thought SBE was the one that lost their smoker, but it was actually NAOS that did. They still had micro, so they could fight so much better at this point. Because again, smokes for the composition that we're seeing right now on either side is just incredibly crucial. Because again, they do not have your anti-flank sentinels. Again, Sage doesn't really work as the anti-flank, so it's all about contact with her. And because that is the name of the game, having a Viper, the longer the round progresses, I think is the most crucial thing for either side. And losing Jalicious, who was also, I think, one of the best clutchers on the NAOS team, is such a big blow for them.
You're absolutely right, because micro, the Viper can function as a sort of pseudo sentinel that can slow them down with their utility, with that snake bite and all the utility. So I'm absolutely on the same page with you right there. But right now, South Built, they've lost one player. They might go for the res onto Ja. I think they should attempt to go for it right here, but they have to be very cautious about it, because as we know, Blurred with an op, we'll be watching that body like a hawk.
Yeah, and they don't have Aziz's, what is it? Flash? This wall isn't enough. I think he can still see through this.
Yeah.
We need to see Blurred. Oh, wow, just barely. Lucky boy. He actually can't see the head.
That was very close, but a good usage of the wall nonetheless. So they're going to be going to A now. They're like, you know what? Let's just not. Let's go to A.
30 seconds left.
So they will be throwing their utility with 27 seconds left on the clock. Sufficient time for an execute. See how they can pick up the pieces right now. They know G is close by. Trying to get up close. He gets one. Traded out. As is good. For the trade here, Flash comes through. That's going to be blinding up one with 12 seconds left. They look to stall. But can they stall when Aziz is getting kills like this? Yes, they can, because Kev is finding two at a time every single time. 4 seconds left. They've lost it. They can't. They don't need. They just need to hide. Blast, hide. And he does. Swings out. Blast wins the 3rd kill. What a great win here from NAOS.
Last round before
Picks up the operator. No need to get that res, to be honest. It's much better that they use it for fighting purposes rather than economic purposes. Let's just... Okay, I wanted to see the Kev's double kill there, though, but that was an amazing hold. I think at this point, NAOS is getting a whiff that if SBE used their wall when, SBE does love to go for those really, really, like 15-second pushes, you know that it's going to be a full commit. They will not push anywhere without that wall from the Viper. It's just a not good situation if they do, because again, they rely so much on that obscurity with the ability just to get that map control. And I think NAOS are starting to become aware of it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think NAOS is starting to read on to how to South Built like to play these rounds. So South Built, they got to change things up. Bro, you can get attack onto Kevs, but going to be able to get away here. We'll ask for a heal. Do imagine he'll be brought up to full in a second, but closing the smoke good flash makes life difficult for Team Kakarot in the back. Will be identified. Still somehow surviving. Pops his ultimate. Jiggle peeking. Kebs has got his teammates back. And it's going to be the dual crossfire right here. The double crossfire onto that A site, which will suffice this time to tie up the game. What a great hold. Kakarot fading out the jiggle. And Kebs swinging in from the side. Kebs is on 20-9.
Oh.
Dude.
Oh. I was not paying attention to the scoreboard. There was so much action happening that the numbers have eluded me, but you're you're on point there, man. Just look at this. Oh my goodness. And he even gets a kill with the classic too. Look at bam. You know, that doesn't work like mine. My classic's busted, but Kakarot is working 100% perfectly.
Yeah, I think we got to check with Riot up in here, see if they're giving these players some special classics. I don't know, dude. That's just some... That's a Mama Jama Slam dunk that we just saw from them.
FGBTW. Free gun, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Kebs is insane. Kebs is just... Wow. I'm so impressed by this player. I can't believe they swapped him out of SV Empire when they did. But to be honest, he's gotten so much better since he used to play for SV Empire.
Oh, he's got the frag still, though, but he does get the refrag himself. There's a bit of a tussle happening right now in B-Long. Yeah, it was the anti-lurk that he did coming out of A main. Gets caught. Kakarot still gets back into cover. Lucky him. Swing out. Kebs is very low, though. Oh, that's
down mid.
Bro still
player standing.
manages to almost get out in the nick of time, but it's not going to be possible. Flippy's timing could actually catch Blur here, who's not even looking, batting an eyelash, and look at that, just assassinates him with the classic. And now it's a one-on-one, but Flippy's got the advantage. Kakarot does have his molly in hand, but it's going to be a very risk. He could maybe even go all the way back to B, but never mind. He's just going to commit to the fight, be a bit cheeky, maybe go back to Belt. If he reads the situation perfectly, he might even be able to catch Flippy here, but again, Flippy has a wall.
Well, there is also the fragment available for Kakarot, so let's see what he can come up with in this one. Might just use it for a lineup. That's the wall coming up, like you said. Expect that. Oh no. Fragment won't be enough. Fragment won't be enough. He's gonna stick the defuse and he gets it.
It should have been way earlier. Oof.
Yeah, but he was so low. I just don't think there was anything he could have done. If he had more HP, he might have been able to run and take the fight if he needed. But because he was so low, any misstep he could have been into a bullet to the chest that just took him out. He was taking a gamble on that one to hope that it was like just a half and then, you know, half and then a fake. It just really wasn't the case then.
I guess at some point you just have to... He lobbed it.
Closer to lob it. If he had an actual lineup for it, that might have actually been enough to save him the round.
For sure, for sure. I think at this point, that's again. But he is creeping up slowly. He got past.
Oh, that's huge.
The timing is crucial. If Flippy scans this is bad for Jeb, but he almost gets by, and he does. He could actually get a flank onto two members of B.
To him. Let's give me the lurker. G, give us G, please. Please, cameraman. Please, cameraman. There's nothing happening on A. Give me the lurker.
But G hasn't found anything yet. He's still trapped somewhere on Tropical Hut, so he needs to close the distance.
Stay on this. Stay on this. That's the kill we're looking for. Yeah. Now they're going to be opened completely up. They have no idea where they're going to be hit from. That's going to signal the start of the hit. NAOS looking to bite, smelling blood in the water. There's the Sharks as they look to control the A site. 3 people still standing for South Build after the masterful lurk here. G, he finally gets taken down, sure, but the damage has been done. Can they hold off on this 3v4?
They have the superior weapons, but the angles... Oh my god, what? I'm dying! I'm dying so much now. Clutch this round is. And now I still get it. Again, I wanted to fortify my statement there, or fix my statement, that even though SBE do have the better weapons, NAOS has the angles and the manpower to fight this. Look at that lurk from G. Oh my goodness.
What a lurk. He gets all... you know what? I bet South Build was like, how the hell? How the hell did he get there? Probably scratching his head, wondering where the hell he snuck up from.
Yeah. Dude, I think, like, he was hoping that he could get the headshot, but he got something more beautiful than what he would have expected. Right underneath him is still Josh. He even gets away, but they line up for him. Micro still gets the frag, but because Blur was so far forward, NAOS just cannot find the opportunity to refrag him in time. And as the dust settles, Elu, numbers advantage in favor of SBE. They do have the weaker weapons, but we've seen how this goes, especially from that last round.
Yeah, at the very beginning of the game, I was talking about, you know, lesser weapons, not as effective here in Icebox. That did not age well, apparently, because right now the pistols are reigning supreme again.
Have you not learned from the Action?
No, clearly not.
Versus Oasis. We got like how many thrifty rounds there?
Yeah, at some point, most of the rounds they won were thrifties, and like, yeah, I'm just a stubborn fool who refuses to accept the reality.
Oh, the older we get, the more stubborn we are, right?
Maybe you can teach an old dog new tricks.
Okay. Now it's playing
30 seconds left.
Somehow similar to SBE when they were on the attacking side. They have that one lurk in Kakarot. Kakarot, if he loses his life here, that is going to be a big blow to NAOS because of the fact that that is a Vandal in hand. Oh, the timing.
It's a good recovery.
They did not anticipate it.
They're able to get the sight and at the same time towards the back. Pro. It's going to be caught off here. They're watching for it. I think this round is pretty much recovered. Good recovery from NAOS. I really don't think there's any chance of this happening. I probably just coached it, right? But...
Well, if they don't overheat, you're right. I like the crossfire here, though. If they push through and capture Jet, there still is that swing out from Cavs, and there it is. I think the reason why Aziz was starting to rotate back, we probably don't see this on our POVs, but Jed did put out his wall on B, and I think as the time was dwindling, he activated it, and that's why they were calling already for the rotate, just because they wanted the numbers to get there faster than it was, rather than to hold, right? So they wanted to fight with what they got better in that round, which was their numbers, rather than anything else, and now it's just came back on that.
Well, 8-7, and now they're looking like... Okay, they're the ones in charge, in control right now. An absolute knockout, stellar performance from NAOS, and led by Kevs, who is just getting multi-kills every single round. It's simply ungodly. I want to see after this round how many kills he has already. It's so far, I think this is the performance of the season. So far, this is the best performance I've seen, I think, in VCT Philippines. Kevs is just playing lights out. Is up for the second half.
Poison's off.
They're just marching up the B side here. There is some delay tactics for SBE, but again, because NAOS took such an early offense on the B side, they do have some breathing space before they need to move in, and I really like this style of play. This doesn't force them to go panic mode and start rushing right into the site. They can bait in the more important utilities of SBE and, again, take their sweet time. Even if they get scanned like this one, they still have that good set of utility, and they've saved up somehow to manage their way through. The lurk's not going to happen. That snake bite will delay, and Aziz, oh, that's a big hit takeoff. They'll have to fight for this one. But again, in transition, they're going to get caught as there's nobody from NAOS holding danger.
I just don't like taking a 5v5 onto B. If you're attacking side, you need a pick. You need to find something. You need to push a little bit harder. And otherwise, this is what's going to happen. The defense is just going to roll right over.
Last player standing.
And so now, I think they've already lost this round. And it has, I think, to do with the fact that you cannot play a 5v5 onto the B side. Especially not with the disadvantage in terms of utility. If you haven't forced out enough utility, if you keep, you know, they stalled out too long, there wasn't enough time. Now, I think, a little too indecisive on that one. They stalled out. They should have, if you ask me, they should have went to push. Maybe tried to get a kill a little bit there towards mid. They should have dealt with ASUS first, or anyone on the site, gotten pick up, and then decided onto the site itself.
Yeah. I think also the fact of the matter is there's just so much utility that your eyes just get, oh my gosh, that's where I'm supposed to look, right? And that one player, I forgot who it was, that was pushing on danger. That was supposedly the the anchor that allows NAOS to dock their ship on B. But because they did lose that, they were in turbulent waters. So they had to maneuver around it. But again, it just seems like they capsized.
Technical pause coming in. Where would we be if we didn't have a technical pause? It's honestly just a miracle that we didn't get a technical pause in the first game of the day. In the first game.
Well, you know, where would we be? A magical place with magical charms.
Take me to that wonderful magical place, Asarai, where without the technical pauses, it's where we all want to be. Indoors. You know, we're really hot on these SpongeBob references today, man. It's got
OG SpongeBob references, by the way.
Not the new stuff.
Yeah, I mean the new stuff's all right, but
new stuff's all right.
The OG one is the most memorable one.
It's not god tier legendary like old
meme.
SpongeBob.
Yeah.
Remember that episode where SpongeBob became a commercial model? And then he started singing because he was famous. He was like, "The best time to wear a striped sweater."
Yeah. Oh, I must do what my audience wants me to do. It goes back to fry cooking. But that's like a cool thing, right? Because if you look at it from a deeper perspective, while we're actually in-depthing SpongeBob, is that he found love with something he was doing over and over again because he found a new perspective on it. See?
Well, thank you for that theoretical analysis of SpongeBob SquarePants, Asarai, and definitely put that up there.
Yeah.
Well, back into the game. Okay, technical pause didn't take an eternity this time, so we're going to be going back straight into it. Hunter's Fury, what a way to kick it off. Bro, it's going to be with speculative shots. It's enough to tag Kev's on the other side of the map. Not really going to be fourth. But they're going to be healing him up, so I'd honestly say it's a little bit wide, like the off angle from that.
Oh, that's risk.
Great setup from a South build.
Interesting that Jed just committed to that. I think did Kakarot only spotted one on the peak?
Yeah, they did.
And then
I was hoping for a flash. They should have expected that there would have been two. I was hoping Kakarot would flash, but they didn't flash for it. It's really unfortunate there. But they can go for a res. If Blast can get the plant or this orb.
Revealing area.
Oh, they are. This is actually incredibly low. And this wall, well, that does push the rest of the NAOS squad to move forward.
30 seconds.
This resurrection on Kakarot is going to be crucial because they need every single player that they can just to fight off the rest of the opposition. There's the flashes from Kakarot, but maybe it's just a bit too late now. He has snuck up his way onto the side, but he cannot plant. He has to fight. But Micro makes it a quick battle. As SBE find themselves in advantage once again.
8-9. This game is definitely tight as can be. And it's really just the star players on each team that are really showing up. Do want to point out, like we've said, Debs is on tear, getting kills round after round. I do think there were a couple of decision-making, questions here from the side of NAOS. It's starting to show. In a way that I don't think we've seen it before. A couple of questionable plays, especially Kakarot on that one. Doesn't flash for his team the first time, and then flashes, and then doesn't peek alongside his teammate Kebs. So I do think there's a little bit of miscommunication happening here on the NAOS side, but we're happy to go and get those frags. They pick up one, get the res. Suddenly it's a 5v4.
Just have to be careful. Ja has an operator, so if they misstep this, they will get knocked down. And again, they don't have the weapons, I feel, to quickly refrag fast enough. And they slow peek it again with Kakarot. Nothing explosive from NAOS here, and that might actually just be a fatal mistake. They still do have Blurt. It has his blades out. The Blade Storm might give them some reprieve. But if he tries to updraft and dash here, he's going to be met with like 3 people looking in the general direction. Oh, there it is. Flippy gets the refrag immediately. Delicious now has to back away. He's put himself out in no man's land. And we're back to the 3 versus 4. Yeah, taking very risky damage. That was so close, and Flippy finds him. So much thrown, and it actually reels in a kill. And again,
One enemy
SPE, the
remaining.
utility usage is off the charts. Kev's left with the Sheriff in hand. He's deadly with it, but he's gonna have to go tooth and nail with this one. Kevs is an absolute monster. We'll see if the monster goes wild here. Scanning ahead, going closer, getting closer. Recon dart, maybe just to dissuade Ja. And Ja is committing to the fight. He's actually just going straight for it. And wow, he actually goes up against Kevs, who almost got the clutch. The balls on Ja, steely as it can be.
Kevs, man. It came down to that recon. The recon didn't spot him.
Player standing.
I need to take a closer look at this. My God, look at this, Kevs. 1. And then 2. Bam. 3 rounds the corner. Amazing, amazing from Kevs. But the recon just going a little wide. Heartbreaking from Kevs right here. It was 28. Kills us, right?
Enemy tagged.
Yeah, he might be the one to hit that 40 bomb, but man, just so smart. Like that recon that should have spotted him, but he placed it right in front of him just so that it can actually block the recon.
Poison's off.
And Kevs was expecting Ja to, you know, sign a treaty of I'm actually gonna go away for this because he recon darted. No, he's disrespectful. He's gonna keep defusing it. Unfortunate.
Master. That's what happens when you've got the experience of Ja on your side. But now it's making a good argument they can't keep up. Experience and star power right now, going head to head. Veterans versus the young blood. Exactly what we wanted to see. 8-10 scoreline. 2 rounds separate these two teams.
But it's not the round differential
30
anymore. It's
seconds
how
left.
close one of these teams is already at that 13 winning score point already. NAOS is making a good argument as to how they can still fight, and they still have the rest of their roster up and running. The timing again from the Lorks is so good from NAOS that they're able to sneak through little by little, bit by bit. And Delicious, where the heck did he come from?
Look at how much
They do
control
got a
they
res
have.
from
They have
Flippy.
everything.
One enemy remaining.
Including spawn right now. Easy pickings for the rest of NAOS. Kakarot, where the hell are they coming from, Asarai? How did they even get that far up?
I don't know. They're just gnomes shooting up from the ground. They're just jumping
Someone
up.
summoned them to the other spawn. Let's take a little bit of a look. How does Kevin taken out? Sorry, I mean Kevs. Well, that is the thing.
10
but
seconds left.
how does Kevs get?
Kevin! Player standing. Flawless.
Oh no! Let it.
Oh no!
29.
We left him at home.
We left
Honey.
Kevin! Wait, wasn't it Gary though?
I'm talking about Home Alone though.
Oh, right. Okay. I was thinking about that episode that they left Gary at home, but you're right.
It's okay. Totally same vibes.
Totally same
for real,
vibes.
for real.
Toxins going
That
up.
stuff busting.
Our age is really coming through, Asra, and not in a good way. But okay, eco round here. We could be seeing a tie game. Let's see what happens. Kev, can he farm it up yet again? G's looking to do his first team this time. He's watching the flank.
One enemy remaining.
Kevs, I mean, the rest of the squad. Clean it up here. Perfect. Flawless round. Very nice. That's going to keep it on me for now, as healthy as can be. South Build should be calling a timeout, man. South Build should be calling a timeout. They are getting kind of steamrolled. After that, maybe we'll decide to do something else.
This is like the first round we've ever seen NAOS actually take a clean A. That they have like that standard Sage Wall and plant.
Yeah,
I think that was the
so.
first one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because they come up with all these different strats, like, you know, the lurk towards mid, which has been effective like twice already. It's been so effective for the side of now. While South built, a lot of questions to be asked.
Toxins going up.
That's Blurred who's able to take down one. Very, very clean kill. And not exactly sure. Oh, okay. That's right. Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry.
Okay, I thought you disconnected for a second
Yeah,
there.
my bad. Yeah, we just got some notification about something important, but it's all good. All right. Anyways, oh, Bro is actually going wild, ballistic at this, mind you.
Last player remaining.
They're going just out into the shooting range and trying to fight. It's not working. SBE
Spike planted.
left with Ja to remain. He's got his work cut out for him. Where did that recon dart come from? Now they know where he is. His position exposed, his time limited, and his life terminated. As NAOS get themselves 11-10 in the series.
Yeah, NAOS. They take the lead right now, and I think they're gonna get match point here. South Build, they are basically hanging out to dry with no money at all.
It could still work though. I mean, the amount of rounds that we've seen, the amount of rounds that we've seen go to teams with a full Sheriff buy. We'll see how this goes. Ja is blinded, also spotted again by that dart of his. And he'll have to give up this position, but smokes are being used. They can't really push up too aggressively. Blast is already waiting for the rotation. Work. Micro's timing is going to get caught by Kakarot, and that's the opening that NAOS were looking for. Man, did they gravitate SBE fast. Kevs fighting in that long range. Could be deadly, though. He is up against Ja, who is going to re-peek the angle. Kakarot's timing as well. Once again, almost actually gets the blast.
What?
And somehow, what? All right, SBE, they're finding frags. Again at these intervals, and as I mentioned, man, somehow, some way, Sheriffs are good for Thrifties.
But they don't have time. They need to start moving because right now they're in a bad spot. Okay, the res coming in. Oh, no, that could be everybody lining up for Blurred with a 4K. Amazing lineup. Pulls out the blades. It's not enough. 1v1 Pro. He gets it up against G, but does he have time? Can he do it? His teammate has already done it, but G is gonna close it out. It's match point for NAOS, and that was so close. Blurred pulls it out of the hat.
NAOS just blurred the lines of comeback for SBE. Big oofs. Goodness, look at that. He's supposed to lose in that situation, but he's just that good. That's just it. I mean, yeah, I get it. His opponents only have Sheriffs, but he managed that situation incredibly well, Elu.
Yeah, I thought he was done for the moment I saw them all going in. Absolutely amazing. Blurred.
Yeah. They baited the res too, so that was a big ultimate.
Okay.
Now Aziz.
Enemy kill.
All right, even through his Empress there, because of the null command, it does null and void Micro, the last bastion of hope. He doesn't even have any of his utility here. I mean, he could use the snake bite, he could use his smoke, but it only gives information to his opponents where he actually is. So he'll have to be sneaky. Okay, the first kill is good, but again, a mountainous trial awaits him as Jalicious comes in from screens and flings them out. And now, from a shaky start to a very well finish, they get themselves, well, this game and the first one at this best of 3 series. Oof.
Absolutely stellar comeback here from NAOS as they do take it on Icebox. I have to give massive props. They keep it cool, their composure. They win the rounds that they need. And let's take a look at the stats here. 100% Kev's going to be the MVP. There's no doubt, no question about it. An absolute blowout of a performance from him. We wait for the stats to actually pop up. There we go. Kev's 30 kills.
Yeah, on the mark. Wow, he saved NAOS a good fair chunk of times there. And even though he dropped a couple of rounds, the impact I felt like still kept NAOS's mental at that point. SBE loved how they played at the very start, but somehow, some way, their lurks started to drop. NAOS started to adjust. They figured it out, and even though you got to give props to Aziz, to Ja, I don't know what happened. They just couldn't. They couldn't just finish off the game.
I think a lot of it had to do with just NAOS having better sense in how Southfield plays. We saw time and time again how NAOS would play patiently and how they would take the fight to Southfield. They would control the tempo of the game absolutely perfectly. They'd get into this advanced positions on the defense, you know, just catching Southfield off guard time and time again. And Southfield looked like they were so unprepared for a lot of these aggressive pushes coming from the defensive side.
Gotta say though, SBE gotta give them so many creds for these off rounds that they still managed to almost get one in, right? Like that sheriff round that we saw, that pistol round that we saw, it really was almost, but almost is never going to be enough if the rounds themselves do not reflect it. 13-10, but again, this is a best of 3 series, and there is still opportunities right now for SBE, and they damn well sure made a case that they can make this work, especially against NAOS, who have beaten them over and over again. Again, there is that opportunity for them to keep fighting, and if ever not, there still is always the lower bracket to keep them give them some.
Blurred was absolutely fantastic in this one, though. I also want to point out he was just a phenom in this entire game. But yeah, that's been it for game number 1. We do have game number 2 coming in very, very shortly. We'll take a break. When we do come back, it's going to be the second game of the series.
A whole lot of truth, just realize 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill. And then when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
And we are back at it again here for VCT 2022 Stage 1 Playoffs. My name is Asare. With me now is Illustrado. And we just witnessed I would say, a comeback for NAOS Esports. Very shaky start at the first half, but second, they started to mellow out. It seems like that was the NAOS that we were expecting. And now they have the 1-up coming into game number 2.
100% agree with you. It looked very shaky. We were all saying it at the beginning. South Built, they're on playoff mode. But then now they kind of slowly adjusted. They got into the groove, really started feeling out the opponent more. And South Built were kind of just caught off guard time and time again. Meanwhile, on the other side, it seemed like NAOS felt just like they were winning the duels. Kevs was getting into ridiculously advanced positions. How many times did great lurks come into fruition for the side of NAOS? And it seems like there were so many holes in the defense of South Built.
To be fair, though, that did also happen to NAOS because of the fact that there wasn't any anti-lurk sentinels on either side. So a lurk would be possible, but you'd better have nerves of steel to actually be able to pull through what either team was able to do. Again, big credits to Aziz for able to do that for South Built, Jelicious and Kevs for being able to do that for NAOS Esports. And it did give some really well-placed rounds for both teams. But I think the problem now lies that at some point, you mentioned it, right, that NAOS did just adjust better, I think, to the pace that SBE were doing. And SBE, they were just doing their own thing. But whatever they did up until the very last rounds just didn't matter.
Yeah, well, going into game number 2 here, we're about to head into Agent Select in just a second. I'm excited to see how this does play out. I do think South Built, if there's any team that can mentally recover from this, it's got to be these guys. But NAOS, it's so hard to stop them when they get like this, because when they know they can take you, they will start taking every fight and winning them. Especially when Kevs and the rest of the squad are just firing on all cylinders. I don't see anything happening here for South Built. I really do think it is going to be NAOS to run away with this. It's got to be 2-0.
Yeah, but you never know, right? Because yesterday, it kind of went around the same pace. I think the only real maps that SBE are very afraid to play would probably be, again, Split Haven and Breeze, and a lot of those maps have been banned out if I'm not mistaken. So there is a chance, I feel, for SBE here to definitely come back. They still do have that Haven map for them. Bind might be a really risk map if ever, because they did lose that to Team Secret, and we saw how I think messy it was at a certain point. But yeah, I think second map, there still is a good chance here for SBE.
Absolutely. Well, South Built, it's all up to them. Ball is in their court, and they have to take this one. Otherwise, they will be dropping to the lower bracket, where they might again run into Team Secret. And it's very, very dangerous prospect that we're looking at in the bottom half of this scoreboard, on the bottom half of this bracket, rather.
Yeah. Well, with all that being said, we are still waiting for the Agent Select to begin. So while that is happening, guys, again, just take a chill pill. Just eat your lunch if you have the same Filipino time as we are. If you're international, maybe get a snack. And again, if you're not understanding what we're talking about, if you want to listen to the Filipino broadcast, they are live at PPGL_VCTPH on Twitch. If you want to hear the are they doing a TriCast right now? I feel like they are still doing a TriCast. Yeah, I don't think they'll mesh well with like us if we TriCast, but I think it works well for like Vil and the others to do that. So good on them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're going into the drafting in just a second, guys. So just hang on with us. We'll be starting any moment now. It is, I'd honestly say, one of the last chances for South Built to really show what they've got here. I mean, there is the lower bracket. But if we're being honest, the lower bracket is looking very unforgiving. Look at the teams that have fallen there. It's very not pretty. And if South Built doesn't show their true form here today, unless they go absolutely 100% full calorie, I just don't see them going into it. But let's go into Agent Select. So here we go. Game number 2. We'll be starting it off right now. We're going to be here on Haven.
I mean, if they do, they are going to be facing Zeal, where Southfield did win that last series against the Zeal team, but you know what? We're just predicting. It's not gonna happen yet. There is a very, very good case that Southfield can push us to game number 3 because of their history on the Haven map. This is, I feel, one of their stronger, if not strongest maps. But we'll definitely see how this goes because Ja plays this map on an Astra, and I think right now they have to risk the biscuit and just use Ja as a duelist rather than the Astra, if ever. But you know what? If they're used to it, maybe. But I'm not really confident if they put Ja on the controller.
Honestly, I don't like the odds here for South Build. I'm not seeing it. Their Haven, it's only a 59% win rate. It's decent, sure. I'm just not too big a fan of it. I honestly think that NAOS has a better Haven. And overall, just generally better. When it comes to aiming maps like this one, I do think the teams will win. Teams like NAOS will win on this one more often than not.
Oh, dude, they brought Z. Yeah, they brought Z as the Killjoy here. I wonder how this is going to work out. I actually thought that NAOS will not be using Z because he felt like he was still not as integrated as they would want. Oh no, the tip was just barely at the smoke, and Blurred not missing the opportunity to, well, take advantage of. Now it's only Pro and Poppy to remain. Double stack by Blast, I like it. But there's so much chokehold for NAOS here that Pro and Papichulo will go through the meat grinder just to make things happen. But maybe it could work. Z has spotted both of the players already as they drop down. Look at how quickly NAOS just execute the remaining members of SBE here as they claim that first round. All right. No aggressive buys. Let's look at this once again. Look at that. Also unfortunate for Ja. I think he got tagged fast enough that because the tag slows you down, that he cannot get fast enough away from the smoke. So his tip got spotted. He couldn't get back into cover. Unnecessary, or not really necessary, but unfortunate turn of events for him. Now, SBE do want to get this mid control. They haven't pushed up, which is the thing. And Blurred has already sniffed out one player already. Mid was looking to be a juicy defensive endeavor for the SBE roster, but now it's not even batting an eyelash towards that. Oh no, this is unfortunate. John got himself caught. I was trying to position the back of C Long, and Blurred has been spotted. Flippy does get executed, but now it's again fast on the trades. Even though the flash does blind them temporarily, the positioning of Aziz still snuffed out. And now it's swift retribution to come through in that second round. Okay, we'll see how that replay does go.
One enemy remaining.
But I mean, it is just 2 rounds. SBE will be going for their first buy now, but now is an almost flawless from that last. We'll have a solid, I'd say, bonus here. Nobody forced to actually buy up into the rifles. Interestingly enough, Aziz actually gonna handle the boosted spot here on B. It could actually work because NAOS is looking to go here. Maybe they're reading the situation that because NAOS loves to go for these close quarter fights, this could work. And look at that. The drone actually not spotting Aziz, if I'm not mistaken. Only Flippy could have a solid angle here, but I think the danger detector of NAOS is sniffing out that SBE has something sneaky outside for A. Look at that flash. That's going to blind Pro. He still reacts in time beautifully, actually, as he does hit the double kill. That will delay NAOS as well as tag them down, but Blast somehow, some way, gets the kill up onto mid. He's slowly creeping up. I'm not sure if he does spot out where Poppy is, but Poppy thankfully does get him. Now SBE back in control once again. NAOS have given Jalicious the Phantom. And arguably, they still have some fights left in them. The blade goes actually hitting on Garage Door. And look at how he kind of baits out
30 seconds
where
left.
the attention of SBE are. The trade is going to be good, and the plant will be successful. If you want anybody to go into clutch mode, definitely has to be Delicious. You saw that, what is it, week 1 debut match for him. He got that amazing 4K on Bind. He was the one that did that. Maybe he can do it again. But again, this pinch from SBE. So much noise from Papi Chula. Is he going to even look behind him? I don't think so. And Ja hits the 1-tap, and SBE clutch it. They've taken the brunt of damage, unfortunately. Don't worry, guys. Elu's just, you know, we're just having a bit of an LQ. Or CQ, Caster's Quarrel, so he's out. Look at this. That transfer was glorious. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to reset the recoil of his Phantom and drop down for it. They still do win the round, but they don't win the economy game. Oh, even better. Kakarot actually has his null command, so whatever counter setup SBE has, NAOS can shrug it off, and they're going to go again for this C strike. They really love to go about this, but it makes a lot of sense. There it is, the null command already asked into question. Nanoswarms will not be activated at all. The defensive Hunter's Fury, though, will tag a couple. Jai is still in the back of sight, and he reacts quickly enough against Blur. Delicious now in such a sticky predicament. Everyone is coming all around him, and he just cannot find his way through the mess of SBE sprinkled around the C site, and that's going to be the end of him. SBE retaliate in turn. And we're going to see how this goes. Yeah, quick little replay. Kakarot did spot that out too, so he gave the information, but the problem was Blur just incapable, or not capable at that point, of getting the fast pick. They thought they had it, but that was a really, really clutch ultimate from Pro that disrupted the push on the NAOS squad. And an almost perfect round, I'd say. So they keep the economy and everything. Aziz is already looking far forward, but didn't expect Blur to actually be there in the corner. Flippy has actually pushed himself up, but Blur just handles the situation so well. He's actually picked up a Vandal, and he has just gone up and beyond, picks up the 3K, still pushing forward. He's feeling every single clutch now, and he's even going to boost himself up onto heaven. I don't think the defenders know about this, but they are going for the lurk. Delicious is handling it.
Planted.
But Blur single-handedly has given the round for SBE.
Calling my boss.
Poppy and teammate now gonna have to even try to manage to sneak one in, but timing as timing can be. Recon Dart opens up or gives them the necessary information. Josh still gives up where he is. Other than that, it is just yeah, just that. Unfortunate.
Finished. Turn out.
Now they're just gonna be looking for the exit frag. Just trying to save these weapons for the next round. I gotta say though, this is a 3-3 round for now. So even if they lose players, it's totally fine. They can still buy into the next round, but they picked up every single weapon that SBE players who were dropped just dropped. Look at this one. This was the play that I wanted to see. Look at that. Wiggle, wiggle. Gets the second shot. Picks up the Vandal. Reacts in the nick of things, and he just was vibing. Ladies and gentlemen, at that point. Oh my goodness. So let's see how this goes. Shock dart to tag someone. There is an aggressive buy here, and that is just unfortunate. There was a smoke. That was the first time I think I've seen a smoke from somebody, and Blur just times the catch onto Flippy. He was like, yeah, that was awkward. Question though, I think he's just hurt. What is happening? No, this is not supposed to be. This is not in the script. Well, technically there is no script, but Papalicious does get the kill in turn. They've lost a lot. So even if that is what is transpired here, still damn deadly for them. Blast could be in a cheeky little spot.
He does lose against
Spike
Pro,
planted.
who will be able to pick up a Vandal, but now he knows. Spike is planted all the way onto the A side. It's going to be a long hallway. He'll have to walk up. If he makes any noise whatsoever, if he drops down and he plops, he will get heard by Jalicious. And of course, as he is trying to scan every single corner, as he tries to maybe go into the A side, time is dwindling, and his opponents are still moving. Now it's clear and concise once again in that round, but that was... It felt like they had something on, right? Like, look at this. But, of course, for NAOS' side, if you think about it either way, yeah, you are absolutely back. I just wanted,
sorry.
I just wanted to finish my point here. If you were NAOS at that round, that was the first time ever that Ja, I believe, smoked garage doors, and they had their spider senses tingling. They knew something was up, and they just sprayed through it and got 2 kills out of nowhere. Crazy.
Wow. Yeah, insane. I just got the replay. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for leaving you alone there, Asper. I had a little bit of a technical issue on my end.
It's okay.
You're used to it. You'll be fine. Sorry.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, I'm here for you, bro. I'm here for you now.
Oh, thanks, brother.
I'll be fine. But now it's now in the lead. It's gonna be 2-4 is the current score line as Papi Chulo looking to hold this site. They do have a crossfire here. They identify where one is. Papi Chulo still able to get out of this situation here without much bullets left. And now they're just looking fantastic, man. They're clean as a whistle on these takes. An A side secured completely, as is in Flippy. I think save already. Save call's coming.
Who did NAOS trade up for Z? Kevs, right? Interesting.
Yeah. Which is very interesting to me because I'm like, really gonna pick out Kevs, who got you 30 kills last game?
Yeah. But I mean, if they have confidence in Z's performance now, again, he was kind of shaky on that Breeze map because it did feel like he wasn't integrated with the team, but I think it's been doing solid in terms of just supporting them with the KJ. So whatever happens, Z's been good so far.
Absolutely. Z's been doing phenomenally. And, you know, that's pretty much all you can ask for here, even if he is pretty cold. Flippy does keep his rifle, which is going to be fairly important in the upcoming rounds. He's turned 2v5. They do have a little bit to play with, but the timeout does come in early. I appreciate this from South Build. They cannot let the steamroll start as early as now.
As early as NAOS.
As early as now.
There's so many there. There's like low-hanging fruit everywhere for the NAOS
I know. It's basically a dive bar up in here.
Yeah.
South built now. 4-5 rifles should be coming in from now side. And South built, I think they should eco. I don't know what they're going to go ahead and do. I think it's going to be a quasi buy, probably half armor and pistols.
Yeah, for the most part. And I'm okay with, like, again, going for timeouts when you are on a save buy because of the fact that you can talk about it more in this upcoming round, right? And then once the true buy round begins in the next,
you know what to do.
There's at least more ample time for you just to discuss what you have to do.
Yeah, I agree. And you can kind of use the eco round as like a quasi timeout, you know, a sort of timeout.
True.
Well, talk about stuff there because, you know, you're in eco anyway. But the thing is, eco round are so winnable in this game. Clearly evidenced by the games we just witnessed earlier on today. But see how things go as South built now. Are pretty much on the back foot, 2-5. They are playing very passively on the side of NAOS, knowing that the enemy is probably on eco. So they will just hold back and make sure nobody pushes them.
Flippy trying to force back the rest of the squad here from making any moves. Oh, he spotted his. He's going to make it. Oh, the timing. I can't believe Blurred finds those. Aziz. Oh, that...
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Clothesline on through mid. Papi Chulo just takes out Blurred. But still, the numbers very much in favor of NAOS. We'll be trying to head towards C, but there is still a player and a Killjoy setup happening over there.
Concealment.
See if Jack can even get one. He'll play in the smoke and try to get one. Taking a couple of shots. He's able to only find Kakarot. That's still going to be sufficient for the time being. 3v2. C site should be planted.
I mean, there's nothing they can really do at this point now. Recon Dart's gonna do absolutely nothing, but Pro does pick up the Vandal. His position is already exposed, so there's nothing really left other than just maybe dry peeking or even rotating away. And look at this. Now they're claiming these rounds as easy as breathing. Aziz has purchased himself the operator, so maybe no more BS, no more bad shots for him.
Yeah.
Remaining.
But I'm hoping the operator will be a little bit useful. It has been underwhelming for the most part. I think for both teams, actually. Now, as is, I'd like to see a lot of impact from this operator, but he's not going to see it. They're going to head straight towards C. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury clearing out the back of the site. Not a lot of tags, but they have gotten a lot of control, already dashing into it, and that's going to be the null command going to be used up as well. The Hunter's Fury in response should be enough to get one down. Okay, that's going to be Kakarot, no problem. They're going to res him, but this lockdown is going to make things a little bit more difficult for the defensive side. Gives it a little bit more time to breathe, forces back the defense.
And I really like how they just didn't push through at the back of site when the smokes were still active. They waited, and they actually can take their sweet time because of the utility that they do have. The trigger discipline that NAOS has is incredible. How does he still find the kill regardless? And the lockdown breaks, and look at how many players of NAOS just waterfall, or rather go upstream, just to break that. And SDE was just trying to fight for their lives just so that the lockdown can go and detain maybe a few. But now we're like, nah, brah, it ain't happening.
Let's take another look here. G or J. How does he win those? He's off. He's off balance for 2 of those kills, and he still gets locked down.
Turret out. Let's go.
That's unreal. That is just unfair. And South Built should honestly be a little bit of ashamed about that last play. That was a little bit embarrassing there. Should have gotten the kill any day of the week. I don't know if they're tilted. Hey, man, I'm just not going to sugarcoat it. That was a really awful play that South Built just came out with. They should have gotten the kill. He was off balance twice. Still, they lose the duel. Heartbreaking right now from South Built.
Yeah, they got rattled in that round, and South Built might be on that downward spiral. I don't like to say that too much when it's still 2-7 because it's not the end of the world.
What the fuck is
and
South Built
picks like
doing
that
good?
Again makes it hopeful for South Built. They can pick up the weapon now, but herein lies the fact that NAOS are very quick on the rotate. Yeah, go ahead.
I was not muted, and nobody heard that. Please ignore whatever I just said. They are just completely stunned right here. I just made it. Anyway, let's move on.
Spike down A.
Pro, gonna get that nice pick off right there from G, and it's gonna be a 4v3.
30 seconds left.
What? Yes, chat can hear that, but Black and Blue just entered, and then we just hear him say something.
Spike down A.
All good. Blur
Player standing.
now has to hold the fort here. 2 versus 1.
Thrifty.
What is the play here from Blur? Okay. He was just trying to pick up the spike. Ah, that's probably why. I thought that it was planted down for a moment there. And that's why he was trying to wild one in, if he can. He's wilding, but not going to be working in that one.
30 seconds left.
Yep. That is the biggest of oops. At least for now. So this gives Southbuild a fighting chance. So this is for SBE fans out there. This is a possible recuperate, right? We'll see how this goes. Kakarot, I believe, did have the spike in hand, and now just exited back. Now Z, here you go. Oh, good movement. Okay, good back. I like how he didn't put himself on the wall there, so he could at least strafe just in case. Now NAOS again claimed the A site. I wonder if this was just an adjustment or this was the plan all along, because they were somehow working on B before this.
Well, 4v4, as now the spike does start to take away. It's gonna be a little bit of time to breathe here for NAOS, and they're looking like they're making a very strong argument for themselves in this one. Papi Chulo good with the entry, but he's able to shut one down. Papi Chulo with a third. Out of nowhere, they're able to do it. Now that's going to be a 4th round for Southbuild. Thank God, but they finally get themselves at least a fighting chance in the half.
They do one more round before we end this one.
Last round in the half.
And this is first half, by the way, just in case somebody was confused there. Look at how quickly they got that refrag. Yep, those 2 smokes on long and short really messed it up. But to be honest as well, I think it was planted enough that they could have maybe lined up, you know, an anti-defuse without exposing themselves. That being said, doesn't really matter. SBE still did a fantastic job at retaking it. Now Z's on his op. Oh, he still gets spotted. I don't think they know that he is on the operator though, so he's still gonna get a kill or 2, mayhaps? Maybe even 3. Word is hunting him down and finally shuts him, but they've done the damage here. He does pick up the op because he does have his blades. Other than that, SBE still have a nice tight vice grip on the A site.
Get out of my way! No charges left.
It's just insane right now that NAOS is just coming out clean rather with everything that they're doing, but the defender lockdown should be forcing him back. Blur does have the blades out.
One
and
enemy remaining.
Curse to identify where that player is. Last one standing. Not gonna be today here. 7-5 Southbuild. They are making this comeback happen.
Switching sides.
Yeah, rattled there. They probably thought that there was maybe a couple of more members of Southbuild just hiding on the site, so they risk about 3 people staying inside that ultimate. Granted, they're putting a lot of trust in Blur to get the frags, but because he couldn't get the heaven person of SBE just held that off. And again, big props on how Aziz just managed those 2 kills. They did not know that he was handling the operator, and he just did not whiff any of the crucial shots. Now, SBE, I'm gonna say it. They have found themselves a respectable end to that first half. 5-7 is very good coming into this one.
I'd say I agree with you completely there, Asteroid. 5-7, it's very much winnable, especially if they get this pistol around here. So it's all really gonna all come up to them whether they can start hitting these shots or not. NAOS, however, letting things slip a little bit away from their grasp. They do have a setup here on that A site. They have 3 players already coming in. I don't imagine Southbuild will commit to this. They will be starting to get a little bit more information. But look how far Z has crept up. Z is already here. And if he gets 1, maybe 2, it's going to buy a lot of time for the rotation to come in from NAOS.
Yeah, if you draw like an outline, NAOS have a big control around this one. Flippy's just going to try to run away, but even if he had players right behind him, Blur still finds openings. And now he's even going to risk his life for that map control, and I think it's the correct play. Now they know that SBE have ran all the way back.
Z hears
They're already
this.
looking for C, but again, Z is still there at C long.
30
Yeah,
seconds
he hears
left.
all of the steps coming in here, but no choice, I guess. Now they're just gonna have to go to B. Let's see if they can do it. But Blurred can't get the timing right now. ASUS might be able to creep up onto A here. Should be a very interesting prospect. You know that they left A alone, so there's a possibility that will be a player. They will check for it. ASUS has his knife out, dashes away. Oh, can't get the gun out in time. Still Pro gets one now. Z finds the other. Now it's gonna be a 3v2. Flash does come through. And in a 2v3 right now, they're working their way onto that B site as Pro
Player
is gonna be
standing.
alive with a very little amount of HP. But Papi Chulo has gotten another 4K, and Papi Chulo single-handedly keeping Southfield alive right now. Now.
It's okay, Cartman.
Yeah. Alarm bot.
One enemy remaining.
Dying tired.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yesterday, when it went up against Team
Bot
Secret,
coming back.
wasn't it also Poppy that saved the biscuit? You know, saved the bacon of SBE.
Yeah, it was Papi Chulo yesterday as well, who was just a madman.
Oh, Dink City, but they do have Flippy's heal, so it's fine.
I think he saw that register.
And you can hear it too.
Yeah.
You can hear those.
Yeah.
Blonk.
Imagine if we had a hit scan gun in this game. That would be crazy.
Aren't all guns in this game hit scan?
Oh. No.
Projectile.
Projectile.
There you go.
Wait, yeah, sorry. No, you're right. They are hit scan. I was thinking projectile.
There you go. Yeah, I feel you. Maybe
would
like
be
add a
awesome.
bow or something for
But it's
a
like a one-hit
special
kill.
game mode. Yeah. I mean, the snowball one was fine, but I like a bow one. Would be cooler. Jelly's just been hitting these nasties like at the start of the round, and like SB is just shrugging it off. But how long can they actually shrug it off?
Spike
That was
down
pistols. They
A.
find a couple kills already. And now they know where it is. No one back him up right now.
One
Running gun is
enemy
able
remaining.
to do it. Jog gets a double. That's going to be Blast all alone in 1v3.
Does have the sheriff and his timing. Oh, is he gonna have an eye here? He does. Spike will still get planted though, but his opponents are low enough that this pickup on the Spectre can actually clutch in the round. Regardless of that, Nanoswarm is there to delay. As long as he can isolate the fights, maybe he can make it work.
Almost. Not enough though. Not against Papi Chulo, who does not miss. He's just been on an absolute tear today.
I cannot quote South Park because it'd be too sus. This is not the kid-friendly.
I find
stream.
that it's very difficult to quote South Park on any occasion.
It is. It absolutely is. Oh, there's a teddy bear stuck on the roof there. I wonder how that got there. Did like Captain America throw it?
Why does it have to be Captain America? Why can't it be Spider-Man?
Because we've been talking about Spider-Man for so long.
Okay, well.
Yeah, exactly.
But, okay, Captain America can't fly.
But, I mean, does he have to fly to throw that there? Maybe, I don't know, you know what? With his personality, maybe no. Maybe it's Tony Stark, you know? Maybe there was like a person that had that teddy bear and was maybe acting a little bit rudely. And Tony Stark was like, yeah, I'm going to put it in the window. So you can't pick it up.
No charges. Knife deployed.
Alright. Totally no idea where this conversation is going, but moving
Placing
on.
Swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
You know, it's totally fine. It's better that either one of us gets tech issues rather than any of the teams, right? So we'll take the bullet.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Speed Demon from Aziz there. I like that he was holding the lurks, but man, now it's just circumvent the attention. This is because, again, it was a weaker buy for them, so SBE had to just stick together, but the timing at which NAOS got those punishes and the peek outs were well enough, right? But again, it's still very close to tell, and once more, SBE are back on the purchases. Are they close to any good ultimates that they can use? PPGL is very close to his lockdown, so maybe they can get an orb or something to ignite a push anywhere.
Enemy.
Blurred is just so on point right now, Elu. And look at how quickly SBE just, let's go all the way back. Now throwing out the flashes. They haven't blinded anybody here. Now they do. Look at how just Flippy quickly activates himself. Delicious, does he have any shock darts to delay the plant? Not gonna be it. But they expended the lockdown so early just so that they can secure themselves the round if they can. What? No way PPGL actually peeks this and he gets knocked, right?
No.
Okay, now the turret actually spots something.
I don't think so, but yeah, it's gonna be Ja and Pro. They work hand in hand, but they have to deal with the Hunter's Fury now coming in. And time will start to dwindle. Now it's have to decide.
One enemy remaining.
Blurred cannot win his duel. And then go around here for South Built. As they claim another tie. And once more, we will be keeping things so close.
Man. There were some cheeky movements there from Blurred, but look at this. Pro and Flippy? Look at how tiny those angles are.
Enemy remaining.
Just get those shots. And then they just, again, single-handedly dismantle the defense there of NAOS. I was also wondering how Jeg got himself the ultimate when he didn't get any
right here.
The charge before. Maybe he got a kill onto SBE that was over pushing. But anyways, that is going to be NAOS now on just dreadful sheriffs. Could work though. But yeah, they're supplementing the push with the Hunter's Fury here. Blast does tuck himself in the corner now. Aziz, will he peek this before he does manage to get flushed out? Well, answer that is a big fat no. Blast, 6 bullets in the chamber, have to reload now. But there's like 3 people from NAOS here, and they could make some waves. But never mind that. Blast is still holding on, only for a few more.
One enemy remaining.
They're just committing to the fight. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're just going no holds barred this time. And that's fine. It's working out for them. It just goes to show that South Built, they can take this game by the reins if they have to. This is what I wanted to see from them back in Icebox. When they could, you know, start playing a little bit more to their tune, their own tune. Look, you know, for the most part now, they were just playing back. They were playing a little too... Sorry, they were playing too far back against NAOS, playing a little bit too safe. But South Built this time, they're showing that they can take those fights, and it's really working out for them this time.
NAOS Blur buys the operator. He's holding himself on short now as Aziz manages to push through on A for a moment. Now they've scanned out that Blurred has purchased this one. He will still get scanned, but he's holding the angle as hard as he could, just so that it can dissuade SBE from coming right in. But SBE, they've taken a bit of a breath here. A while ago, it seems like they were rattled, but now very different. And as Aziz gets picked up, now are they having an inkling that it is going to be that A push, or are they just gonna spread one out and just wait for something to happen before they react?
Timing is all that it takes. Waiting, biding their time here. South Built are happy to play this slow. They're gonna go to B this time. They haven't done so much this far. I think this is the right call. Nobody's right there to receive. We'll be trying to get towards the back of the site as this finds its way in. Not really going to find a way to contest it. Shock darts and utility don't make that much of a connection as the heals come through. Will be a full 5-on-5. This is looking good for South Build.
Can't use that.
What can they really do here? The flash is a little too wide. It's going to be a crisscross with the cosmic divides. Who's he going to favor this time? One flash is come through, spots the shoulder, won't be taking the fight. And now they've ended it just barely before it's begun.
That wall was so good. Yeah. That wall from Blast just won them the round.
Flawless.
And actually wall and null command from Kakarot literally just disabled everything that SB
There's
could
nothing
use.
they can't see. They can't throw utility. There's nothing. They can't throw utility across the wall. They don't have any. They were null commanded.
Oh, that's a punch in the gut if ever, right? Unfortunate. Ooh, that was nasty. But yeah, good utility usage here from NAOS. And SBE, respect on the push on the site. The big problem there was,
Here.
again, they weren't able to transition out. But to be fair, I mean, who would have ever thought, right? That would have been the retaliation, the reaction from NAOS. But
Yeah, that
other than that, it still works.
ridiculous.
But okay, another B. Oh no!
I mean, it's a nice try to see if you can really work a second time. Maybe just get the plan, considering there was nobody really there last time. But this time there were players ready for it as the lockdown does come in. I think a little prematurely from NAOS as well, but it doesn't matter.
Remove.
It's going to be a nice shot from Papi Chulo yet again. And Papi Chulo is truly the hero of South Build right now. He's going to get the drop.
Done.
Oh. That's a great kill that he finds. They're just going to leave him onto the site right now. He's going to call for the rotation. He's bought so much for his team. Z, he gets one. Papi Chulo's finally found out.
Destroyed.
And Pro on a pistol. Makes a lot of noise. He does take down the turret. Will be able to get that spike. So there's a little respite in the fact that they get an extra 300. That's pretty much it.
That is going to be what it is. I mean, he can't really do too much about this one, right? He's getting slow peeked by Blurred already, who immediately knows where to just find his gaze. And again, they're giving everything to Kakarot so that he'll have his... Oh, never mind. That's what I thought he was going to give it to. Kakarot there for closer null command. And now it's breakthrough with double digits. We are getting to that point now where, again, teams are getting closer to the finish line. But it's somehow now is just getting the better of things the longer this game goes. SBE just can't find the pieces.
Yeah, you're right. And it does seem like they're running out of steam. They will, come in every other round and just be like, nah, we're still in this. But to find that consistency is a completely different story. Put up those numbers time and time again. Because as of the moment, what I'm seeing from South Build is that one, Papi Chulo is insane and that he's absolutely carrying. And two, the South Build, they have what it takes, but it feels like they're a little disjointed in certain rounds, and especially the rounds that they should be winning.
Repeat this. Oh.
A little bit too greedy on that one.
Very true. Look at the refrag game for SBE here. As Blur overcommits the extension. That's going to leave Kakarot to just fight for C long, and he botches that recall control. The other's just going to try to do the same. He does make waves. He does give himself some impact. It's not going to be enough. And I'm pretty sure that Killjoy turret just blurted out the vision of Blast there. And that was all of what was left of him.
And Pro is like at 5 HP. We've got double digits on both teams. It's 10-10.
Enemy punished.
Not Ben 10. 10-10.
I was alive for that 10-10, 2010, October 10, you know?
Are you talking about the video of the Japanese game show and they're like, count to 100 and he's like, 10, 10, 10, 10.
No. Dude, there was literally like, what is it, like 12 years ago where like, Cartoon Network was like counting down to it and they had like all Ben 10s just showing.
Yeah, I remember. We're old. Well, that's okay. With great age comes great responsibility, as they say. That's how it goes, right? But the tag actually comes from the recon. Outgrown onto the tower.
Oh!
Blur gets that pick off onto ASUS. Hunter's Fury not going to be doing too much.
That actually gets the catch onto Aziz as well. Huge blow for SBE right now. They would love to have this dash still available to keep pushing on through. And at least the reaction of SBE here is to use the Seekers in exchange for Aziz. Okay, PPGL activates the lockdown. That doesn't take the back of the site though. But this isn't a clean use of utility. This will at least flush them out at the closer encounters, but other than that, this is still a good defense hold for NAOS.
Yeah, NAOS look like they're in the right position.
30 seconds
Kakarot
left.
and Blast will be able to take it, no problem. I might have seen a fake here from South Build because this was a little bit telegraphed. Sorry, not a little bit, very telegraphed by South Build. They used a lot of utility. They used the lockdown and threw out everything, and then they go and hit B. But by that time, the lockdown doesn't really flush out too much because they're just forced to the back of the site, and there were still 4 people holding strong on that side. So I do think that a little bit more could have been done on that one. Personally, like I said, I would have liked to see a fake. Maybe drop that lockdown, rotate towards B. Since they did already bait out the rotation anyway. But hindsight, 2020.
SBE are broke. Well, I mean, they could still go for a buy. This is their second timeout, if I'm not mistaken. So, final breather for them to just talk things through, figure how. It is close, but again, the way the match has been shifting, it seems like SBE are struggling to find themselves any form of opening here. They do have some almost big utilities that they can use, and I wonder if they'll risk it to make the gun rounds now or in the next round. But I mean, next round would mean match point as well for now, so probably it is their final stand into this one.
Well, there's still a couple chances here for South Built. They will be putting that rifle in the hands of PPGL. Cannot blame them, because he is firing on all cylinders. He is going absolutely ham right now. Nitrous oxide on everybody as Blurred looks to make this first connection with the operator. The push should come in. Not going to be spotting anybody just yet, but has an inkling that someone might be just around the corner.
Dude, they're doing the let's wait 40 seconds on our spawn first and wait for a pick.
You know what? It works. It's the old boy strat, but it works. It's like anybody who's been playing tactical shooters for years knows his strat. But it doesn't seem like NAOS is biting.
Okay, Blurred could get overwhelmed here. His smoke is allowing them to push on in, so he has to use the last of it. And again, he is alone in the site, so he has to play this slow before he can find somebody to help him out.
Oh, that should have been a shot. That should have been a connection right there. But Ja gets the better of him this time. As now the two players from SBE, they do have rifles, but Kakarot is looking to hold. Spike drops, that's information. Kakarot with a second. Kakarot with nothing more than that. I thought he'd line up the last one, but Z does get it. Match point now coming in for NAOS. SBE are on the ropes.
Blast, Blurred, Kakarot almost on his null command. Again, these are the 3 big ultimates that always deter the SBE squad now.
Spike down.
Look at this hold. All they can really do is play that contact. They keep losing bit by bit, and they had to commit the numbers there. I mean, they are going to go into this one with full utility, maybe shy of a couple of players with half shields, but this is still good for SBE. Again, there's 2 more rounds that they can start fighting with this one, and Blur could actually get spotted. Oh. All right, he had to use the dash for sure there. An almost catch for SBE. I'd still say that's pretty good because they did, again, force the dash on Blur.
OG spots out one. He knows the pressure is coming his way. He calls for the rotation, falls back onto the site, but South Build, they're inching their way slowly towards A. This allows for the rotation to come in now, and they're calling over Blurred with that operator of his to help out. They're leaving Kakarot here on B. Not 100% sure if that's the right call. I think they will need to reinforce a little bit more, but they're happy to wait for footsteps and a little bit more of a bigger sign here. And that's going to be the knife that just does detect some good presence right now. Not sure how many it did catch off, but it is enough to force them back here and reconsider their aggression towards A.
They're still here on A, by the way. It hasn't really stopped them for the most part. Blur.
Timing.
That's timing. They know what's coming after this. Once you see SBE make a lot of strides on A, they usually like to go for B, and yeah, for sure. But Bro makes some waves again with his ultimate, and this still allows SBE to push through, but Delicious is in the back of the site, as well as with Blast there, but again, Papi Chulo shut them as they try to make anything. Delicious shouldn't be able to clutch this.
I don't think so. B-side is a tight space. The moment he swings out, there's going to be 3 crosshairs waiting for him, and that's exactly what he receives. Another chance to survive here for South Built. They're looking to make their case to get into overtime. With an operator in the hands of Blurred, he wants to shut it down. But this was a great nade. I do want to point out, but an even better ultimate here from Pro.
Oh, for sure. That's a legit smoke that you throw out. That's actually really good. Like that one way, that's sort of one way on building.
Sort of one way.
Yeah.
Okay, full buy for everyone. They do have the null command on now, so I imagine they might want to play for retake. If I have this null command up, I'm thinking I want to play a retake on A. I want to play a retake on maybe B. C is definitely something that they want to fight for, so maybe put a couple of bodies there, and then have a little bit more for that retake itself. They will be taking A aggressively with his presence here by Blurred. He is tempting Fate a little bit, though. A little bit aggressive with that operator. Does get a good blind in, but Papi Chulo once again will open the site. That's the Sentinel gone. C side weak. The one place they did not want to lose from the side of NAOS.
Pro has no recon dart, so Blast could have a position where he can actually sneak, or rather hide, and just, again, force them out. Doesn't have so much time. Oh!
Blur actually sneaks by. Oh, SBE, they forgot to hold their flank.
That is huge. The null command, I think, just took their attention for the most of it, and oh wow, Blur. Even I didn't expect that to come from him.
Yeah, he just crept up there. And now he's holding an aggressive angle with this operator. Good crossfire right now. Coming in, the recon, the flash. He's still alive somehow. Kakarot's got his back, but not for long. The fragment does come in, takes another duel. Kakarot holding the site. And NAOS, they've got this in the bag. Flippy is the only one left, and he gets one. Looking for 2 more, but with 10 seconds, what can he really do? Has to go for the flash. That's going to be the recon to finish things off as D takes it, and it's going to be NAOS taking a 2-0 up against South Built Esports.
The reason why you'd see Kakarot push through his own molly there is you take less damage from your own utility. He can risk it that way, even though he was intending to use that molly to block the exit path, right? The entry path of SBE towards the site. He still uses it because I feel like SBE wasn't expecting the aggressive push out from Kakarot, so they thought that maybe they could just take the site, plant it at default, but SBE, they really like to run down that timer, and Kakarot, knowing this, just fight hard for it. And because of that, I think he's done the impact so that his teammates, all they really have to do is clean up house and win the round and win the game.
Papi Chulo, a heroic effort from him, but just not enough to carry his team over the finish line. The 13-11 score. Pretty good stuff right here coming from the side of NAOS. Once more that they will hold on defiantly so. I think it was a very concerted effort here. NAOS proving why they are in the running to be the best team in the country.
Oh yeah. I mean, if I say from Oasis that Invi is probably my favorite flex player, Kakarot is turning into my favorite support player. His flashes are so good.
Yeah, and you remember how Kakarot used to be like the hardcore duelist from each and every team. How much he's changed in the past year.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that again. What happened in this one? This was a thrifty, right? I remember this was the 3-piece that Blur got purely from him just getting those 2 frags, and then there you go. Look at that beauty. There's some really aggressive rounds here, but also on the side of SBE, though, gotta say, SBE had some pretty questionable ones, especially this one that they just try to fight so gung-ho against that lockdown.
For the lockdown.
For the lockdown, yeah.
They were trying to protect it, and couldn't hit the shots. A little bit unfortunate for them. Spray control wasn't there for the players in Southfield. Hoping that this is something that they do work on, because they do look a little bit tilted. There are a lot of mistakes that are a little uncharacteristic of Southfield. I don't know. This isn't the form that we expect to see from them coming into the playoffs. When they were in the first round, in the first few rounds in the game, we were like, yeah, this is Southfield. They're playing in playoff mode. They're amazing right now. This is what we expect. And then slowly but surely, it started falling apart. Heartbreaking.
Southfield is going to go against Zeal later on to dictate if they're going to stay in the playoffs or are they going to be goodbye, or they're going to just exit out here. But other than that, yeah, that was the series done. And NAOS Esports, they started off shaky, but they won out regardless in the end. SBE, I think that even though SBE lost, they still made a good case. The problem therein lies that, again, in playoffs, you're just up against the better half of the entire tournament, and up against NAOS, they really had to step up because, again, with what we saw in the match history, they just, again, were not able to win any of the previous ones, and it seems like the trend continues.
Well, let's go ahead and talk with our panel and see what they've got to say about this. So for now, Lestrada and Asura, we're going to be signing off and leaving it into the hands of the panel. We'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, well, the history seems to be repeating itself for Southfield Esports. It was a 2-0, a close 2-0 for that matter, for the second map at the very least. And it still came into fruition. Now it's Esports still coming out on top here. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Nomad. Also, alongside of me is Raf and Dax. That was as close as you can get for the history to be broken, Raf.
Yeah, honestly, just looking at it, it was a little bit of a heartbreaker for quite a bit of Southfield fans, including myself, because obviously they're my prediction. But like I mentioned, the fundamental game of NAOS has been absolutely polished. It's been shiny as all shiny can be. The way that they handled all those situations, despite their honestly, all their players popping off. We've seen Cavs in the first game, and we saw an abundance of the All-Star highlights. We even saw that last treat with, you know, the I'll stand in my molly. This wasn't for you. This was for me. It makes me look cinematic. But on the side of SB, I feel like there were just these tiny moments, these lapses of judgment, quite a few dry peaks, quite a few wide swings when they really didn't need to. But again, the tournament pressure didn't seem like it was pressuring NAOS. Instead, it was SBE trying to maybe prove a point.
It was a good start for SBE, and then it kind of fell on apart more and more as NAOS adjusted. You see players like Blurred come online, find those targets, find those taps, and bit by bit, NAOS Esports would find those fragments of victory to really piece it all together. And it stands here, NAOS Esports with another victory over SBE, really showing that this new wave of teams that came from the open qualifiers, they're really defining what the PH landscape is now.
Yeah, competition is fierce and everybody has stepped up to the plate. And speaking of stepping up, let's have a look at our series MVP here, presented by ROG. Our ROG game MVP is none other than Blurred. 231.1 ACS his name, a KDA of 1.5 and 18 average kills per game. And I feel like this entire game, everybody on the side of NAOS Esports really just racked up the kill count here, Ralph.
Oh yeah, I mean, thinking about the kills and the deaths, right, since you pointed it out, to have a dedicated entry in the form of Blur that has more kills than deaths, it's huge, because again, entry frag, most of the time you are the sacrificial lamb, but Blur has kept his composure, he's taken the space necessary, but I've never seen any of them really on the NAOS side to overextend. We even had that one play that really stuck with me. It was against a SB Eco. They burnt the res. Blurred just came online. It's like, you know what? Let me make things very apparent to you. Do not peek me 1v1.
I mean, he had the operator for a while, and that Haven map still got the taps with the Sheriff anyway and disengaged in time. There's just so much respect NAOS gives to their opponent, but also they understand what they can go for and what they cannot. The limit tests here from NAOS are looking pretty limitless in all honesty, and they're the ones setting the boundaries to keep them as the standard right now, and as our second PH rep, actually.
Yeah, that already is going to be the case here. Now, Esports will be moving on over toward the upper bracket finals where they will be facing off against Action PH in a best of 3. And then with that, South Built Esports will be knocked down to the lower bracket where they will be facing off against Zeal Esports. A rematch once again between these two guys in another best of 3 that we will be witnessing right after this break. Because when we come back, it's Zeal's and South Built Esports for the Challengers Philippines lower brackets. It's elimination time. Don't go away.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I see your
And we're live for the third series of the day. And as mentioned earlier, it's elimination time. It's Oasis Gaming versus Team Secret in a best of 3 to determine their tournament live. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Dax and Illustrato fresh from the cast. But before everything else, we'd like to thank our sponsors because VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance, an amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display, and a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And lastly, for you guys that are watching the stream right now, you can get a chance to win exclusive ASUS ROG swag by just following the mechanics that we have on screen. All you have to do is like and follow the ASUS Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages, as well as the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline. It must be set to public with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and Unleash the Legend inside. And you have to share your predictions in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. And it's kind of easy now because we already have 2. And the winners will be announced on February 28, 2022, which will get 3 winners each of an ROG shirt and this ROG cap. Now, what is not a cap is that these teams that we have right now is that Team Secret and Oasis Gaming, they're now fighting for their tournament lives. It's down to the eliminations here. And this isn't the first rodeo that Team Secret and Oasis Gaming has had throughout the entirety of the Challengers, Dax.
This is the thing. They both met each other in Group A trading series. But I really want to point this out. Both of these teams represented the Philippines to the APAC region last year. We know Team Secret all the way to champions. Oasis Gaming, they got that 3rd slot for the final SEA Challengers. And really goes to show how the tides turn, how the guard shifts. And it's Action PH now is on top. And one of the teams that represented PH last time, they're not going to be able to play in the region this time.
Yeah, you make a great point there, Dax. I do think this is very much a symbolic, or rather not symbolic, an actual passing of the baton from the older teams to the newer ones. Because we are seeing the rise to form for a lot of these younger teams here. Action PH, you got NAOS Esports. Meanwhile, you know, these top teams a little bit tapering off. And I think we're at the cusp of a very crucial point in Valorant PH history.
Well, we'll find out. The old players that have been playing for the region, for that matter. It's Team Secret. Let's introduce them first. Man, we thought everything was black and white for the team in black and white, but things are starting to look a little bit different for these guys. It's Borkham, Dispenser, Dubstep, Vash, and Jeremy that's going to be fielding the competition today. And Dax, are things really as black and white as it seems against Oasis Gaming?
The thing here for Team Secret is it's getting a bit dark. The eye is shutting because if they lose this, they're going to be eliminated. But that matchup at Santo, we saw some shines of life from them. Jeremy really integrating himself. Vash popping off time to time. Dubstep there showing off on the chamber. And if only that overtime went their favor, maybe they could have been in the upper bracket instead. I really feel like, though, a bit of redemption also more for Team Secret, not only on that lower bracket run, but they do want to deserve a win that they feel like they want that proper victory versus Oasis Gaming.
I absolutely agree here. A win would absolutely be crucial for Team Secret, but against a team like Oasis, who are pretty much, I'd say, leveled with them in terms of firepower, and right now, I feel like they might be motivated to even win. I think it's going to be a tight one.
Speaking of which, here's Team Secret's opponent right now. It's Oasis Gaming. Oasis since day one, but their day 2 performance, they're starting off really not that good here. Fresh off that loss against Action PH, we've got Coco, Envy, Courtesy, Marky, and Rip Peru. That's going to be fielding the competition here today, Dax. And do you think they'd be feeling okay right now after that 2-0 loss?
Look, this is the thing about Oasis Gaming. There's a bit of a problem for the roster every single week. You kind of have to toss a coin, figure out they're going to be hot on the cold side. And a while ago versus Action PH, they couldn't up with the heat that APH brought to the table. And for Oasis, they're going to need that bounce back. But really, I think Illustrado can articulate even better because he was casting that there are some key players that were added on to the Oasis roster, not really popping off the same way we expect from them.
You know, Dax, great way to put it, honestly, because I think, in my personal opinion, Team Secret and Oasis, I actually think I think Oasis is actually a bad matchup for Team Secret when all the members of Oasis are actually contributing and doing their part, just like with Dax mentioned. I think that when all of the members are firing on all cylinders, the playstyle of Oasis just is so difficult for Team Secret to deal with. Having said that, like Dax said, some of the players weren't exactly hitting their shots. We look at the stats here last time. Marky and Coco, the last time they played against each other, they were at -7, -16 in terms of the plus minus. They were very low on the ADRs with 111 and 89 overall. Just not the best of games for them. But if we look at the other side of the coin here, when they did win, everybody was truly contributing, multiple kills, multiple rounds. The lowest one had an ADR of 111, and that was the very lowest one that time. So if you ask me, as long as all of the members of Oasis can keep themselves together and not tilt and just sort of play their own game, I do think they're a good matchup with Team Secret.
Yeah, and just a little bit of a history lesson for you guys that have been just now tuning in to Challengers 1. Oasis and Team Secret, this isn't their first rodeo. This is already their third matchup, where in the first series that they played up against, Oasis came out on top 2-1. The second series that they played up against, it was Team Secret coming out on top, albeit not really the victory that Team Secret wanted to have. And right now, I feel like, as like what we've seen throughout the entirety of the day, it's all about scores being settled. It's all about redeeming themselves here for the most part, Dax.
Yeah, just at least for Team Secret to get back to basically where they belong, to get into that regional stage. It just feels like, though, that they put themselves in such a perilous state. There are those adjustments. Yes, Jeremy has been a good addition, but aren't really Team Secret at the level right now that they can beat that local competition, because we still have to respect the matter of perspective everyone has about them. Global stage, Team Secret, parity, or they're looked at on the underdog. Here at the PH, they are targeted. They are seen to be the model of success. And since everyone has had a year of experience already following in the footsteps of Team Secret, you can see now this is where that gap comes in. This is where they're able to leapfrog their way past Team Secret, and we wouldn't be in this scenario, this timeline, guys, if Team Secret was just dominating like usual. This really goes to show, again, PH representation getting even better.
I think more than that as well, Dax, is the fact that, you know, other teams are really slowly but surely catching, not slowly, but really quickly catching up to Team Secret. We talk about how things were last year. It was Team Secret. They would stomp everybody, and I think for the majority of their careers here, not just here in Valorant but in the other titles they came from as well, that would be the case. But I think for the first time in FPS history in the country, we're seeing that gap truly close down to what is basically an indecipherable line between the best and the second best. Right now, it's, you know, we have no idea who's gonna emerge. So right now it's NAOS, sure, but the question, like, how long is that gonna be for? Will Team Secret, you know, eventually come back into form? There are a lot of lingering questions that I feel is ultimately very good for the Filipino scene in general.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, for the longest part, it has always been one team that's dominating in FPS for decades even. And now that you beautifully set that up for everybody to just realize, is that even the newcomers that are joining in on Challengers 1, they have a chance to beat the best, be part of the best, like no one has ever, like no one ever was. I was trying to put that in, but I couldn't. I'm sorry.
You should just
get that a lot.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I get that a lot. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, it's oh my goodness. But yeah, it's
the same
way. Don't ever say I don't do anything for you, Nomad. Don't ever say I don't do anything.
Yeah, I know. Okay, but all right, going back into the conversation at hand, it's still going to be I feel like this entire matchup is still going to be a toss-up for me, though. Like, despite the fact that Oasis Gaming is, like what you mentioned, Illustrado, is a tough matchup against Team Secret if they're firing on all cylinders, I still feel like with what Team Secret has shown to us yesterday against Southfield Esports, despite them still losing that series, it's completely different from when they faced off against Oasis Gaming in the first place. And I feel like it's still a 50-50 for me, Elu.
I 100% agree with you. And I think a lot of it is because of the fact that Team Secret, let's face it, man, they're, I wouldn't say advanced in their years, but they are, starting to show signs of slowing down a little bit. And one of the things that made them so dominant during their reign in the previous decade, in every other title that they played, was the fact that not only could they out-tactic everybody, but when things started to go awry for them, they would easily pick up the pieces by just out-dueling everybody. That's no longer the case right now, because tactically teams are catching up, and mechanically they're even closer, if not better. I can think of so many individual players right now that can out-aim the members of Team Secret. I could have not said that a couple years ago.
Yeah, just they're the pioneers for good reason, especially here in the Valorant PH scene. We've seen many a time they're the ones to define how to play things like split tap, how to figure out a map like Haven, and those were the tendencies that they could rely on last year many a time, even if they were staring at 11-1 scorelines, 10-2 scorelines. Everyone was looking, oh, is this going to be the defeat of Adroit? Is it going to be the defeat of Brent? Is this going to be the defeat of Team Secret? And what do we see? They just come on back anyway. They just make it happen. But right now, it's not that possibility anymore that they can string along those kinds of victories. If teams can build up a gap, yes, Team Secret will have the fortitude to still fight on back. They'll try to force out that overtime. They'll try to get close, but it's all up to these other teams right now to finish the job off. And this time, especially in this stage, it has been quite a resounding yes. And, Oasis Gaming, if I remember correctly, weren't they the first ones to say so?
They were the first ones to actually put Team Secret not in their place, but put Team Secret in the spot where, hey, these guys can really beat us now. We need to start working hard. And that's up in the air right now because they just came off of a fresh loss against Action PH. Like, they were trying to settle the score, but Action PH still came out on top of that in a 2-0 fashion. Icebox is still a big problem for Oasis, apparently. And I think before we even have the map vetoes up here, I think we could start discussing about the possible map picks that Team Secret can get against Oasis Gaming in order for them to get that little bit of an advantage, despite the fact of the handicaps that they have, so to speak. And one of them is Icebox. Do you think that the Icebox situation is really just Action PH specific, or is it really an Oasis specific problem, Dax?
I honestly think it's just a while ago Action PH had Oasis's number. We didn't see the usual pop-off fights. In Icebox, I think it has become a bit of a PH standard to just keep on brawling, to keep on going at each other. And with APH that hot and Oasis not really having all members on hands there, that gives them a problem. But that's a map that Oasis loves to play time after time. They keep trying to make it work. There are moments that they do make it work and they can dominate, as we saw from last year. But this has to be them getting back to that parity that we talked about a while ago. I'm honestly looking forward to seeing an Icebox map and maybe even Ascent, because we've seen both Team Secret and Oasis duke it out so far in their series here.
Okay, here's what I'm expecting to see. I think Team Secret, they're going to take away Ascent. They don't want to play an Ascent. Oasis, they're probably going to be banning Bind because they don't want to play Bind up against Team Secret, who have just been, they're going to... Yeah, they're going to try to ban Bind. It's a little bit of a mouthful. We're probably going to see Haven at some point because Haven is a map that they're both comfortable on. Split is something that's kind of 50-50, so we might see it, although I do think Team Secret might veer away from it. It's Fracture, which I do feel like we'll be seeing again. And I can't believe I'm saying this because we've seen that both of these teams are happy to play Fracture. It's just a matter of who decides to go and pick it.
Yeah, and you could clearly see the difference in playstyles as well from both of these teams, like when Fracture comes out. Like the first time that Fracture was ever played by Oasis Gaming, they were up against Action PH, and they were a 50-50 type of composition. They weren't as aggressive. They were very defensive on their defensive side. But when you look at Team Secret, they were really aggressive, even on their composition. They really did not go for a hard Sentinel for the most part. The only time that they pulled up a Sentinel was with was with Dispenser, if I'm not mistaken, when he pulled out the chamber, and that's basically it. But even then, they were very aggressive, even on the defending side, when they pulled up on Fracture. Is that something that we can still see, or really is Fracture still, the compositions inside Fracture, is it still something that's still being developed by our country, for that matter, for VCT, Dex?
Yeah, it is, because everyone is trying to give their own flavor. We're getting the Neon right from Team Secret, and I had like 2 maps in mind a while ago, but thinking about a potential third, it actually might be our default, because if you remember, they were supposed to play it against Team Secret, Oasis Gaming, but that default happened, and they didn't get the matchup in that map. So this is a map that both sides have at least their own kind of answer here. You're going to be expecting some initiators truly from the Oasis Gaming side. Again, I can't wait to see the duelist there from Team Secret instead. And it might actually define a little bit more of what's to come in PH Fracture meta and give inspiration to many a ladder here in SCA.
Yeah, definitely. And, we're seeing such varied responses for how people are liking to play Fracture. I do want to talk about it a little bit later on if we do actually get to see it.
Well, we'll actually find out if we'll see Fracture, because the map vetoes are finally up here for Team Secret and Oasis Gaming. So we'll figure out what stages are we going to be playing in. We get Fracture first, Haven second, and what's the third map?
It's Icebox.
It's Icebox.
I called it. 100% called it.
What do you mean? I said the Icebox there at the end, but you were right, Yulu. That Haven shows up for Team Secret. I'll give you points there.
And Fracture.
Yeah.
Fracture.
We're all Fracture unanimous. Fracture number one.
Okay, well, I want to go back to what I was talking about here in Fracture. We're seeing, and Nomad, you kind of led into this, a lot of variation as how to approach Fracture on these different teams here. You have some teams that really like to rely on that chamber. We talk about how Action PH like to play it. And then you have Team Secret, who has their own approach to it when they bring out that Neon, and then they go for that aggressive playstyle. And then there's some teams, however, like Oasis, who like to play a little bit more steady. They like to run that double initiator. And on the other side, some players just like to go double, like a controller playing Viper on it. So still a lot of room for interpretation here on this map in Fracture. This is going to be a very important map number 1.
And moving on to map number 2, that Haven map's going to be very interesting because both sides love to play those kind of setups. Can we get those breaches to brawl? It might be a possibility. Who can really show that kind of coordination? And that's one thing Oasis Gaming has a bit of an edge against some of the contemporaries they had in group number A, is they had that mix of pop-off potential and tactics as well. They're a little bit of the hybrid of Team Secret and what we see from APH. They love to be that middle line, and they define their own way as well. And once we get to Icebox, it's really that proving ground for both of these teams, because we've seen the woes, we've seen the struggles, but we know that they're still comfortable playing on Icebox, and it's whoever can just outmaneuver the other, especially in those duels later on.
Yeah, hopefully the reset for Oasis Gaming, the mental reset from Coach Fluffy, would be worth it for Oasis Gaming, because this, I feel, is finally going to be a proper 3-game series. It's going to be up in the air. We didn't see Oasis go up against Team Secret on Fracture. This is the first time we're going to be seeing that. We've seen a little bit of the flavor that Oasis has given in Fracture against Action PH, but how well will that go up against Team Secret? We'll find out. And Haven, it's like what you guys wonderfully said, both of these guys, they know how to play this thick and thin, inside and out. They know the sites and the setups that they need to overpower their composition. Is really just Icebox. That's the ultimate decider. It's a big 50-50 if Oasis is going to perform here on Icebox.
They need to get back to the form that they did, because if you're looking at recent history here for Team Secret, I do believe they've been having those woes on Icebox, but like I said, it's already the PH standard. Everyone knows how to play Icebox in the PH scene. Expecting that chamber perhaps to be brought out yet again. I wonder who's going to be playing it with this kind of setup from Team Secret. But really, Ilu, a while ago for Oasis, what was the biggest problem beyond some players not performing up to stuff on Icebox?
I have 100% no doubt it's because there's the playoff jitters that are coming in here. There's just no doubt in my mind. You look at a lot of some of these players who were popping off, and they were the more experienced ones that we saw playing in VCT last year. I do think that there needs to be a little bit of mental improvement and a little bit more stability coming in from the newer players, especially on the Oasis side. But should they be a little bit more comfortable? Should they be a little bit more in tune into how they normally play and think about it as just a normal game? Then I definitely think they'll be popping off again in this one.
Well, it's the veterans versus some newcomers in the challengers here in the playoffs. But before we throw it on over to the game, of course, as per tradition, we have to go for our predictions here. It's tough to choose if you're asking me, but I'm going to stick with the boys in black and white. I'm going to stick to Team Secret. It's going to be a close 2-1, though. That's for me. What about you, Dex?
It's hard. These guys represented PH last time. But, you know, tradition, superstition, and we've seen in the group stage and here VCTPH Stage 1, bounce back is real when you have that double header. So I will go for Oasis Gaming 2-1. Is this the dawn of a new era? We'll be finding out if they can get that elimination done.
I actually think I'm going to go the other way this one. I do think Team Secret are going to take it. It's going to be a 2-0. I don't feel like Oasis have that that blood-curdling rage that can actually take them all the way to the final. Maybe not just yet. We might see them, struggle a little bit more. I do think they need to tap into that. But for now, I'm still going to say Team Secret 2-0.
All right. Everybody is different here. Team Secret for me and Elu, and Oasis Gaming for Dax. Now, it's really just all down to the teams to prove themselves and keep their tournament dreams alive, because whoever loses this best of 3 series is going to be eliminated and has to say goodbye, and the gauntlet will still continue for the winners. And without further ado, it's Team Secret versus Oasis Gaming. Best of 3. Game 1 starts right now.
Hello and welcome now to the first elimination match, the first lower bracket match we're going to be having this playoffs, and with me none other than Raph will be casting. I'm Black and Blue, and dude, these two teams are going to be seeing here today, and actually even after this that we're going to be casting as well. These are teams that have represented the Philippines in more ways than one, at least in the VCT and even outside of the official circuit, and by all of them aside from one are going to be eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams incredibly decorated, as you mentioned. And to new heights, maybe for some, maybe a recurring thing for Team Secret. Again, it's just in the comparison of things, right? But I want to point out that Illustrado said Oasis really need to dig deep for this one. Because again, Secret, they're secret, you know? They've already built their resume. Their CV is full of all these scars, of all the heads that they've taken. So, man, the digging deep, it has to start early.
For sure. I mean, we know, at least, there's definitely no doubt in our minds that they have what it takes within them for both of these teams, that they definitely want this, and there's no question about that. But can they really pull it off against each other? These two teams, the last time that they faced off, it was Secret who won. The first time that they faced off, it was Oasis who won that, and that went, heavily in their favor as well. We're going to see some of the maps here replicated that we did see last time around, like Icebox and Haven, which Oasis was successful in, but we have yet to see their Fractures. Dax talked about, with that DQ coming on in, we didn't actually get to see Fracture, even though it was picked during the last time they were supposed to face each other. And so now begs the question, who has the better Fracture? Oasis have really set the tone on picking that Fracture, and they look by so far one of the best teams when it comes to playing on Fracture. But then again, we do see, Team Secret, and you saw Dubstep being that first person to pick Neon here on the official circuit in the Philippines, and have her especially be on Fracture as well. So one wonders if that is going to continue. Will they stick to that composition? I know the panel talked about it. What do you think, Raph? Small thoughts as before we move into Agent Select.
again, it's just a lot to think about. Neon, she does have her benefits. She's definitely a monster when a team like Secret, who loves to capitalize on utility damage, if they can utilize that ulti as well as they can, then she's going to be a real problem. But what she does take away from a team is that sustainability that a main rifler does. For example, we have Arena as the biggest example. He has she has the Devour, she has the Dismiss, so she can just stay in the fight for as long as she can. Reyes can end the fight even before there's a retaliation. Neon, in that regard, she just zips around. She's quite, to a lot of players, she's fairly annoying. But in the pro scene, we haven't really found her maximum value as of yet. Maybe this is the turning point. Maybe this first map is going to be the building blocks for that.
Hopefully so, especially for a team that has shown that tendency to want to pull out the Neon, especially in Fracture, as we talked about with Secret. And there, as you said, Neon, she can be quite annoying to fight against sometimes, but one wonders if it's really such a viable thing to come out in pro play. Is her ultimate really that viable as compared to the ultimates of any other duelist you'll find in this game? The Showstopper, the blades of Jet. And so, I mean, when you look at things, many people would argue that because of the fact that her ult doesn't have that kind of one-hit kill potential that most of the other ults have, you kind of wonder if it's really something that they should stick on. But so far, Dubstep, he's been relying on that Neon, has had some mixed kind of results, especially early on in the group stages. Later on, it seemed like they kind of found their footing, and that could be true for both of these teams. Oasis kind of faltering a bit slowerly later on in their bracket, obviously down here in the lower bracket when they looked so good during the group stages. And we know that when it comes to the playoffs, Secret, they turn a new leaf.
Neon is truly true to her name. Much like the John Mayer song, it's pretty hard to play as of the moment. Not a lot of people can pull it off effectively. We have yet to see that, because I feel like Neon, we've only ever really seen her shine once, and this was in the hands of NAOS. It was Kakarot swapped off that KO, put that Neon on board. But as we mentioned, it requires so much setup, because what can you really do with, where her wall being super linear? What can you really do when her E can still be somewhat limited? Her sprint, it's very dangerous as an exit tool, unlike the dismiss, which renders you completely invulnerable. The dash, it's instantaneous. Even Chambers' teleport, his rendezvous, has just that much more safety.
I have a question for you, Arf. Can you play Neon?
I mean, it's completely different in pubs.
I'm talking about the John Mayer song, if anything.
Oh, okay. Well, this is going to be a little bit of a lore dump, but every time I try to dump lore, any one of us really on the desk, the game starts, so this could be a good omen. The game is starting. No.
Nope.
Can I play Neon? I played a few chords of it when I was spending a whole summer to learn it, and I was just like, yeah, nah, the 17-year-old me could not do this at all. Can you play Neon?
I've never even attempted it, and I don't think I will anytime soon. Seems a bit out of my wheelhouse, to be quite honest with you. But on to more serious things, on to about the game. But yeah, these two teams, Oasis, they're a team that has represented the Philippines, as I talked about. Internationally, VCT Challengers 3, they're one of the teams to do that, along with the former, at the time, Galaxy Racer, now Enigma Galaxy, who obviously not here anymore. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean they're playing in the playoffs, nor even the group stages at all. So, that they've kind of reshuffled, re-rostered some of those players, by the way, on that Action PH squad. So who knows? Maybe there's good juju there. But looking at Secret, I mean, everybody knows what they've brought to the table and what they represent and what they've achieved, especially during Champions. They did have that kind of moments before Champions where they're kind of looking a bit slower, but when they come to that international stage, when they come to that LAN setting, that is when they come alive. And while they might not be in the LAN right now, all of them kind of grouping up together, might not be a total boot camp, but at least they're together, and that really does help their case. But for speaking of being together, we're going to be together with you guys in just a bit. After this break, we'll come back to you to continue the series, to get this show started. Oasis versus Secret when we come back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement.
And we're back here. The series about to continue in just a bit. Bear with us as we have to take a bit of a moment to pause. Obviously, we want to get every single game going on, but if you are just tuning in, this is Team Secret versus Oasis. Don't worry, you haven't missed a map just yet. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Wrath.
That's right, and my hair is not agreeing with me today, but it doesn't really matter as the excitement, it's still building up per usual. Still quite a bit of things to think about. We've discussed the agent compositions, at least for Fracture, or at least we touched on that specifically with the Neon pick and how it really benefits. I think a lot of us have already touched on the fact that she's very, very good on rotations, but again, I feel like that's such a niche role to fill.
Yeah, we've talked about Neon quite a bit, and I want to move on to other things that, you know, we've also, I guess, maybe perhaps missed in the fact that these two teams, I mean, it's not something that's necessarily a secret, get it? But they have large fan bases, and with that comes lots of expectation, and that wasn't only from the fans or the viewers, but to be quite honest, many of us analysts as well, casters, hell, even pro players in the scene, that these guys would frankly be doing better than they seem to be doing right now. And if you look at the entire lower bracket right now, Raph, you got Zeal Esports, you got Southbuilt, you got Team Secret, and now Oasis. And all of these teams are teams that we've either seen in the past represent the PH or claim to be number 1 or number 2 in the PH, or basically come into the tournament from day one and people expected them to be at the top of the leaderboard. Obviously that didn't happen during week 1, still didn't happen during week 2, and yet that trend continues where the new guns, the new kids on the block, the newly formed squads and their kind of honeymoon phase, and that's not a knock on them, are the ones performing. Raph, do you think this is part of, I guess, maybe expectations applying a bit too much pressure to these teams that we already know of and these teams that, you know, or I guess expected to go far? Or do you think that part of them also having, I guess, that expectation of them means that other teams are going to be more prepared to deal with them than they are counterwise?
I think it's the latter more than the former, right? Because these teams, they're honestly pretty much used to the expectation that they have to do well. I mean, carrying the banner, carrying our flag, representing us as a region has been something that's, you know, it's a big mark on the resume. It's a big mark on them as a team. So they're pretty used to it. But now we are going to be jumping right into the agent select. Fracture has been an interesting map to say the least. Hopefully the agent compositions, we can see a little bit more creativity this time. The Killjoy, we've seen it a little bit, but nope, we are gonna go with a Viper instead. Double controller, wow.
And no more Neon here from Dubstep, sticking to his old guns where he has made a name for himself internationally, back on that jet. And we see Jeremy on the Rays. Solo duelist on the side of Oasis, but they're doing the double initiator as you said. And so they got a bit more utility for that entry in terms of the flashes. They got like 4 flashes that go around, arguably 5 if they get the reset off the cooldown from the sky. And that's something that is very much so contrasted on the opposing side by Team Secret having double controller plus that double duelist as we talked about. Round number 1 of Secret versus Oasis going on as Oasis, they're on the attack here.
I actually quite like the fact that we don't have a Sentinel on the side of Secret because this is a map that really promotes mobility. And as I mentioned that, it's Wild Oreo to really use said verticality. Dispenser will find Envy as everything hasn't really gone into a push and pull situation, but we are going to lose those extra flashes and Borkum's control is going to be missed. This is going to be spiked down, but Secret, they have no problem whatsoever taking the space that they could have lost.
One enemy
Flash
remaining.
come out here and that flash point is going to be so difficult to dodge in that range. Spencer and Jeremy, he finds a double there, the latter, especially after his nade connecting on the plant spot. As Team Secret, they go 1 for 1 on the opening trade, but they take the opening round. More importantly, that gives them the upper hand here, especially on a map that some people argue is defender-sided, some people argue is attacker-sided. I kind of lean more towards the latter, but there's good arguments to be made for both, I think, currently right now in the meta. And I think that just speaks to how diverse this map can be and this battleground is.
Yeah, whoever is winning that's the orientation of the map. You know, hey man, we're winning, therefore this is it. But now we are going to see a little bit of an anti-eco here. It does look like Secret want to put this a little too close for comfort for the likings of Oasis, as they only have, or rather a pair of sheriffs, both an Envy and Ripper. But again, that gap close is going to be super important this round. Coco will be the one to dig him down, but nope, Jeremy will finish him out, will flush him out. So Dubstep takes quite a bit of damage too. Now the execute is going to come, but Envy is sharper than any edge, than any blade. He finds 2. Now, Oasis, they have a little bit of an advantage to take care of here. Secret, they're a little scrambled through this. Viper's not going to have the most utility, but Marky making case for the classic dispenser. Surprise, surprise. This site is now being overrun by the boys over Secret. 2v2, no real weapons advantage here. The snake bites are going to come, and the utility as well. The spam, will it finish? Nope, undercooked. Borkum is going to aggress. What? 2v2 still. A lot of utility still on the board for Ripper here. Doesn't need it whatsoever. The stars align, and so does the crosshairs.
Beautiful crossfire there on the hold from Oasis. They could not push Ripper, who was on that default plant spot because of Wild Oreo's mere positioning towards A main. They couldn't find some way to try and flush him out. You could have maybe potentially, I don't know, smoked him out, flashed him out, but hey, it's what they got to work with. And Oasis, they are fully ready to make full use of what they've got here. Great job by Marky to find that sneaky slide kill from the short door position and get all of it, as Ripper ends the round in the favor of Oasis. And look at this, no holds barred, rifles already bought by Oasis round number 3 on the anti-bonus, the anti-eco rather, as Dubstep, he has no qualms about fighting at any range of that.
So is the meta just like lose when you have guns? Because that seems to be the case here, as we already see an early pick on Secret, although I might have jinxed it. Marky is going to try and take this away from Secret. They do flash deep, but do they know that there's a million people here? They spray one down, they spray everybody down, they line up! Borkum and Spencer, they have a long way to go, as this A site is going to be flooded with Oasis members.
But the classic just not going to pack enough of a punch for him to do any real damage here, and this should be a clean Oasis round. Could have went differently there for these two. They had an opportunity. Borkum completely blind by Marky and finished off as well. As I said, yeah, they were able to, dodge those initial opening flashes coming from Envy towards that A main position. That was Dubstep and Borkum. Just did not find the trades when they should have come. And now Secret, they've got rifles abound, and already the operator to come out on Dubstep. They mean business, and they want to make this fight work.
That they do. They want to take as many swings as possible. They don't want to give anything whatsoever to Secret, because Secret's still a very calm and a very collected team here. They are going to have a bit of a shoddy buy, so this might lie in the shoulders of Dubstep. He has that operator in hand. He wants to take this space. He wants to take these long-range angles. And something that Secret have to be aware of is that Oasis hasn't even established any lurk potentials yet. That showstopper is going to find Ripperoo, and Envy will find a trade. But down a member are both these teams. They lose their gap close on the side of Secret, and they lose all that important utility in Ripper.
Very crucial for him to be picked off. That's their only controller. No smokes anymore to try and conceal their advance on this attacking side. Will they commit to this A site? Can be a bit more difficult to drop down now, but they still got some flashes to try and press the issue.
I've got your
trail. They do have the Seekers as well here. Dubstep, and the way to buy this time, does deny it earlier on. Looking to see if he was going to try and wait a bit longer, but Wild Oreo makes it on here. And can he win the fight? He does eventually do it. Wild blind, and Injury's able to get the kill. Jesse Vass finding a double. Can he find another? Wild Oreo will punish him down as Oasis take a third round here, looking pretty comfy.
So one thing Oasis has been doing, they've been allowing Secret to take all that space, all that real estate. But Secret, they haven't really done much with it. All of the members that they're leaving, or at least something that they're sacrificing, is the potential to reinforce the holders as quickly as they can. But nope, again, they have all that control. This time around, it doesn't seem like they have that signature of really bunkering down on all the areas they take. Now they look to aggressively posture here towards Dish, but they might be met with resistance here as Oasis. They're going to be staring at this. They will find Wild Oreo, though. He is fairly safe as of the moment. They drop the boom bomb. The flashpoint is there. We lose one member on the side of Secret as Dubstep will face the music. The Rolling Thunder is there, but no, where's the follow-up? Where's everything? Beautiful counter utility by Oasis, and they stop this push on Secret's side flawlessly.
Oh, but they
and I
all
jinx
land
it.
the dodge draft. They hit him 1, 2, 3, and like bowling pins, dominoes falling after the other.
Satchel out.
Jeremy, he's gonna try and double dip for even more. It's a 4v2, but they can't let this type of lead slip. Jesse's back, able to get the kill, and Coco's gonna try to slice things up. Oh, but he runs out of ammo right in front of him. You can't come into this dry. He has to wait for his teammate. Borkum, last one left alive. All he's got is a frenzy, but he should have enough time, enough space. Oh, the timing doesn't work out. He pies the corner as soon as Coco comes around the opposite end, and he has a chance here to retrieve the rifle. He has Phantom in hand. Not much armor, actually nothing at all on Coco. He's down at 40 HP. He's got those nano swarms to help him into post-ban to try and secure that. But Borkum coming from behind, he's been tagged. He knows now where Borkum's coming from, and Coco's gonna try and go for the rotate instead. A site, I think he has an idea. You can see the pings are coming here, and Borkum, he's one step ahead, but at the same time, 2 steps behind.
Oh, and that might be enough. I think he has an extra star. Nope, 10 seconds. He is going to be vulnerable. Every time I see something concrete, the truly ambiguous happens. Now, all the utility and all the mechanized tools that the Skilljoy has is going to work out. But nope, as Borkum, you don't need technology. He don't need it. He is ice cold and takes a round on the board for Secret.
Great eco round from Team Secret. Initially, it kind of seemed like a small mishap, you know, maybe premature on the Rolling Thunder there towards the Dish. No follow-up, but it let them, at the very least, get those aggressive positions. And Jesse Vash, they collab for him. One bullet first to be found. Coco, Donnie Drama holding down the line there. Fortunately for him, Dispenser runs out of ammo. Then in the end, this could not secure the round, as it will be Borkum taking it. Coco taken down very low was such a big hit there for Oasis. In Secret, they found themselves a bit of a raft to continue floating on here in the defensive side.
Doesn't look as stable this time because of all the expenditures from the previous engagement. Still, they have one more buy round, even if things go awry. But Secret, they have all the momentum in the world. They must be feeling so good after that defense, that staunch defense, and that absolutely cold-blooded clutch. Now, things have been reset. We still have so many ultimates on the side of Oasis. Truly, this could be a wombo combo if they set it up right, but Dubstep could find the timing. He does, and he stops Wild Oreo in his tracks, containing him. Invi has to cross back. Now this time has to be salvaged somehow. Borkum and Jesse, they don't allow any leaks. Invi, you know how crazy this kid can be, but against 4 members of Secret, how is this possible? He does slip by the Astral Divide, or rather the Cosmic Divide. Does have a flashpoint available to him. He finds the timing though. This does slow down. Jesse, line up. He can't find the duel. Jesse supports perfectly, and he ends the endeavors of Oasis.
3-3. Team Secret have successfully came back to tie things up. Good round from them there. Pretty clean, all things considered. Only losing 2 players. And you see here, after the Rolling Thunder from Oasis, Dubstep barely able to dodge that one. Find the kills that he needed. Just locking things down on that B side, making sure Oasis could not even get within a foot of it.
Not even touching it with a 10-foot pole, as they attempted to. But like I mentioned, even on a rainy day, they have a full buy. Oasis, they can somewhat equalize this, because Secret, they're not looking too good on the economy either. Jeremy this time wants to play off timing. Dish has been the point of interest for Oasis, but they found themselves in sand. They found themselves in A main and a completely vacated site. This time, we only have one lurk in the form of Coco. Does have a Spectre, so any weapon acquisition he can get is going to be absolutely substantial. Look at this. This could be timing too. Wild Oreo, he might find Borkum. Oh, why do I say that?
You cursed him. Borkum finds a proper timing as soon as Wild Oreo popped his showstopper. So unfortunate, but if he gets a trade on the opposing Jesse Vash's breach here. But Coco on the lurk as well has an opportunity. Nothing really to stop him. No traps for him to set off as the plant has gone off on the A side. Team Secret, they're scrambled on this retake. They're going to try and get within distance and get themselves, you know, catapulted into the A site. But for now, looking really rough for this retake.
Indeed it is. They don't necessarily have a position advantage here, nor do they have the proper utility. But they finally find the lurk, delaying them as much as possible. The Cosmic Divide is going to come out here. Ripper has been undiscovered. Continuing his clandestine operation, but nope, they get cleaned up. And Secret have no qualms of taking this as cleanly as possible, but they're going to skedaddle because this might be barely enough. Oh, dear me.
Half a second more and Secret would have secured the round, but it's Oasis who get the job done this time around. Coco thought the lurk there could have found a bit more, but hey, that small bit of delay, I think, was just enough for them to secure things here. Oasis, so looking pretty good on that round. Team Secret able to kind of scrap up a bit of a mix. Dubstep has got his blades to utilize, and Vash, well, he's got the Rolling Thunder as well, able to actually invest in a rifle now. Now they've committed that cash, that economy to it, but let's see if they're actually going to be able to convert here. Timer has been paused, Raf, so I'm feeling inklings of what's to come.
No, you don't. No, you don't. This is a tactical pause. I can feel it. The rounds are a little too close. This is not hopium. I do love the view. I do appreciate the view. This is quite a bit of orange we are seeing, but one thing that I have noticed with this map, or at least the way this game has been turning out, is that this has been a gamble on Secret's side. Oasis, they're just making them guess. They made Coco lurk once, and Secret, it's been lingering on their mind ever since. Every time they do something, Oasis have been doing such a great job of making them pay. They had the map control, well, now they overwhelm the site. They don't get map control. We had Coco to somewhat delay them, and those have been two things that have been sticking to, or at least I would assume, that's been lingering on Secret's mind.
There definitely is a lot for them to think about and try and process, especially within the given time frame here of that pause. Hopefully will help their sake out because they're going to be in very bad economical situation. Actually, both of these teams, whoever loses this is going to be forced on the eco. That's just how close and back and forth this game has been. But look at this. Aggression coming from Team Secret, and the blades connect. Slicing and dicing. Surgical here from Dubstep. He's going to get flash countered, but Jeremy's there to try and help him on that. They pop the Rolling Thunder just to confirm it eventually. In case there's someone else behind them, little do they know the entirety of the Oasis squad, the remainders of that, have gone and taken the A site for the plant.
That they have, but how many Rolling Thunders have been thrown out by Jesse here? Again, so frequent. The uptime has been commendable, to say the least. Marky spots ahead, but Dispenser dispenses just the right amount of bullets to cut him down. And now a 2v5 looking a little dire for the boys in... Is that Cyan and Ping? I'm not very good with colors. Ripper, he's very good at the clutch. Not this time around, though. Maybe there could be a next time, but they try to spray him down. He is kind of getting jostled just a tiny bit here, but Coco is finally eradicated from the site, and definitely Secret have this time around.
That's 2 eco rounds now.
Flawless.
I think that they've kind of converted, or at least made somewhat successful in this case. A complete, not even an eco round, honestly, but a scrap by, if anything, to be honest with you. They had 4 rifles, yes. The Dubstep only had his blades, but that's not saying much, considering that he can make do with anything he's got. Especially that ultimate of his. So very nicely done here. Very crucial round for them to win, and a very clean one, especially the way they won it is the most important factor of all. The fact that they didn't lose a single player in that engagement meant that they get to build up some bank, something that no team has been able to do so far this series, yet this map at least.
A little bit of a recession with the economy for at least all our teams here. One thing that I have to ask, though, Black and Blue, is that Secret, we know that they've been the juggernauts. We know they've been our representatives in the most recent champions, but what is their identity now? What can they do, or what are they doing for them to stand out against, well, the rest of the competition? Because as mentioned in the panel, everybody seems to be blurring all the lines. when it comes to qualities and skill level.
Well, to be quite honest with you, sometimes what flies here locally, what will work here locally, doesn't really work internationally. And the same way around, what might work against other teams' playstyles doesn't really work against a lot of the playstyles you'll see here locally. So for Team Secret, what they bring to the table, they bring that experience that they've fought at the highest echelons of competitive Valorant, at the mecca of it, and have come out of it relatively, I guess, positive. That's something that no team in this entire bracket, hell, the only other team in Southeast Asia as a whole that can even claim that is X10, and they're not even, I think, qualified just yet, and so are Secret. So those type of teams who have gotten that far, who have that experience, and them kind of not really having the same pace that we would have expected from them coming into this, I think it just speaks levels to how different and how much the local scene has elevated. Yes, we recognize that, but more importantly, how different those play styles can really give you a different matchup. Just because you beat Team Secret doesn't mean you can beat the teams that they've beat as well.
That is true. Again, I believe that's transitive property. I'm not very good with math, guys, so correct me if I am wrong. But that being said, we did see Secret bring that international flavor to our, our region, our local ground. It seems that just that did not work out. Do you think C has some sort of formula that most of the world has not figured out yet? Because we did see quite a bit of success in previous champions. Again, we had 2 Southeast Asian teams in our top 8, as you've mentioned. Do you think the rest of the world has been, keeping an eye on us? Like, these guys are getting a little too dangerous for our liking.
Definitely so, and I think the most surprising thing for a lot of them is just how mechanically gifted a lot of the players here are. I think a lot of people would assume, the APAC scene as a whole, you probably have really good strats and everything, but maybe just mechanics wasn't, holding up. But for Southeast Asia, it's kind of the opposite. You have like so many gifted mechanical players, so many, just to be quite honest with you, online aimers who just hit everything. And then it's the strats that kind of are different from region to region. You have obviously, the EU kind of textbook style CIS, kind of late round, late game pushes, late game plays, and then you got the NA thing where they basically try and get a knife kill every half of the
they do
map.
whatever
They do whatever they want, but it's so entertaining. But it works. Obviously, Sentinels, they won Masters too, obviously. So just these kind of different mix of play styles is one of the biggest, I guess, things that really bring in a lot of interest into the scene in general, into the pro scene. And I think Valorant, it's almost more so evident than ever.
No, I'm not livid. There's a technical pause. Why would you ask that? No, I'm calm. I'm perfectly calm. But yeah, there's really just so many footnotes on what makes this region such a dangerous one now, and it really is interesting. I would say I think I might actually put more focus on this. I think Valorant, what makes it really stand out compared to a lot of its tactical shooter relatives is that I would say decision making in this game is really what makes it so difficult. Because no matter how good you are as an aimer, oh, I stepped in the slow. Oh, I got slowed by the Sage. Oh, I got hit by the gravity well.
True.
Most of the time you're dead, and there's really nothing much you can do about that. That's why Jet, Reyna, and to an extent we have Chambers, basically all these mobility tools that all these agents have, they're a get out of jail for free, to, like I said, to an extent, right? That's why they're so popular. People just want to not commit to a lot of those decisions.
Yeah, and committing to a fight is something so much more easily punished in this game than almost any other tactical shooter we've seen. And as you said, decision making matters so much. Maybe a lot of the old guard, you can go for a dry peek and just get a kill or two, and that's it. That's how you help the round. But in Valorant, it isn't that simple. A lot of times you can be very detrimental to your team by doing exactly that. And you see perhaps maybe a lot of the older guard who came from professionals being in other scenes now struggling against a lot of the players who, for the most part, have a lot of their current competitive experience in FPS based only in Valorant. A lot more Valorant endemic. And at the start of the scene, it's quite common for pretty much any esport to have a lot of holdover from previous games, from other games. to be, having that, I guess, the pro scene filled with, as I said, professionals from other games who competed before. But as time goes on, as the game develops as its own, you're going to see the future of Valorant just be completely, for the most part, filled with Valorant endemic players who really started playing FPS with Valorant, players who started competing with Valorant, not coming from other games, but with Valorant. And that is, I guess, something that maybe a lot of people were expecting to happen. We all recognize that, but for it to happen this early, stage 1, year 2 already, when it's the young guns who are showing up, the dudes with lots of veteran experience, that I think says a lot to the development that this entire VCT circuit just culminates.
Yeah, and really highlights it, right? And I just want to say this to really salt the wounds of people on that copium. Like, oh, if this was X game, then why is it? No, just what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? Again, I feel like a lot of people and a lot of players, because they're so high on copium, they just don't give the game a chance. No, this isn't real. Well, I guess it could be, right? But again, this is something that is, quite rampant. A lot of people will say like, oh, because, like I said, because of all that copious amounts of copium, if this was X, then this would be Y. But you gotta give the game a chance to be its own thing. Like, why are you even saying that? It just doesn't make sense to me. And then they'll play the game anyway. Like, why, guys? But anyway,
at least they're playing the game.
Well, that is true. Again, this game is absolutely fun when you have your 5-stack. Solo queue is also a very acquired taste. I know Asterai loves that solo queue. He loves that. He loves it so much.
But yeah,
and
even IRL,
there's a little something for everyone
outside the game. Solo queue.
Okay.
Most of.
Okay.
Yeah. Bad. Down.
Up good.
Up good.
Down bad.
Perhaps.
Who knows?
Up draft.
But yeah, like, it's just the way that we've approached the game, the nuances, the tiny things that make the game the way it is really coming out. The way you would handle, oh, how am I supposed to handle an Astro Gravity well? How am I supposed to handle this type of strategy? And the way it has been developing, like you mentioned, it's so early, right? And we're already seeing a little bit of a passing of the torch, the baton per se.
Well, that flame shall not be extinguished unless you're a Soulsborne game. Lots of fans I know popping off right now, having much fun. Big AAA games coming out lately. Yes, lots of movies as well. Raph, it's
quite a bit.
The summer
actually.
Season very soon. So
it is the summer season.
You can expect
very, very soon.
Lots of exciting things to come out, and as much as this game would be exciting to start, we obviously want to have everybody be on the same, even playing field, get all their tech issues kind of sorted. It is a technical pause, so bear with us. If not, then unfortunately, well, you kind of just have to maybe grab a snack. Don't worry, we won't be back. I mean, we won't take too long.
Be back.
But we'll be back. Yeah.
It won't take too long. Yeah, again, just a big thank you to everybody making this as smooth of a league as possible. Just everybody's thankful that a lot of the talent, as we mentioned, is getting their shine. It's getting their getting the chance to show the world what they're capable of. And I feel like this has been something that hasn't been present in the region up until Valorant's involvement in it. Just been so difficult. As this Technical Pause podcast is brought to you by Raph and Black and Blue. And so continuing, interestingly enough.
Yeah. Well, did we get giveaways?
I think we do. Yes,
we did, right? We do. I think I remember Nomad talking about it. So there's that.
Go ahead,
guys.
Giveaways,
ROG stuff. Yes, nice merch.
Yeah.
Nice, cool stuff. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but I'm going to remind you guys to check it out anyways, because you should. I would like free stuff.
You know what could be potentially on the top of your head?
My
an
hair.
ROG cap.
Oh.
An ROG cap.
I would like that.
What could be on your torso?
A shirt.
An ROG shirt. That's right. Just a quick reminder of what is to be given away to our lovely audience.
Is that spray?
Are very patient. Where? Never mind. You passed by it. It's okay. Again, a lot of these questions will be answered as we take a tour around Fracture. This could potentially be educational for people who dislike this map. I know a lot of people, I don't want to adjust to a new map. What am I? I like learning. Come on.
Yeah.
That's
even though there could be times I was kind of like that with Icebox, like I don't really feel the map. But when Fracture came out, I was immediately like, I love this map. It's a great map. I'm just so bad at it right now. I just don't
That's
know.
just
But I
growth,
could
Dave.
see, like, as soon as I look at the overview and as soon as I play like even one game of it, I was like, this is the type of map that Valorant needs, you know? Those type of things to really set itself apart and just be its own thing. There's nothing like this. There's no other map that I recall that is kind of like this. There's maybe, you know, some shooters that have their own, I guess, kind of spin on things. You know, other shooters, they might have their own teleports, portals, ropes, whatever, but nothing like this combined together with this type of, I guess, layout that, and especially in a tactical shooter, 5v5 tactical shooter, nothing at all. And seeing all these small details are really nice.
Yeah, I love how you're like, yeah, they have teleporters, they have all these, and then there's rope.
And then
there's quite a bit of a rope. Yeah, it's old, reliable rope.
The foreign, most eldritch invention of man.
Behold!
Rope.
This is the ancient knowledge of the gods. They use rope. What is that? Is that coffee?
They say you don't gotta...
I think that's cold brew.
Could be. I've had my coffee today. Stronger than usual because I know we're having 4 series. You know what's kind of I don't know how to put this, but kind of something at the very least, Raph, is that, oh, I didn't know that outside of the map it's desert, and that makes sense. We're split between like this.
That's right, because it's a fracture.
That does make sense. Ooh. Oh. Anyway, you I completely lost my point now. Okay, continue on. Never mind. Oh, technical pause. Graphic away.
There we go.
There we go.
And
fracture.
And now we are 10 seconds away from continuing the game. Hopefully not too many of the things were displaced, a momentum or the mental fortitude, or even, you know, staying awake, because this can be incredibly tiring. But we do have an Oasis eco. We know how damaging and we know how lethal those sheriffs are. But it does seem like there's a little bit of utility damage going their way already, and it's going to be the decay from the Viper wall as they are walking right into the site. The patience is here. The pinch is very apparent, at least to us viewers. And I feel like Dispenser's sentinel, or rather Anchor senses, are tingling. This is finally a sign. Oh, there is a Trailblazer. He shoots it out. Now the guessing game. Is there one on the second floor? But they flush him out once more with a paint shell.
Great nade there. He kind of tagged them all up on that execute, but Wild Oreo, he's prepared to try and fight them on back. Well, this guy's a classic, but we know that's never stopped him in the past. Here comes a Rolling Thunder, though, and then look at this aggressive control that they go for. They're just trying to take the fight to him. Jeremy and Borkum, though, making sure they're stopped right at the gates. You can't enter because it's Borkum to be the bouncer. Coco finds one, but ultimately will get nothing done. They do get the plant down, and at the very least, they get some economy going their way. But for the most part, a clean round from Team Secret as we expected.
Leather jacket, turtleneck, and gold chain, as Mr. Bouncer Dispenser just did not allow anybody. It's like, you don't hold up, where's your ID? You ain't allowed in these parts. But now we have another gun round here. Once again, could be a potential reset point for Oasis. You think that the mental of this team would be, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say in question, but strained, because it is truly a challenge to play 2 series in one day.
It certainly is, and that is something that could affect most teams. But when I talked to Fluffy about a week ago, and I was like, how do you feel? Like, honestly, you guys are playing like 2 series in a day for 2 weeks. And he was like, well, we don't super mind. It's kind of rough, but like, at least, you know, it helps us get momentum. And they felt like the team could use that momentum and really actually aid them in the end. So far, they've been like 1 for 1 whenever they do play and lose a series, rather play 2 series in a day, as Jeremy gets a kill on a Coco. And so if that pattern is going to continue, and they lost a series a while ago versus Action, then this should be a round, or rather a series that they can win back in return. But Dispenser, kind of slow dancing in the burning room there.
Oh, that was not a silly little moment for him. It was not the storm before the calm. But now we have Secret. They try to gather their brawlies. They gather everything as they try to take this side away.
Right
And as you
there.
mentioned, that was a little bit burning on the side of Dispenser here. They lose Coco, so they lose a lot of that flank watch potential. They have to reassign Wild Oreo to this. As Wild Oreo only has blast pack, so he can quickly re-engage if he chooses to. But Jeremy has other plans. He guesses right, but Ripper swings left. He gets 2. Dubstep finds the trade. Finally, he is all alone. Now being backed up by Jesse Bash. But Wild Oreo right on cue as he returns fire and finds everybody.
Yeah, they lined up for him. He knew that all he had to do was play that A main. The smoke even helps him out because then they can't directly engage him. And all he has to do is spray that spike as soon as he hears a tap, and that's exactly what happened. So great job from Wild, or okay, that was a Wild shot, but somehow connected to Spencer. It feels bad on him, but you, I guess, play with fire, you do get burned in the end. Kind of standing out there in the open. I guess he wanted to, try and be a bit, find his space, but unfortunately for him, as he was tagged up already quite low, didn't mean that he had much room to give.
And now we have a secret timeout here. Just a little bit of communication, a little bit of assessment to do. Why are our retakes not working? What are we doing? Oasis, they've been perfectly capitalizing on these small gaps that Secret have been showing. Dispenser, a little unfortunate that he got caught with his pants down. Really, I think he was getting stuck by the ramp. Sometimes the elevation of some tiny things can mess up your pathing. But I feel like there's just so many things to talk about, to address on Secret here. Why are we not rotating as fast enough? Where is our map control? Why aren't we splitting the defense, or rather, how would I put this? Quell the offense as well as we should. But now, looking at it, we do have a full buy on both sides, but a reset point nonetheless, potentially in the making for either of these teams.
Let's see if they're going to be able to bounce back from that one. It's 5-5, so everything all tied up. But literally, as of the meantime, Boombot denied. That's going to allow Bork to reposition here in the tower. He knows that they're about to come his way. Both controllers making sure to have full control of this arcade, not playing around.
Not playing around indeed. Again, they really want to, well, secure this W as quickly as they can. The series is still quite a ways away, and we really don't see a clear winner here. Oasis and Secret, they've been exchanging blows. They've been looking like two heavyweights, looking like they are once again laser focused. Envy nearly lands a shot, but momentarily distracted. I think he was looking at the minimap there. He does fire off a little bit of utility. That aftershock is going to sway Borkum away, but he didn't know there's a Viper waiting onto the site, while Oreo instead he chooses the elevation, gets hit by the vulnerability. But wait a minute, what's Borkum looking at? Envy, he will swing, and they find both defenders. Once again, this is such a dangerous retake for Secret.
30 seconds left.
Additional seconds, precious time being burnt away by this lockdown.
And with Dubstep having the operators can be a bit too big of a risk, both because it can be difficult to retake with the operator, and importantly as well, if you lose it on that retake, then you are kind of down bad for the final round, for round number 12. So save that op, play to try and tie things up at the end of the half, maybe finally take a lead once we come into the second. So Team Secret, we're gonna give up this round. No qualms about conceding it for the meantime. They rescind control of the site, the map, and the round. We're moving on to round number 12 with Oasis up 6-5. The way this game has been going, I think we're expecting for a Team Secret comeback to make this 6-6 before we end this half.
They are definitely out of the woods here, Oasis.
Last
they still
round
have to
before
close
the
this
switch.
out. They still have to try and ground Secret
Right
into a
there.
pull, but obviously Secret's not going to let that happen. I
Right
feel like
there.
Secret's just not putting enough
Careful
presence
there.
on their rotations here. Everybody, and I mean everybody, who tries to fight for side has been falling very quickly. Any retakes, they seem just a few seconds too late here. And Oasis, they're very happy with that. Secret, they will expend all their money and get as much gear as they can, because this is where they have to make a move. Going down 2 rounds could potentially lead into a big butterfly effect.
Well, we know with the butterfly effect, one small move, one small mistake can catapult and just explode into a multitude of possibilities. Many of them not really working out for the team that makes that crucial error. So be very careful which dominoes they decide to hit first here. Looking like the B site is where they're going to try and regress next, but Dubstep, he plans to halt all of that.
as you mentioned, it really has been a house of cards for both
Here.
these teams. The lead, although it might be in Oasis' hands, this was not the way it was looking earlier. And just a little bit of a sidetrack. I feel like every time I say butterfly, you know, the Taylor that's a tingle, but not Dubsteps. He gets shot from behind. And Oasis, they explode onto the site once more. They look cleaner, they look more efficient, and this could be a little too late for Secret to stop.
enemy
Spencer
remaining.
has been a hero,
Last
but not
player
today.
standing.
As Oasis, they dodge that antagonist mantle, and they take that half cleanly away from Secret.
That was such good utility usage by Oasis there towards that tower. They put the star on the pull with, you know, that here, you can see them pull here on towards tower. Then another one as well that was placed by Oasis, a defensive kind of countermeasure, but rather Secret, but just doesn't work on out. If anything, kind of hampered Dubstep's retreat there. Not even able to get himself a shot off or set himself, maybe line his sights up. Very nicely done from Oasis, and especially with them enabling Wild Oreo to make those type of impact plays. This team means business, and they go up here on the first half of this first map on the elimination game versus Team Secret, 7-5.
Truly is a heartbreaker no matter how this goes, or rather who will ever come out on top. Now we have yet another reset here. Secret, they pass on their problems to Oasis here, at least on the defender side of the agenda, as Dubstep is going to play the patience game here. They want to take tower. They already see quite a bit of movement, but their attack, the philosophy is completely different here. They try to pinch them, but nope, Coco, he survives. He's on 13 health. Dubstep does land an important shot, but Dispenser, he will get hurt in that process. The HP, there is no real advantage here, but the bullets, they come in by Envy, they come in by Coco. Jesse's the lone fragger of this team. They will get tagged up by that nade. Rather, they're forced to rotate on admin side. Now they are once again cornered by Oasis.
Coming in on here, Jesse fast. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place, but he somehow shoots his way out of it. Defend off Coco. 2 versus 2. Doing a bit of that, explosions just to keep them at bay. The aftershock just to make sure they don't just rush him. But they do rotate towards that alpha site. They should be able to get the plant here. Nobody within kind of enough space or enough range to deny it from happening. But the retake will come in from Oasis. Jeremy opting to go for the forward position, opting to go and aggress here. Maybe find a pick off and equalize things in their favor.
One enemy are standing.
That's right, but the jiggle is there. Jeremy, he wins that that little debacle with Wild Oreo. Marky, he has a heal, but unfortunately not for himself. It is a gift that he cannot possess, only lead others to. He does have a flash. At 20 seconds, he might have an extra one here. I think that was enough to cover the sound. He sticks it. Nobody suspects a thing. They swing. Do they have time? He turns around. And Marky, you absolute mad lad. He takes it, and that is going to be the ROG clutch, courtesy of Oasis.
Not one with brawn, but with brain. Very nicely done there. Coming in from Marky. Split second earlier, and they could have won that plant. What a crucial heartbreaker of a loss. When they found the advantage, when Jeremy got them that pick off, they were able to play together. Just too far away, and Marky turns around at the last second to keep himself alive. That small bit made all the difference.
So clever to use that guiding light sound. Again, guys, everything is a tool, no matter what. Marky, though, he will expend that Trailblazer. Not really find anything, but at the very least, he's gonna delay them just for a tiny bit. But Ripper, he is like a buzzsaw. He moves, he's blind, but it doesn't matter. The spray transfer is there, and the big 3K by Ripper will seal the round away for Oasis. Borkum is badly hurt. Dubstep has a sheriff, but the numbers, the automatic weapons, this could be a little too much, even for our savvy superstar.
5.
One enemy remaining.
It doesn't look like that is going to be looking too good for Secret. As of the meantime, a flawless round coming from Oasis. They're looking to convert a bonus as well right after it, after not dropping a single player on that anti-eco. Round 15, and if Oasis, if they win this round and bring it 5 to 10, then that could be Secret broken for map 1.
One enemy
Broken,
remaining.
shattered, but truly where it lies is their intangibles. They have to keep themselves in check here. They have to keep themselves intact because they truly do not want Oasis to run away with this, as you've mentioned. They do have rifles here, but oh boy, losing to a bunch of Spectres is going to be very, very nasty. And Jeremy making sure that doesn't happen, but Wild Oreo on the other side showing why he's on that raise roll. Jeremy, he secretly tags that pink shell and will march forward, giving his team a numbers advantage, albeit a little expensive. Ooh.
Vash.
Last player
Great pick off
standing.
here, and he finds another as well. Okay, this is a round that Team Secret so desperately needed. Looks like they're going to convert it. Coco, he's been spotted. They know where he is here. Okay, able to find one with the Nano Swarm, but the Nano Machines won't save you this time, son. 6-9. Very nice.
And Oasis, I still love this lead, 3,000. Team Secret making it a case for just, it only needs 2 swings, guys. It only needs 2 3-round swings. And everybody keeping their composure here. That was still a pretty beneficial bonus. They do force out a little bit of economy, a little bit of a withdrawal from the side of Secret here. A bit of utility used too, and Jeremy just kind of jumping into that very, very bright pool, you know, of, well, Nano Swarm.
Yeah, that's not one you'd typically like to take a dip in. Even more painful than a regular hot tub might be. But Team Secret, they're in for a bit of heat here. Dubstep, trying to tank a lot of that. But nobody's got more HP than anyone else in this game. No heals as well available for Team Secret. They don't have a Sky nor a Sage. And Dubstep trying to spam on through, almost finds the angle. It's going to be Borkum to find that pick off on the Coco, which is a huge kill for them to find. They do not have a single ultimate on the Oasis side for the retake, but a bunch of Team Secret players are quite low. Just coming on through like a waterfall, pouring out of that rope. One, but not any much more. Marky does get finds that kill to try and equalize things up, but dual initiators are all that left for Oasis.
Environmentally unfriendly towards that waterfall, as Secret look to pollute whatever stream that Oasis is trying to build here. Marky and Envy, we know how talented these boys are, but they choose to go for the safe play here. Once again, they understand that there's a little bit of an economic situation on their side of the bag here. And Secret, they slowly chip away at this lead. They now have 7 rounds in the bag. Borkum and Dispenser having a little bit of woes here in terms of raw statistics, but the impact cannot be denied.
A lot that he is doing that simply does not reflect on the scoreboard, at least in terms of those raw stats, but more importantly, on the final score as well. The round score is where you can really see that. Vash is at 15, and this is a pretty good game for him, especially when you're not known to be the fragger on the team. He has certainly turned a lot of opinions around this entire stage 1, and even in Champions especially, why he deserves that moniker of being one of the pioneers, the grandfathers of esports. Here, Wild Oreo pick off with the Sheriff. He's laying down the law.
That indeed has become a theme. But now Marky might be looking at that, well, his own utility for a little too long here as Dubstep. He is going to be the aggressor, even finds an extra Vandal for his team. We do finally get Coco to be discovered, but that Nano Swarm has done so much damage. Now A is going to be in the hands of Secret. They don't have too much utility to work with anymore. But the same can be said about Oasis, who were letting the round in to begin with. And Jeremy, he makes sure, he makes so much certainty of taking this round. And Wild Oreo, he falls into the clutches of Borkum. And like you mentioned, both Vash and Jeremy, they've been really shining on this map.
Really have been feeling it here. Maybe there's something in the Vash household. I mean, these two players, they're the ones together in Vash's place right now, as they don't have a true boot camp for all 5 of them, all 6 rather, to be playing together. And so there must be something in the water. Who knows? Maybe they've got a good cook around those parts of town, but at the very least, something seems to be working for them here on map 1. Timeout by Oasis. Stop the bleeding. Put a tourniquet on it even. Really get themselves back into the game.
You know, something in the water that could potentially smell like, you know, a true team spirit, really bolstering their morale their mental game. And hopefully they want to reach Nirvana as quickly as they can. This lead by Oasis that looked so firm is suddenly in question, especially with the fact that their buy is not as good as they want it to be.
Certainly is the case. One could even make the case that, hell, you can like pass over the Spectre to Wild Oreo. He goes in, closes the gap with his blast packs, tries to go for a bit of a big kaboom with a showstopper. Maybe take himself down with it, maybe not. If he gets away, then hell, he can try and use that Spectre, try and soften up whoever's inside, and even get another kill up close. So Oasis, they've got a game plan here. They do have to make it work out in the first place.
They have the tools and they have the wit. The question is the execution. How is it going to go? Dubstep finds a little bit of a gap here, but instead he falls into a trap beautifully executed by Oasis. But what they don't realize is Jeremy has already found himself in the site. Coco will make sure, or rather Ripper will make sure that this is going to go unpunished. Dispenser, he finally equalizes it for Secret. Now we have a 3v3 in our hands. The wall is still there. Dispenser needs none of that to find Marky. And now suddenly the numbers are in the favor of Secret. Everybody is leaning towards Arcade side. But Borkum, he is very wary of any pushers from Canteen.
As he should be. Those lurks are something Oasis love to utilize. And punish Secret on if gone unchecked. That's not going to happen this time. Here comes the showstopper. He's going to try and swing. Nobody really getting hit by that. No connection. A bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Dubstep waiting here on the corner. Pulled into his own demise, Envy. And Team Secret have tied the game up.
What are these games? The rounds have been just too close to call. Finally, Secret, the adjustments have been coming in. Oasis, it's now their turn. Somewhat write a new page or maybe get, you know, a little more reinforcement in that playbook, because everything that they've done in the previous, I would say 4 rounds or so, have been beautifully contradicted by Secret. Now Ripper, he has to settle for a lesser weapon here. He's gonna be the only one to have an automatic. Still, if his teammates land a few body shots, he could make quick work of Secret. But Secret, they're all too aware. They decide to stack up. They want to get that numbers and that firepower supremacy. Jeremy, he makes sure his Raze counterpart will not survive this encounter.
Well, he's got utility to try and fight back here with Envy. That flash potentially, but the numbers can keep him off and take him out. Dubstep finds another kill on the Ripper as well. He finds the second new Dispenser as they just cleanly fall one by. Team Secret, they take the lead here, but Oasis, they have an opportunity to strike back, and if you know anything about these Phantoms, they can be menacing with all the ultimates that they've got online. 4 of them up online here for Oasis to try and stir things back in the direction.
The last few rounds have been a little bit of an investment for them in terms of the orbs and the acquisition of said ults. So this could be their great equalizer. Now, looking at this though, is this a reset point for Secret? Absolutely not. They have just so much built in the bag that they could probably recover from all the rounds moving forward, unless they decide to buy a million operators or something. But that is not the case. As they take Dish, they get all those antennas up and running for themselves.
They're walking, slowly crawling their way forward here towards that arcade. And little do they know, I think, here, Oasis, that Dispenser has already come in from the tunnel. Not sure if they expect the cross to the jumpy coming in. Ripper tagged just a bit. See Dispenser already looking towards those dice in case there will be someone there. Tagged up, but Dubstep's going to lose a fight here. Great help from Ripper up top. And even with a stun coming in from Jesse Vash, a counter from Envy will set them back.
And having the ults, it could be a little bit of a passive threat here for Secret. That's why we see them slow down just a tiny bit. But Dispenser, he is right on time. The speed doesn't matter if your timing is impeccable. And just like a deadly left hand, he finds all the space that his team could potentially need. But look at this! The response from Oasis is swift. A lot,
30 seconds
and I mean
left.
a lot of utility, and even a Rolling Thunder to just try and contain Secret. They still have 25 seconds, so they could potentially play here. Envy, he spots it out, or at least the senses, they're tingling!
One
He
enemy
finds a
remaining.
double! This could be the round for them, but Jeremy, he will be finally desecrated by Coco. finding the equalizing ground for Oasis. Now we have double digits across the board.
He could hear and tell that the plant was going down directly where he thought it would be. His senses, they were definitely right that time. Right on point. Oasis equalized things up and let Rolling Thunder, although it did not let them get within the Viper's pit, it got them to at least the door of it. And for them to kind of encapsulate that entire Viper's pit and just surround it meant that Secret, they had nowhere to go. They had the plant within it. There's no way they could fight their way out of it as well. But they got a buy here to scrap up Secret, and they've got at least one more buy if they do lose this round. But I'm sure that's not something you're going to want to give up just yet. Ultimate-wise, though, Lockdown available here for Oasis and that Cosmic Divide, so the retake potential could be huge. You can say the same for Secret.
Could say the same for Secret indeed, as they still have a little bit of a bank here too, like you mentioned, in terms of ultimates rather. But that Lockdown, I feel like, is the biggest one to swing in the favor of Oasis. They're still being very, very wise about it, and this time around, they're kind of scrounging, they're kind of scouting as well as they can.
Well, it's 10 to 10. Whoever takes this brings us within a round of match point, and either team would be very happy to claim that. A-main crawl up here coming in from Team Secret and Coco's. He's ready, waiting, biding his time for that opportune moment to strike. Does not have a flash with him, but that can be adjusted and supported by that flash. That guiding light is certainly going to reveal here what was hiding in that drop position. Dubstep has been found out. Here comes the Cosmic Divide from either side. Should secure the plant for the side of Team Secret, but Oasis, they've got something to say on the retake.
Indeed they do. Spencer, once again, a brick wall that Secret desperately need. He will get punched out of his armor here, but still he has a life to live and a clutch, or rather remember to really contribute to this round. Still Dubstep, he finds Envy, but not before that Rolling Thunder. Jeremy, he cleans up Coco, and suddenly Secret, they're coming out from everywhere. There has been no response whatsoever. And where did this come from? Like a hand from the underworld, they take down Oasis, and they attempt to bury them 6 feet under.
Beautiful take there, and post-plant hold coming in from Team Secret. Initially, looked a bit dicey. Dubstep, he did get that kill on the NVS. They knew where he was, defended him off, but the post-plant, the positioning here, the setup, and just the crossfire is held by Team Secret. Too much for Oasis to deal with, even though Oasis popped every single ultimate that they've got in the pocket. Now, not wanting to give up that match point, forcing the rifle, even though he can buy next up. Sheriffs, pistols, Spectre, that's all they got to work with. They have to make something happen if they don't want to give up match point just yet.
Oh, this is looking so dicey for Oasis here. They're, once again, the weaponry they have is not the greatest. The flashpoint is going to dissuade. Ooh, but still quite messy on the side of Secret. They will finally get the numbers and the weapon advantage. Marky is left alone. He only has a Vandal. I don't think he even has armor on to his name anymore. Does not have a Trailblazer, does not have a guiding light. He has to do this the old-fashioned way. But the future is now, and Secret, they still look to take and put the blade by the throat.
The timing on that pull and aftershock was perfect. I'm not too sure if the information was found there, was given from top of tower, that he was crossing into the arcade entrance. But hell, they made it work anyways. Unfortunate there for Marky, but beautiful coming in from Team Secret. Pull, aftershock, swing on him, confirm the round, the kill, and match point. 12 to 10, Oasis. Could they be going down 0-1 in this series when they have looked impeccable so far on Fracture? Versus this Team Secret, who have just now pulled out the jet on Dubstep, who has been sticking to Neon for the most part throughout the group stages, but now choosing to flex otherwise.
Signature, vintage, call it whatever you want, but what is undeniable is it's working so far. Oasis, they have to find a way to halt this. They even expend a fault line there, and now an aftershock just to contest this tower as much as they can. Now Envy, he is left with just one flashpoint. So he has to time this perfectly, otherwise he could be running dry. Ripper, he swings, he finds Dubstep, and Wild Oreo finds the Spencer. He look to try and take an 11th round for themselves. Coco will make
remaining.
sure of it, but Borkum and Jesse, they chime in. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, suddenly the game is still going.
12-11. And if anything, if there's anything for us to go by, Raf, between how this match has continued on, with no team getting a sizable lead, then we could potentially be looking at overtime. Final round of regulation coming on in here. What a great hold coming from Oasis Gaming. Lots of utility was, kind of basically burned just for that tower position and holding against it. And when Oasis, they were able to set themselves, defend them off back, they decided the best defense was an even better offense.
I like that. I like that mentality. Guys, remember, there is no defensive line if they're dead.
Yeah.
Let's just go for it. But now we have a bit of a timeout here on the side of Secret. Once again, guys, we know what a timeout means. It means that, guys, there's something that they're doing we have to address, we have to adjust. But the margin for error here, it is so thin. It is absolutely thin. If you get caught in the middle of it, you're going to get cut in half. Now, on the side of Oasis, they are just a few frags away from all those precious ultimates. I cannot say the same for most members on the side of Secret. Jeremy has been absolutely stellar. He's been knocking it out of the park here. One more frag could potentially get him his showstopper, and he's been doing work with it.
Certainly just such a big piece to this Team Secret puzzle here, Jeremy. He has been one influential part of it as well. Coming into this roster very recently, and already he has been performing just like a true veteran would. These young guns, these young kids are certainly something to look out for, but Wild Ori, he's had to keep his eyes out because he has no idea that someone's here. He still gets the kill on a Borkum. Borkum didn't even have any idea that Wild Ori blew past him with a blast pack. Keep your head on a swivel, otherwise you're gonna get caught off guard. Coco finds the kill on Jeremy. A huge kill for Oasis to find. We're 2 kills away from potential overtime. But oh, 2 kills. Gets both of them. 1v2. It's all in the bag. He does have a flash. Actually, scratch that. All he's got is the aftershock. He has the stun now. Finds the 1 kill. Oh, 1v1 round. He knows where they are. Got out the stun, but Marky gets the kill, and we're going to overtime.
Oh, and ice cold Jesse was melted in the presence of Marky, rectifying whatever clutches he may have failed in the past. And now Oasis, they bring this to overtime. The ball is in their court. The momentum has been taken away from Secret. And suddenly the lead is in shambles. Overtime on the first map of the series. They have to close this out because the mental game, again, we keep putting emphasis on it. So important. Jesse looked absolutely lethal. Just that single moment of recoil from that ability will render him vulnerable, and this is where we are, folks. Overtime.
That is the second time this map alone that Jeremy was taken down as soon as he popped the showstopper, not even able to get the rocket off. That is such an unfortunate thing for Team Secret. Oasis, some life brought back into him. Can they continue to pull this momentum in their favor? Jeremy, flash, but not really going to be dissuaded by it, as Oasis, feeling all the pressure here coming from that A site, realize that the B site should be their target.
Indeed it is, and it is painted. The interest is there, but look where all the members of Secret are. They are postured towards one side of the map, and Wild Oreo nearly gets a haircut, but Envy, he has other plans for Dubstep, who's been the first to fall in our most recent rounds here. That is not something you want to happen, but that is how the story is currently going for the side of Secret. Still, not a lot of meaningful map control in their hands as well. They have to settle for a stifled retake here.
Definitely do not want to settle for less in this case. Team Secret, they do get that, well, rather Dubstep does get picked off. It means Oasis have free reign to go wherever they want. Plant here towards the A side, double back around, initially A, back to B, and now they've got the plant back in A. Look at how much of their control is focused on holding A main and playing the post plant from there, treating this like they should. Borkum gets that kill to try and equalize things up, but he's not going to expect Marky to be that close. Ripper will find the kill, but not after Dispenser finds one already on that trade. 3v2 here, Raph. This is looking dicey. Team Secret.
Oh dear! Dicey indeed, but Jeremy! He's a little too sharp for this. Ripperoo, he will fall. I thought Jeremy could have missed that just a tiny bit, but somehow they recover as well as he can. But the time, it's winding down. The utility is still looking quite healthy. He cannot power through that aftershock. But oh dear, like I said, the momentum is just in Oasis' hands right now. Secret, they have to coagulate. They have to rendezvous to each other. My goodness, they are crumbling.
Beautiful play there coming from Oasis. They get the plant. They control A main because they know that the post plant for them is super strong from that A main position, especially knowing there isn't a Sage. There's nothing like that on the opposing side of Team Secret. So they play that A main for the post plant denial, for the defuse denial. And then when the push comes in from behind and they've gotten a decent amount of control within the site itself, they push out and stay in the site now and hold that crossfire. Beautiful play coming from Oasis, and now they are the ones on the defense, and they get the opening kill on a dubstep as well. That's 2 rounds down in overtime. He's gone down, traded by Jesse Vash, but ultimately, will it get them the control they need?
That is truly still in question, and Jesse, he falls. Oh dear me, Oasis, they look to seal, or rather close this book in the face of Secret, but we know how clutch these boys are. We can't count them out yet, but they are few and far between right now. And Oasis, they're standing strong on the foundation that they built. It does look like Coco and Dispenser, they're shoulder to shoulder. I mean, they're right above each other. Borka fights Coco. It is now equalized. Marky has not a utility, or no utility whatsoever in his hands. The guiding light, it will finally refresh. But this will come down to the aim duels. Not a lot can be said. Dispenser, he creeps up. The guiding light won't find anything. That was the gamble that Oasis, that was their one chance. But Ripperoo, is he the clutch? Is he the savior? The answer is no. And it looks like Secret, they still want this game to extend. They want this overtime to continue.
Somehow, when everything seems so lost, they find a way. And that is why they've won that. They've held that crown here for the local scene. But they're going to have to really prove it right now. Overtime, they have the man advantage. Borka taking lots of damage in that fight. Marky's a crack shot, but can he land the shot? Yes, he does on Jeremy. He's down to a 1v2. Actually, a 2v2 as Marky, he does not go down. Almost falling down there. The Dispenser, but he will eventually be equalized in V. Now, as it's all on Dispenser. 1v2, but cannot win it as Oasis take map number 1. What a map, and
Defenders
what
win.
a game from Oasis to take it 14-12 in overtime.
I am stunned, as many of our viewers here, but Oasis, again, they believe in the magic. They don't want to crumble. And everybody's been doing a great job of keeping it together. And this is a little bit of redemption too. The way that they lost the previous series, that was a sting that they are willing to endure, but not for too long. That was only map 1. I can't believe what I'm watching.
Whew, what an intense map number 1 to get this series started. We can only expect that we're going to get even more of that as we continue on further into Haven and potentially Icebox. Hell, we're all predicting, a 3-map series from this game. Look at the LED right now to see the stats of that match. Envy, MVP of Oasis, 21 kills, 1.6 KDA, but Jeremy also was such a spectacular performer for Secret. Unfortunately, barely not enough for them to seal map number 1. So far, Oasis looking like the premier team to look out for when it comes to Fracture here locally.
Indeed, although they were cutting it a little too close, the Secret, they're just mere seconds away from stealing their own map pick, by the way. And of course, we're going to be looking at the highlights that made the story, or at least how it turned out. Now, this is where Secret, come on, you can't do that. That's disgusting.
Last player standing.
This is not ranked. This is VCT. You guys would know that reference. Team Secret, I mean, they had such a good showing in coming back every single time, but they never really looked like they were in the lead, like they were in the driver's seat. Even when they would have games, or rather rounds, where they're looking super well, just the whole momentum of the entire map felt like it was towards the shores of Oasis, and their Desert Dunes were certainly cut dry near the end here, Team Secret, as Oasis just won both of those overtime rounds. Maybe not out of steam just yet, but they were out of luck at the very least.
That they were, but again, long series, folks. The big fan bases, they're definitely, you know, maybe at each other's throats as of the moment. Guys, please keep it calm, please keep it friendly, because this is still competition. We know what's at stake. These clutches, I mean, they've been coming in bunches, and as much as I would love to say that we have one player to really point out, everyone on the respective teams have been so fantastic.
Definitely so. Every single player really had great moments here. Nobody can really point to who underperformed on either side. Maybe could have done better on either team, like maybe on Team Secret or Oasis, but nobody really like super hard underperforming. Everybody had their moments. This is a team game after all, but unfortunately for Secret, just missing that small bit of X factor you probably could have wanted from maybe one of their players. Jeremy played well, Dubstep played well, Vash played well, they all did. Maybe just that small bit more could have helped them overcome that hump in the end of overtime. Well, that's only map number 1, by the way, folk, and this is only the 3rd series of the day. We got the 4th one after this, but we're not even done with this. So what are we talking about here? We got another map for you guys. I think we're going to Haven, if I believe, of all things afterwards, if I'm not mistaken, in Icebox for that 3rd map potentially. So let's see how things go. But before that, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, map number 2 shall continue.
What my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling. Plastic, they say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner core. In a space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders. To let
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello,
catching us
and
a little
welcome
off guard. That's right. We don't normally
everybody
expect...
apparently around me is muted and deafened. So my co-caster,
Well,
my director, hey, we love you for
Hey,
you guys
I'm here,
to
I'm
join me.
here.
We are back now here with map number 2 of Oasis versus Team Secret. And well, here we got going on. Map number 1, Fracture taken by Oasis, and Team Secret looking to answer back.
Absolutely. And normally we wouldn't expect visitors in our, dark alley here. That's why we were caught a little off guard. But yeah, exciting map 1. Honestly, that could have gone either way. But Oasis really solidified that, hey, you can't steal our map pick away from us. And this is potentially where, as you mentioned, they make their mark as the premier team on Fracture. The question is, can they replicate that success on Haven, which has been a heavily contested map all throughout the region, no matter what team's playing, no matter who is playing, and no matter what the circumstances are?
Yeah, it's definitely, I guess, kind of the factors surrounding this match. And while there might be kind of some mishaps, maybe technical stuff that is happening in the background, there's definitely no excuses on what's to come. And that's why we, have these long, stretched out technical pauses to kind of give everybody that breathing space, that time to get everything sorted on their end. But it's the nature of the beast. We're playing an online tournament, hopefully land soon if everything can get going. No promises. That's not from anything official. That's just from me and my, hopes really coming out of my mouth. But what should we hope for here is map number 3, because we want these teams to give every single ounce of what they got and see every single possibility that they can bring to the table here, because for either of these two teams, for one of these teams at least, rather, this is the last time you guys are going to see them this entire stage 1. They lose this series, they are out. And that is something to say, especially for a team such, with so much renown like Team Secret and with such big of expectation and a following as Oasis are as well.
Just a quick recap, guys. Again, the teams that have already made it into APAC, or at least have qualified, are teams that some of you haven't been closely following or not super familiar with. Again, Action PH is in, I believe. NAOS is already in. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, Black and Blue, at any given time. But again, off the top of my head, that's what I can remember. Now, a lot of you fans who just, maybe woke up and decided to wonder what's happening in VCT. What do you mean Secret is put at the brink of elimination, at least potentially? What do you mean South Built isn't in the top 2? What are all these strange words? What do you mean Bren didn't make it in the playoffs? Are you insane?
Yeah, I mean, every single kind of... It's like if you would start stage 1 right before it actually started and you say, I'm from the future, here are a bunch of spoilers, nobody's gonna even believe you in the first place, because, time travel hasn't existed yet. And more importantly, nobody could really fathom that Team Secret, South Built, Zeal, and Oasis would all be in the lower bracket to start things off. And that is something that nobody really would have ever been able to guess. I don't think there's a single pick'em out there in the world that was right. And if you were right, then I would love to have been proven wrong that this is how the group stage would go. Like, everybody coming into this was expecting, Bren, Secret, SBA, Oasis as well. But then at least 3 of those are in the lower bracket, and at least one of those didn't even make it to those playoffs. So it just shows how much the newer teams here that have newly formed, as we've talked about many times over, have really elevated themselves and put in the work to, I guess, surprise everybody. Hell, probably even themselves in some ways.
Even with all the data, even with all the statistics, all the time we've spent studying, we kind of flew in this one blind with the way week 1 was. Like, wait, what do you mean? Did we miss something? Were we going over our notes wrong? Were we studying the wrong VODs? What type of timeline are we in? But we can tell you that we are jumping right into the Agent Select as these Warriors prepare to duke it out once more on Haven.
Well, Haven, a map that has been notorious for both of these teams. Honestly, if there's one map that seems like every single Philippine team is capable of playing, and at least to a high extent, it is Haven, especially here locally. We've seen some of the best maps in the VCT, not just this year, but even last year, locally here, happen on Haven. There's just some sort of magic when it comes to that triple-pronged map of a, just battleground. So Haven coming on here, Agent Select, as we're already in it from either side. You can expect most of the stock standard stuff, nothing too fancy here. It's going to come down to more who can really play their textbook offense and defense as compared to who just has, I guess, pocket strats, because nothing too fancy, as I said. On the Oasis side, double Innie for going the common Sova for a breach plus Sky instead. And you got the opposite here towards the secret side.
Indeed, we do. And I feel like Haven is the map where, as we mentioned, there's been a foundation laid for our newer teams, and that is courtesy of our previous heralds of this map. It really is a map of a lot of defaults. We see quite a number of set plays here and there, but I feel like the default really what wins out Haven. Again, it ends up sometimes being a guessing game. Some teams, they just leave B out completely of their defensive plan. They instead go for a retake. Some teams, they really want to fight for it. But again, it's just really a mixed bag now. It's such a nice sight for our region as a whole to develop as well as it has been.
Well, it's certainly been a big development and uptick in that, especially. A lot of players right now just are able to put that priority into competing in Valorant that just wasn't feasible for pretty much most people living here in not just the Philippines but Southeast Asia as a whole. Because of this circuit, you see the byproduct of it. How many teams that are relatively filled with relatively unknown players just come out of the woodwork. Hell, you even kind of see it in NA, not just even in Southeast Asia. With 100 Thieves, they got they let go of players like Baby J and all, and they come in with these new players, and nobody really knows them to that extent. But then they just pop off and suddenly are immediately just such a big improvement as well. So that kind of facet is something that cannot be understated. You're going to hear us repeat it every single time over and over, because it is such a huge thing of the, or at least a huge factor of why this game, Valorant, is truly global, why it has stood at least the test of that opening year of its esports scene. Waiting to go in the map number 1, a bit of an extended kind of agent select here as we're really trying to get things sorted behind the scenes. But Raf, they didn't really ask us about our predictions. Not that it's our job to, because typically that's what the panel does, but I don't think we've really talked about who we think has the upper hand in this series. Now we're gonna kind of preface this by saying we already know what happens in map number 1, but do you still feel that after map number 1 Oasis are going to continue that here at New Haven, or will they close it out in map number 3, or are Team Secret going to bring us back for even more?
We'll find out at the end of the series on how I feel about it, is what I'm gonna say. No, I've always been a man of data. Yeah, a few days after I finally got it, guys. I know how I feel about it. But as expected, we are in the playoffs. Truly, no shutouts are, or at least like all the maps that we've seen, they've been painfully close. They've been so close, and it's just getting more and more difficult to call. I really thought that this was the part where Secret, we know Secret as Secret, the juggernauts, the overpowering force, the steamroller, but that is not the case. Oasis, they've done such a great job of keeping Secret at bay, and they've been doing such a great job of keeping that momentum, as we've said. Haven, though, we're still in this map. Again, the calls are just a little more muddy this time around, considering how things have been turning out for the last 2 weeks or so.
Those muddy waters have been something that Team Secret are not necessarily privy to, not necessarily shy, and it's not something that they haven't faced in the past and come out of. Maybe need to put on a double layer of extra thick boots, but they somehow still claw their way out of it. But this is something that nobody could have foretold nor foreseen. To have Team Secret here in this stage, and hell, even Oasis. No team would have expected NAOS to be doing as good as they are. No one would have expected them to be that good. And now we are going to go, I believe, to the casters, to us, our phase, for just a quick moment, as we're trying to get things settled so we can actually start the game. So unfortunately, once again, this time instead of a technical pause, we're just gonna go straight to break. So guys, don't go anywhere. Maybe get a snack at the very least, but don't go too far away, because we're gonna be back very soon with map number 2.
This is is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth, reverse from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We did say we were going to go on a short break, but you guys know we are never going to leave you hanging, especially when it comes to the best games of the region. Once again, my name is Raf. This fine gentleman next to me is Black and Blue. How are you feeling, my man?
Doing good. I'm just hoping that we can finally get into this game because we saw yesterday how long two series went, and I'm just hoping that, that we got secret once again, momentum shifts and all that. Does play a factor. There's no excuses, as we said, but it is a small factor that we have to take into consideration. But unfortunately, that is not the way this game will be decided, not because on reasons and doubts and excuses and factors, but only by pure results at the end of it. And that is what we're waiting to see here, because Oasis, they got the result that they were looking for map number 1. Maybe not in the fashion that they would have wanted it to, but sometimes it's about the end, not the journey.
That's an interesting way to put a spin around things, because sometimes the journey can be quite perilous and you will get a few scratches and bruises here and there, meet interesting people, but once you get to that promised land, to Sovngarde, it just becomes oh so worth it. And this is what Oasis want to do. They want to get to that promised land. They want to get to that sanctuary, their own very personal oasis, getting that dub. Secret, though, they're not making it easy at all. I'm still 100% certain Secret has so much left in the tank.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who has ever doubted Secret on what they can achieve and what they can really accomplish, well, they've proved that they can get to the highest, levels of Valorant, to the mecca of it, and actually compete and actually perform well. They made the top 8 of champions. We all know that. We don't need to repeat it, but it has to be said because it's something that, we can look back into this match for. Things might look dire right now, but we've seen them be in even more dire situations and still come out of it relatively on top. We saw them, do it from the lower bracket of SEA Challengers last year when SEA Challengers 2 especially, where they're able to get far, and then especially SEA Challengers 3 where they really come back into things. But this time, the local scene, as you said, Raph, quite perilous. It might just be even more so mischievous because everybody seems to have it out and really put their A game in 100% when they're facing Secret specifically.
I'm just really happy that we're developing super well, or at least most of our teams, when it comes to the strategic side of things, right? Because really, we thought that this was a region that was somewhat lagging behind when it comes to raw firepower, but that was proven a moot point. But before we can jump into that, we're jumping right into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and we are, once again, just a quick reminder, it's already 0-1 in favor of Oasis.
Well, map number 1 going on here, Oasis versus Team Secret. They come up into this map with the series lead already 1-0. They take another one, Secret going home, but that's not what I think anybody's going to expect to happen here. Will they go down with a whimper? Or will they bring us to that cold shores of Icebox? Here we go. Pistol round commencing. An aggressive start from Oasis coming out of the game.
And this is not something that we've seen too much of in our league. And Jesse could be the potential first victim, but a little bit of a mishap there with the flash. We'll save Jesse. We'll even enable the rest of Secret to push and pinch. Ripper finds a frag, but the rest of his team has already fallen. They are somewhat reduced to ghosts, as Envy is also very close. Already has a foot in the grave. I'm not even sure how he managed to get out of that one.
Well, they come out, at least for Team Secret, relatively unscathed compared to just a complete beating Oasis walked themselves into. Okay, tags up here for Envy. Unfortunately, not enough to confirm the kill. They're all quite low, so a single right click could end them all. So that is what Dubstep delivers in return. Opening pistol round taken by Team Secret. Not something you'd normally hear me say, but hey, they got the job done anyway.
I like your bars, Chief. You're looking mighty sharp today. Accidental rhyme. I mean, obviously that was placed perfectly. But now, onto more serious business here. Secret, they're not pulling any punches. We already have a rifle in the hands of Mr. Dubstep here, although his armor is going to be the trade-off, and a big 0 in his bank account, rather his credits, his credit stock. Now we are going to see an aggressive take towards A-Long here. Marty doesn't know how close Dubstep actually is, and now they already have quite a bit of control towards A here, barring sewer, barring dirt.
Well, no help for him this time. That's fully in control. I mean, rather, well, it is in control of, yes, Wild Oreo, but it's not something that Team Secret really have any intent on taking away. They know that if they can just brute force their way here towards A long, towards A main, then they really just, I guess, secure this round. Jesse Vat, just be careful. That's Wild Oreo who meets his demise.
Indeed, Jesse, he's been somewhat active, actually fairly active today. He's been popping off and he needs to. He did lose a very important clutch. Wow, Indy, that is such a high sense for you to turn around that fast. But Peru is going to feel one enemy Secret marching onto the site. And everybody, and I mean everybody's chiming in this time. Jeremy's not going to be rocking that raise, as Dispenser will, portray, or rather show his 180 skills too. Secret, they take that round as cleanly as clean can be, and now we have a bonus situation in our hands.
Might not be rocking the raise there, Jeremy, but Dispenser sends Coco rolling in the dirt. Good kills, good frags, opening pick by Dubstep as we expect. Second round Vandal by the way on your yet. Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Now, I feel like this is a high priority round. A lot of people might not be too accustomed. We've talked about this before, how swings can go, but this is definitely such a high priority round for both these teams because this is going to dictate how the next swing is going to go. Now, Marky, he will be a little more fond towards that third dubstep. He is going to be spotted out crossing, but doesn't need to be seen to fall as Marky finds that crisp wall bang. Now, Secret, they operate with one less rifle, the only rifle, and it's in a position where they can't really take. We do see Marky pushed up with that trailblazer. Smartly done.
Oh, great pull plus nano swarm here by Team Secret. Great combo for them to completely deny that position from being used. That power position so commonly positioned by Manny and Astra. Marky, he's actually just found a space here to crawl behind this bot. Oh no, but the timing! The turret doesn't even save him! But they still don't meet each other. Borkum, I think he has some inkling, some notion. No, he doesn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't be placing a star there. He now knows that there's somewhere towards the right. How close to death he was, neither of them are really aware. He finds a kill. Marky's able to find one, does Wild Oreo as well. 1v2. It's Borkum time, baby. He has to bring it out now. He's got the star. When the best comes out, he wins the fight versus Coco. And Wild Oreo, very low.
No.
He's sticking to defuse, but he's going to call his bluff. Here comes the swing, and he wins the fight anyways. The ROG clutch coming from Wild Oreo. Lip it, chip it, and dunk it. He gets around.
That was perfect. That was absolutely perfect. The way things went for Wild Oreo, just the slightest change in elevation to help that crosshair placement. And of course, credit to where credit is due. Wild Oreo keeping nerves of steel, not falling for any bluffs. And of course, Black and Blue, what an amazing call you have, sir. 10 seconds now, winding down. We now finally have a little bit more of an equal round here. Still 3 Spectres on the side of Oasis, despite taking that away from Secret.
Swarm grenade out.
Yes, as you said, very, very shoddy buy from Oasis. So Team Secret, they lose a round draft, but they get the long-term gain, at least for the meantime. Really make things so much more expensive for Oasis. That's a painful round to be cut so close. And right now, the paper is really looking quite sharp and thin for them. Team Secret, they've got some utility to work with Wrath. They do have the Rolling Thunder to press the issue here. Seems like they're trying to double back towards his C-long position. Oasis have some sort of setup to repel this, but I'm not too sure how good it will hold.
And it really scares me that Borkum was holding that flank all alone because once again, Astra has proven to be a little bit of a VIP pick, you know. You pick her off super early in the round, suddenly so much staggering power has disappeared on that team, has been locked away. Now we have Dubstep and Dispenser looking to make something happen here. Ripper is going to get tossed up here, but is not going to get checked, will not get anything. Actually, will find Dubstep still, but Dispenser, oh my goodness! This man is possessed, and he finds 3 without a question. Looking for his 4th and 5th. Marky, he shows himself. Yet another teammate on the side of Oasis. He does try to reinforce. Marky is still very much alive in this situation. This time, Borkum and Jeremy, they try to hold it down. Marky has 10 HP. He wants to replicate the success of his teammates. Nope. Borkum, he says, you know what? I'm sick of that. I'm not going to let that happen ever again.
Able to do it once. Not this time, though. Borkum shuts it down. Team Secret go up 3-1. Eco round to be forced upon Oasis. They've been struggling to really get their footing out of the gates.
30 seconds.
Started off really aggressive, but that aggression on the defensive side just hasn't really been too swell for them. Marky dodging and weaving very masterfully so. In the end, the odds were against him. They do not pull his favor in tow.
Indeed, that is how the cookie crumbles. And now Oasis looking to make Secret stumble. Finding a pick onto Dispenser is Envy. Making sure that these sheriffs are loud and clear will be heard from the rest of the roster and Secret. This time they don't have that flank watch that they need to secure the map control. Dubstep doesn't care. He marches forward, he gets the site, and now this retake could be in place for Oasis. They have to wait for some of their team members to somewhat rendezvous with them, however.
There they go. Get the plant down, play that long range game. They know they have the weapons advantage for this, even though they do not have the man count in their favor, the weapons and utility should be able to equalize things up. Got so much to work with here. They've got, the owl drone for information, but more importantly, that stun, the aftershock as well, coming from Jeremy. That's going to be used. Envy gets a kill on Jesse Bash, taken by surprise. Jeremy's going to be able to answer back, but Envy finds the third. Ripper is going to get that kill, and Borker brings it down to a 1v1. He gets a double kill. A triple could be his. Ripper on the swing, not able to land the shot, as it's Borkum time, baby. Triple kill for him. Just a complete tyrant, dictating the rules of engagement. The ROG clutch by Borkum. It's Borkum time, baby.
And Borkum looks them in the eye. I told you not to try that again, and he must be fired up right now. This is not something Oasis wants to deal with, because Borkum, although he can be, fairly quiet as a player, once he's awake, everybody's gonna feel it. There's been such a disturbance in the force. And Secret, despite winning that round, still on a stifled bye. They settle with a Bulldog and a Spectre, but that lockdown and that Cosmic Divide is going to make sure they get the distance that they need.
They've got some ultimates as well here, rather, to use, but Dubstep, no such thing. Old school, aim down your sight, take a pop shot, and find a pick. Nicely done from Team Secret, especially with the weapons disadvantage that they've got. We've talked about it. Spectre and Bulldog in hand of Dispenser Jeremy specifically. Now here, out in the open, Ripper, was he trying to get back? Well, he gets caught off guard. Wild Oreo finding that pick. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, tagging up a bit of his teammate, but he gets a kill anyways on Wild Oreo, so a bit of a worthwhile trade there. 4v2.
Come on, man, just hit me. Wake me up. Give me a slap on the face. That's what it was. That's fire me up. Yeah, stay in the game. Stay in the game. As Secret, they make a mad dash towards A. Little do they know, it's Marky to be the lone... Okay, maybe that's a little too much. You know what I mean? Maybe that's... You're firing me up just a little too much. Marky doesn't need any of that, as that split moment without the Oscar smoke is going to be enough for him to find a frag. And now a 3v2, still very, very doable on the side of Oasis. Dispenser will make sure that this spike is going to go down. But it already seems that Borkum is here. And once again, finds the rotation. The cutoff, Envy with 45 health is just a bullet away. Jesse didn't even need to shoot him in the head. Just for absolute safety. And Secret, they start strong.
A one-way show so far here. And Secret, just using every single channel, every single round, the volume as well. Like, hey, no, turn it up, Secret. You're like, oh, I'll turn it down a bit for you guys. This Team Secret just no holds barred here, winning everything that comes across their way. 5-1, and if not for the clutch by Wild Oreo a while ago, then it could easily have been a 6-0 half already. And Oasis, they know just how big of a problem it could be if they let this get even more out of hand.
Oh boy, Borkum really stepping it up. 8-1. The controller is truly controlling more than just the smokes, more than just the map. He has Oasis by the throat right now. And this is something that Oasis don't want to fall into. The vice grip is only going to get deeper and deeper if you don't assess and don't address this lurk potential that Borkum has been so masterfully crafting.
Well, timeout has been called and has expired. Not much to work with here, Oasis. They realize this is a round that they're ready to give up. It's an eco. Make it expensive for Team Secret, and maybe later on in the half they can answer back. But right after this, when it comes to round number 8, that is when they have to make it happen. They continue to let the lead pile up. We could be already looking at an early map number 3. As Dubstep somehow gets that kill in Wild Oreo.
That's very, very curious. But what is even more curious is that Dubstep has not been stopped whatsoever. He has found himself to be in the corner at the entrance. He still has a dash. He doesn't use it. Finally, he does, but he falls back into the aftershock. And Dubstep's rain of knives have finally been quelled. But Oasis, at what cost? Marky has been tagged up. We've lost Wild Oreo. They've lost Coco. And Jesse makes sure that the controller in the form of Rip Peru will not contribute in this round. 4v-none. As Borkum will find yet again the killing blow.
Killing joke here as well. is that if Oasis give up another round and this goes 7-1, that could easily be 8-1 because of the economic disparity between these two teams. And Dubstep, when he's feeling it, he brings it. He is one of those players that really understands what his job is within the team, within the structure of, you know, a competitive team. When he's certainly feeling that, being on point, there's nothing that you can really do to try and blunten his sharp blades. Marky going for the aggression here. They both dash out, trying to get the jail out of card, jail out of free card, basically. Okay, I don't really play Monopoly, but you know where I'm going with this. Dubstep, he gets a kill.
Easy peasy, no friendships ruined
goodness.
as he uses that extra mobility to once again jostle and play around with Envy, but Envy needs no vision to find Dubstep, finds Dispenser, and that duo has been dealt with. They've been eliminated, but Envy is going to take a little bit of damage, quite a bit actually, from both the shock dart and the aftershock, but suddenly reduced to 2v1. Borkum, he's been unstoppable, and he's now still looking like a raid boss. But wait a minute, is this deja vu? Coco, he'll get it to half. Now it's his time. Borkum, he adjusts so well. Here's the jump, he hears the turret, and he picks his timing perfectly, but Coco, he places the bullets straight into the torso of Borkum, and yet another clutch denied. As Oasis, they stay alive.
The timing would have been so good for Borkum. I think a bit of the movement there kind of knocks his aim off axis. Makes things so much more difficult. He even had the HP advantage to Coco. He had the better shot that moment. Envy did such a good job as well to try and bring things back. Just enough for Coco to finish the job. 2-6. That was such a crucial round for Oasis to win. Unfortunately for their sake, they take it here. No operator to be seen as of yet this entire map. That's largely because, well, we haven't yet seen Oasis build up enough bank for it.
That's right, and this is a little bit of an issue on the side of, you know, the team without the Sova. They can't really contest this A lobby, or at least get that early info. Dispenser, he is keeping this as stealthy as possible because the guiding light could be the death of him. Coco, who was a hero, will not need to take a little bit of, or rather take a fight there, while Oreo was just right behind him. Nothing personal. Borkum finds Coco. Jesse is making the bodies fall as well. And Secret, they have the sight, but do they have true control over this? Everybody's resisting. Envy finds Jesse Vash. Now Jeremy, he throws out that fault line. Marky tries to find the timing, but it seems that he's found himself in a very winnable situation. Jeremy, reduced to a 1v1 situation. He has all the time in the world, but Marky needs but one. What is that? Oh my goodness, Marky.
He ADS for that too. Marky just hitting the mark on that. Scratch it abound. Scratch it off. If that was a sticker, you'd find it in every post. Wild Oreo, man, as well. Did such a good job there of holding down the line, but Marky, perfect timing. And Jeremy, as much as he maybe have wanted to have some word in that fight, in that kerfuffle, Marky just shuts all of it down. Guardian out here in the hands of Jeremy. They've got a lot of ultimates to force the issue here, but so do Oasis, and more importantly, they're geared up to try and repel this.
That's right, something that he really did not expect. He was lobotomized right on the spot. As this methodical approach of Secret seems to be, well, still working, keeping their lead, just, at least at the moment. But Oasis,
right here,
they are doing their best to climb out of this hole. Now we have a little bit of a deep lurk here. It's going to be a Killjoy to Killjoy interaction between Coco and Dispenser. Both have been equally fantastic. And the Trailblazer there, just, you know, clearing the corners as per usual.
You are divided.
Love the patience by Coco here. He has every reason to check this now, but still not budging. Dispenser, he finds his counterpart and makes, deals with him perfectly. Now Envy, he will have to take the spot here. It is going to be Wild Oreo getting tagged up, and now those shock darts, they look to be the killing blow on the side of Team Secret.
They have the 5v4 post plant here. Good positions by them, and on the flank as well on that lurk is Dispenser. can shut Oasis down if they stall for too long. Jeremy gets that opening kill on Wild Oreo. They've got some time to work with, but not much manpower, but they all crumble down one after the other like a house of cards.
Out of charges.
Jesse Bass holding on to things. He's got that recon ball to give him information. Destroyed immediately, but the push is coming on in. They have no idea the Spencer's here, and he's going to come in at the last possible futile moment to get them the round. Team Secret barely scraping by 7-3.
Honestly, this is such a different look for Team Secret. There's a diabolical air around them. They feel a little more menacing than what we're accustomed to. Normally, they're a pretty happy, a pretty jolly team. But the way that they've been decapitating and executing the members of Oasis, it's been, well, as I mentioned, kind of evil.
You know, by these Knievils, they're going to take every risk, every stunt that can be done. And right now, to turn things around, they're going to have to pull one hell of a stunt, one hell of a surprise, a magic act, and a trick up their sleeve for the eco round. Oasis, they've been able to try and convert they've been able to really make these rounds work out in the past. Sometimes, but not always. Not to be expected, of course, but
spike drop.
It's not something that they're necessarily known for, converting
Deploying
these rounds, although they are very much so capable of it. See now if this will be one of those, or Team Secret potentially securing an 8-round half.
That was such a ballsy move by Wild Oreo there. Honestly, he had the space to move back, but you know what? He made a choice. He decided to stand and fight. A Warrior's way to go. But unfortunately, no damage, or at least not too much on the side of Secret. They've had the Spencer tagged up, but this is probably not enough to deter them. Now Envy does have a Rolling Thunder, but it would be very wise for him to save it for the next round, as this is already looking incredibly difficult for them.
That's putting it lively too. Not looking too swell as of the meantime. Okay, kills fall either way for both Jets, as Marky was traded out. The only kill that they've found so far in this round for Team Oasis.
One enemy remaining.
On the swing. Borkum confirms that round is done. Team Secret cleanly, for the most part, take this anti-eco. Okay, Envy putting a bit of damage there. Landing a bullet on dubstep, but ultimately the round still goes to Team Secret. Final round of the half. One that Oasis need to convert. Or hell, if you're a believer in superstition, give it up. 9-3 curse potentially could be your only saving grace.
Potentially could be your only saving grace, but we know that a lot of fans are non-believers, no matter what side we're talking about here. Honestly, right now, Oasis, they have every high impact ultimate they have in the bag here, barring Rippers, of course. Not saying Blades are not high impact, it's just not as instantaneous as the ones that I've mentioned before. Marky hasn't really found too much success contesting mid here. It seems that Secret has had this one in the bag. The grass control and the window control has been pretty much unstoppable for them. But this time around, Ripper is going to play close. He hasn't really played this spot, so this could be the timing that he's looking for. But Borkum, he's like, wait a minute. If I was there, what would I be doing?
Well, while his intent might not be too sure, or rather, too clear, definitely has some notions that what is to come. Envy. There's a nice upset on his aggression, and Marky on the swing, able to dash out back to safety. Both lockdowns to be placed, and here comes the Rolling Thunder out as well. No, he doesn't! Jeremy gets the kill still somehow! How does he do it? Dodging and weaving left and right, crossing him up! And here comes the lockdown as well! Wild Oreo escaping it barely! Dispenser caught off guard with his knife out, and they bring it to a 3v2. Oasis have an opportunity here. Spike has been dropped in front of the B main entrance, and Jeremy looking to equalize things up. That he does! Gets a triple kill in the round!
Oh no!
Marky shuts him down!
left.
It's down to Bass in a 1v2! The eldest player here in the server, the guy with the most experience competing, he is down in this clutch moment. Can he bring it back? He's so consistent in these situations, Raph, but he's not able to completely get the kill on Marky just yet. He gets the kill now! 1v1! Coco versus Vash, but he doesn't know that Coco's right around the corner! And he's gonna dunk him as well! 4-8, Oasis clean things up!
Switching sides.
Ice Cold Jesse, still a prayer to get him on board. The clutches have not been kind to him. Oh my goodness, the nerves on everybody. They must be at an all-time high. Jeremy nearly takes this away from the hands of Oasis. Jesse as well.
enemy
If he
remaining.
found this sooner, maybe he had enough time to clear out the rest. But no, Coco, who's been a hero for Oasis, he's been doing it. And everybody on his team has been in love with him. I am absolutely certain of that. And now we are at halftime, a reset point, and a potential pistol round to take for any of these teams.
Here. Block the sight.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Jeez, man, relax. I'm kidding. Chill. We can. We absolutely can. The way that this has been going, it's been Secret starting off so strong. Crazy double ding by Marky here, and everybody just following it up. And now Secret, they cannot have a repeat of the first map. This is how it went. This is how potentially could go if Oasis, they continue this red hot streak. And now we see the signature Vash on that long. Surprisingly, no support on his end. He is going to eat quite a bit of utility, and he is going to be delayed on his retreat. And look at Secret. They're still very adamant on taking the rest of the map, potentially leaving Jesse here to be alone on his devices. And they've completely opened up the side of the map. It's going to be free for Oasis, but they don't know where the rest of Secret are. They're scrambling this rotation. It's coming in as fast as they can, but Oasis don't seem to realize that they have a window.
Spencer, he's on the flank here. He made his way to the bottom of grass. Coco's all far up top. Wild Oreo and Envy cleaning things up. Oasis firmly within the site. There isn't much that Jeremy can do here at this moment. Spencer, the only one left remaining, crawled his way behind Coco, who has really no idea that he's here. So this could be a free kill for him if he finds the timing, the proper angle to do so. I think Coco checking out behind him has some inkling that possibility is certainly true. He finds the pick on Dispenser here. Maybe things would be a lot cleaner.
The patience from Dispenser there was like, please move. Give us a sign of life. You know how things are in this region, so I was just a little bit worried there. But, oh no. Dispenser gets spotted out. He has no idea Coco is pushing him. And Coco, once again, with the firepower disparity, finding Dispenser, and the lead is cut down. What happened? Secret, they kind of have to buckle down here because the swing is not looking to be in their favor. This was, I'm not entirely sure what that was. Jesse, I don't really think he had the reason to do that.
Yeah, the classic, the recon bolt out, I guess, for information and a bit of a distraction, but it's quite ill-advised. It is a round that they were willing to give, and now they're down 6-8. And that flawless pistol of Oasis, you can see the full effects of that in the upcoming rounds. They lose this, they still got the complete full buy from this bonus, especially if they make it expensive for teams, so you're going to get a bunch of kills. So Oasis looking pretty good right now to make this comeback happen, but they're going to have to prove it themselves.
Dispenser is potentially all alone in this side. Borkum will step and plant his feet to help his teammates. He will jump spot and still has an extra star in his bag. Fortunately for him, or rather fortunately for the duo, the rest of Oasis, they take their sights and their likings elsewhere. They find the drone. Marky has given away his position at the very least. He's the only one to be spotted here. But now all this room that Oasis has taken away from Secret could be detrimental moving forward with this round. Still trying to contest it. Borkum, he swings, he finds one! Will go unanswered, and Marky has been such a critical point, and what is that? He does not need any vision once more to find Wild Oreo. And Borkum coming alive again. This is what they needed. This is what they're getting. Envy, once again, just a breeze away. But Borkum, he leaves no prisoners. Only down
30
to
seconds
Envy
left.
and Coco. We've seen them do heroics, but Borkum looks to be the villain in their story once more.
And he is an absolute menace here. Oasis have yet to really crack down on. Linebot given away. Borkum on the swing. Lands a shot with a Phantom. Not an ace to be given just yet. But Coco, if you can find another kill here,
10 seconds
then
left.
he has done his job. Does get the dink on a Jesse Vash, but could not confirm the kill. 9-6. Team Secret around the way from getting that double digit up on the board. one that they should have won. Yes, they had the weapons advantage, but they made it relatively clean. It does help their favor out, but now the gun round coming from Oasis is to come. Borkum, what an absolute monster he is in being that anchor to hold things down.
And man, Borkum, although there have been a few rounds where he's been shut down, the ones that he's really allowed to, well, do whatever he wants, he's been trampling Oasis. And now suddenly the lead is back up 3 rounds. Dubstep will get blinded temporarily, but does not seem to give a single care in the world. But Marky will donate his bullets and advise him to do otherwise. Now Secret, so early in the round, operating on a deficit once more. And that's going to be a rifle sacrifice too. Borkum still has all the utility in the world. But we know how these trades can go, and we know how these scrambles can get, black and blue.
They're walking slowly, Raph. Borkum, he's going to be the first one to make this contact. Jesse Vash to support him, but they don't really have the flash on the ready, on the prep from Jeremy to swing with. Jesse Vash, he's actually holding the wider angle. This Rico's gonna give him away, and he does get found by Ripper here. The Grim Ripper making everything happen for Borkum. I've got something to say. These Astros, man, are really stealing the show in this round number 16. Jeremy and Dispenser brought down to the 2v3. They have the potential for the retake. They don't have much utility to make it really happen, though. If they can find a pick and equalize things up 2-2, then this could be doable, Raph.
It could potentially be, but both these players have been fairly quiet. And as quiet as they can, they try to creep onto the site. Dispenser could potentially find the timing. Wild Oreo, he gets tagged up, but he stays alive. He is unbroken and he stands unshaken. Uh-oh, that turret could potentially make him look, but no! The crossfire is a little too clean for Secret. And Oasis, they bring this down to a 2-round lead.
Once again, 2 rounds is all that separates them and this Team Secret squad. Borkum, the great amicable job of holding down the front line. Hold the door, he says. But unfortunately, the Night King still crept on through, and that was led by Ripper and the crew. Oasis, 2 rounds away, we've said it, and Team Secret on the eco here. They need to convert this, otherwise this could be a 9-9 score. Another overtime perhaps. Raph, it's on the cusp of it.
The methodical approach we see is still in play. But the reads, they're definitely a little awry on the side of Secret. Once again, it's Dispenser alone here. But Marky, does he clear his corners? How do you adjust to that? And Marky, he finds Borkum. That is going to be one problem taken care of. Marky, if he finds another one here, this could potentially be the round. Again, he is operating without armor. But that regrowth is going to give him just that extra bit of health. But 1 bullet is all is needed to take him down. Borkum, who was the anchor, who was that weight to keep, or at least the weight, the pressure, the shoulders of Oasis is gone now. But Jesse, look how far he is. What can they really do? This retake, it looks a little shaky.
Off your feet! Take them off their feet, he says. Rolling Thunder, come on in. Dubstep taking some damage in that, but Jesse Vash and Dubstep don't find the pick for the Team Secret squad here on that retake. Great job by them to try and open up things on the side for Rivers. Able to answer back, and he does the same thing as well. Invisible, invincible on the site. Nobody can find him, nobody can stop him, and Oasis around the way from tying things up.
Envy, who was fairly quiet at the beginning of this map, looks to be inevitable as he equalizes everybody. And this scoreboard, I am absolutely certain, is going to have yet another shakeup after this round. Because Secret, they are suffering from a broken buy. They're suffering with upgraded pistols only, barring Borkum. This Cosmic Divide and Hunter's Fury is all they have. They have to pull out some sort of trick here. They have to change the pace. They're playing into the hand of Oasis here. They will finally make an adjustment. Marky does not find the opening frag there. Even gets the vulnerable status. Still looking to stay alive as much as he can. No dash. Expended already 1 cloud burst. But still looking as healthy as he can be.
And darts.
I am the hunter!
Here comes the Hunter's Fury off of the tag. He does get that ping and the kill as well. But Marky has found the double. They're entering their way into the side. Jesse Vash, he's all alone here. He still gets another kill with the shock dart. How does this man do it time and time again? It's down to 2v3 still though, Raph. This is not one that Team Secret are expected to win. If anything, Oasis could be tying this up right here, right now.
And they try to play the timing here. Dispenser, he knows how this crossfire is going to go, but the adjustments are already so present. Borkum, he's so tempted to jump down. The crossfire's not actually there. It's only Wild Oreo. Ripper is also playing close.
One enemy
Does he
remaining.
need the shots? Yes, he does, but Borkum is the one to land it. And Wild Oreo finds his third, makes his mark, and the score is 9-9. Secret, they can't let this get to them. The bank, it's so close to being broken, but what is this? What do we see? Finally get the operator. And Dubstep, oh boy, it looks to be a scope of menace.
Such a valiant
One
effort there
enemy
by
remaining.
Jesse Vash to hold things down. He found the kill with a Hunter's Fury. He gets another with his bow. The Hunter
homeland.
found his prey. Unfortunately, there was more of the herd that came with it. Oasis tie things up successfully. Will they end the series 2-0? Let's find out. They're crawling towards that. Speaking of Marky, almost being taken down there. But Oreo, luckily for him, able to get the regrowth online. Jeremy completely blind, but the Spencer's there to help him out anyways.
And that should be the overheat warning here as everybody is crumbling. Ripper looks to be cool, calm, and collected fighting Jeremy, but all for not. No, not really. Dispenser will fall. Equalized. Dubstep, like I mentioned with that operator, finds Invi. And now Ripper and Coco, none of them are as healthy as they want to be. Borko makes sure of that. He puts Coco 6 feet under. And Ripper looks to find an opening, but oh dear me, who is this? Can he find it? Dubstep, he falls. He had the scope in, but Ripper was just a little too close for comfort. And now we could potentially see a master at work, a clinical performance. He doesn't know that he's clear for the moment, but he will make sure that he uses all 40 seconds. And look at this, Jesse, still lying in wait for the rotation. Ripper, he will potentially get a plant down here, a spike
30 seconds
down.
left.
And look at the members of Secret Black and Blue. They are ways away from each other.
They're all scared out here, Raph. So something that you'd want to be in a 1v2 situation. Could be isolated. And for Ripper to go aggressive, this is the right play. Catch one of these players off guard. But will the timing actually work out for him? He spots Jesse Vash. The Jesse Vash too quick on the adjustment. And Team Secret continue on. Do not give up their lead just yet. And they go up 10-9.
That they do.
Team Ace.
Cutting it so close. Secret, they are playing with our heartstrings here. Now they have a healthy bank of ultimates and utility moving forward with this round. They both have lockdown, rather they have lockdown. They have rolling thunder. They even have cosmic divide if they ever choose to use it. But the timing is impeccable. This is so worrying because finally, maybe Ripper is going to be completely online now. We know him as a very high impact player. But the numbers, they haven't been all too kind for him.
Certainly so. But the numbers don't necessarily reflect what is exactly at hand and how those rounds go. Coco might be down to 5, as we talked about, but a lot of his presence is seen otherwise on the round scoreboard. 9-10. They wouldn't have gotten those 9 without his influence on utility and his lockdowns as well, which really helped them out. Bit of a rough game, yes, frag-wise. That's not all this game is about. 10-9, man. Team Secret. Their lead slowly cut into by Oasis, yes. Digging at that. Continuously scraping at the seams. They've yet to really get to the core of Team Secret. Even though they tied things up, now Team Secret extend their lead back up to 1. They've got some ultimates to really confirm that as well. Lockdown potentially at the cusp here for Oasis from Coco. But that's a bit far out of reach.
That is a very good point to make. Again, they've scraped and scraped upon the layers that Secret have built up. You know, all these walls, but yet the core remains protected. Dubstep, he has to hang on to this operator because so far it has been a little bit of a non-factor for them. Secret, though, they look to close this out. Just 3 rounds away. That's what they're thinking. But again, playing from ahead is a skill in its own. And Marky, he looks to continue his shenanigans here. But this time around, nobody is here. This time, they leave A-site to be the one to be retaken. And now, you see, this is a different approach by Secret. This time, they hold their line. Their defensive line is so condensed and so compact here that Oasis, they're not entirely sure where everybody is. But since they don't have too much map info, it allows Dispenser to take a little bit of a gander towards grass here. And now the pullback is coming. Borkum, he will try to push down. But that is going to be the sound, the prompt for Secret's like, hey man, we gotta retake this. Dubstep already found one. We gotta capitalize on this as much as we can.
You could see where the tracers were coming from and lands them perfectly. Not a single player on the Oasis side on the Phantom, so those tracers are going to be visible no matter where they shoot from. Here comes a counter rolling thunder. Both storms colliding, the low pressure zone within this alpha site. And Wild Warriors at the cusp of it. Marky able to come out with a double kill. And Koryo finds another. Coco rather. One Koryo is able to get that, and everything is crumbling for the Team Secret side. Not a single kill after Dubstep's opening pick. And that is it. 10-10. Oasis go again.
They go again. They stay alive. Is this a potential overtime in the making? And Oasis, they've been prodding at this defense to perfection. Secret, they love to try and take as much map control as they can, but this has been biting them ever since the last series. But Dubstep, oh, wish we saw that shot on camera. But
one enemy
we
remaining.
were talking about this being the alpha site. Oasis, they proved to be the king of this jungle. Now, this is going to be for, well, potentially for the game here. The economy's not looking too good on the side of Secret. They have one more buy and that's it. It's reset again.
You can never count them out though, Raph. Even in an eco, you know the Team Secret. One that will scrap something together. Believe in the magic, as they have made so true time and time over during the first year. But this is a new season, a new era. The dawn of things among us is that there's a new generation willing to propel everything forward. In Oasis, they're part of that movement. They're part of that statement. You can sure echo it throughout anybody who doubts them. Oasis crawling slowly towards that mid position. Tension is so high right now for Team Secret. They know this round could make or break them, eco or not. Everything lies in how these next few rounds are going to go. In Oasis, they want to take it to Alpha.
That they do. This time, though, Secret, they've somewhat addressed the fact that they've been very, very greedy of that map control, hurting their ability to quickly reinforce it. Wait a minute, Jesse! What are you doing? Marky opens up the site, and that could potentially be the first of many frags for him, and he will survive after that upgrab. He even finds a bonus in Jeremy. And now, the defender killjoy, the lockdown is here, Dispenser, and it's Morkov. Morkov, he will deny that plan, but no, he falls. Not enough time and not enough weaponry on the side of Secret to really put a halt to this Oasis march.
Could have been good, but as you said, yeah, there's simply not enough firepower on the table for them to flip it over. Jesse Vash once again gets caught out with his, recon ball, that his bow out there towards A main. And that just crumbled the entire defense of Team Secret. But this is their potential last full buy of stage 1. Team Secret, I have to believe that there's something that they're going to show here. Bring us into that final round of regulation, or hell, even overtime, because these two teams, they damn well deserve it, Raph. Using that Trailblazer to find some information. Nothing to be found up close, but they do know that presence is towards that top of short.
Presence indeed, and we found a member, this time Dubstep, to take control of mid, and this time they've found at least some sort of success finding meaningful map control. The pincer is there, but Jesse looking a little worried, but why did he swing? Marky makes sure he doesn't survive that encounter, and now this has to prompt Dubstep to move. The lockdown is going to come out again, perfectly pushing everybody away, but Envy will fall. Dubstep will make his presence known. What is that? As Jeremy, who was such a high impact player, is going to be out of contention. Now it is down to 1v3, potentially for tournament live. But Ripper, he's looking to close this out.
They knew that angle existed. You're safe there from the lockdown. That's all on the Dubstep. 1v3, make the magic happen. Falling up here towards A main, dashes out to Spinburn, able to get the kill. No, he doesn't, as Ripper will send him down to the river Styx, and they are a single round away here at match point from eliminating Team Secret from the VCT.
And the man on the river Styx, as you mentioned, he is getting closer and closer. This has to be an overtime push for Secret for them to stay alive, because this is going to be the final lifeline for them for at least this playoffs. And this is not something what Team Secret fans want. Dubstep, he has the blades out, but he only has half armor and a frenzy. This has to be the play for them. This has to be the linchpin. Otherwise, Oasis, they clean up and dominate our current representative of me.
That's all they got to work with, man. Bunch of Spectres of Frenzy and that Vandal in the hands of Bat. Morgan though, not able to get the kill, but they still somehow come away with it. He's trapped here in the smoke, and the Spectre right on time to help him out. We could be going to the final round of regulation, but Envy's got something to say about it. We've said it, he is a complete tyrant, just completely dominating the game right now. He is that new generation, and he finds a kill. Look at Ripper here, crawling his way. Will he find the kill, or shall it be his own demise? How aggressive they're taking this. Coming through CT, coming through the spawn of the defend. What is this game we're witnessing?
We're pulling them in.
What are we witnessing? Is this the last pillar of Secret's kingdom? Is this about to fall? Because look at this position by Ripper. He's fully anticipating this, and Jesse, I don't think he has an idea. The timing, the Rolling Thunder is there. He's gonna get knocked. But no, still, they hold strong. The patience is here. They're sweating bullets. The heart rate, it must be so high right now. You can hear that engine, that King engine. And Jesse, he can't find it! And Oasis, they 2-0 Secret! And they have been dethroned! Their chances of taking this all the way have been denied!
In a stunner of the stars, the Kings of the Philippines have been eliminated from VCT contention. That's a big win, and they know just how much that win meant. To be the only team in the VCT Philippines history to eliminate Team Secret, the former Brand roster, the former Adroit Boys, the Kings of PH, and unfortunately in this case cannot take a map in this series. Maybe a swing or two could have really brought us into map number 3. They maybe could have even taken Fracture, but that isn't how it will go, as history is written by the victors, and that is Oasis Gaming taking it 2-0.
I am speechless because we were, well, all of us, we were expecting Secret to really gather all their energy. But has Father Time finally caught up with them? Because if we're looking at the stats, Borkum had a lot to say, rocking that 2.2 KDA on that controller. But everybody else, oh man, that is just a heartbreaker.
What a game we just witnessed. Every time Team Secret are playing a series here, everybody has it out for them. A target on their back, and the Hitmen, they want to collect. They want to make that bank back. They want to get themselves that one over the Kings, over the top dogs. Everybody would want that goal to be achieved. And for now, Oasis, they're the ones to make it happen. What a series from them. And they're looking like, as I said many times over in the panel, one of the most, if not the most consistent team here that we have in the playoffs, aside from NAOS Esports. They're certainly big pavers of the path to that Philippine representation.
Player standing.
You know, typically we're probably one of the nerdiest duos on the desk, constantly analyzing the map movement and all of that, but excitement just took over for both of us. As the spectacular plays, they really came out from everybody. No one, and I mean no one, was underperforming here. Jesse just, oh man, this had to be such a heart-wrenching moment for him, because as we mentioned, he is ice cold Jesse for a reason. Just not that. Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, no matter how ice cold his veins are, no matter how young and much of a hotshot these players are on Team Secret, with their addition of Jeremy, just barely wasn't enough for them to scrape by in this series or either map. They're very close map, coming down to the final extents of it. Map number 1, overtime. Map number 2, almost pretty much like the final round here, basically. Still, cannot close it out. Sometimes it matters more how you close over how you open. What a shot by Marky. When he's hitting shots like that, you know that he's feeling it. And you know that things are going to be a lot more difficult for the veteran squad as Team Secret. Seems like here, the old guard, the teams that have created that name and renown for themselves, well, they're the ones with the big target on their back. And as I said, the Hitmen, they're out to collect, and there's a big bounty on their heads. Now, this time achieved.
Achieved indeed, and that was a big bounty. That was a big target painted, like you mentioned, on Secret. They've been eliminated. That's crazy. Like, if you think about it, Secret out of the playoffs, a different top 3. What is going on in the Philippines?
I think, Raph, it's only seemingly like the pattern here, and we should have known that the writing was on the wall from week 1, that there's a new guns in town, and they're the ones who are looking to dictate the pace. They're the ones to establish the rules of engagement and to establish how that match break that was, and rather how to break it down. We're going to be going to the panel on this one because, frankly, we're out of breath and we need that break. Let's go to the panel right now to break the match down.
The sovereignty of Team Secret is no longer here. They got dethroned by Oasis in a close faction. Much like the other series that we've had for today, it was all down to the wire. I'm Nomad. Alongside of me to break this game down is Dax and Ilustrado. And I just don't know how to start this off, Dax. What went well for Oasis? What went wrong for Team Secret?
Hello.
Ah, there you go. You finally moved.
I hiccup a little bit, but sometimes I don't even say words. All I gotta do is show you this.
Oh, keep your stats. We prefer magic.
Magic's happened. History has been made, and Oasis Gaming eliminate Team Secret. I have to say this. That was just pretty much the whole effort of the PH scene. It took overtimes. It took a bounce back in that second half on Haven. But Oasis Gaming, everyone was absolutely on point. And they were able to do, well, was been dreamt of by so many in the PH scene.
Yes. Yeah, well, it was a very close fight, all things considered. Fracture went to overtime, 14-12. We went overtime. Haven, I really thought I was going to go to the ends of Team Secret there, but it was 12-10. It was as close, not 12-10, but it was still down to the wire there for Team Secret. They had signs of home. They have signs of hope there. And Ilustrado, what happened there for Team Secret?
Right. Yeah, apologies. My mic suddenly decided to stop working on me. But yeah, okay, so here's what I think. I'm going to go back to what I said pre-panel. I am on the pre-game panel. It's really just a good matchup here. Team Secret against Oasis. I really think Oasis is a good matchup for them, but there's a couple conditions. And that condition is that everybody on Oasis has to be firing on all cylinders. Everybody has to be contributing a lot. And guess what? Lo and behold, they did. They showed up when they needed to the most, up against Team Secret in the lower bracket, knocked them out. And guess what? They're going to be dethroning the kings of the Philippines. Amazing stuff from Oasis.
Very amazing stuff, man.
Can't believe it, man. I'm just a little bit still trying to understand how this series really went, but it really feels like for Oasis, beyond them finding the form with Marky, with Envy in those maps, they also were able to apply the pressure points on Team Secret. When they noticed there was one player on Team Secret not getting the shots that they would connection, they would keep hammering onto those points, find those weaknesses as much as possible, and chip away at the Team Secret lead.
And much like what Ilustrado said, everybody on the side of Oasis was firing on all cylinders. Team Secret wasn't able to manage the octane that Oasis Gaming had. And with that, there is that specific person that came out on top. Our series MVP presented by Republic of Gamers is none other than Envy. 246.9 ACS, 1.9 KDA, 17.8 average kills per game. And I feel like his breach on Fracture and the breach on Haven was really the enabler here for, at least for the most of his team, to really shine, Dax.
Yeah, it's just another proof that Envy has to be one of the best, if not the best flex player you can see right now in the PH scene. He's made his name for himself last year. He's amplified it with his talents this year. And especially, as you mentioned, efforts there on Fracture, really setting things up and knocking it down himself there on Haven. Many a time, I could see that Oasis Gaming able to really navigate around how Envy is able to give them that space. And there's some cheeky plays like from Ripper, from like Wild Oreo, or when, of course, when Marky's playing that entry, all of that, it still boils down to Envy making a play for the team.
Absolutely. Envy, you know, he wasn't the most impactful in terms of the frags, but that's the beautiful thing about Envy. He doesn't have to be. He knows it when he's not, you know, absolutely having a heyday and hitting every single shot. He can still contribute, you know, in the words of Soba, don't worry, if you're not a good shot today, there's other ways you can be useful. Lo and behold, Envy, most of the time he can do both, but even when he can't, he's just an absolutely massive support for his team. A well-deserved win, because at this point in time, I'm looking at the roster, I can't really place it on one single person. Sure, Envy was the MVP, but the way he supported and set up for his team was really the key to success of everybody else.
And with that, Oasis Gaming is moving on further in the lower bracket. They will be continuing their gauntlet, their climb back into the top, but they have to wait for their opponent, in which is going to be either Southbuilt Esports or Zeal Esports, which is coming up next, the final best of 3 that we have for day 2 of the playoffs here at Challengers Philippines. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go.
Team Secret made their farewell here in the Challengers Philippines, but the main question is who's the second team that's going to be joining them and packing their bags away from this playoffs. I'm Noam, and alongside of me is Dax and Estrado once again to break down the series that we have on hand. It's South Built Esports versus Zeal Esports. But before everything, VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less HD display in a slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comments for more information. And you could also, you viewers that's watching right now, can get a chance to win exclusive ASUS ROG swag. All you have to do is follow the mechanics we are showing on the screen. You have the Republic of Gamers' Facebook and Twitter pages. Like and follow the PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, and unleash the legend inside. Make sure it's set to public so that we can see your shares. Lastly, share your predictions in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs, and we will be drawing 3 winners each for the ROG shirt and the ROG cap. They're all going to be announced on the 28th of February 2022. So you've got until Sunday to keep sharing. But of course, speaking of sharing, I'm just going to share the fact that we do have a Filipino broadcast happening at the same time, simultaneously, all together. There you go. It's a Filipino broadcast is on twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, Facebook.com/PPGLGG, YouTube.com/C/PPGLGG, and that's also where the English broadcast is. You can also find us at twitch.tv/Valorant, e.tv/Valorant Esports 3, on youtube.com/Valorant Esports, and lastly on VeraEsports.com. That's where the broadcast is at. But what is on hand right now is a series that has been going back and forth for at least for recent history. It's South Built Esports versus Zeal Esports. They've been going at it in third-party circuits. It's it's a fair 2-2 scoreline for themselves in terms of series wins. But in the group stages, it's a 1-1. It's Zeal Esports coming out with a 2-0 victory against South Built Esports earlier on, and then it's South Built Esports winning against Zeal Esports in the second week of the group stages. And Dax, for Zeal Esports, we kind of hyped up how Zeal is relatively the same as South Built Esports, but South Built Esports has a little bit more playbooks here, and it completely changed as the group stages went by.
I think it was really interesting how we looked at Zeal Esports at the start of the group stage. We saw them as, okay, these guys weren't really performing up to stuff. They're invited here, but they did make sure that they made a voice be heard. In week number 1, they got the victories that they need. They even beat South Built, of all people, just really proving that they were there to play. And in week number 2, it kind of normalized as South Built really bounced on back. For teams that were considered at one point the second best team in the PH scene in their respective stages, this is going to be a battle to see who can still survive here. This is elimination time. We saw Team Secret go down already after the defeat there, courtesy of Oasis Gaming. This time, though, it really has to be the step up from both sides. South Built, they need to clean up their act a little bit more, try to make sure that their peaks perhaps could be cleaner. Zeal Esports, in the meantime, bounce back from that tough loss against Action PH.
I agree 100% here. I'm not going to dawdle too long on this, though, but I do want to say that this upcoming match, this is going to be the tiebreaker between the two of them. And in what more poetic way could it be than here in the lower brackets? These guys have got to give it their all.
Yeah, they have to give it their all as we introduce the first team that's going to be stepping up on the stage. It's Zeal Esports. Just like what Illustrator just said, what a poetic way to settle the scores here in the playoffs, where the backs are up against the wall, and with a monster like Zeal Esports, with their backs up against the wall, they have nothing left to lose. They will be coming out swinging with this 5-man roster of Tuge Monster, 39 Beats, Craigies, Fire Cyajin, and Senior Carl. Dax, will we finally see the full potential of Zeal's Esports?
You know, that's the thing. They have to be at their full potential. This is a squad that is basically all or nothing right now. If they are feeling the heat, they're getting the shots, they're getting their star players like Farside Jin up on the board, then they're going to be doing great because they can really exemplify their talents and push forward the playstyle they want to run. But on the flip side, Zeal Esports, they're the ones who kind of suffer against the most, I'd say, lopsided losses when they can't get that kind of heat, when their clutch players can't find those targets, when they're unable to move around the map that way that they know how. That's the biggest weakness right now of Zeal Esports. And I feel like coming into the playoffs, they're the team that is most exposed in that area. The other squad's already more well-rounded. That's why they're in their specific spots right now over the bracket. For Zeal Esports, though, they need to make sure that those small chinks in the armors, they need to be polished quickly, or else they're going to get exposed by a methodological roster like South Built.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. Sorry, not Raf Dax.
Let me grow my hair real quick.
Yeah, so just for a year. So here's the thing. I agree with you 100% because, like, one of the biggest things that upsets me a little bit about Zeal is how little they've grown from year 1 to year 2. They have been kind of very much hit or miss. Whereas other teams have been finding those weaknesses, talking about NAOS, talking about Action PH, and at this point, they've managed to round it out and really show us elevated game. We're pretty much seeing the standard stuff here from Zeal with sudden bursts of inspiration here and there, but as to whether it's sustainable, that's also a very big question.
Well, speaking of being sustainable, that is South Built Esports. That's what they're trying to do here, as they just suffered a loss earlier on. And we'll go ahead and introduce whoever's going to be playing here. It's South Built Esports up next. And it's the boys that were specifically built in the South to play in esports. They're the last team. This is their last chance to keep their tournament dreams alive and prove they deserve to be in challengers here. We got Aziz, Flippy, Ja, Micro, and Pro. They've been popping off here and there against NAOS Esports, but they need to pop off even more here right now, Listrado.
I just didn't see it happening in the previous game they played. Aziz was very much a crucial factor for this team, but he had a quiet game himself. And we look to players like, I'd say him and Pro to really step up, whether it's the shot calling or whether it's just the fragging in general. We saw glimmers of that. We saw, you know, tiny sparks of brilliance from the side of South Build. Every now and then, in a couple of rounds, they'd have the most perfect execute, and then they'd follow it up with the flawless anti-eco. But the amount of times that they can keep it consistent, it just was not there. The true difference I'm seeing is from teams like Zeal and South Build. What's separating them right now for the likes of NAOS? Guess what? The biggest thing is consistency. NAOS always consistently intelligent with their play and always hitting their shots. In the meantime, teams like Zeal, the reason why I think they're in the lower bracket, given as good as they are, is this they don't find that consistency. They whiff their shots, a lot of strange decision making. We saw it earlier on Haven with South Build as well, and it just seems to be this plague where a lot of these teams just can't find that one thing that'll help them hit the mark every single time.
You know, just to add on to that fact, I feel like coming into this series, whoever's gonna win this is either the one who brings out their best play, the way they know how to the matchup itself, or the one, and which would be better for the long term, that can actually clean up their act and figure out what is going wrong with their run. And for South Build, I know a wise analyst once told me, these guys, seasoned veterans, making rookie mistakes. Sometimes you might ask, maybe it's an EU thing, maybe they're just trying to prove something a bit more in terms of the push, but Southwell, they've had that history of being great, and I feel like they do want to be part of that greatness. They want to make it past their initial hurdles in VCT. They already beat Team Secret before, and they did get closer against NAOS Esports. The improvements are there right now for Southfield. There are those small steps, but at the same time, when they make those weaknesses, they're a bit more glaring compared to the other squads. When you analyze the game sometimes, right, there are these movements, you see that, okay, this guy maybe he just wasn't ready for this kind of push or this perfect utility from one side, but for Southfield, it's like, okay, that's a little too ambitious. Okay, that may have been too risky, and is that the right agent who's supposed to be in the right angle? Sometimes those are problems right now for Southfield, and even though this is a squad that I know has that experience, maybe it's just also them trying to regrow their own disciplines based because they've had so many roots already growing and spreading everywhere.
Yeah, and I feel like for South Built Esports, it's a little bit more on just finding who they used to be, because if you're looking at South Built Esports individually as players, they were really gifted individually, but as a team, as they were struggling earlier on in the first year of VCT and going into this, we see the immaturity as like what the opening video said, like we embrace evolution. And South Built Esports, they're evolving, albeit sometimes they're de-evolving at the same time. Now, we got to paint the picture here for the people that are just tuning in the playoffs and haven't really had a go at the group stages. The first week of the group stages, Zeal Esports won 2-0 against South Built Esports, and both matches were as close as it can get. Map 1 on Haven was 13-11. Map 2 on Ascent was 16-14. Still, I'm sorry, that was another one. It was 13-10 and then 13-9, both for Zeal Esports. But for the second week, that was when South Built Esports decided to flip the switch and get back to their groove. It was 13-11 on Haven, and on Ascent it was 16-14. But it still was a 2-0, and I feel like today, of all days, is where finally the score, again, just like what we've been talking about for the other teams, the scores will be settled here in this 2-0 potentially matchup, or maybe a 2-1, Dax.
You know, the scorelines, they're an amalgamation of both the problem and the solution. I already said it a while ago. We can see how, because of how close these games are, it's some rounds, okay, South Build looking good, playing the way they know how. Other rounds, out Zeal is the one looking good, knowing the way they play and able to execute. And really, coming into the series, it has to be high time for one of these two teams to understand the weaknesses of the other and exploit that even more. Make sure they can chip on away. Make sure they can keep hammering on to those pressure points, because whoever breaks here first, it will be their demise in the playoffs. And in all honesty, the two teams we see right now, they are fragile, but they're absolutely talented. They're absolutely gifted. All they really need right now is a patch up, a perk up, and another chance to push on forward. But the thing is, only one of these two teams looking for more into the future can move on.
Absolutely. Just my big problem here with this matchup is is anybody's guess as to who's gonna come out on top here. I'm gonna preempt the predictions a little bit, just by a tiny bit here, because I'm going to prelude it by saying your guess is as good as mine. It's just about who's feeling hot that day, and the biggest problem with that is like whether they can hit their shots or not, is because it stops to rely so much about tactics and becomes more and more just sort of like who's feeling it today, who's really not. And this, to me, it's not a very sustainable thing. South Built, they used to not be like that. South Built used to be very consistent every single time. We saw that towards the latter end of the year. Zeal, on the other hand, they've always played like this. They were very live by the Cyajin, die by the Cyajin, and just like they've been just up and down. But the thing is, I do feel like last year they actually had higher peaks, and now we're kind of meeting in the middle in this strange equilibrium where you're seeing South Built on the downfall and they're kind of meeting in between. And I just really have no idea how this is gonna go, because if you look at the both of the trends, right here is where they intersect.
Yeah, and I I fully agree with you. Like, for the longest time, these teams have been resorting to just full-on gunfights, full-on aim duels, and even more so for Zeal Esports. For the longest time, it was Fire Jin. If he's not on fire, the rest of the team is not on fire. Nobody else can pick up the helm from that. There are times where Tugay will be able to help out the team. Sometimes we see Senor Carl pick up the pace for Zeal Esports, but then again, at the end of the day, it's still, most of the time, it's not enough. For the flip side, South Built Esports, we got so much potential here on Ja, on Aziz, on Pro even, that they can outduel. But what is dueling if you don't have the tactics to back it up? And I feel like if they don't fix their act, I'm not necessarily fix their act, but if they don't revert to what they were last year, when they were feeling it, when they were beating Team Secret in other third-party tournaments, I feel like South Built Esports may just not drop down, but go on the game that Zeal Esports is dictating here. And Dax, I'm actually wondering if we will definitely see a gunfight here all throughout the entire series.
I don't really think it's gonna happen that consistently, that they're just gonna be going for the brawls like something like APAC PH and Zeal was in the first place. Because for South Built, one of the biggest strengths that we see here is, upon those initial parts of the round, they do have a solid playbook. They have an understanding on what needs to be done. They have a structure, and many a time that is where they can get that immediate advantage to cover up a little bit of their weakness later on, which is those mid-round rotations, those mid-round decisions, where sometimes it does kind of get a little bit fuzzy on who's supposed to be doing what. Because I'll just say it, they come for a game where they're all the same kind of character, basically, just had different kind of weapons from time to time in terms of the roles. But this time, the utilities, they're a big deal. They're a part of the system. And there is a tendency that South Built sometimes is a little too eager to try and push forward with whoever comes up with the idea first. On the other hand, for Zeal Esports, I noticed between the group stage, there is something that they have been working on, that tonal shift. Week 1, they're a lot more disciplined compared to whatever seen. In week 2, they can go wild. And at least right now, they built themselves some choices. But I think for Zeal Esports, it's identifying which form will suit them best against their opponent.
Well, I do want to take a little bit of time here just to sort of assess what we're potentially going to see in terms of the maps here. So I was actually looking at the stats while we were kind of having a little bit of a lowdown. We all pretty much know that one of the more comfortable maps that South Built is going to be playing on is probably going to be Breeze. I don't think we're going to be seeing that. This is something that Zeal will happily ban out because well, there's a chance we might see it, but I feel like Zeal might actually ban it out because they're comfortable on the rest of their map pool. We absolutely won't see Haven, so we absolutely, well, we might see Fracture. I'm gonna say we might see Fracture. I don't think we'll see Icebox again, but I do imagine we will be going to Split. We'll probably, I think Split. Split is a fair certainty. And at the same time, what was the other one I said? Fracture, I think. Split and Fracture, pretty good chances here.
Yeah, the map pool. I have to just chime in here real quick. We actually did see the same map pool between week 1 and week 2. We saw Haven, we saw Ascent, we saw Split for their draft, but we only got to play 2 of them because it was 2-0s on both sides. And I really wouldn't be too surprised to see it come out yet again instead, because they know how close their games can be and have been between these two teams. These are both maps, all of those maps that I mentioned, they're just something they have comforts in the first place. The tendencies to play sometimes with the Rays, sometimes with the extra duelists, and I really feel like between Zeal and Southbuild, even if we do get a redo of the map pool, it's again about those refinements. It's again who's proving themselves to be the better team in the playoffs, because the next step will put them just one match away truly from that third slot to the APAC scene. And if they want to be competitive, this is the best time to really start for these two teams.
I think you make a great point there, Dax. I do, however, think that at least one of these teams will want to change the results from last time. I'm hoping that we get to see Breeze. This is one of the maps here that I think would truly unleash the potential for both of these teams. If we look at the statistics right now, Zeal, they have an 88% win rate on it. Southbuild, fairly similar numbers, 71%. Not too far apart, although Southbuild have played it significantly less. I do want to see Bind. This is where we see a little bit of pretty much the same thing here, 52 to 58% in terms of their win rate. And I'd really think this is a map that we haven't seen too much of, that might just take us back to our roots. And with teams like this, like Southbuild, who need to go back to fundamentals, same thing with Zeal, who need to go back to fundamentals and, you know, reassess everything. Bind might just be the map that we need to see.
Well, we're gonna see if we're gonna see Bind, if we're gonna see a Haven, or if we're gonna see a completely different map here, because we're gonna be dropping into the map veto to figure out what battlefield we're gonna be playing on here. And it's Haven, it's Breeze, and I believe that is Bind.
It's Bind.
You are 100% on the dot there, Illustrato, except for Haven, though. That's
I actually
Dax.
didn't think the Haven would come through because, as we know, Haven is a map that is very high win rate for the Southbuild. Well, not very high, but significantly higher than Zeal. Zeal has a 25% win rate on it. It's pretty much automatically a lose here. I just don't favor their odds in it at all.
No, the thing is, that was the whole sentiment coming into week number 1, looking at Haven and be like, okay.
Yeah.
Zeal, are you sure? And then they show up and win it. It's like,
yep.
What? Okay, stats, magic. There you go. Zeal Esports has it. And recently, Zeal Esports has changed up their style on Haven, that they're feeling a lot more comfortable with their pushes. They're not too awkward and too reliant truly on the entries. They do have those plans for rotation, and it's belt helping them out on that map. But I want to tackle that Breeze map pick that we get here from Zeal Esports. And the thing is, from what I hear backstage, Southbuild doesn't really like the map of Breeze per se, but the stats do not lie and have proven to be one of their better maps, if not really the map that catapulted them to better greatness in the PH scene. So
this is a CS map.
It is. Maybe some stones
yeah.
being cobbled, right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about, but that's the thing. So this map pool is really just a show of the recent developments of the squads, and from what we see right now, they're going to be pushing forward all the improvements and trying to tell everyone that they have a style already for the PH scene and beyond.
Well, we've discussed the maps, we've discussed the stats. Let's go ahead and go back to our predictions here. Only one team's going to make it out. One team's going to say goodbye, and who's the one that's going to be moving forward here? I will start it off by saying I'm going to go with Zeal Esports here. I feel like they've got the fire within them. I feel like they're a beast that's waiting to just burst out of their cage, and I feel like this is it for Zeal Esports.
How about me? I'll go with South Built this time. I really feel like they've unlocked a few more tools right now on the attacking side, especially, which has been one of their bigger weaknesses. And at the very least, when they're put in the situation, they have that history, not just Valorant, but also in prior scenes to bounce on back. So I'll give it the SPE 2-1.
I want people to consider what just happened earlier on when South Built got just absolutely destroyed here. So this is not their day. I think that's going to carry over to this one. I feel like Zeal there is a better chance right now that Zeal will pop off. And we know that when Zeal pops off, they can do it. I think it's going to be Zeal today. I think they're going to run away with this match, both matches 2-0.
Well, there you go. There goes our predictions here for the panel, but it's still, at the end of the day, down to the teams to prove us wrong or prove us right, because this is do or die for Zeal Esports and South Built Esports. This is game number 1 in this best of 3. Let's go ahead and hop onto it.
Hello and welcome back here to another series, the final one of the day between South Built and Zeal Esports. Loser goes home just as the last one. But before we go to that, let me introduce myself. Sorry for my rude introduction. I am Black and Blue. With me is the ever wonderful, ever beautiful, and amazing Raph himself.
You flatter me too much, just a little too much. Not on air, Nico, but again, we are just so excited. We've rested up. I had to take a little extra steps to get my energy going, because that first series we had, or at least the previous series, was absolutely amazing, and we expect nothing less from Zeal versus South Built.
Yeah, these two teams are honestly one of the two teams that we have still here in the playoffs that have matched up against each other so many darn times in the local scene. I can't even count, to be quite honest with you, and I should know off the top of my head. I don't even know how many times these guys have fought each other. All I know is that they have met each other in multiple a grand final, or multiple even a semi-final of many community tournaments off season, that at this point they're almost like a rivalry. But it has been, for the most part, South Built getting the better of Zeal. Only every so often have Zeal broken that streak. And speaking of streaks, Raph, every single time we've had the team play 2 games here in the VCTPH, they've won the second game at the very least after losing the first one. Will that be broken? I think suspicions are meant to be.
Suspicions, superstitions, everything has been really a factor. I mean, when you want to win, you want to win. You will take into account for everything. And we finally see that Sky rear its head, and Breeze is actually our opener. Now, Black and Blue, these are teams that we respectively hold very, very close to our hearts for a number of reasons. In the competition, I feel like we've done this together so many times, this matchup specifically.
Yeah, even before you joined us here on the desk, for the VCT, we've casted this matchup before, in the local scene, the community scene, and it's interesting now to see them finally face off here once again for VCT Stage 1 contention when it matters the most. These two teams going up against each other, and especially on Breeze, a team that these two teams were actually both able to surprise Secret in the community scene back when they were still Bren. On Breeze specifically, Zeal did that to them, and South Built as well. So for them to match up here, this is a map that they have taken down the top kings at, and now they're going at each other with that tenure. Obviously, Secret, now they're out, but we're going to expect for them, I'm sure everybody is going to look forward to them coming back for Stage 2. But let's focus on the task at hand and the matchup at hand, Raph. We're going to Breeze. If anybody think this is going to be brought on over too easily, well, you're going to be surprised, because we're going to go the distance on this one once again.
Yeah, both these teams have been very, very proficient on this map, on this very, very tropical map. I think the key difference is that we have, surprisingly, we have a lot more utility on the side of Zeal this time around in comparison to South Built's Reynacom, their double duelist. Again, it does look like South Built want to approach this with a more of a balled up fist. They kind of want to hit the ground running.
Not gonna lie, I was expecting a bit of a different composition at least. Just one small change on the South Build side with that Reyna being swapped over for a Kaio, knowing that could be a possible counter for the chamber that you will pretty much always expect to be on Breeze nowadays. But they go for that Reyna, a bit more self-fragging power, but that lack of utility. Let's see how that will fare them as the battle continues on or even gets going here. So Breeze, not a map that we typically see open up a series, if anything. Maybe map 2, maybe map 3 sometimes, but not one that we start off of. And I'm very curious to see, and I'm really wondering why specifically Breeze was picked here by Zeal. Could it be so they can utilize that chamber that we've seen South Build struggle with on Split versus Zeal the last time around?
Those are definitely the questions that we have in mind. And I just really want to touch on the KO again. You know what team uses KO a lot? It's NAOS. And where is NAOS? Well, they're at the very top. And, you know, I feel like KO is one of those agents where, despite the utility, the inherent ability to reduce everything to a brawl, I feel like not enough teams run them. We've seen Zeal run that on Ascent, specifically on Senior Carl, but it doesn't look like they're interested in doing just that here, as they want to get all these long angles for themselves, you know, with I believe Fire Cyajin really hoping to get on that op as quick as possible, with Senior Carl with the same story.
And you would have thought, you know, with South Build being that team coming from their past experiences, they would want that great equalizer of it being a brawl. But here we go now. Fire Cyajin, he's no privy to that. But Aziz will get the opening kill on Fire Cyajin. That's him being a bit overextended. He's gonna get picked off. Marco finds another kill, finds a second with a classic of all things. Of course, it is a pistol round, but still,
One enemy
bunch of ghosts bound, and none of them are able to find a kill. Looking like a clean and flawless one. That so far stands true for South Build.
I mean, this has been pretty much the history, or at least most of the history between these two teams. They were very, very similar, but honestly, I feel like we just really can't make that case anymore. They've grown apart way too much. Zeal Esports, they've talked about retooling their entire roster when it comes to the approach of the game and the philosophy of their attack. I feel like they're still experiencing the growing pains. Again, Illustrado's talked about how frustrating that can be, especially when you follow this team very, very closely. And that pistol round, hopefully that's not telling him what's going to happen. Da is going to get hit by the guy. Okay, he doesn't really care. He finds Fire Cyajin and really holds it down. And you see Tucci is like, well, that didn't go according to plan. And as South Build like to hold this down. Interestingly enough, it's actually Aziz on the Spectre.
Well, he's kind of fortunate as well that Fire Cyajin obviously would not have armor in that round. But if he did, then that duel could have gone differently. Doesn't work out for South Build for the meantime, though. Retrieve that Marshall, send it over to Craigie S's hands, his palms. Not sweaty, but they do have a heavy task ahead.
Mom's spaghetti. I'm just gonna say that right now. And
close that circle. Bring it full around.
That's right. I'm just gonna draw a perfect circle by first illustrating a Renaissance head, then clearing it out, then clearing the guidelines, and now we have a perfect circle. As the art that we are witnessing is still very much a very innocuous approach. Very, very slow, very patient. I just want to highlight the fact that Senior Carl ran into the Spectres that we were highlighting. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was there, but the time was winding down. They didn't have proper elbow control. They didn't have mid control whatsoever. So I guess they decided to let's just try and hit this with brute force. And SB, I think this is the way they want to play. They just want to hold it down. They want everybody to walk into their crosshair. As this will flinch just a tiny bit. But the Spectre just proves too much for Beats to overcome.
A small flinch, but ultimately still aim trained on the angle. Ja, as you said, no care in the world about that one. They get the 2 rounds. They do make it relatively clean here, Raph, but begs to wonder, can they convert that bonus? It can be very difficult to convert bonuses and eco rounds, honestly, on this map, especially knowing that Spectres, you're just too far out of range to really make some good damage on this sometimes.
I was just to touch up on that, you know, again. Oh, I love that bounce. They will eliminate that neural, or rather, that tripwire, but Senior Carl really flexing his ability to duel, finding Ja. And now this bonus doesn't look as sharp as SBE would want, because that was the long-range weapon that would enable everybody else to close the distance. But since we don't have that, these Vandals are gonna run wild. Papi Chulo has to hold this down to the best of his ability. He will be blinded. And we've talked about how Zeal loves to drive through.
My camera is
What a cam indeed. You would know what a cam that would be. But now as this, he finds Senior Carl. We were talking about how the Spectres really have a hard time against the Vandals, but again, the script, it's been flipped all over.
He wins that fight still, but it's going to be a different matter entirely once they come on this retake. The Marshal has been picked up by Flippy. They're storming the site. They've kind of closed that gap, that range, but Fireside is too quick on this angle. He does get found, though. They bring it down to a 1v2. It's down to Papi Chulo, has been very consistent in these fights, but it's way too out of his league to be able to win that engagement from that far against a Vandal of all things. So 2-1, Zeal, they get the round. It was
That
made
still
a bit
hurts.
expensive, and because of that, South Built are able to buy up the op here in round 4.
That really hurts. You know, again, that was the bonus that, well, South Built really wanted. Senior Carl had the opening pick. But my question was, how come the pressure from Halts wasn't abused? You know, they could have walked up. They could have done so many things, but in the words of Ye during his awarding, I guess we'll never know. Now, back to a gun round here. We do have half armor on the side of Tuge, and I believe that's going to be, well, someone else on the Zeal rosters that flew by a little too quickly. Now we are trying to hold up here. They're waiting for South Built to overextend, but that really isn't in South Built's playbook when dealing with aggressive teams.
At least not on the defensive side. We've seen that symptom on the attack, but not here right now. But Micro punished there by Fireside, way too quick, and he's completely taken over the site all by himself. Really using the utility there to its fullest extent and capitalizing off of that space given. Operator will ring out. Ja being very wary of what could happen to him. Oh, but Senior Carl, he has an idea that Aziz is here towards him. As Aziz walks out, is quickly taken here by Senior Carl. Great round from Zeal Esports so far. 5 versus 2, and this is going to be the save call from South Built.
Well done by Zeal, as we saw a little bit of heat, a little bit of fire coming in from their, well, star players here. If this continues, it's really, really difficult to stop Fireside. It's here, it's like, I think I saw wet.
One enemy remaining.
Not looking in the right direction, loses that operator, and that is going to be painful because, once again, that is going to enable Fire Saiyajin to wreak havoc on the longer sightlines. But, again, it begs the question, is he going to dry peek? Because we've seen that many a times. He has the reaction time. He's an insane fragger. But against insane fraggers like him, he has to be a little bit more careful.
Well, it's working out so far. It's only round number 5, and this is an attacker-sided map. Arguably, South Built, they're better in the defense than they are on the attack. That's true for pretty much every map, and this map especially so as well. By the way, this is the only map that they field, rather that they play Flippy and Micro together, meaning it's pro out this time. Z1 will be missing the action for map number 1. They continue on, though. The South Built, only Sheriffs abound. The Frenzy and Micro and the Solo Rifle and Papi Chulo to try and get something going.
That they do, and Aziz is already trying to rev up those Friars and fighting Senior Carl, and that's going to be a rifle in their hands. They've done their job, but now they want to overextend. They found the inch, they want to create a mile for themselves. And Zeal, surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, they lost their only flank watch here. This could be a bit of a debacle for them as Aziz has found Fire Saiyajin. Where did that come from? Now Beats, his attention is divided. Flippy finds Krieg, yes. 2GE, we know that he's a clutching beast. But this is a bit of a tall order. Aziz nearly finds the head of yet another member from Zeals, and Micro even finds Beats. 1v3, looking a little dangerous. He's on the reload. Now it's a 2v1. Again, everybody's pressed. Holding it in to Papi Chulo. He will be the one to pop that clutching balloon.
Almost looking too clean there for South Built on the eco round, but they bring it a bit closer. Good job, valiant effort there by 2GE. In the end, though, South Built, they win that eco round, and I just want to say, I'm very, very happy to see so many RGX bundles everywhere being bought by players and people, because when it came out, like within that first, first month, nobody was super into it, but I was like, hey, the RGX is cool. I'm the only person using it, but now everybody's got one in their hands.
Oops, just forgot to unmute before I started talking. But here we are, guys. A little bit of a technical difficulty on my end. Hopefully it doesn't bleed into the game. Well, at the beginning, remember the RGX took 100 FPS off of your game for whatever reason it did, but that was quickly addressed. As Zeal, they are looking to pick up some steam here, despite narrowly losing that round here. Now, Ja doesn't have the operator this time, but still chooses to hold the stairs. There is a bit of a crossfire. I feel like that orange edition has really varied things up for Breeze.
Totally. I think too that the RJX is like the perfect skin for a Kaio or any robot in the game, like aside from maybe the protocol. Just seems quite fitting.
But that's like a big robot holding a tiny robot, so that's like 2 robots. Summoning another robot.
6.
So
Pet Angel in the game. Dash on in, Raph, and Fireside is looking to take this.
They do, as Fireside, and ooh, that was a little too wishful. As this is, he is willing to be the heartbreaker, holding this down, but oh my goodness, the dismiss, the orb disappears as he does as well. Beats, he opens it up. It's a 2v3 now. The rotation is still coming in, so it's a little isolated on both ends.
Left.
But look at the discipline on both sides. They don't overpeak. 2GE still looks to find a little bit of a crack. And Micro could be the first victim up until 2G exposes back. Senior Carl is here though. He still has the tour de force, but hasn't expended it yet.
Oh,
does he find the timing? Or? Oh dear.
10 seconds left.
He sees his shoulder flash on now towards the backside. He has some idea that Micro is lurking there. If he thinks his tour de force is going to equalize things up, it's down to Poppy Chulo. What has happened? The game has crumbled. The round certainly looking in South Build's favor. Would be equalized right now. Here comes the swing. He gets the tag on him as well. Can get the heal. He's going to be able to get the second peek, a second look at this fight. Here comes out on camera, and they give their position away. Poppy Chulo, he is a sly man, and he's found his gun behind him. He's got his hood up, and the cap will make it happen. 1v1. Tour de force up close. He goes for the swing, and Poppy Chulo lands nothing but the net. The head as well by Senior Carl. And the 4-2, they get it, but it was way too dicey there. As this a bit over dipping back into the fight. We could have gotten out of it, but they get the job done at the last moment.
The hood is up, and Ilamentore has entered the building. Again, put some respect in this man's name. Poppy Chulo, masterful clutch there, perfectly calm, using the elevation, creating an off angle, and once again dissecting Zeal. This has turned into yet another highlight farm for quite a number of our players, as SBE have a 2-round lead here. Zeals, though, they look to force the issue. They have a little bit of a broken bye, so either way, they have to sync up sooner or later. They choose the former.
That's the thing about Poppy Chulo. He's very proficient at picking and choosing his fights and the best angles for him to re-engage with. Ja holding down the double doors here, but he might be shown the way out. He might have an operator, but we know that on the other end of things, Senior Carl with that Vandal is very proficient at trying to set things down. He gets the peak, but Ja's the one to win the fight. Pop the ult here towards that A lane is going to make things so much more difficult, even though they spotted him out. It's going to be so much more deadly. Judge up close, it's not going to work.
It did not work, as the HP bars are going to regenerate as quickly as they can. Zeal have found themselves in the site. The guiding light is going to be there. And of course, the recon ball to really secure all of the information in the world. But 3 rifles versus, well, the ragtag of weapons could be in the favor of SBE here. But Zeal, we've known them to be such a high bravado team. This time around, they have to use their wits, not the player, but the gray matter that's residing within their heads. Patience is here, nearly gets tagged up by ASUS. 2GE, he has to play for bricks and has to somewhat play the traitor here.
Oh, but this Judge can catch him off guard. ASUS has to be very careful. He pops out the Leer. That is going to actually keep their eyes trained forward. The Poppy Chulo's right behind him. Here comes out the neural theft as well. He's going to steal this round away. Poppy Chulo, the daddy of it all, getting everything here for South Build, bailing them out once again. 5-2. South Build go up, but it was a pretty expensive round. Fortunately, they get to save the op.
Once again, opening up the killing floor and showing why he is the really exploding. Again, that is back-to-back 3 Ks for Papi Chulo, and all of them have been super impactful. Again, that is the problem when you lose your lone sentinel early. The flank just suddenly becomes free real estate for the opposite team. And man, Zeal, again, it's a 3-round lead. They can definitely overcome this. The utility is going to be still a little lacking here. I saw Senior Carl buy, or rather place down a trap. And once again, the rounds are going to keep on rolling here as Ja looks to have an aggressive stance towards elbow, but will not find early contact.
See Ja crawling his way up here towards that mid position. Operator in his hands. He has to be careful. Fire Sidron. Oh, he spots the shoulder. And he gets a tap anyways still. That drops the sniper rifle in his hand. And such a huge pick for Aziz to find. He realizes that double dipping too far could be leading him to his own demise. This time, rightfully so, has the discipline to fall back. Now puts Zeal in a scramble. What do we do? Where do we go? Fortunately, they got Senior Carl to wield that off. And he's very proficient with that. So Southfield can't let their guard down just yet.
That's right, they haven't invested the Viper Wall just yet, but right on cue, we're going to see Craigie S try and take control of halls here and create some sort of opening for his team. That orb is going to block a tiny bit of vision on the side of SB, but they're still 5 men strong here. Zeal, they don't have too much utility. However, they expend that recon bolt to once again get a firmer grip of the situation. As
30
they understand
seconds left.
SB, they're ways away. They have a lot of map control, but the question is, well, never mind. Micro really removes a lot of doubts in my head. It's like, well, okay, I guess he's close enough.
Oh, and the tag there as well. He held on to that camera at the very last moment. Didn't even pop it. Didn't even check that entire time that they were taking the site. Just to ensure that during that post-plant retake, they would have that information at the most crucial moment, and that they secure. Very masterfully done. Great discipline here from Papi Chulo. And Southfield get another round, forcing Zeal on an eco.
Forced on an eco is really not the words you want to hear when you're in a tournament. But again, such a wonderful retake on the side of Zeal, or rather on the side of Southfield as they dismantle Zeal. The thing about Southfield right now, they're isolating these fights so well, they're not allowing Zeal to retrade. The way that they've been staggering the utility has been, well, to quote quite a number of our fellow talent, chef's kiss.
Here.
Senior Carl's investing a rifle into this, leaving him with 0, but he's quite far away from his ultimate. So I'm not too sure what the rhyme or reason with this. He doesn't even have, full armor on him. So this is a big risk they're running right now. They will have
Indeed it is.
like almost max loss bonus right after, but it still can be very, very dicey, and you'll live by the buy, you could die by it too.
That's right, guys, and it does look like they're going to take things just a little slower this time around. What really begs the question is, how can they really enable this rifle? He is on the Sentinel roll, so space clearing... Oh, okay, never mind. Once again, Zeal! They tell me, Raph, you have questions, you have answers. Ja will find the trade, however, as Fire Cyajin, who was much needed to try and take the backside, is going to be eliminated from this round. Now they're forced to try and circle around elbow here. But that is also a very deadly ordeal that they might have to struggle with, as the rifle is still around for them. They just really can't pick up Aziz's weapon as it is too deep into sight. And the cabbages, they come out.
They have some idea that Ja is here towards that backside. Here comes Arthur's Spear though. Micro able to fend him off. Just getting 1. 2 GE. Great trade. Not a direct one, but a trade nonetheless onto Ja. Brings it to a 3v3, and they're able to take those weapons as well. This rifle buy from Senior Carl could have just been worth it if they can secure this round especially.
10 seconds
Plant will
left.
go down. More than enough time for that to happen. The flip is out of utility to stop it. No recon, no shock darts, no drone as well for that information. They have to rely here on Papi Chulo once again with what little he's got. He's got that cyber cage, but he dips back into the smoke at the wrong moment. That works out for Zeal. Somehow though, they bring it to 1v1, and Senior Carl versus Papi Chulo. The 2 sentinels on either side. He's used this angle once. He's going to use it again. He drops down here, swings wide, and gets the kill. Senior Carl with the off angle. Not expected there to be so open. And he gets the 3rd round. That small gamble got them such a huge round.
And that is just the PSA. Don't gamble, guys. It's bad. It's very dangerous and bad. But again, looking at the economy on both sides, they are prone to a reset right now. slightly looking better on the side of South Builds, but a wonderful round and a wonderful opening found by Zeal here. Redemption as Senior Carl denies the clutch of Papi Chulo, as Papi was getting a little too used to winning all those situations.
Yeah, keeping him in check so far, making him realize, hey, you can't just be hopping around, peeking everything, expect to win the clutch just because you want to. Third ain't the charm. Now the operator is in the hands of Zeal on the attacking side, something you don't always expect, but they are very capable of making it work out. They're actually the team here locally that has made that so. They really love using this operator to find them picks early on. So Southbuilt, knowing that the op is on the other side, gotta be diligent in what angles they decide to drive peek.
And Aziz has occupied the space of mid pillar, and he is alone. So if ever Zeal can find him, it becomes so dangerous for Southbuilt, because suddenly most of the map is going to be consumed by, well, you know, a bit of a fog, a little bit of a vision blocker. But now, doesn't really matter. Zeal, they all fall back towards the cave side here. Whoa, look at the patience by Flav.
Your thighs would start burning after a few seconds of that, after a minute of that at least. But here comes the retake once again. Information given away and taken. As this finds the kill, but fires Hydra and Craig, yes, equal to equalize things up, and hell, even bring it their way. PPE answering back, and things are crumbling for the Southwood retake. It's all on the flippy. Who's going to get the script flipped? 6-4. Zeal answer back, and their attacking side looking to gain even more momentum.
And they are looking mighty dangerous as the momentum has finally shifted in their favor. This operator seems to be the X factor for them and playing for the distance they badly need to cover here. Craig, yes. Oh boy,
One enemy remaining.
they're doing such a great job of holding the backline for his team and even opening up a pick towards stairs. Now, again, that's been the gamble that a lot of the teams have been taking all day. You either take as much map control as you want, but you lose the ability to reinforce the site as quickly as you would want to.
That is the potential problem. Seems like could be a bit of a, or rather a few things to be talked on over here by Southbuilt. The timeout has been called. I believe this is a tactical timeout.
Yes.
Yes, it is. That's been going on for a while, so it should expire soon. Only rifle that can be bought here is on the Zis. Papi Chulo could maybe afford a Guardian or even a Bulldog. That's about it. Josh got the blade, so there's a real chance that they could invest some money into this round, some economy into this round, just to have something to fight back with, and that's certainly going to be the case. You can see Ja prepping up his blades, Aziz with a rifle, and so will Papi Chulo do the same. They have no intent of losing this round. You can see with their buy that, as scrappy as it may be, you can make it as viable as they can.
Oh yeah, and I can't believe I'm saying this in a tactical shooter. But before I say that, Josh slices up 2D Monster. Is tired of all those vegetables and all those cabbages, as well as Aziz chiming in, and that is going to be a free weapon taken away from the hands of Zeal. And Beats will be the, well, will be receiving the short end of the stick there. Still decides to invest his drone just to see if anybody is pushing a shop here. As I was mentioning, SBA, they have to stop this bleeding somehow. Otherwise, Zeal, they are so good at running away with momentum. The Senior Carl, though, he is now waiting for this wall to fall. And Micro does not play for the off timing here, does not play for the, well, not literal poison. As Zeal, they creep up. They take a little bit of a stronger posture here. And now, I believe that was Senior Carl trying to make sure nobody was flanking, but Ja has been absolutely excellent with these knives as he finds that frag. But the last two members of Zeal, they are still stuck and held up in the entrance of cave.
Ja, he's taken some damage on that fight.
30 seconds left.
You know it's a 5v2. Has to be careful not to just give a freebie away. This can certainly be turned around by Zeal Esports. But here it comes. Beats all alone. He's certainly going to be beat in this fight. It's a 1v5 unless you can get an ace clutch, and that would certainly be one for the heroics of it. You can see Southwood are all just waiting, not wanting to even peek. Let him peek us first, and then confirm it after. 7-4, an equal round won by Southbuilt.
An eco round indeed, and now Zeal, I think they're trying to reformulate their plan here. And I can't believe I'm saying this, in a tactical shooter, much less an FPS. There are no team fighting ults on the side of SBE. All of them really capitalize on the individual prowess, much like Neural Theft, which needs a pick. You know, we know how it works, right? But like I mentioned, the only team fighting ult they have is potentially micros. Zeal, they finally popped that tour de force. Still looking for a pick here. Trailblazer, interestingly enough, being invested towards A, maybe trying to sell a fake, but SBA, they don't budge.
Well, final round of the half, and Zeal would love to bring this 7-5. Typically at an attacker side map, but SBE do really favor this defensive side on Breeze over anything. And this ult towards that B main position to make things a bit more difficult for Zeal to try and flex outside of A. So they have to commit to the A side itself. PPGL knows that there's a lot of heat coming his way, and he's going to fall back instead. They're really happy to give up this side, to rescind it, and play for the retake, which has been mostly successful for them. But Senior Carl, he's got the tour de force, and it's going to be so difficult for them to try and peek those long angles.
I love the discipline here by Senior Carl. Could have potentially found one, but instead he goes for the longer angles here. Fire Cyanogen will follow to assist, as he's had a bit of a slump despite exploding in the early rounds. Craigie Aski is playing around the wall, but no, it's Ja! Swinging and finding him, denying him of any, well, at least further impact with that Viper Spit. Now Senior Carl, it's all up to him. He lines it up, he can't find him! And now it's been put to half. PPGL, he finds beats, but nope. Flippy will find Senior Carl. Time though, it's running out. They have to hold this. And they still manage to take this away.
With 3 seconds to spare, just enough to complete that defuse. 8-4, South Built barely scraped by that 8th round. But they have to continue on further if they really want to seal the deal here, because we know Zeal, they are one of the kings of making classic comebacks work out. I don't know how Craig S doesn't even win that fight. Somehow Ja, with his barrel sticking out halfway through, still gets away with it. Hell, not even the barrel. The front receiver of the darn thing is coming on through. And he still makes it out alive. SBE 8-4. Now it's Zeal's turn to put their foot down.
Put their foot down, dig their toes into the sand, and enjoy the heat.
Pick them up.
As that 4-round lead could potentially dissipate if they win the pistol. And I'd have to make a good case that these teams, they're actually very good at the pistol. And as I say that, Fire Cyanogen, he tags Assist, but gets tagged both by the recon dart and a stray bullet. Now, it looks a little messy here. It doesn't look like Southfield are going to fully contest nor fully invest into this, as Assist is going to fall. Ja is stuck in a position where he just does not want to be and just still win out that fight, surprisingly.
It's a 4v4 still, though. Anything can happen. Farside is dipping here. He's kind of out in the open. His tailwind, his dash has been burned, so no escape tool. They open up that pulse switch, and that actually gets him the dig as well. PPGL taken down by 2G. Is such a huge pick for him to find that shock dart's going to confirm the kill here on the opposing Flippy. That Sova is such a huge point here for those post plants, and Ja's able to find one after Fireside and gets the second headshot, one after the other. 2 bullets and 2 kills he finds. 8-5. Now Zeal, they take the second pistol.
Like I said, both these teams incredibly proficient with those pistols, and Fire Cyanogen looking to create a little bit of a spark for himself, create an ember, so the rest of his team will get fired up as well. And again, Timmy D, good job, Beats. That was right on the money too. Fire Cyanogen is also, once again, turning it up. Zeals have found their second life here, and potentially this could be a 3-round swing in their favor.
Potentially. Will it turn out that way? Let's see now. Zeal Esports, if they win this one cleanly, relatively, and then convert the bonus, we're almost definitely looking at the tied game here. And that is going to be huge for their momentum, especially on the defensive side. We got the wall prepped for a retake on the A side here, Zeal Esports. You can see Southfield trying to spread themselves out, hopefully for their sake, not too thin. They do have this double-pronged push towards the elbow position. Flash on out, Guiding Light will reveal their secrets. They have to know that someone's about to peek from Nest sometime. You can see the pings coming on out. That suspicion shall be confirmed in just a sec.
Yes. Tournaments and suspicions, they go hand in hand. And I know some players, they swear by the skins. I swear this makes the Vandal shoot faster. I swear it makes the Phantom's recoil reset time that much shorter. But Ja is looking to make quick work. He finds the one on Senior Carl. Looks for a second and what is that? The 2 into Demon's name is for Ja's second kill. And as is, he wants them to. They open up the site, they enter, and now Zeals, they are a witness to the crime that befell on their brethren.
8-5, this could be swung around South Built's way. These type of eco rounds are something that they have been renowned in suddenly turning around. Honestly, sometimes they even play better with a sheriff in their hands. That seems to be true, but Trey Gans is able to find one. Ja, oh, he barely escapes that fight, but he still wins it against Fireside. Down to a 4v2, and this bonus is looking deadly. But Ja, he's on par to get the ace, and that pace of his could be very real right now. Craig, yes, out on the open. He does have the strike very close to him. He wins the fight versus Assist, but Ja with the Sheriff ace. What a perfect play, perfect aim, and a perfect game for him.
Man. You know, it's crazy to me that we've seen that so many times before. We saw it as fans, we saw it as aspiring players, and now we see it again as desk talent. And I believe none of those shots, only one whip. And Ja, quick to adjust. That is dirty.
One enemy remaining.
Nasty. Something there coming
Last
out
player
from the
standing.
small single shooter of Ja himself. 9-5, and they suddenly just bring that swing back their way. The pendulum, for only a brief moment, was in Zeal's side of the court, but now the judge is throwing it back their way, and the sheriff, he's the one to deliver that message.
That's right. Pendulum swinging back and forth. You know, a little voodoo. Maybe the superstition magic could be in the air as well. A little bit of drum and bass as the music is playing for South Built, and they are, well, dancing to the tune as well as they can. We are going to have a little bit of a pause here, as, you know, this is going to give enough time for teams to, well, at least the players, time to discuss what happened. Sometimes, well, Ja went crazy. Is the best explanation. Ja just went crazy.
This game, it's a very tactical game, very strategic game that matters about, you know, structure and all. But sometimes it ain't about that. Sometimes it's about who peaks and who gets peaked and who lands that shot within that peak. And Ja, he just found everything. Not even having to, you know, use anything else more than just a sheriff. And it was the anti-eco. So things not fully thrown a loop, but Ja has some idea. But there's a bunch of players here and they're all just shredded down. They tried to go for a play, but quickly sniffed and snuffed out by Southgate.
One enemy remaining.
And snuffed out indeed, but Ja, these knives, clean as it has been the entire map. Senior Carl does have a few rounds in that headhunter, and very fitting to what kind of player he is.
Spike planted.
And honestly, the team that Zeal is too. But now the automatics and the higher caliber on the side of Southwood might be a little too much to overcome. But hey, we've seen what the Sheriffs can do. We've seen what one-shot potentials can be achieved and how players have achieved them. Senior Carl, it's his moment to shine.
Senior Carl gets taken down. Normally, you wouldn't want to bring a knife to a gunfight. But Ja, he don't mind. He loves to use those things, and now they're up 10-5 on Zeal's own map pick, by the way. Fireside them, potentially their last hope here with that operator. They lose this, that's going to be a huge swing, which should bring South Built to match point. But we know, just by me saying that, probably just curse things, we're not going to go that easy off into the night. We're going to get as fierce of a battle as this teddy bear stares upon us.
That's right, the most menacing force known to man. That stuffed bear on a swing, on a tire swing. Ja, despite all the festivities and all the things that, you know, could provide a relaxing time for most people, is on fire right now. He has not settled down. He's been landing every shot, and he perfectly swings on the Slayer, but the counter flash is going to be there to GE. Tuge, he is going to get tagged up by that camera, and he wisely falls back. He does not want to, you know, partake in the business that the boys over in mid are giving. And fires Cyanogen, he whips a crucial shot, and that tagging just a little too strong for him to overcome.
Oh, but Ja with the ADS as well, making sure that long-range angle doesn't support Senior Carl, and both of the high fragging power. Agents. Zeal has been taken out. 2G caught out in the open here as well. It maybe played less of an open angle. Brought to a 4v2. Let's see if Zeal can swing this one back, but it's looking pretty solid here on the post plant. They got Micro for that lineup in case it does need to come in later on for the defuse denial.
One enemy
so
remaining.
This is looking like a sealed round for South Built. That is a huge, huge shift of the pendulum heavily further their way.
This is where some of the Zeal's fans, they might be closing their eyes because the momentum has not been kind to them whatsoever. They've been trying to default their way out of this, but somehow, some way, SB has not been allowing them to do just that. The way that they've been rotating on the map and getting these reads have been so wonderful. Doesn't help the case of Zeal that Jaw's been red hot too. Fire Cyanogen though might just wake up and turn things around for the, well, the more south squad, you know? If South Built is south, then Zeal is very, very south.
Normally, when you say something's going south, that'd be a bad thing. But in this case, I guess, for those who were born in it and bred by it, it's such...
Molded by it.
Molded by it. Are we gonna go full Bane here? Potentially. Why not? Hey, it's new Batman out, apparently. Soon. And I'm
nerd.
Very... Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. I read comic books in high school. But now
you want to watch it together?
Yeah, sure. Come over. Let's do
yeah,
it.
I might. I just might take up your offer on that. As Zeal, they are still sifting through their pages, trying to get whatever solution that they can find, and potentially to find heroic inspiration as that teddy bear will look at us all, stare into our souls.
Why do I feel like, Raph, if ever that movie date of ours continues on, then it'll be our partners, our significant others who are third wheeling, not the other way around.
Potentially. As Batman is bro type, you know what I mean? You look at this though, it's not actually a timeout. We are actually fighting, and South Built, they just kind of gun everybody down here. Fire Cyanogen though looks to start his own fireworks with his knives, but unfortunately for him, he can't find the correct friction to start that fire. He will try to take as much ground as he can, but Ja is firmly planted on this site.
Here.
And now we are reduced to a 4v2 with pistols, headhunter ready, and his head has been hunted right on time as Ja continues.
ADS kill, tap, 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 and a head at the end. Batman might be bro time, but that was complete party time by South Built. And I would say normally, pretty much every single map, even attacker side map, South Built are a defender-sided team. That's just how the statistics have shown them to be. They've had a flawless run so far on the attacking side. But I will say it's not necessarily because they're better on the attacking side, or the map is necessarily attacker-sided, but sometimes, as we talk about Raph, just that one swing of momentum in economy is just more than enough for a team to steamroll around in the map. So, for Zeal right now, you gotta look forward to resetting, but maybe not so soon because Fire Cyanogen gets that pick off of Ja.
And as this, he will not stop his march. Ooh, crisp, clean lock is on fire as well. He is on that gear. That is the RGX Vandal. But Fire Cyanogen, he finds his Ziz, and that's both duelists down. He's trying to dance around the Hunter's Fury, but Micro challenges beats, and he wins it out. But 2G Monster gets taken down by Papi Chulo. And the pandemonium happening across the map is going to be condensed towards this ace site. But Zeal, they have to get this as quickly as they can because all the seconds matter here.
They have a decent post-plant position. Micro should have... Actually, no, he doesn't have any snake bites left to use here for the post-plant. There are shock darts on Flippy, but he's the one far forward, so they're not really going to be used for denying the defense. This goes down, and the flick from Fire Cyanogen lands through. He could go for an ace clutch here. He's able to find the last 2 kills as well. Here comes the smoke. This Cyber Cape is going to allow them to crawl a bit closer, and that defuse is being stuck. Papi Chulo, he's not going to get found. He's not going to find the diffuser, but the Fire Cyanogen kill comes up close. But in the end, just 1 kill away from getting that clutch, the ace clutch. His favor could have been better. And in the end, though, shall be South Built taking map 1.
That they do, but Fire Cyanogen, he is awake. That's what he needs. That's what the team needs. He has to keep that going because he truly is that spark that, you know, Zeal really looked to. they have to keep that going. But look at South Built. They're just super calm. I love the laser focus on Ja. He did not move an inch. He was just focused, dead centered.
Business as usual. Coming in there from South Built. Near the end of things, I honestly, from all the teams that we've seen here in the playoffs, they're the only ones I've seen so far who have not had a single smile after winning any series. Secret also kind of, had those sentiments. We don't really see them super lively after winning because they're used to that and they're almost expected to. But still, let's talk about the game here. What a performance from South Built and Fireside. So many moments where he could have turned things around and he tried so hard. That 4K near the end of things with the operator just barely within reach to clutch it out. Just doesn't fall his way.
Yeah, just a little bit of a heartbreaker there, but I know why South Built doesn't smile post the game. Aside from the killer mentality of, the job's not done, they probably think, man, I wish a core member of our support staff was here. I'm not dropping any names, but that could be how it is. But Fireside,
they're all in the boot camp. I don't think they're missing anybody.
Upon closer inspection, I highly doubt that, but Papi Chulo had absolute confidence in these back-to-back clutches and back-to-back, dubs for South Built. But like I mentioned, Fireside, he found all of those moments of glory for himself. I just feel like it was a little too sporadic. But look at this, Ja again on a tear. Ooh, it's disgusting.
3.
Yes, a complete one-way show so far for the opening map. Maybe that first series they played a while ago was what helped get them, locked into it, and so far does seem to be the case. Zeal, who have yet to really warm up into the series, they picked Breeze, which is South Built. I'm not too sure why exactly that is. They're not the bad, Breeze team by any means here, Zeal Esports, but statistically, this is one of South Built's best maps, and it's one of the maps that there isn't that much information to go off of. There aren't too many VODs of them playing this map, so I'm very curious about this choice. And as we move on to Haven, things are looking pretty rough for Zeal, but when their back's against the wall, that is when they're the most dangerous.
That they are, and I mean, it has been a very interesting journey. If we look at the stats, if we look at the VODs, that's how we've been doing our predictions for the first week, the second week. It hasn't even gone our way. So the players, they probably had an idea, maybe we can steal a map away. But any closing thoughts before we throw it into a short break, Black and Blue?
Well, Zeal, they have to get their fire going right now, otherwise it could be snuffled here. And that's not a way they're going to want to go out before getting themselves into that APAC slot. But for the meantime, we're going on to a break. And when we come back, map number 2 shall continue.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, touring at every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. When ain't the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups fake and the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Again, we have one of the best games, if not the best days of the entire league. We've had so many classics developing in the last 2 days, but how rude of me. My name is Raf. I am joined by the ever so wonderful Black and Blue. How are you doing? How are you holding up, man?
Doing good. Honestly, I'm quite surprised we are here this early, and I hope by saying that I am not jinxing it, because yesterday we went the distance with the 2 series, but now the 4
now you've done it,
kind of wrapping up smoothly. I'm adding more madness to this, aren't I? I'm jinxing it even more. The hex is continuing, aren't I? Well, we're gonna continue on and see if this will extend to that 3rd map. We all kind of, I think the panel predicted this to go that 3 and rather 2 and 1 at the very least for either side. So if that is going to keep up, then we should be seeing them on Bind, right? That's the last map. No, was it Bind? I kind of forget. You take it.
The second map is gonna be Haven. If
no, but
I'm not
map
mistaken.
3.
Map 3 Bind, yeah.
I
think I'm not yeah, I mean,
yeah,
again, correct us if we're wrong. It's been a very long day, guys, and there's just so much to keep track of.
It is Bind.
It is Bind. It is Bind. Absolutely lovely. Man, talking about Haven though, again, it's just kind of circulating in my brain right now that the last time both these teams ran into each other on Haven, I think Zeal had the upper hand on this. In fact, in a pretty dominating fashion.
Yeah, Haven is a map that hasn't always kind of worked out for Zeal Esports, no matter who they're facing. Not just talking about South Built, right? It's not the map they're necessarily known for. And, you know, looking at their recent most, I guess, matchup against each other, as you talked about, 13-11, South Built beat them 2-0 in that series, and they closed it off on a Sand, which is a map that South Built aren't even necessarily known for. And then the first time around them, they faced them, though, during the group stages, that's when Zeal got the better of them and actually beat them 13-10. So they're kind of 1-for-1 in the group stages now so far, but it isn't really a map, as I said, that Zeal Esports are necessarily known for. When you go to Bind, a bit of a different story, but they're going to have to get through Haven first so far, which has been looking like one of the more solid maps of, I guess, South Built, barring their matchup against NAOS.
Yeah, again, just recalling as much as we can here, because Bind has been a little bit of a toss-up for everybody. Again, we're trying not to get ahead of ourselves too much here. We're already very excited for the agent compositions. we've talked about how the combos of initiators really change the way teams approach Haven. Again, we've seen the Sova Sky, we've seen the Sova Breach, we've seen the Sky Breach, we've seen the Sky KO. So I feel like that's a big focal point because it really staggers the amount of angles you want to clear. I would believe that Sky and Breach should be a little more precise, but they don't have that one big scan that Sova provides.
Yeah, they do have kind of their own information gathering in some ways, and their corner clearing in other ways. So, with a Breach, more corner clearing. With a Sky, you still have information gathering, obviously, with a Trailblazer, and the Guiding Light does give you soft information, not as hard of an information gatherer as, a Sova might be. So, definitely multiple ways to play this. And hell, if you want to talk about initiators, some of them, namely teams like, NAOS Esports, they bring the Kaio into the fold, and it's been finding them much success here. No team has really been able to dismantle their Haven so far. And so if you're Southfield Esports and if you're Zeal Esports, you'd want to kind of take a play out of their book and really look back, because these guys are going to be your competitors for the foreseeable future. But for the meantime, Zeal Esports, they have a bigger task at hand, a more immediate, important one, at least for the moment, and that's to take map number 2. Otherwise, this is the last time you're going to see them for the next few months.
I really hate hearing that, no matter what team, because we love the competition. We enjoy watching these teams grow before our very own eyes. And man, like I said, a heartbreaker to hear that one of these teams tonight, or yet another team for tonight, is going to fall into the depths of the waiting room for obviously the next stage, right? And again, nobody wants to have that hand, nobody wants to be dealt that fate, but that is the cruelty of competition.
Well, just the harsh reality of things. At least, we get like 3 slots now, so we get 3 representatives for the Philippines, and at the end of the day, we just want the best of the best to be there. But for teams that have had such long tenure, like Zeal Esports, they were the former 645 Pirates, week 1, stage 1, day 1. They were there, dude. Nobody could have expected this team to get as far as they got, representing the PH and C Challengers and continuing on forward as well to surprise everybody. But they've really made a good case for themselves and why they are one of the most historical teams in the Philippine VCT circuit, the Philippine FPS circuit in general. And for a team like Zeal Esports, for them to go down here, it's not going to be a great look, but as you said, it's the unfortunate reality of the chalice that we put and the gauntlet that we put all our teams through. Southfield, though, it's going to be also a very big thing for them to lose, because they're one of the titans that people were looking forward to in this entire stage 1 to represent the Philippines. We've already lost 2 of those names in Brenz and Bren Esports and Secret. We still got a few more remaining, but they're not really having the smoothest run so far.
Not indeed, but they look to rectify their sins. They want to correct as much as they can on the way. Again, sometimes the best things, they happen unplanned. It really isn't premeditated, a lot of the growth. But, man, like you said, the Titans, they've fallen. Maybe this is the time for the gods to emerge. The age of Titans is over. Zeus and the boys, well, you know what I mean, figuratively speaking, they are looking to chain them up, trying to usher in a new era, so to speak.
Sounds a lot like the opening intro of a very popular game that just came out today, if I'm going to be quite honest with you. It's a new era of fire to be born in the rank, perhaps, of the companies that.
Don't expose me.
You know my morning rituals more than anyone.
Yes.
And, well, I've had a double coffee today because I was expecting this to go really, really far deep into the night, as from what we saw from yesterday, but surprisingly enough, a lot of the games just ended quickly today. And actually, fortunately, that they do get themselves settled. Any tech problems have been immediately dealt with. And I'm just thankful that we get to have this, especially on the day that we have the most jam-packed schedule for. So props to production and everybody involved.
Yep, absolutely. But I will probably give myself a hard stop with the coffee. I mean, I've had my share ever since VCT started. I've had quite a bit of it. I hope you guys realize that. Oh yeah, you would know. It's like, hang on, dude. I'm gonna go, get my coffee fix, and I've been trying out quite a bunch of brews. You know what I mean?
You're even messaging me like, do you think I should buy this or this?
I need input from coffee enjoyers. You know what I mean? But yep, let's just adjust the seats there at the right
Yep.
time. The hive mind is a little too strong.
Yeah, we're
and
a bit
little
too
too
interlinked, Raph, interconnected. At least we're not wearing the
true.
same glasses this time.
Not anymore. I mean, that happened like what, for a good 3 years.
Yeah, we're just
Oh man,
same doc, same everything. We're just somehow coincidence works out.
that's
Like,
the way it is.
same hairstyle. Things.
Yeah, I mean, he just tied his hair up, so you can't really see most of it. So, you know, Black and Blue is the original man of lovely locks. But again, guys, a little bit of free time here for us to discuss what is about to happen, and I think we're just kind of waiting on everybody to settle down. It is dinner time, so I'm pretty sure some of y'all have snuck in a snack or two, maybe even, you know, a good brew of whatnot.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the map veto, rather the agent select, to continue on forward. Apologies. There's obviously a lot for the teams here involved to factor in, and some of that could be technical problems, and others could be other kind of more mental and chemistry things where you have to be able to kind of reset yourselves. And as I've said many times in the past, with many of the series, when you lose a map like that in such a dominating fashion, sometimes it's even easier to come back from maps like those, as opposed to really close 13-11s and you just get swept or pretty much dominated the next map after, because just a heartbreaker of a loss, much like a relationship, Raph.
I don't know why you would decide to like bring that up out of all of a sudden. I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot. What?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, a fast one is break off, a long one,
boom.
that,
you know what I mean?
that
yeah,
hurts.
it's kind of like I don't know how to really bounce off that, man. That really came off all of a sudden. Now that is a pop flash. That is a pop flash.
You look
say, whoa,
flabbergasted, my man.
Absolutely befuddled in this kerfuffle of a conversation we're having while waiting for everything. But again, guys, we are hoping, and we're honestly very thankful for production, just trying to make things as smooth as possible. Again, it is, as a lot of our talents once again keep saying, this is the nature of the beast. We are not on land. We are, on the line, as the kids would like to say. But again, guys, just we're getting there. Don't worry about it. We're getting there.
The interwebs, is that what the hip
The
kids say
interwebs.
nowadays? Yeah. Hey kid, I'm on the interweb. Sheesh. All that, right? That's how youngins do it, Ref.
Yeah.
Asterite's not here, so like someone has to up the
Someone
cringe
has to
levels
do it.
just a bit.
Someone
I
has
can
to do
never
it.
do it the way he does though.
I don't know how Asarai does it. It's like that man has a special talent. You know what I mean? He is an absolute cringe smith, and I'm not saying that in a bad way too. The dude is just so crafty with it. Like, how on earth is what I mean? It's just so surprising.
This is about right. What happens when we kind of need some more material to talk about? Let's just insult and berate our fellow colleagues. This is not an HR problem, of course. We're good friends.
Absolutely. Again, guys, like, you have some sort of beef with Asarai? No, absolutely not. He's a great friend of ours. We've been through quite a bit, honestly. Like, you'd think, like, oh yeah, when did you guys meet? Oh man, eons upon eons ago. As time passes, the agents hopefully are, settling in once more.
Certainly so. We've been on camera for a bit, and to be quite honest, my cheeks are starting to hurt from smiling, so I might come simmer down, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's
Why? This is the use of the pop filter. Honestly, my mic is fine without it, but like every time I have to hide my face, it's just like, yeah, they said that. They said that on air.
Increase mine a bit over here. I think that helps.
What? Oh, I thought it was like, okay, yeah. Again, a lot of revelations tonight.
I know my contrast kind of makes it blend into my shirt. I realize that I'm wearing all black for the moment.
Well, okay, so I was wearing a black coat, but it made me look like I was floating in space.
Yeah, dude, you would totally look like you're just ahead. You have a black background.
Oh, what if I
black
was?
mic, black hair, obviously luscious, very.
Yes,
Flowing.
guys, we're just very, very excited for the game to start and are just, talking about everything under the sun. Well, again, guys, still trying to make sure that everything is gonna go as smoothly as possible. Black and Blue looking over his shoulder because he's like, something out to get me, and it's the hunger. It is dinner time, guys.
Yeah.
Hope you
My
guys go grab a
food
snack.
Arrived like midway through map 1. It was quite a lot, to be quite honest with you, and so I would love to get this show going because I haven't eaten some breakfast, and breakfast was more than 12 hours ago now I think about it. we've been having a long day, Raph. Call time's quite early, but off QC. We got lots of games here. I just realized my entire shot right now is all literally black and blue. That's all you guys see. Not a hint of anything else.
Why not, right? It's
aside from
thematic.
the red of ROG, by the way, over there.
That's right. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful sponsors. Again, guys, we do have a giveaway. We do have a giveaway. I'm pretty sure that's somewhere in the pinned comments. There's information on how to do that. It's not going to be too inaccessible for you, but if you guys want those hats, those shirts, be very, very aware that we have to thank ROG for that. Again, thanks for making a lot of these things possible. And yeah.
Well, we're waiting for Zeal Esports and Southville to continue and commence here. Some technical problems, I think, on either side that they really want to sort on out. We are on the last map anyways. We got some time to burn, especially considering how much we, gave the proper timing for the players yesterday. We want that same kind of fairness for them here today, especially it's the playoffs, have to be a bit more forgiving for these type of things. And I think rightfully so. We want the best of the best to be decided by their best ways, and that is in the server instead of outside of it. But I mean, celebrity boxing matches have been a thing, lately. So,
oh boy, there's a lot to talk about. This is crazy. But yeah, guys, again, everybody wants to watch the match. Everybody wants to enjoy it, and I'm pretty sure the players, they want to play it out no matter what the outcome is, because that's just how it is. It is the trial by fire. It is, how warriors are bred through combat. Bread. I'm hungry.
Bread.
We have bread like somewhere around here. Hey guys, welcome to the podcast, the Technical Pause podcast.
This might be the ASMR podcast in a bit if this technical pause continues on for longer. I was not doing that to my voice. I just literally had to take that out. Yeah,
it's okay.
It's been a bit.
It's been a bit. It's been a good minute.
How much coffee do you drink a day, Raf? No.
Honestly, it's 2 cups at most. I really just hard stop at 2 cups, and I've been trying to get I've been convincing myself, no, I don't need a stronger brew. No, not at all. But then there's just times where oh god, I need. But guys, just try not to abuse the caffeine. It's there for a reason. But if you have nothing to do, why bother? You know what I mean? Why bother?
Yeah. I mean, I guess everything in moderation, right? That's how it should be.
Yeah.
Hell, even water can get you negative results. And speaking of negative results,
takes a while though.
It was kind of a negative result a while ago for Zeal. We're looking for them to bounce back. We're pseudo talking about the game because we're kind of running out of material here. But if you really want to go back into the history of these two teams and how many times they fought each other, I honestly can't even count, to be quite honest with you. One of the first times me and Raph casted Valorant together specifically was these two teams in their matchup. I think it was a grand or semi or quarterfinal, one of the final words between these two teams.
Yeah.
And it kind of was going this way. And so knowing that Southbelt have yet to really win an Icebox game here so far, but then Zeal still banning that first and foremost, kind of tells me that they remember those past bouts because they have fought each other so many times on Icebox, and Zeal has beaten them on Icebox before, but typically it would be Southbelt getting the better of them for now. And for many of the teams in the lower bracket, they just unfortunately seem like to face their kryptonite. That was true for Secret a while ago, yesterday in round 1, and then Zeal once again meeting them here in the lower bracket, who have been, I guess, the team that always collects him and brings him down.
Yeah, that is a mouthful, and I'm just trying to process as much information as I possibly can. But yeah, history has not been kind to the matchup between these two, which we've touched on many, many times, and we're touching on it again. Zeal, I feel like it really is their strat book that really needs to expand, because as Illustrado mentioned, they have to, I mean, it's growth. VCT is the biggest stage we have in the region. Why not try to make things a little more, a little more mix-up for the opposing team? And again, these are just notes upon notes upon notes and months upon months of watching and studying. We're getting a lot of our data on.
Well, speaking of the data, we're going to try and give you a relay of information on what exactly we're waiting for and why we're waiting for this, rather, in just a bit. If we get some word off of that, I think there's some kind of issues on the Zeal's side to really get the game running, and so we're just going to wait for them. We might go into a break in just a bit, but we're not too sure. We don't have word on that just yet. Actually, no, we are, because I called it. Thank you, director. Guys, we're going to be back here soon, hopefully soon, with map number 2, because that momentum from map number 1, I'm sure Southfield want to continue that on. But Zeal, they want to get back in the fight fairly as well. So we'll be back. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Raph. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a hair.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. This is crazy.
Welcome back to the Raph Show featuring Black and Blue. No, I'm kidding. We're back here for map number 2 coming up very soon versus Zeal Esports, Zeal Esports versus South Built. Map number 1, not exactly going the former Zeal Esports' way, but they're looking to rectify that coming to map number 2. Raph, good news. We're going to Agent Select.
Absolutely wonderful news. It is a miracle in February, as we are going to be looking at Haven, which has not been very kind.
You forget what month it was for a second.
I mean,
it's been a long day. It's okay. You get a pass. continue on.
I get a pass. There's a lot, you know what I mean. And Ja is gonna relinquish that duelist role to Aziz per usual. Now we will see the usual stack of agents. Nothing too crazy on both sides here, but we will see a double initiator on the side of Southfield actually.
But I think more importantly, it's Senior Carl back again on the jet this time with Fire Sergeant flexing to that sky. We actually saw this at the end of the group stages, right? And it was something that we were all so kind of surprised that it happened, but it did work out for them. It got them just that small bit enough to secure their second place slot in that upper bracket, or rather in that group B. So it had some success, didn't come too clean, but it worked out in the end. They got the result that they wanted. So it's definitely understandable why they'd kind of throw back to that here.
That they do, and I feel like it really does complement his playstyle, which is, I would say, still primarily a main opera or a main rifler, right? And for him to be on that flex, I think it really utilizes most of his kit and skill set as a player. But we'll just have to see how that turns out on Haven, because like we mentioned, this has not been kind to both sides. It's been honestly a toss-up yet again. So potentially, if this goes well south, we could potentially see a third map.
Or you mean north? Perhaps. Well, Haven, a map, as I said, not super notorious for Zeal to be the most proficient at, but they're very capable, and they have won maps, this map at least, in previous series that we've seen here in the VCT. Southfield a bit rocky on their side as well, but they have mostly a positive win rate here. Not the best, not exactly the worst either, and so I don't think this will necessarily come down to whose map pick this was, or who's better at this map in general, who has a better statistic on this map at least, but more comes down to who in this specific matchup can get the better read and make the better adjustments on the fly.
Pretty much going to be a battle of defaults, as we've seen that in most of the iterations of Haven. As we are still gearing to get into the match, we are going to be getting into that very, very shortly. But do you think there's going to be some strats that we might actually see come out from both sides? You think they're finally ready to show their hand in this do or die situation?
I'm not too sure. I have no idea what the playbook of Southfield is, and I have no idea what their game philosophy is at all in any sense of the word. And for Zeal, I think they would kind of feel the same, because we don't normally see Senior Carl on that jet. So this could be that kind of, I guess, bone in the spokes, or that rock in the spokes, a stick in the spokes, if that's how the saying goes, that will really kind of offset Southfield, because they might be used to how Zeal play on Haven with Fire Sergeant in that place, but maybe not with Senior Carl. I'm completely sarcastic with the earlier quote on Southfield, by the way. Obviously.
I mean, if only they saw my camera at that given time, my eyes rolled quite a bit.
In your head, be careful there, kid.
Be careful, be careful. And I'm glad that you acknowledged that I am one of the youngest members of our broadcast desk. Thank you very much. No, not at all.
Hey, so am I. So am I.
He backpedals. He backpedals. Look at him.
Well, one and the same. I think the only one younger than us is like Taylor, maybe?
Yeah, Taylor and Ray Ray.
Ray. Right.
I actually think Ray Ray might be capping. I'm kidding. Much love to our, our Tagalog counterparts.
Speaking of, Ref, the young guns are apparently the ones casting these games then, because on the Filipino side, it's Ray Ray and Taylor. On us, we got the youthful spirit going on.
Absolutely. The youth. The vigor, the endurance, the stamina. That is a bit of a stretch, because it has been a very long day. It has been a long day, as we are looking. Again, it's still so, easy to gush about all the stuff we have, really. This whole camera, the whole production still looks very, very gorgeous, despite seeing this multiple times now.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. I'll tell you all about it when we see map 2 in Haven.
Okay, good job, good job. Good job.
You're lucky I didn't sing that in tune. Or rather, out of tune.
Why didn't you? I mean, you had the room to do it.
You are right. Too much reverb in this. I'm lazy to set up my acoustic panelings, but I should. Don't worry. I will
It's okay,
for
guys.
next time.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the hunger, the emaciating effects of dinner time are catching us to us very, very slowly. But the hand of, once again, hunger, it is lingering. I can feel it.
Well, goodness gracious. Isn't this a small stumble on our, for the most part, very fast-moving schedule today?
Yes.
It's okay. At least it happens in the very final series. And at least we're all at home, which means we won't be having to commute home at like midnight if ever did get there, since we're doing this whole home broadcast thing. But still, shout out to the production, who obviously they're in house, they're doing their own thing at the offices, at the studios, and everything. They are the real soldiers of this fight here, of this whole broadcast, and they're really just, as you said, Ref, troopers all the way through.
Absolutely. And I mean, where would be without production? You know what I mean? Like, just so many steps forward with all the raising of quality of our broadcast. And wow, Haven, yes, thank you for reminding me that that's the next map.
It's a good thing that all of us here in the roster for the VCTPH, we're all friends, which means we have so much stuff to talk about. We can just bounce about this. I would hate it if I hated you and I had to do all this, but I don't. So
why does that sound like, yeah, I don't hate you? Whoa. Relax there, buddy.
I mean, if Asarai was here, I'd still have a fun time, is all I'm saying.
You would probably turn that man into a little bit of a roasting session. Again, Asarai, he loves to revel in that cringe. It is his trademark. We miss you already.
We do. I wonder what he's up to.
Probably Asarai things like going to the moon and reinventing the wheel.
Browsing Twitter. Liking stuff.
Yeah. Look at that man go.
Look at
Mama, look at that
look
man.
At that man.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Looking.
Nothing. We're going to the game. Let's go to it. Haven to continue on after that small pause. Bear with us and continue to do so, because we expect one hell of a series after that long pause. 1-0 this series is, and Zeal, so they want to equalize that.
That they do. And 24 seconds, it is winding down. As this pistol, it looks like it is going to be a battle of mid once more. This has been the point of interest for a lot of the teams moving forward with the days. I'm not entirely sure if Zeal, or rather, I'm not entirely sure what their game plan is, but they have shown interest in really all facets of the map. Here we have a 2-1-2 split that could be in the making.
Zeal, they start on the attack. Oh, Senior Carl, he's taking lots of early damage here, and there's no regrowth available, no heal for Fire Sergeant to get Senior Carl back into the fight. It feels bad to start off this pistol.
Feels bad indeed, but Senior Carl, he is not out of it yet. No heals on the board, I believe, as FSJ, he chose to go for the Trailblazer and the Guiding Light, but the Execute is going to come out here. Ja looks to be unshaken, unbroken by everything thrown at him. He still has quite a number of utility to his name too, and Zeal looking to scramble, but assist! He finds the first blood on Senior Carl, who was already low, but Pro
revealing area.
He's gonna throw this recon dart just to make sure that nobody's there, but that lack of information is gonna be information enough.
Yeah, he could have shot him in the toe and still gotten the kill, but he gets ahead instead. Must feel good. And there, that's good after finding a second kill on a Fire Cyanogen. But here, PGE is trying to make it too easy with a ghost up close. And there he goes, finding a double, finding a triple, finding everything, and gets the fourth.
30 seconds left.
2GE, way too easy for him. He suddenly brought Zeal back into the round.
That's right. The hero that Zeal has been needing. Ice Cold is the beast of the clutch. That is 2G. Obviously, something he won't allow. And he gets the ace! Finding Ja. It looked so good for South Built, but as we mentioned, 2GE, too easy.
Sometimes it takes that one player to feel it in the moment, to pop off to turn the impossible into reality. Zeal, even the 3v5, 2G just finding every single frag coming his way. The Ghost, so difficult to fight against. None of the angles working out for them there. None of the timing working out for South Build. At the end, not even able to deny the plant with a great opening kills by Zeus. You thought for sure it could have been a South Build round. Zeal show you why they're always in it to win.
They are very committed, a team of focus and dedication as they try to swing this back in their favor. They've already dropped one map. They're hoping to take this away and maybe bring all of us, including the audience and us, to bind. But South Built, they have other plans here. The setup has not changed whatsoever. We are going to have one upgraded pistol on Flipping. Everybody else is going to be rocking the classics. They want to get these vandals. They want to get these rifles as quickly as possible. And Papi Chulo finds one kill. This is a free gun, by the way, and he gets 3 before getting discovered. That is already so expensive. This 2v2 still looks so disadvantageous on the side of South Built. The Zeal, they have the automatic weapons. The Spectres, they are going to be the long-reaching arm of Zeal for now.
Yeah, the classics are all they've got. They've got the single Ghost here, Raph. I'm not too sure how they can make this work. Here comes a flash on now. Half blind only, but the Spectres are way too deadly at that range. Papi Chulo, a valiant effort, made it a bit expensive, but Zeal still ultimately come out with the round.
Right there.
What they do, and Zeal, they've had quite a bit of situations where it's been a great start for South Build, but they seem to take it away. Now we have rifles across the board, an operator even. Very early. Like we mentioned, this is a free gun. Shouldn't be able to do that, but it does. And it's very strong. Of course, very beautiful replay there. Now getting back into the game. This looks to be yet another heavy-handed push towards C. I'm not entirely sure if they're aware that the long-range weaponry has already come online for South Build.
The operator is out here. They've had mixed results using that hero on Haven. Senior Carl just forcing his way to the back of the site. There's nothing they can do to stop him. They just completely barrel on over and run them through. Senior Carl,
spike planted.
Complete monster right now on this attacking side for Zeal. Ever since that shaky pistol round that was brought back by 2GE, they have looked locked in.
Locked, stocked, and ready to go as Zeal, they look to take a third round. And it seems that South Built, they're going for a save play here. Beautiful exit here by Flippy as everybody, and I mean most of everybody on the side of South Built have already vacated the area. Beats though, he could get sprayed down here, but Flippy has no idea that Radianite and Beats striking a pose for a good amount of time, and that's exactly why Flippy is making a great case for all these exits he's finding. He nearly finds a third for himself, but Senior Carl will be a little too quick on that duel. South Built, at the very least, they keep their operator, they keep an extra Vandal, and they cut their losses.
Hell, now would even be a good time to call a timeout. I know it's a bit early. Some would view it as a premature, but it can be sometimes more beneficial to stop that bleeding before the wound gets too deep.
Buried.
In this case, Flippy's done a good job of keeping them at bay. As he said, he found a third, hell, even a fourth. He was able to chain the shots together. This doesn't come that way. He did a good job of at least trying to get some guns out of their hands and forcing them to reinvest. But Zeal, another round like that, and they're going to continue to build up momentum. And there isn't much that South Built have got to work with aside from the ops and the sheriffs here. Ooh.
Perfect complementary weapons. At least that's what we can say about it. But all in all, this is still a stifled by. This is really on the shoulders of both Aziz and Pro. They have to make do with what they have. Senior Carl looks to be fearless. Doesn't check the corner. Ja could potentially have a free kill here. He gets one. Maybe gets another. Nobody has discovered him yet. And the look of confusion on Senior Carl is turned into bloodthirst. He finds Papi Chulo, but he has to check every corner. He even finds Ja. Was it a bender? Aziz sacrificing that operator for a third to Senior Carl. And he is absolutely on fire. Even gets an upgrade for all his troubles.
He gets the operator, and you know that Fireside loves using this on attack. Maybe they could have stalled a bit longer. And Flippy brings it and gets the ROG clutch. A triple kill at the end of things. Flippy flipping the script, and South Built at the end of it somehow get their first round.
Don't even try me.
What was that? I was just so ready to call that round, but nope. Flippy is
Spike
here.
down
He is
A.
upset that he didn't get his exits, and now they had to feed the beast. But Senior Carl, he had an amazing showing
Enemy
here.
kill.
Nearly cost the lives of himself and his team. But you know what? That was the case. It seemed like this was not a Nexus that meant to happen because, ooh, Flippy, you madman.
That's a bit of an aim trainer, the range moment
To the
there.
above.
Coming from Flippy, one after the other. That's the firepower he brings to this
Get out
team.
of my
Senior
way.
Carl, he's going to pull out the
Concealment.
blades to try and dissect the defense here of South Belt. Operator hasn't found too much success. And if it doesn't continue to do so, I might even recommend just dropping it entirely for the meantime. At least in
You
this
could
half.
say you could say you would advise them not to do that.
Yeah.
He is postured up towards, or rather on top of stage here, but Senior Carl, the W key, the urge to sneak it down is
destroyed.
still a little too irresistible. Fire Cyajin, though, he will gather a little bit of extra information with that Trailblazer, but not enough, or rather not enough to warrant them to commit to that push. Pro is going to be exposed, though. And both these teams doing such a great job of being patient with each other.
Patience is the key to many a successful trial. Senior Carl, even with him just being such an explosive player, he knows there's merit to that virtue. Oh, he goes for the peek. Almost finds a second, but no, he's going to get shut down here, Ja. Did a decent amount of damage. Fortunately for Zeal, they got that heal. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, and he's certainly angry. Pro trying to answer back with the damage. He does get it to connect. Luckily for Senior Carl, he's able to escape, but he's taking more in return than he can dish out.
Initiated.
How many times have we seen Ja try to, be the perpetrator in the smoke?
seconds left.
Although he does have a bolt action, it will
down.
fall to the
C.
superior rate of fire. But Bobby
enemy
Jewel,
remaining.
the wall! Senior Carl, he finds the rotator. Flippy was the hero. Can he do it again?
Clutch.
Can he replicate the success that he's found for himself? And yeah, pretty much.
ROG clutch, yes, a bit anticlimactic, but he clutched that by being AFK, basically. They get the operator back
amazing.
up, and you can see that Zeal, coming out from garage, they had an idea that someone would be there on the back of the platform. Like, as soon as they came out, they were pretty much pre-firing it, expecting Aziz to peek with an operator. And as I said, this op it hasn't been the best showing for South Built on their defensive side here, which is something you wouldn't expect for them, but perhaps it's been slowing down their kind of aggressive approach a bit too much on the defense.
That could be the case here, as Zeal is still trying to look for a foothold. Ever since it was stolen away, it does look like the rounds have been much more beneficial on the side of South Built. Aziz, I would still say that he needs to do a little bit more with that operator, maybe just to hang back, really just oppress the range that he has, because so far, I don't think we've seen him pop off with the, with the bolt action beast that operator is.
Time to hunt.
Well, he's got the hunger of a hunter. And Aziz, once again, here comes the Trailblazer. This misses out in front of him. He has to be careful, though. The smoke's going to dissipate in a second. He's going to get caught out. Cloudburst does go away eventually, but that shot ringing out is more than enough to alarm Zeal to rotate towards that A site. They're coming very heavily. Flippy, Pro, the two initiators here on the South Build side, looking to play retake instead. Do not want to commit to the fight within the site. That might be the right call, but Craig, yes, finds one.
30
Both
seconds
Killjoys
left.
finding the opening picks here for either side.
Indeed they do, and the timing has to be a little frustrating on both sides here, because both of them, they lost key members. Still, the operator does not hit its mark. Finally, it does. A little excessive as they both get tased by that shock dart. They are going to fall back here, but they've done their damage. They still need to regroup for a little bit more time for that regrowth to really kick into Fire Side. Anticipating here. He blinds one. The Cosmic Divide is going to come into play here. Still has one more guy to find. He blinds himself. The pulse, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. And a big collateral. And Zeal, they find the steam, the fortitude to take a 2-round lead over South Built Esports.
Fire Cyajin really turning up the flames right now. Perfect pop flash, and they line up for him, both one after the other falling. And that's what I talked about, Raph. Maybe without an operator, then that retake could have come a bit quicker. But because of the fact that they do have that sniper rifle in his hands, in ASUS's hands, it really does slow down their pace on the defensive side. It's something they seemingly are not prepared to deal with. Another eco round here coming from South Build. I'm sure Zeal are going to be tip-top on their toes to not let them convert once more.
They don't get any info on that guiding light, but Ja does look like he's been discovered. And Tringia with that swing, we'll find a second. Tujimasa chiming in, Pro will take out Fire Cyanogen. But these numbers that are falling left and right for Southfield is just a little too much, and this is pretty much done and dusted for Zeals. But we've seen what Flippy can do. It's just, this is such a tall order. I'm not too sure how I feel about this, but Flippy, he makes a convincing case with that one tap. But Craig, yes, as I mentioned, is the one to close it out.
A timeout would not be out of place here. South Build, they like to really continue on these and stop it by force instead of with that timeout tool in hand. Pro's the only one to get a kill in that kerfuffle. Flippy gets one at the end of things, but quick on the trade. Craigie S is. He's been very consistent, a very big part of that Zeal Esports squad. Him on that IGL role has given them a new look on things.
Nowhere to run! That is truly enriching, as that is what it's like to experience new things. Ja, though, he is going to try and find a little bit more time for him to survive here because he has been falling. But now all his teammates, Beats doesn't even need to see him. And suddenly Zeal, they're feeling everything, and they're landing every single shot. Pro has to eco this. He has to save this. Has no choice because once again, their eco game, not the greatest as of the moment.
Yeah, the plow here coming from Zeal Esports, just W keying, frankly, all the way into the site time and time again over. They're one of those teams that really ride off of momentum. And South Build have yet to put up their floodgates and stop that from pouring on over. This is looking like a very convincing half from Zeal already. Pro, are you able to get this kill? No, he doesn't still! What was he? Maybe the he's the barrel. 2Gs to get the kill, barely scraping by.
And everybody is just so emotionally charged in this matchup because this is the lifeline. Everybody, no exceptions. I am so incredibly excited when things happen. Black and Blue is pretty calm about it, obviously. You know, that's the greatest thing about him. He'll never get excited. You've never heard him be excited. That was just him chilling. But now we have a little bit of a pause here. South Build, they try to at least gather what they have right now because this eco, it's not looking too great. The round swing, not looking too great either. And the only thing I can really say is, that's rough, buddy.
Definitely so. Bit of a rough match so far, at least rough half for South Build. This is their first time out to really put a break on things. But Zeal Esports, man, they have been completely turning things around ever since map number 1. Rather, coming from map number 1 into map number 2. SBE, the only rounds they've really won were ones that had to come from a clutch. None of them really super convincing. And possibly that pistol round that they lost, that they should have won, that could have played a big part in it, at least mentally.
Placing sentry.
Indeed, it could have, but again, that's the way the cookie has been crumbling. South Build, yeah, that's just not sustainable. You really cannot rely on all your individual members to clutch it out because this is a tactical shooter. It's a game that requires quite a bit of thinking, and you need every advantage. It's all very calculated. It's all very premeditated. It's SBA, they kind of have to stave off this slump. It really is looking a lot more dangerous as the rounds pass by. Senior Carl is... well, he is going to be the victim of Pro's Guardian, which is not something that we would expect. Because I don't think Pro is the one that buys the Guardian as often. I think it's mostly Aziz and Poppy.
Still makes it work out. Many Sova are favor those weapons, so it comes in still very losable by South Build Till. It's only a Guardian, it's only a 5v4, and the rest of them got pistols to work with. They can potentially retrieve that rifle, which they have. It's in the hands of Aziz, but he doesn't have armor. Not a single player here from South Build, for that fact, have armor at all. So this is going to be very difficult, but one they're still going to try and do. Flash coming out here. They don't push out of it, and that allows Fire Cyanogen to set himself once again.
That's right, having no armor is gonna be absolutely free for the recons. But it says he's coming alive. He has to look for more.
Standing.
Oh, what a big whiff by Craig. Yes, he does find for what? Huh? Oh, okay, no, it came from behind. Okay. Well, let's all relax because once again we're getting a little too emotionally charged, a little too emotionally invested. No reason in particular.
My eyes are blurry. I need new glasses. Yeah, that wasn't my fault. Yes, blame the hardware. No, but for real, like
Enemy kill.
I thought for a second that was through the smoke, but it doesn't come out that way. But I think the bigger blunder here over our problem is that shot from Craig. Yes, he could have found the 2-for-1 so much cleaner, but just doesn't come his way.
I feel like that really is the biggest drawback of the Vandal. The spray pattern, it just really is not as consistent as the Phantom. But if you're feeling it, you really don't need to spray. But he's found himself in a little bit of a forward position here as Senior Carl. He's been walking it down too much, as this feels differently about it. He had to do something. Zeals, though, still looking very strong. They have quite a bit of utility and quite a bit of time to play with.
Scout destroyed.
Well, he heard you. He was like, oh, you want to talk about phantoms, huh? And what they can do.
Covering it.
He's a phantom kill for you.
And so he did hear us. Again, the sixth sense of these players. Sometimes we say something, they can hear it, you know, like through the psychic connection. But now, Zeal, they have not really equalized the numbers. Dra could be the prime candidate for that because he is so low. He isn't going to get scanned out, so he might get sprayed down here. Fire Cyanogen still can't confirm the kill. Poppy Jewel, a bit of an off angle here. Nearly adjusts, but everybody swings. And everybody finds their mark. And Flippy once more looks to clutch this out. Will he expect the second person? No, he won't. As a 2v2 is going to ensue. And a few more seconds getting burnt off by the clock by this lockdown.
30 seconds left.
Well, they're setting up for that post plant. And 2GE, he's positioned himself very far forward. But this Rico's going to spot him out. He gets the scan, but still the kill comes his way. Pro, waiting for that scan could have potentially been a bit better for him. Dodges that nano swarm back into safety. Could have gone forward or back. He chooses the latter option. Assist. No idea now where Craig ES is. 7 bullets in the mag. Could potentially switch out for the opposing Phantom if it does come to that. Doesn't have much to work with. Checks default. Doesn't see him. Checks the garage, but Craig ES too fast, too quick, and too smart. Zeal take the round.
They do, the lead becomes bigger and bigger. South built, their Haven should not look so strong. It hasn't been looking too sharp. Zeal looking so good. And I must say, the adjustments that they've been making and the aggression and the bravado really has been playing into their hands.
It has been basically fortune favoring the boldness of Zeal Esports here. We keep on going at it, turning things up to 11 and really upping the pace here. They've been punished a few times, but not exactly enough to really give them a deficit at all. If anything, they're in the lead right now. It's already a pretty good half for them. They get one more round here, and we could be already looking at map number 2.
The risk reward has not been in favor of Southfield here. Again, just looking at all the map control that they're getting, they're still defaulting as we would expect from Zeal. They've been doing it so well. This is the refinement that we need to see from them more often. And maybe FSJ on that flex roll is the key.
I've got your trail.
They're succeeding. They're doing it so well now. The Seekers are out. They have to look for all these members of Southfield. But Senior Carl even gets tagged up. Regrowth isn't completely there yet. Fire Cyanogen has no real reason to do it. But what's this? It's Suji Monster walking into side, finding Flippy. Nearly finds a double. But bro, he holds strong. Stop in the nick of time. He even finds a second one. How do you do that? But he will finally fall to Fire Cyanogen. As this hasn't been the loudest with the operator, but the blade a little too clean, a little too simple for Southfield to hold it down.
Somehow come out with a round hold there, but part of me even wonders if it's better for Senior Carl to be on this jet, which actually was the way it used to be in year 1, where it would be Senior Carl on the jet and then Fire Cyanogen on the Reyna or any other main rifle role. And that's kind of being, I guess, replicated here with him being on that sky, being the second one in instead of the first guy in. They get to utilize his firepower, his main rifling ability to follow up on the space created by Senior Carl. One wonders if that could be the secret formula to this Zeal Esports attack if this is what could be, you know, the best option for them. But they would know more than anyone.
That they do. That they do. And taking things a little slowly here is Zeal once more. The half is coming to a close very, very soon. But the acumen from both these teams have been pretty impressive throughout the day. Southfield once again did take that map 1, but Zeal, they are storming back. They are creating their own success right now. And it does look like the point that they really want to take is B. Southfield, they've given it up. They want to go for more of a retake. I really think soloing a Sova on A-Long is so dangerous.
It is something that Southfield like to replicate over and over, though. Very mixed results. Ja, will he bite on this? Will he try and deny the plant? No, discipline and holding it down, making sure he doesn't get caught off guard, going for the full retake instead. Well, the only ultimate they've got is that Cosmic Divide, so he realizes the importance of him staying alive. But Fireside just dipping in the smoke. He doesn't have a flash to try and pop out of this though. Astro Divide, he comes on in, but Poppy Chulo holding down the line, barely saving his teammate there. And here comes Ja, he finds that kill, and the Cosmic Divide is trying to find them as well, blocking them off guard. And this small gap actually allows them to play that close-line position, which makes it a lot more difficult for the push. And Pro coming from behind, a flawless retake, a perfect round from Southfield.
That is a semblance of what we know Southfield to be. Fundamentally strong, fundamentally, well, almost perfect. But, again, it's been an up and down roller coaster for them. This is where they have to make their stand. They have to take that back. Because, look at the success. Look how clean they did it. Zeals, they are going to take that on the chin like a champion. But, just like the heart of one, they're going to come back. They're going to be rallied.
That small gap in the Cosmic Divide, when most teams would put it right flush at the door. Southfield, they give it that small gap for them to position themselves in the post plant and guard the push through in case it does so come from the Zeal Esports attack. So, good job there by Southfield. Let's see if they can continue that momentum here in the pistol and hopefully not throw another.
The plans of Zeal will still look to them into motion here as we have a little bit of a reset, but the pistols, they've been super effective on the side of the boys over at Zeal's. ASUS, they'll have a little bit of an off angle, will trade in kind, and oops, as Jet, you know, lovingly says so.
Not gonna let singer Carl pop off this time, but 2GE is still on the server. He's the one who had himself a hell of a pistol around here. Oh, they're going to be double swinging him. ASUS knows he has to back out of this fight. This is not one he wants to continue to aggress on forward. Flat from Fireside blinds him. He gets the kill as well. They're all fighting everything. Every single tap is going to Zeal way. And that is SB going down. 8-5. Zeal take another pistol in the game.
2 in a row for them, as impressive, almost as impressive as the last. But Zeal, they've also displayed the fact that they can play as fundamental as that, as clean as they can. If only they did that all the time, they'd be such a force to be reckoned with. But I'm not discounting what they are right now. They are a very straightforward team that's found quite a bit of success, especially with the lead that they built up against Southfield.
Success is something that is not elusive to these two teams in the history of their competition. Singer causing so much work. He's gotten ASUS. He's done so much damage to Flippy as well. Good to find another Poppy Chulo. Okay, barely dodging that frag. Still, Flippy's not going to make it out
down mid.
Not at all. Fire from Spectres. This time the Frenzy. Again, interesting situations the later the night progresses. But that is going to be expensive. Or at least on the side of FSJ, because if I'm not mistaken... No way. Ah, okay. And that drone just kind of skirted over here. It did find Ja. Oh, but they bait the rest of Zeal, though. Look at this. They hold strong. Quite a bit of rotation already happening here. But they are going to signal that nothing has been committed yet. 45 seconds left, though. That's still quite a bit of round to play here. The guns, they're still very much in the advantage of Zeal, as well as the utility.
I'm surprised they're opting to go for C-Long instead of the garage position there. Perhaps trying to dodge whatever traps might be set in place.
30 seconds
These long-range engagements can be so difficult for these pistols to work out of the Craig. Yes, has a great position. He gives his position away, but he's still able to win that strike. He's got the Spectre in hand. He gets a triple at the end of things. And Craig, yes, holding down the line all alone. Too easy for him as well. Too clean. But now here comes the gun round from South Built. They lose this. That pendulum momentum swing could be way too deadly for them to come back within this map from.
It could be. Again, still quite a number of questions being raised here, but my goodness, the performance by Zeal is absolutely inspired. Whatever pep talk they had in the recent pauses, it's working. Whatever they're doing, it's absolutely working. This time around, at Southfield, it looks kind of shaky, and it already looks like we're gonna see a little bit of an aggressive push here on the side of 2GE, but that is not meant to be, as Papi is going to be the one to punish him. Now C looks a little more vulnerable, a lot of utility removed, as I would assume, but now they take their options somewhere else in Zeal, a little overzealous. They do leave Senior Carl to be the lone, still rotating in, a little confused, playing in the middle ground.
To get that pick off on C Long, but they're more than happy to rescind control of it immediately. Leaving Pro here. Him firing that recon bolt off kind of confirmed the suspicions of Zeal, but the noise being made here towards B pulls Fireside back to try and hold him off. He's got the Trailblazer here, and now that confirms his suspicions as well. He's got a flash to pop, but Pro, he finds a double as they swing him, and that completely just shifts every single player on the map to try and go towards that Charlie side. Senior Carl answering back though. He's found him a lifeline, and so Fireside with a darn stinger, but Aziz will punish him on the dash.
And once again, they take their wares elsewhere. Although it is Fireside, and to be hot on the trail of the spike carrier, it is going to be a little too far away for him to really catch up. This does look like it's going to be a double wraparound towards B. Nope. Instead, he will go for, I believe this is a Heaven Plant. I think they have lineups for this too. But, or no, they don't. They don't have, well, any member of Zeal remaining alive. So that was a pretty quick and clean round for South Built. They hope to continue the success.
Back and forth, A, B, C. Well, actually, the other way around. C, B, C, A. They like side switch on which one to go to multiple times in that round. And still made it look pretty good, but was the anti-bonus from South Built. And Zeal, they've got rifles abound right now, although Senior Carl's only got a Marshall, but finds even just a single kill with this thing within this round, and he should have his blades. That could be more than enough for them to swing the momentum back their way. Senior Carl, you have to be careful of the Sewer's position, because if they had caught off guard, now the Big has been given up though, and Ja punishes him, rightfully so.
Ja looking to really kind of hold down the fort for everybody here. I think the mental fatigue has been setting in for a lot of our teams here, as we've seen quite a number of defaults. Set plays, they haven't really showed themselves, although the lack of ultimates could be the biggest reason for that. The Owl Drone is going to take a little bit of a stroll towards A, and here we go again. The South Built mix-up looks to create an opening, but Fire Cyanogen still has a number of utility here, but the timing, could it be any...
Boom!
Okay, I thought they were going to go shoulder to shoulder and miss each other, but that was not the case, as Ja will find the back of his skull and firmly plant that bullet. Now we have B, but 2GE is here to stay.
Spike planted.
Phantom Skin you see quite often, but he's very, very happy to make it fully work out. Papi Chulo just spraying through the smoke, somehow finds the angle to work out in his favor, and Pro has been very obvious behind. A-Link will be shut down. The last remaining member is within that site itself. Craig, yes, he's been such a smart player here for Zeal Esports, but I think even this might be too out of his wheelhouse rather. Does get the kill. Papi Chulo there on the off angle catches him off guard. 7-9, and the eco to be forced upon by Zeal once more, but this time they've got the blades on Senior Carl and the lockdown for Craigie.
Should be the round to steal. I'm looking at it. We know how hot Zeal can get, and I would know. I would really know. Looking into the game, as once again, that was just a bit of a stretch there. We've seen Craigie clutch, we've seen him do it many a times. Many of these players, again, just so volatile. But Zeal, they kind of need as many advantages they get. Honestly, any damage they do will be really good, because look at the, well, okay, never mind. The economy on the side of South Built looking pretty sharp.
They have like one more buy after this though, and if they can make that buy even more expensive or more, I guess, less bountiful, then this could be a good round for Zeal. They don't even have to win the round, just, as we said, get those picks, build some economy, and hurt the economy of the opposing side. Farsigen, such a cracked shot with this thing. They have to be very wary of this. He falls back. Luckily for him, able to get out of that fight early enough. And SBE, even though they're on the anti-eco here, just not able to really, I guess, cement themselves in a proper position to go for the execute. So no Zeal on control. Flash on out, but they're not going to expect him. Okay, now he bails out of the fight. Senior Carl is giving himself away, and they realize the stack towards C is a bit too much to deal with. That's going to pull the rotation back. And now South Built, will they commit to this A side? I'm not too sure if they checked him here, and they should get the kill. But no, Papi Chulo checks Farsigen first, and he gets that off of him. And now they're doubling back towards C Long. They're still delaying though. Why don't they continue to just run up? No, they're walking. Slowly walking. Just walking in right into the trap. They still land the opening kill though. They really needed to. And completely running on over that C site, keeping Zeal guessing at every turn, and they take the round.
The clutch king of Zeal is here, and this is the time where he has to put the crown on. He has to put that cowl. But now, again, it looks very, very dire for them. If he can at least find assist, this could already be as good as it can be. Again, wishful thinking is what we have on the side of Zeals. But 2GE, is he actually going to find anybody? This could potentially be the perfect timing as everybody has their back turned, barring Pro. And just exactly as I say it, it's actually Pro to take it away.
That's all he had to work with, and all he needed. Just at one small angle. 8 to 9, the buy to come in from Zeal. The Blades dispense, not really finding much. They still have that lockdown to use here. I think they should be within the ultimate orb away from their Cosmic Divide. So that is one small silver lining to this round, to this gap being cut into. The timeout from Zeal is properly placed. This is something that we've seen in the past. You know, South Build, after the opposing side calls a timeout, typically it does help the opposing side get that round over SBE. So really properly timed. Don't let them tie the game up. Use what little they got to its fullest extent.
What a performance though by 2GE. 2Game Monster does have 18 frags and only 8 deaths to his name, so the efficiency is definitely there. But Zeal, they have to close this out. Otherwise, South Built, they are, we know them as the kings of the lower bracket. Sometimes this is where their immortality really shows. They refuse to die. And it's been very apparent with the rounds that they've been winning. This time around, though, the buy is going to be a little shoddy. No, they don't. They reinforce it. Now, Craigie, this lockdown could be the game for them, honestly. Or at least the next few swings. Because, once again, we cannot stress how important the impact of that single ult is.
They've got multiple ults on either side. The thing is here, Trig, yes, if he does put down his lockdown, SBE, they've got the Hunter's Fury to cancel it out. It just could be futile, leaving Papi Chulo have much more control with his lockdown to counter that as well.
You should run.
They're droning on here. They spot that camera out. Here comes the lockdown. But the aggressive position from Zeal could pose to be deadly. Oh, that came at a good moment. And it gives him away as well. Singer Carl coming on the swing. They have to know they're here towards Long. And they're completely dead. Shredded apart. The game plan just not working out for Zeal. And SBE take the site.
They were relying so much on Senior Carl to find that lockdown, but it was not meant to be. Again, this is the risk they're running. Now, this is going to be yet another round they're forced to eco if ever this falls through for South Build. But so far, nothing has hit the fan yet. 2GE, still the man of the hour, the man that Zeal needs, is looking to try and gather, or rather try to cut out as much as he can, but it does look like they're going to back out. They're going to concede this round. He is going to get flashed. South Build, they also cannot really, oh, well, no, they can afford you know, hunting these players down, but they also kind of don't want to feed the ultimate orbs.
Yep.
Exactly why they don't want to do that. Now they have a Cosmic Divide anyway.
The tone of voice here from my dear partner, Castaraf. You can hear the shift in it as it came on through, and just exactly as he called it. He's probably going to get another kill here, and they've fed them both orbs, once apiece. Bait's a few ones away from his, but the thing is here is that while SBE have used their lockdown and Craig ES has his, as I said, there's so much utility for them to destroy that lockdown, so that Hunter's Fury especially, I'm going to bet you 100% Pro, if he doesn't get the good tag or good information, he's going to use that and save that rather specifically to burn down and destroy that lockdown when Zeals use it.
I feel like that's honestly the most...
Spike down mid.
That's an interesting push. He does find Flippy, so that Seekers are going to be out of contention. And that's honestly such a big ult, but the question is, Pro's still alive. They really cannot use this lockdown to any capacity as long as that threat is there, but they could also bait it. Knowing that they're on an eco, they're forcing the hand of South Build, but really not the most efficient play here. Senior Carl looking to go a little crazy with his positioning, but South Build, they're holding it strong. Age advantage here. They only they know that 39 beats is the only one that can truly contest these sidelines.
I'm not too sure if it was wise for them to have 2G push out there with one of the only real guns that they've got, with one of the only rifles that they had in their arsenal for the round.
It's an Astra, mind you. All that utility.
Yeah, the smokes, the pulls, the stars, everything not aligning. But still a 4v4. This maybe was just enough for them to kind of cut into SBE's attack. Plus the utility taken out on either side with 30 seconds left on the clock wrap. These lineups are going to be crucial, and this NAOS swarm has to keep him at bay for now.
Because that's no real choice here. And I love the patience still. Again, the night is going long, but Craigie, he's still as dead accurate as he can be. He finds assist, nearly finds a double, but nope, it's dropped. The automatic fire is a little too much. These Seekers can actually stop the plant, but no, everybody's kind of funneling in. There's 8 seconds. They have to commit to this. Okay, that was a little too scary for my taste, but South Build, they take around. A little bit expensive on their side, still looking like they have quite a bit of fight in them.
Well, they're maxed out, so it seems like they're more than willing to go toe-to-toe. But of course, it would be even much so better to hold on to that and be maxed out moving into the next round. So they do get the job done, but not as clean as they would have otherwise. Like the operator here from Senior Carl could be the game changer. It has to be at this moment. They let another eco round pass, then SBE. A 2-0 could be likely, but this operator, as I said, is going to be crucial.
Desperation could be the catalyst for perfection. And this could be something that Zeals need really, really badly right now, because they don't want that hard reset on round 21, round 22. It's not something they want, because South Build, they are honestly ways away from that reset. They've been staggering all their utilities so well. They have 4 on the board right now, but I love the patience still. They're going for the defaults. The set play hasn't really come out. They really are trying to bleed Zeals dry.
I think I heard an off shot ring out towards that C-long position. So SB now have that information, have some knowledge of this presence and where that the op is positioned. And it comes out now the Seekers. Not too sure what the idea was there. Maybe just to check close if someone was waiting, but why not, you know, use the other utility that you've got? They got some flashes to maybe kind of soft check. They got a recon as well. They go for the Seekers. Could be a crucial mistake, but the Cosmic Divide you can see is being prepped here by Ja.
That it is. And I feel like the call here was FSJ just doesn't have the amount of orbs that he would need to. 20 seconds have passed, or rather 20 seconds. 24 seconds are left on the clock here. The numbers, what do they mean? What do they mean? As Flippy and the rest of the boys, they pepper down everybody to try to find the double. And Zeal's endeavors, they look to be halted once more. The Quell is here. Ja expending that Cosmic Divide. He does want to do it, but instead, he holds on to it. Feels like he doesn't really need to. And now this is perfect! That's even better! He finds 2GE. Oh my goodness, what a heartbreaker for Zeals. They have to give this up. They have to keep that operator.
Yeah, almost impossible to make this happen with an operator. And that's the risky run. As we've said many
Last player
many times over. It's very hard to retake an operator in your hands. Beats, he's able to fend him off for the meantime, but they are more than happy to hunt him. They know that Zeal are down in the dirt for money. They are literally trying to beg for economy. And 11-9, sound the alarm bells, because Zeal is not looking good for them at all.
It is not. Oh my goodness. Again, the inner Zeal fan in me, my heart, it's breaking. SBE, they're just looking so composed. They want to stay in this. And that was it. I think that was it. That was the dagger for that round. When they saw that the operator, or at least the forward man, could not have any impact, realized, guys, we have to hold on to this. But even that is no consolation that they're willing to take. And you'll also look at the guiding light. It is fairly attractive. But don't do it, because don't look at the light. It's not your time yet.
A bit grim for quite a light-hearted joke. You get it? Well, someone out there appreciates it.
I appreciate it.
Oh,
I
thank
mean,
you very much.
I appreciate you, King.
The pity appreciate. I'll take it.
Hey now. As Fire Cyanogen might get discovered, but I feel like they think that's going to be all the way in long. I think they're just hesitant to really check this. But the Trailblazer, that is so smart. Oh, he tries to blind him. He survives for a little bit longer, but Fire Cyanogen, the flame has been doused. It's been overcome by Southbuilt here. They look to barrel. Nothing can stop them now. No flashes, nothing. The utility is looking so thin. 2G only has a single star left, and he has the Cosmic Divide, but he has to invest it now. The close angle, though, will they check it? Senior Carl, he's blind. He has to take a guess. Is it left or right? He backs off, but that's not even enough to save him.
One enemy remaining.
That is just so unfortunate for Senior Carl. He had a good angle and assist. What? I think he spied him out on his head, but just good discipline here by Southbuilt, knowing that Zeal are on an eco, knowing that they're going to try some cheeky angles and everything up their sleeve. They continue to still be disciplined with the utility usage. They get the flash, like soft confirmation that there's somewhere here around A lobby, but then they use a Trailblazer to really sniff him out instead of just, barreling their way. Okay, someone A lobby, other teams might just W key into it, but not SB, not right now at least. They use that dog, they use that Trailblazer rather, to find the information. They do the same thing coming out the sewers. They know someone could be here, and Assist burns his dash right at the perfect opportune moment to catch Senior Carl off guard.
That's right. And oh dear, the rounds, they're slipping away. It is not a good look for Zeals, but they have one last hold to give. This is their last hurrah. They have the rifles, they have quite a bit of utility and quite a bit of ultimates to their name. But the question is this enough to really stave away Southbuilt? As the numbers, again, the economy, the ultimates, they're just slowly building up. The pressure is on Zeal's shoulder right now, but Southbuilt, they have to also close this out.
Yeah. That's something Southbuilt have struggled with in the past. Trailblazer for information, spots the Sova, spots Pro out there in the middle. You can see he's been holding on to that Hunter's Fury, knowing that the lockdown is his true goal to destroy with that Hunter's Fury. Not exactly finding a pick or even a CC, but more importantly, to destroy that lockdown and counteract it. But they get the kill on a Pro, which is such a huge pickoff here by Beats. He was able to get that to one single tag because of the damage already done. And that allows him to use a lockdown potentially, but the thing with the Vandal on Senior Carl, it comes on into Flippy, down to a 4v4, and Flippy's able to find the second kill here in the round. This could be the final round. You're going to see Zeal Esports in the VCT, and the third kill goes in Flippy's way. Beats, he finds that kill, brings it down to a 3v2. A few final moments here of breath for Zeal. Will they be snuffed out? The post plant coming on in. There isn't any utility to deny that from happening aside from the single pull that they've got. Here comes the shock dart. Papi Chulo playing the wall, playing really close, but Beats gets the 4K. It's now on the dot. He's able to defend the spike, but they will not go down without a fight. Zeal continuing on for another round.
I am stunned. Zeal's resolve, it is still unbroken, but the waves, they're not over yet. Southbuilt, the woes continue. They have to close this out because this is a big morale swing if they can. The money. This won't matter if the last two rounds will fall into place for them. I am honestly stumbling upon my words just from sheer excitement. BT comes alive, and the perfection that was demanded, that was required to stay alive. Their VCT lifeline. The buy! It's still staggered. Oh no, once again, they need a heroic performance here. The great fire, the great flame of Cebu has to come alive. Otherwise, this is scorched earth, but not for Zeal. He looks to march forward. The bloodthirst is there. The flash comes out. The daggers, do they find the market? They find 2GE. That is once again such a major pickoff. The numbers. They're still insurmountable. Flippy, he's been angry. He's been on fire. Craigie is gonna fall, and now it's a 3v5. They can't hold it off. Fire Sergeant falls. Senior Colin beats. They've done it before. They have to do it again. There is no other way to go about this. Time is ticking. Senior Carly finds one. He finds a second. He equalizes this to the best of his ability. The Blaze, they get reset, but no. Ja is cold-blooded. Beats, he touches one. He's helped. Oh dear. Beats, you have 19 health, but Ja doesn't care. Even if you had 100, and that's Southville, they stay alive, but at what cost? And that is Zeal's out of our stage. Oh my goodness.
Southville, just like the last time they faced against each other, defeat Zeal 2-0, quick and clean in the end of the. Actually, no, let's scratch that. A bit dirty near the end, but hey, they got the job done anyways. I don't even think Pro had to burn his Hunter's Fury there in the end to secure the round, but they get the job done anyways, as we talked about. And what a performance from Zeal. What an endeavor that we've seen from so many of the clutchers on this map. 2GE, dude. How many times did he save the rear of Zeal? In the end, it's not enough. And they are eliminated from the VCT. The second team to be eliminated today. A while ago it was Secret, and now Zeal, Raph. These were the two teams to represent the Philippines during VCT Challengers Stage 2. And they're both out of the VCTPH this Stage 1.
Both teams, but there can only be one. Oh my goodness, it breaks my heart to say despite such an inspired performance. Zeals is out. Congratulations to Southville, but man, I really watching the teams that I like go for each other's throats.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
It's almost like some twisted fate put both of us here to cast this specific match against each other. But there it goes. 2GE, 2Game Monster, an absolute beast of a performance. And if there's anything, he should not be disappointed at what he brought here and how much he helped this team. I mean, from the get-go, opening ace kill when he had no right of bringing this round back.
Enemy remaining.
I'm telling you, man, he's one of my favorite players for my hometown for a very good reason. He is, like I mentioned many times, unshaken, unwavering. But again, the onslaught of Southville was just a little too much for the boys to handle. Very, very great effort. But the hearts for the Zeal fans, they remain broken.
Such an opportunity there by Zeal Esports. It came down to some clutches as well from players like Flippy from Southville to keep them in the game when the lead just wasn't in their favor. They come back into it, able to do it in such a thrilling fashion here. Almost thought would go into map number 3 for a quick moment. But then Southville, they secure the round in the final few splittering seconds here. Not too sure if Breeze was still the right pick in their minds here, coming from Zeal Esports. Any kind of, I guess, regrets have to be saved.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. That has been proven many times over. But man, again, there's just so many heart-wrenching clutches from both sides that we can't really know where to start. Even at the very, the very beginning of the last round, you could already tell the impact, the weight of every frag, every single knife, every single bullet landing. A literal fate was on the line.
Attackers win.
Yeah. And perhaps if, the economy of Zeal wasn't in shambles on that final round, because Fireside had a pretty good position outside of Garage. He got a few dinks with the Spectre as well, but if he had a Phantom, who knows? We could be going to the final round of regulation. We could be going to overtime, but that is all she wrote. Thank you guys so much for joining us here. We're going to go to the panel right on after this break. I'm Black and Blue. With me is Raph. Always amazing. We'll see you guys in just a bit. Bye-bye.
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Well, it seems as though as the boys from the South, Zeal Esports, got outplayed completely by the boys from the South that was built specifically for esports. It was a 2-0 fashion. The second game was so close. I really thought it was going into a game 3, but it is what it is. Zeal Esports is going to bid farewell in our turn. Welcome back here to the panel. I'm Nomad together with Dax and Ilustrado, and that was a completely different South built esports off of that NAOS esports loss, Dax.
Yeah, that's the thing. It felt like it was more scrappy than I expected. But Southbuilt, they found the clutch in them. They kept going at Zeal Esports. And in the end, that experience that they had beforehand, helping them close out that second game just to get that 2-0 fashion.
Honestly, for me, it was really Zeal being kept alive by the efforts of, Tuge. Everybody else, I feel like, sure, there was some contribution here and there, but I wanted a little bit more from the rest. It just was a non-starter of a series here. Just when you think they were about to pull off game number 2, it suddenly slips away. And Southbuilt, they come up with the finesse when they need it the most.
Yeah, and they lost on Breeze, a questionable pick from themselves, but it is what it is. And man, we just got to give it props to South Built Esports. They just completely woke up after that NAOS Esports playstyle. But we have to give props to our Republic of Gamers Series MVP. And it is none other than the man himself, the game MVP, the Series MVP. It is Aziz with a 233.1 ACS, KDA 1.3, an 18.4 average kills per game. And he popped off on that Reyna on Breeze. And he popped off on Jet on that Haven, Elu.
This is just one example of why this is so crucial for the South Built roster. Back in his previous game, before they, headed out here to the lower bracket, this was pretty much just non-existent on the map. A very quiet game from him, but it shows just when he pops off, the rest of his team is able to follow suit. He's one of the true key players in the South Built roster that you need to absolutely keep an eye on, because a lot of it revolves around him and his fragging potential. When he can get those kills, when he's supported by his teammates, you get results like this. Very proud to, very much results that you can be proud of.
Yeah, he can change the fate of South Built on a dime. You remember back in NAOS, he only got 4 kills on that second map. Here, he top frag for both. And just to add on to what Ela said a while ago about Zeal Esports, there were a few contributions here and there, but for South Built, there was always that golden star in front. You would see assist there, light up the scoreboard round after round, give him the moment, he would shine. And within those 2 maps, he was just that consistent effort that gave South Built some foundation to work on to continue on into the bracket.
And ASUS definitely assisted the South Built Esports in pushing forward into the brackets. And speaking of which, let's have a look at the updated brackets after the eliminations of Team Secret and Zeal Esports. On the lower bracket, it's South Built Esports going up against Oasis Gaming. And then lastly, it's Action PH and NAOS Esports in the upper bracket finals. The loser of which will drop down to the lower bracket and face off against whoever wins against South Built Esports and Oasis Gaming. And all of that is going to be happening tomorrow. We're down to our last 4 teams from the original 32 teams that we've had. We're down to the top 4, and we only need 3 to represent the Philippines in the Asia Pacific Challengers. Let's have a look at the schedule, what we can expect tomorrow for us here at Challengers on the 3rd day of playoffs. Match of the day, Action PH and NAOS Esports. We're going to take care of that upper bracket finals first before we head on over to the lower brackets onto Oasis and South Built Esports. And again, whoever loses Action PH and NAOS is going to face whoever wins Oasis against Oasis and South Built Esports. And that's all going to be played out in a best of 3. And that's all going to be played out tomorrow. Now, all said and done, we have to bid you guys farewell. But before that, we need to thank our sponsors, because VCT 2022 is brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the ROG Zephyrus M16, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With top-notch performance and amazing bezel-less ROG Nebula 165Hz QHD display in the slim and light form factor, the ROG Zephyrus M16 will immerse you in the best gaming and entertainment experience. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And lastly, this is a giveaway that's been starting since the start of the playoffs up until the very end on Sunday on the grand finals. You can get a chance to win exclusive ASUS ROG swag, thanks courtesy of course, ASUS ROG. And all you have to do is like and follow the Republic of Gamers Facebook and Twitter pages. Like and follow PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline. Must be set to public with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, Unleash the Legend Inside. Lastly, share your prediction in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challengers Playoffs. We'll be drawing the winners on the 28th of February 2022. We'll get 3 winners each for the ROG shirt and the ROG cap. Now, on behalf of everybody here on the English broadcast, as well as the Filipino broadcast that is simultaneously broadcasting with us, as well as the production crew behind Challengers Philippines, I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Dax and Ilustrado. We bid you all good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more here on Challengers Philippines.